Volume 4, Chapter 150 Part 1, was his grandfather still harboring resentment towards Darien? Considering how harshly the talented Helmut was treated, one could only imagine the treatment received by Darien's talentless son. Being his own flesh and blood, he must have been treated even more harshly, as if he were personal property. It was bad enough to sever ties and kick him away, indicating deep-seated resentment. You use the Sword Saint's swordsmanship, don't you? You know that too. My father wasn't interested in swords, but I've had a talent since childhood. I was taught by my grandfather. Although he wasn't a knight, he consistently trained his body and remembered his swordsmanship. The boy shook his head vigorously, cutting off the conversation. Anyway, if it's not widely known, I'd prefer it to remain quiet. I don't want the attention of being a descendant of the Sword Saint. My name is Luke Yeager, and I want to be recognized for who I am. That's also what the commander of the Palma Knights hopes for. Does the commander want him to remain silent for that reason? I wonder. Helmut answered with a peculiar nuance. Luke frowned. Besides, why am I even sharing this story with someone I've never met before? Perhaps there's a reason. Or he instinctively felt this was someone he should talk to. It seemed they were getting along fairly well in conversation. Helmut was satisfied with his own learning ability. Michael also proved to be a good reference. Luke scanned Helmut's face up and down. Besides, you'd be totally my type if you were a girl. What a pity. The expression was one of regret for not being so. Helmut looked back at him without flinching. You know quite a bit about me. Why are you interested? I'm interested in the Sword Saint. About his swordsmanship and his descendants. It was still too early to bring up the story about the commander of the Palma Knights. It wouldn't do for Darien's descendant to end up backstabbed and killed, though a warning seemed necessary. I have zero interest in men, but I'll make an exception. That sounds like something you'd say to a weaker opponent. Helmut smirked slightly. It was a smile that could be perceived as arrogant. Luke finally realized who the young man in front of him was. Right, Hyde, I heard you demonstrated remarkable skills among the preliminary participants. I probably finished my duels quicker than you did. You have a sharp tongue. Arrogance isn't a sin if you have the skills to back it up. Luke responded calmly. Perhaps because he wasn't a basser, he didn't immediately show aggression towards Helmut. He seemed of noble birth, with a somewhat casual manner of speech and a harmonious personality. Memories are often idealized, especially those of heroes, but Helmut's memories weren't old enough to be idealized. Darien's great-grandson was far more decent in character than Darien. Helmut, being unaffected, was aware that Darien was a violent and stubborn old man, so he made up his mind. If you need help, let me know. I'm willing to help you out at least once, even if it's dangerous. Luke frowned. What are you talking about? Why would I seek your help? We'll discuss that later. I have no interest in riddles. I'm the type to demand answers, even if it means grabbing someone by the collar. But you'd choose who to grab by the collar, wouldn't you? Wow, you know your stuff. If I win our duel, will you explain all these out-of-the-blue statements? The reason behind them. It'd be better not to set such conditions. Even if we fought, I would win. Luke's eyebrows twitched. It seemed his competitive spirit was stirred. Despite his generally mild temperament, his pride was not to be underestimated. Before he could say more, a gust of wind blew in. Someone had entered the tent. The man standing against the backlight exuded an immense aura like a mountain. Helmut's skin tingled and his hand instinctively reached for his sword. The call, filled with authority and power, shook the air. Luke Yeager, Commander. Luke bowed his head in greeting. An austere middle-aged man approached and patted his shoulder. Congratulations on advancing to the main event. It's not a place for the commander to personally visit. I've been watching the tournament. There are too many who take for granted that they'll start in the main event. Your attitude serves as a good example for them. You flatter me. Luke too must be of noble birth. Helmut closely observed the relationship between the two. So this is the commander of the Palma Knights, Lutus Cicero. Despite being branded a traitor, he had the authentic vibe of a knight. The commander's authority was palpable and his tone was heavy. But someone of his age and position would also be skilled at concealing his true nature. Luke Yeager respects him. His strength was immeasurable, perhaps because he was the commander of a strong country's knight order. His aura was extraordinary, yet it felt as though his inner barriers were closed off. He had complete control over his own aura. Helmut revised his underestimation. Not all traitors are necessarily weak. Lutus Cicero's gaze turned to him. Main event contestant Hyde, correct? Yes, you're using magic to conceal your identity, Chapter 150 Part 2. It seems I can't hide it from someone of his caliber. Yes, Helmut admitted cleanly. Fortunately, the Palma Knight commander didn't demand he dispel his magic. Qualification for this tournament was based on skill. He scrutinized Helmut intensely. I've seen you fight. What do you think about joining the Palma Knights? The question was unexpected. Luke's eyes widened. Commander, I haven't thought about it. Think about it. Until the end of the tournament. With a clear indication of his intent, he turned and left. Both of you, I look forward to your performance in the main event. After he left, the air relaxed. Facing such an opponent naturally brought tension. He might be stronger than Talon. This wasn't a guess, it was a certainty. You must really have skills. The commander doesn't show interest in many. Interest was evident on Luke's face. There seemed to be no jealousy, Helmut casually asked. The Palma Knight commander seems to care about you. Even for an elite knight order like the Palma, it wasn't common for the commander to personally offer encouragement to a member. Ah, is that so? Actually, it wasn't my intention to reveal that I use my great-grandfather's swordsmanship. He recognized it first. Since then, he seems to have taken a special interest in me. I too respect the commander as a swordsman of considerable skill. Was it guilt or was he hiding animosity? Whether it was the former or the latter was important. What did he say about the Sword Saint? He said he had served him for a long time. He disappeared suddenly and his whereabouts were unknown, but he was glad to meet me. Luke's gaze, which had been upward in reminiscence, flickered for a moment. Now that I think about it, he advised me that revealing I'm the Sword Saint's great-grandson could wait until after I've proven my skills. He said this tournament would be a good opportunity. The suspicion leaned towards the latter. Upon seeing the great-grandson of Darien, Lucius Cicero must have been vividly reminded of events from over 20 years ago. When a mistake is revealed, those in power try to erase it. I understand. Where are you staying? His gaze seemed to question why such curiosity about his whereabouts. By this point, it was reasonable for him to feel suspicious. For now, I'm staying at the Palma Knights Barracks. My mansion is still under construction. Why do you have business with me? There were indeed matters to attend to, but the timing was still delicate. What to reveal was also a consideration. Helmut decided to postpone it. I'm staying at the Golden Leaf Inn. I'll be waiting for the day we face each other in the tournament. Well, work hard. You might not make it to face me. You're talking about something that won't happen. You're quite confident, but remember there are other members of the Palma Knights in the main event. Leaving Luke's grumbling behind, Helmut turned and left. The bloodline of Darien. The sentiment felt new. The resemblance to Darien only intensified this feeling. Michael must have returned by now. There were no more matches for the day. Roaming around would only invite trouble. It was important not to cause any disturbances during the tournament. Helmut promptly returned to the inn. Michael returned slightly later. He seemed to have stayed to watch the tournament longer. I was worried when you disappeared. The tone was enough to guilt someone for an absence they didn't feel guilty about. I had business to attend to. Did your business go well? Fairly well. Meeting the necessary people for the day was sufficient. From Darien's descendant to the traitor Lucius Cicero, it had been a productive day, though it also brought many thoughts. He would need to compile and organize the information with what was recorded in the documents. It's a hassle to go out. Shall we have dinner here together? It was almost evening. Helmut readily agreed. I like Hyde. Towards the end of their meal, Michael suddenly spoke. Regardless of the outcome of the tournament, I wish Hyde would become one of my people. I guarantee honor and wealth. The offer was straightforward and direct. His blue eyes were infinitely serious. This was no joke, Helmut asked lightly. Are you asking me to become a knight? No, my man, not tied to the word knight, but fully on my side. I refuse. I have no intention of belonging to anyone. His words were not based on consideration of benefits. Even if the Emperor of the Empire had made the offer, he would have responded the same. Did you give the same answer to the Palma Knight commander? A faint anxiety was detectable in Michael's voice, as if he was about to lose a prey he had marked. How did he know I met with the Palma Knight commander? Even from a foreign land, his intelligence network was commendable. The question was posed again. You didn't accept, did you? You speak as if it's obvious the commander would recruit me. If he has eyes, he would recognize you. The appreciation seemed to flatter him. Being recognized felt good by nature. I didn't accept. He told me to think about it. I wish you'd consider my offer too. I intend to refuse that as well. Even if you're not from Bassar, a position in the Palma Knights brings honor and wealth. Why refuse? Is there something more you desire? Helmut casually replied. Bassar is too hot. Having experienced it, he decided he didn't want to settle in a hot country. While he wasn't at the stage of settling down yet, if it came to that, climate would be a consideration. Michael brightened. My place isn't hot. Persistent. Then I'll consider your side too. Helmut compromised appropriately. Michael smiled broadly. A wise decision. It's good to keep your options open. Helmut observed Michael thoughtfully. Perhaps this guy could be useful. Since he's trying to win him over, he's not just a simple noble but seems capable and resourceful. I doubt he could deduce much from one piece I throw, less risky than Black Hawk. Helmut spoke up. I have something I'd like you to look into. It was ultimately up to him to decide whether to help. What is it about the Palma Knights? The commander, the knights, and the dangerous missions they undertake. Are you asking me to compare the Palma Knights' working environment to others? If you can't, it's okay to refuse. Whether he could or couldn't, if it was beyond his capacity, then that was that. Helmut noticed Michael wasn't too busy. Asking this much wouldn't overburden him. Eventually, Michael nodded. I'll look into it. Chapter 151, Part 1. After the preliminary rounds ended, the final 10 contestants for the main event were selected through a loser's revival match. The main event of the martial arts tournament began after a day's break, starting from the round of 32. The round of 32, requiring 16 matches, was held over 2 days. Helmut checked the tournament bracket that was released the day before the main event. Luke is on the opposite side of the bracket. They would have to win up to the semifinals to meet in the final. It seemed like good fortune. Darien's descendant was shining bright, and Helmut was reluctant to pull him down too early. Upon returning to the inn with the participants' bracket in hand, Michael asked, "Who's your first opponent?" "A guy named Gordon." "Gordon. Ah, a swordsman from Basser, a 6th year at the Matesis Academy. He won't be a challenge for Hyde, it should be an easy win." "How do you know?" "I told you, I'm not here just to have fun." Michael smiled. "Besides, I've been looking into what Hyde asked for. I'll tell you after the round of 16. "All right, Hyde." The chants were deafening. Helmut looked around. The number of spectators was incomparable to the preliminaries. On this stage, where well-tanned, muscular men competed, Helmut looked like a nobleman's son who had wandered onto the wrong path. Yet his presence was unparalleled. The unfamiliarity that the people of Basser underestimated shook the martial arts arena the moment he swung his sword. The audience began to frenzy over his presence. According to Michael, every match Helmut participated in was sold out. Yet Michael managed to get tickets. He's a quite resourceful guy. Helmut looked forward to the information Michael would gather after the round of 16. The situation was uncertain and there was no catalyst for action. The enemy was formidable and they had to keep themselves hidden. It's a tough situation. Helmut didn't feel stifled. If anything, this situation motivated him even more in his swordsmanship training. The harder the path, the more rewarding it is to navigate through it. "Are you an academy student?" Gordon asked as he took the stage. He didn't look like a Bassorian but was equally robust. Helmut was about to deny it but stopped short. "It's none of your business." "Right, that's not important." Gordon closed his mouth with a nervous face. The match was about to start. Helmut lightly gripped the handle of his sword. Gordon was not an opponent who could manifest this. The difference was clear. Ding, the sound of the bell echoed. Gordon dodged the swift thrust directed at him. Helmut had no intention of revealing this. He concealed his strength as much as possible. Helmut also dodged Gordon's counterattack. Or it seemed like he dodged, but Helmut twisted to the side and thrust again. Cling, the sound was terrifying as their swords clashed. The difference in their builds was stark, however it was Gordon who grimaced. It's like hitting a rock. Being able to form vis meant he could control the intensity of his sword. At the moment of impact, Helmut strengthened his sword as if it would explode. Gordon was a trained swordsman. He could withstand it once. A trained body protects itself from vis. In this aspect, Helmut was not at an advantage. He was still growing. Gordon, a contestant in the main event, was significantly different from the second-year academy students Helmut had faced before. Gordon was quick to adapt and knew how to fight. With a numbed grip, Gordon took a defensive stance and sidestepped Helmut's second attack, slashing horizontally. Helmut moved like a shadow. He slid across the stage on his feet and unleashed a barrage of attacks. It was extremely rare for anyone to perform the common swordsmanship so gracefully. Now it's ingrained in my body like Darien's swordsmanship. Opposites attract, especially in the realm of swordsmanship. Helmut could seamlessly execute 2 different styles of swordsmanship as if they were his own. However, Darien's unique swordsmanship was on a completely different level from the common swordsmanship. If 2 fighters of equal skill fought using Darien's swordsmanship and the common swordsmanship, the former would win. Switching from defense to offense, and vice versa, the techniques and stances flowed together. But now there was no need to think about such things. Even with a handicap, Gordon was a sufficient opponent. With a groan, Gordon spilled blood from his shoulder and dropped his sword. They were fighting with real swords. It wouldn't be strange if a limb was severed, but there was no need for such extremity. The gap was clear. He's probably on Asuka's level. I lost. Gordon admitted defeat straightforwardly. Helmut casually sheathed his sword. Cheers erupted once again. The fervor was like a strong wind, a powerful surge that battered his entire body. The ground thudded heavily. With every step Helmut took, cheers followed. Helmut glanced over the crowd, waving their hands in the air with indifference. A tingling sensation flowed through his heart. On stage, his presence was elevated. It was different from any other attention-grabbing duel. Unfamiliar yet. A pleasantly good feeling. In the forest of roots, no matter how strong the opponent, such a scenario would never occur. What a boring guy, you should at least wave back to the audience. Luke Yeager approached him as he stepped off the stage. It was his turn next. Isn't your opponent a fellow member of the Palma Knights? Yes, we don't play tricks. We draw lots fairly and face each other head-on, even if it's a comrade, you're lucky. I wanted to see your skill for real, but you got an easy opponent. Was that common swordsmanship you used? There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Helmut lightly used a proverb. It seems my next opponent will be a member of the Palma Knights. Based on the bracket, that might be interesting. Next was Luke's turn, but the stage was still being prepared. Luke glanced over and then asked, "Why ask about my lodging if you're not going to do anything?" He must have expected a visit. Curiosity was evident on his face, a potentially fatal level of curiosity. "I'm waiting for the right time." "What time are you waiting for? You'll know when it comes." Chapter 151 Part 2 Luke's expression soured. As he had said himself, he was the type to grab by the collar those who made him curious and force answers out of them. "You're trying to disturb my mental state before the match, aren't you? I wasn't the one who started this conversation." Helmut coldly cut him off and left with one last remark. "I hope you don't use disturbed mental state as an excuse for elimination." "You little boy, really?" Luke chuckled dryly. However, as soon as his name was called, his expression turned serious. He had to match the achievement of advancing to the round of 16, just as his opponent had. "Here's the information you were promised." Michael quickly handed over several documents. His flattery about how splendid Helmut looked today and how easy the victory had been came right after. "Good work." Helmut felt a slight pang of conscience as he saw Michael looking intently at him. Even if Michael was eagerly trying to pull him to his side, Helmut had received a lot from this exchange. Simply compensating for a room at the inn seemed insufficient. Transactions should balance out. After some thought, Helmut proposed 50,000 marks. "What? How about 50,000 marks as compensation for bringing the information?" Michael burst out laughing. Had Helmut proposed too little? But Helmut wasn't exactly swimming in money either. Prize money was expected soon, but that was in the future. Helmut had only considered the money he currently possessed as his wealth. "No need for that. Such an amount means little to me." Michael's overt display of wealth shone through his eyes peculiarly. "We'll settle it another way. There's no guarantee I'll give you what you want. That's fine, you just receive. When I ask if you can give, then you give." That sounds like a losing deal. Being hung up on minor losses is for those with nothing or those who clutch their possessions without knowing how to use them. I have plenty, and those with plenty know when to invest. And if that fails, discernment is needed, but the possibility of success is worth more than not trying due to the fear of failure. Doing nothing means just staying put, leading to obsolescence. In the end, it's all the same. The opinion was interesting, but the problem was that Helmut was the subject of such an assertive plan. All this smart talk was surely calculated. Swordsmen would easily fall for this. On the other hand, someone as intelligent and temperamental as Asuka might just throw a punch, calling it annoying. Anyway, take a good look at this. The Palma Knights operate on a salary system. Your pay increases with years of service. Compared to other countries, knights are treated better here, almost like baron-level nobility. You also receive a mansion within the capital. Michael summarized as he handed over the documents. Helmut listened attentively. The primary duty of a Palma Knight is to protect Basser, and for this reason they hunt desert beasts annually. Based on last year, the beast hunt took place about a month after the martial arts tournament. A beast hunt could be a good opportunity, especially if the Palma Knight commander decided to eliminate Luke Yeager in the same manner as his great-grandfather. Recently, there's been a rise in activity from the desert beasts. Sometimes they even come near villages, so the hunt might happen sooner. That's about it, take a look. Following Michael's suggestion, Helmut read through the few documents. The conditions mentioned for a Palma Knight were quite favorable. Basser loves the strong. It doesn't matter if you're a commoner or whatever, and there's hardly any interaction with academy graduates. It was a good position. Since Asuka doesn't act rashly around the strong, being among the strong Palma Knights might suit him well. Suddenly contemplating his future knightly career in Basser, Helmut refocused. This isn't the time for that. Now wasn't the moment to worry about post-graduation plans. For your information, I can match the conditions mentioned there, Michael added casually. And where I live isn't hot. I see. Helmut organized the information in his head. The details about the Palma Knight commander matched what Talon had told him. The Palma Knight commander generally stayed out of politics but was close to the First Prince. Hence, Michael's document stated the Palma Knights supported the First Prince. The First Prince of Basser is the son of a foreign queen, a devout follower of Lumen, and supports the temple. The First Prince had persistently advocated for building a Lumen temple in the Basser capital and inviting priests. Although it hadn't happened, it had caused conflict with his father. The king was negative about the temple. He couldn't let the temple, which had ignored requests for help against desert beasts, gain power in the capital now. That was the majority opinion among Basser's upper echelons. The First Prince couldn't openly oppose his father. Bassor's king, still mentally sharp in his late 70s, held tight to power. Even the much older princes didn't dare to challenge him. Although Bassor's king had benefited from Darien's deeds against the desert beasts, he was considered a wise ruler who had yet to name a successor. He favored the second prince, born of a Bassor native queen, as the rightful heir. However, even the king couldn't ignore the Palma Knights, so the first prince remained a contender for succession. Chapter 152, Part 1. One fact Helmut knew was that Darien was unfriendly towards the temple, aligning with the king's stance, perhaps even more influential than the king himself. It would have been in the first prince's interest to eliminate Darien for political reasons. On one hand, to maintain his position as the heir, and on the other, to secure the position of the Palma Knight commander. The consistent mention of a friendly relationship between the Palma Knight commander and the first prince in information gathered from both sides left no room for doubt. Helmut, noticing Michael had perhaps hurt his leg, asked him as he sat on the sofa. Does the support of the Palma Knights significantly affect the succession? Being supported would be advantageous, yes, but it's not absolute, since the first prince, who is half foreign by blood and behaves uncharacteristically for a Bassor, has a rather poor reputation within Bassor. What about the first prince usurping the throne? The Palma Knights have sworn loyalty to the king. They would not support a usurpation. However, Michael emphasized, cutting off his words, if the first prince and second prince were to wage a war of succession, the side backed by the Palma Knights would have a definitive advantage. Though such an act would be unthinkable while the king lives, the story might differ if the king were to designate the second prince as his successor and then pass away. The throne left vacant. In the absence of an owner, the Palma Knights could make any choice. That choice would lie with the Knight Commander. The Palma Knight Commander has controlled the Knights for over 20 years. If the king were to pass, it's likely they would follow him even if he took extreme actions. Betraying Darien to seize the position of Palma Knight Commander, it felt like a contradiction that such a person has a high reputation. Even Luke admitted he was a remarkable knight. However, the eyes of knights and the eyes of others see differently. Helmut decided to trust Michael's judgment. What is your opinion of him? The Palma Knight Commander seems less rigid and stubborn than I thought. He appeared to be someone mindful of public opinion. If he were truly backing the first prince, he could simply convince the king directly. But even as a knight commander, he can't overtly support the first prince, who is internally unpopular among the members. Yet he still supports the first prince, probably due to some deal between them, Michael sharply probed with a smiling face. Helmut thought that even Aaliyah, who inwardly considered her peers foolish, couldn't help but acknowledge this guy. How is the knight commander's position decided? The Palma Knights represent Bassor. It follows the law of Bassor, Michael stated firmly. The strongest among Palma becomes the knight commander. So if someone defeats Ludus Cicero, he could become the Palma Knight Commander. No, only if the position of Knight Commander is vacant. In Palma, once someone becomes the Knight Commander, they remain so unless there's a significant reason otherwise. The position of the Knight Commander that must be won through competition after 20 years. Perhaps he couldn't wait that long. From Ludus Cicero's perspective, choosing to remove Darien when he was next strongest wasn't odd. There might be other reasons, though. The conclusion is Ludus Cicero betrayed Darien and sided with the first prince. The temple's involvement means it can't be separated from the first prince. The king would be unaware. If he knew, he would have dismissed the first prince and named the second prince as his successor. Helmut suddenly became curious. This guy probably represents the perspective of the empire's nobility. What about you? Between the first and second prince, who would be better to ascend the throne? I have no intention of involving myself in Bassor's political issues. Despite his age, Bassor's king is still strong. It's not a concern for the next few years, Michael concluded calmly. But from Bassor's standpoint, the second prince would be preferable, and from a foreign standpoint, the first prince. The second prince is recognized as a legitimate heir. Helmut started to say something but stopped. Michael, who freely shared what he wanted to know, suddenly seemed incredibly kind and nice. As smart as Aaliyah, knowledgeable and not hesitating to share, a counterpart whose value couldn't be measured in money, Helmut found what he wanted to say. I'll allow it once. Within a reasonable limit. Meaning, even if he wronged Helmut, he would overlook it, or if he asked for help, he would provide it. A statement applicable broadly or narrowly. That was the extent of the favor Helmut could offer at the moment. Michael responded with an ambiguous smile. I'll remember that. Chapter 152, Part 2, they say the temperament of a ruler is revealed by his appearance. On stage, Helmut, grooming his well-trimmed mustache, stared at the first prince, above in the spectators' seats. Though a distance away, he appeared distinctly in his sight. The first prince was a man in his mid-50s, a successor that the king, who didn't have much luck with children, had obtained in his youth. Standing beside him appeared the second prince, seemingly about a decade younger. Since the second prince was actually 5 years younger, the age difference seemed even more pronounced. The second prince had a more toned physique than the first prince. The second prince, with his determined temperament and clear eyes, contrasted sharply with the first prince, who seemed thin and shallow. Given a choice of successors without knowing the princes, anyone would pick the second prince. Did the Palma Knight commander have even a shred of conscience? Despite any secret agreements, it made sense he couldn't overtly support the first prince, potentially disastrous for Bassar. Perform your best, as nobles and very high-ranking people are watching. His opponent spoke in a tone that seemed almost pitying, a young, robust knight in his mid-20s. Knowing he was a member of the Palma Knights, Helmut wasn't surprised. He came flaunting his knight's uniform, probably to intimidate, but Helmut found it laughable. The Palma Knight commanders offered to join them must not have been publicized. Luke Yeager, more tight-lipped than I thought. Hyde, was it? I heard you're quite skilled, but unlucky to face me. I'm Horton from the Kykro family. He seemed overly confident in victory, perhaps arrogantly so, a descendant of a renowned sword family, achieved the manifestation of Vis at a young age and became a Palma Knight. For someone who had been on a winning streak, underestimating a seemingly frail youth was expected. What's your relation to the Palma Knight commander? He's to be my sworn father, an unfamiliar term. Presumably it meant some kind of kinship, but that attitude, I don't like it. Disliking his attitude, Helmut decided to show some displeasure. He smirked slightly. How do you compare to Luke Yeager? To me, it seems he's above you. Horton's expression changed. Touched on his pride, anger flared in his eyes. He spat out, see for yourself. Ding, the bell signaling the start of the match rang out. Vis burst forth from Horton's sword, shining orange under the sunlight. The color of Vis varies with each individual's temperament. Helmut also summoned his Vis, a shade of ash. It had darkened slightly from before, a color he preferred to keep hidden as much as possible. But here, far from the temple's influence in Bassar, it was fine to reveal it. He couldn't win without manifesting Vis, especially when the opponent used it. Is there bad blood between him and Luke? That would be convenient. It made it easier to consider him an enemy. Horton's sword, charged with orange Vis, rushed in at high speed. Helmut deflected it with the side of his own sword, attacking directly, but Horton's blade, changing its path, collided again with Helmut's. Sparks flew. The swords, laden with Vis, clanged like they were made of some otherworldly metal, their energies violently clashing at the point of contact. That single exchange made Horton reassess his opponent. Only 16, was it? This is beyond mere Vis manifestation. The storm-like surge of ash-colored Vis tried to suppress his own Vis, yet the calm in Helmut's eyes showed no fear of facing a strong opponent. Horton clenched his teeth. Remaining locked in Vis against Vis was disadvantageous. Better to settle this through swordsmanship. Clang, clash, clang, several exchanges followed. Helmut found a way to win. His opponent might have superior height and strength, but Helmut was smaller, presenting a narrower target. While he lacked in strength, his Vis compensated and his sharpness was unmatched. Seizing a moment when Horton shifted to defense, Helmut struck his sword fiercely, piercing through. Cuck! A low grunt escaped as the wrist struck at an awkward angle, twisted. Even if balance was lost, it could have been regained. But for a moment, muscles overloaded with force stiffened. Not missing the opportunity, Helmut closed in, clenched his fist, and struck hard at the diaphragm. Arg! Horton managed not to drop his sword, but his whole body was exposed. Helmut grabbed his sword-wielding wrist and roughly tripped him. Thud! Helmut's blade hovered over the fallen Horton's neck. Horton's face flushed with blood, his lips quivering as if to curse. It had been a while since Helmut felt such a thrilling fight, nearly burning him. Say it! Helmut's voice was cold. At last, from between Horton's gritted teeth, the words spilled. I lost. Loud cheers filled the stage immediately after. Hey, you're quite something. Knight Horton is a promising figure even within the Palma Knights. Have you been waiting here all this time? They were in a shady spot near the waiting area outside the arena. To Helmut's knowledge, Luke's turn was supposed to be much later. It wasn't the time for him to be here. Who said I was waiting for you? Luke denied it with a serious face. This place happens to have a good view of the stage. A privilege of the competitors. Clearly, he was wary of Helmut, making the effort to watch his match. This opponent was easier, I suppose. He had previously faced a Palma Knight in combat and won without much difficulty. Well, I saw someone during the preliminaries, that's all. Luke shrugged nonchalantly. Just then Horton, coming down from the stage late, passed by. Knight Horton, you did har. As Luke raised his hand in greeting, embarrassingly, Horton scowled and brushed past him. A clear snub. Helmut glanced at Horton's retreating figure and commented, it seems you don't get along with that guy. Ah, well, yes, I'm a stone rolled in from another country. It takes time to be recognized. He seemed to be defending the notion of camaraderie among Palma Knights. It's not just for that reason. Younger and from a foreign land, yet skilled, a combination enough to irk Horton, who had lived off his self-importance. He doesn't know, does he, that thing? That Luke Yeager is the great-grandson of the Sword Saint, Luke caught on immediately. Right, in our Knight Order except for the Knight Commander no one knows, only a few in the higher ranks know. His Majesty is aware though, Luke frowned slightly, but an unknown guy from another country like you knows this secret. What are you exactly? I told you I'd explain when the time comes. Curiosity is killing me. Can curiosity actually shorten one's lifespan? Unsure of this fact, Helmut responded seriously. Really? Sorry to hear that. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Anyway, well done. Luke patted Helmut's shoulder. Chapter 153 Part 1. Just as Helmut was about to leave his seat, a booming voice came from the other side. Luke, Anthony, how did you get here? I came to watch Luke's match. It was a little boy who looked no older than 10. Sprinting over, he hung onto Luke's leg with a beaming smile. Luke quickly patted the boy's head in response. However, a woman who appeared to be the boy's nanny caught up and grabbed Luke. Young master, you shouldn't enter here carelessly. I'm sorry, Sir Luke, it's okay. He patted the child's shoulder in a friendly manner. See you later, Anthony. Yes. For some reason, the child named Anthony waved his hand continuously and was dragged away by the nanny. To Helmut, who had always been calm since his childhood, this child seemed somewhat wild. He stopped to ask, "Who's the kid?" Judging by his clothes, he's not of commoner status, given he approached close to where the contestants were. Ah, that's the grandson of the Palma Knight Commander, Antony Cicero. The Knight Commander's son asked me to teach him the basics. He's been following me around ever since. The Knight Commander's son. He's not a knight, is he? Yes, he has no talent for the sword. Instead, he's an excellent bureaucrat recognized even by His Majesty, although he's not on good terms with the Knight Commander. The chattering Luke suddenly shut his mouth. Don't pry any further. With a frown, he turned his gaze quickly towards the stage. It was ridiculous considering he was the one who had been talking. The contestants were just being called up to the stage. Helmut also left after leaving a brief farewell. Good luck with the match. Not knowing anything leads to complicated relationships. It seems like the Palma Knight Commander is trying to eliminate Luke, but his son is pushing his own child towards Luke. Luke finds the child endearing. What a mess. The documents Talon provided mentioned that the Palma Knight Commander's son was causing conflict with his father by supporting the second prince. Could it be that he has nothing to do with the incident from 20 years ago? It's possible he doesn't know Luke is a descendant of the Sword Saint. It's difficult to tell who can be killed and who cannot. The opponent is not someone who can be easily dealt with. Not only is he powerful, but he also has the Palma Knights at his disposal. The Knight Commander leads the Knights at all times. Touching his family could complicate matters with Luke. It's as if the one seeking revenge is the villain. All he wants is for them to face the consequences they deserve. Maybe I should just be upfront with Luke about who to save and who to kill. But what if Luke opts for a merciful choice? What if he suggests burying the past? Helmut has no intention of accepting that. That was the problem. Because they might have different ideas, he could hinder Helmut. Helmut couldn't harm him. Nothing should happen to Luke Yeager. Not that Darien ever said to take revenge, nor did he say to protect his descendants. But Darien didn't know about Luke. If he had, he wouldn't have remained silent either. Anyway, he secured his place in the top 8. The prize money came to him every day he won. Helmut, with a heavier purse, headed to the inn. Before leaving the waiting area, he looked around and quietly moved when there was no one around, pulling his hood down low. Seeing the people surrounding the main contestants before, Helmut realized something. Michael had been warding off interested parties as if he had already had him. Though occasionally some did cling, he managed to shake them off. Annoying, but it worked out. Receiving an invitation to join from the Palma Knight Commander was enough. It was more convenient to get information from Michael. If there were really influential people, they would have approached him while he was in the waiting area, or they would have come to meet him at this Golden Leaf Inn. If it's a power holder from Basser, even Michael couldn't refuse. His role was merely to fend off the small fries. As it had always been, he encountered Michael at the inn. Whether it was after a match or to escape the scorching sun, taking refuge in the inn was the same for both of them. The tragedy of a non-Bassorian. Michael clasped his hands as if praying. Hide, it's not much longer now. We're already at the quarterfinals. Ah yes, only a few steps remained until the final. This realization suddenly struck him anew. Ordinarily, when one thinks of a martial arts tournament, one imagines a battleground of fierce fights. But for Helmut, it was different. Except for exerting a bit of effort today, he had breezed through the tournament so far. He hadn't encountered any challenging opponents. It felt more strenuous to practice swordsmanship in the training ground attached to his room. Considering the Basser martial arts tournament was known for its high level, this was no ordinary phenomenon. Is it my good luck or am I just strong? Helmut leaned towards the latter, realizing his own strength was a pleasant thing. Chapter 153 Part 2, Michael initiated the conversation. The opponent you defeated this time was a member of the Palma Knights. Since he was quite a high-ranking knight within Palma, there seems to be quite a stir. Everyone's paying more attention to you now. There hasn't been a year in the past 5 when a Palma knight didn't win. Now he was starting to stand out as a contender for the championship. He would be ranked lower than Luke Yeager. Palma strictly ranks by ability, so that must be the case. Michael's eyes widened at the casually dropped name. Luke Yeager, oh right, Hyde went to see him before. You met the Palma Knight commander then. Since they hadn't spoken outside the tournament stage or waiting area, Michael wouldn't know the content of their conversation. Helmut guessed that Michael noticed the Knight commander's offer to join because he saw him heading towards the waiting area. Helmut vaguely answered, Luke Yeager will probably be my opponent in the final. Do you consider him a notable opponent? Indeed, he's seen as a rising star within the Palma Knights, but I don't think that's why Hyde is interested in him. It was a sharp observation. Michael chuckled softly. I'm not trying to pry, just wondering about Hyde's purpose. To me, it doesn't seem like you're here to win the prize money or make a name for yourself in the tournament. You're confident in your abilities, so it's certainly not to test your strength. And your conclusion? Since you won today, let's have a meal. I would like to go out, but it would be troublesome now. Many people would recognize Hyde by now. Indeed, covering his face while moving around had become essential. Walking around without a disguise could work, but then there's a risk of someone discovering his true appearance, like the very Michael in front of him. It would be problematic to reveal more to this guy. Though Aaliyah also had secrets to hide and thus didn't pry, this clever individual was different. He would undoubtedly dig endlessly. How far he would go was uncertain. Helmut suggested, let's have a meal then. As they had done many times before, they dined together in the Emerald Room of the Golden Leaf Inn. It had almost become a ritual. Luke Yeager, too, had predictably advanced to the quarterfinals. On the tournament bracket that split in 2 directions, they were gradually closing in on each other. On the day of the match, before leaving, Michael said to him while looking at the bracket, your opponent in the quarterfinals is the only non-Bassorian contestant left besides you. In the round of 16, he struggled for over an hour against a Palma knight ranked lower than Horton Cicero but narrowly secured victory. He won't be a difficult opponent for Hyde. His name is Hutton. I've heard he's a fairly famous first-rank mercenary. In his mid-30s, I believe, mercenaries of his caliber usually avoid participating in tournaments so as not to lose to much younger knights, but unfortunately he met Hyde. There was a sense of victory in his voice. Michael seemed to underestimate Hutton based on the struggle, but Helmut thought differently. Being a mercenary of that age meant he had accumulated substantial combat experience. He could be a more challenging opponent than the Palma knight Horton he had previously encountered, a swordsman who knows how to win even in adversity. Still, I don't think I will lose. It would be better to not show his full strength from the start. Only 2 more steps to the final. Helmut steeled his resolve. Michael was seated in a prime spot with a clear view of the arena just before Hyde's match was about to begin. Hyde seems to overestimate his opponent, but how will it turn out? Michael watched the stage with interest. Despite being of a frail constitution, being in Basser for several days had somewhat accustomed him to the intense sunlight and heat. Perhaps due to Hyde's influence or taking better care of his diet, he felt a noticeable increase in his vitality recently. In the past, I detested watching knights spar or anything to do with martial tournaments. At some point, Michael had changed his mind. It was painful because he longed for something he couldn't have. If he couldn't have it, it was better not to want it. Even though he had such a weak and feeble body, unable to even wield a sword, Michael possessed something others did not. He used his abilities and what he was born with to bring strong swordsmen under his feet. Sir Michael. Suddenly, Robert whispered something into his ear. Michael responded with a gentle voice. Bring them here. Soon after, Robert returned with a man sporting an unkempt black beard and a quirky demeanor. The man respectfully bowed to Michael. Thank you for allowing me to watch the match with you, Sir Michael. The spacious area was all Michael's seating. Seats reserved for those who had to bring guards with them. Naturally, these were incomparably more expensive than regular seats in the tournament arena. Michael smiled gracefully. Not at all. Thanks to you, my knights were able to get new swords of fine quality. The man who appeared was Kevin, a renowned blacksmith from Basser. He was known for making swords for the Palma Knights and had recently completed an order of 5 swords for Michael. Kevin was a disciple of the legendary blacksmith Leighton and had learned the craft directly from him. Despite being a commoner by birth, he was so famous in Basser that the king had bestowed upon him an honorary title. Kevin felt a fondness for Michael, who respected him as a commoner. I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you'd be too busy with orders lately. Of course, I'm busy. But there's something interesting about this tournament. Something interesting, for example, a particular contestant. Oh, looks like the match is about to start. Let's talk while we watch. Kevin took a seat next to Michael without asking for permission, naturally settling in. Despite being a respected craftsman, he didn't care much about his appearance. His unkempt beard and hair and even his attire suggested he didn't mind being slightly repulsive. His clothes were of fine fabric but stained with grease, as if he had just come from hammering away in a sweltering forge, emitting a strong smell of sweat. I don't know if he can make swords look convincing, but he certainly lacks manners. Robert frowned, but Michael's expression remained unchanged. Ding, with the sound of the bell, the match began. Chapter 154, Part 1. On the stage, two individuals stood in confrontation. One was a blond young boy. Despite his youth, the restrained atmosphere that he commanded around him hinted at his achievements. However, his look didn't quite fit the setting of such a martial tournament, especially in Basser. But his movements were chillingly fast. As soon as the match began, he launched his sword at his opponent without hesitation. His opponent, having made it this far, barely managed to block the attack. Several exchanges happened in the blink of an eye. Watching the exchange on the stage, Kevin spoke up. "That boy, is he one of Sir Michael's people?" Michael did not deny it. "And if he is, I came to deliver a sword to a Palma knight only today as my work was delayed. I ended up near the stage and saw him by chance. His skills were indeed impressive, but what caught my eye wasn't so much his skill." Kevin continued, noticing Michael's curious tilt of his head. His sword looked familiar. Kevin narrowed his eyes, observing the stage. From this distance, even a blacksmith's eye couldn't follow the movement of the sword. There are only 37 weapons officially endorsed with Master Layton's personal inscription. As you know, Master considers any weapon without his inscription, even if it passed through his hands, a failure. I've heard about Master Layton's stubbornness. Master doesn't make swords for just anyone. Only those deemed worthy to wield his weapons receive one with his inscription. Some criticize him for being too proud for a blacksmith, but that's a craftsman's pride. Unlike me, who would make weapons for anyone with the money. Kevin chuckled and Michael responded softly. I see, Layton's reputation is indeed well known. Among the 37 endorsed weapons Master made, 3 are nearly identical swords. One day, inspired, Master locked himself in the forge and devoted days to crafting the first one. Unsatisfied with just one, he forged 2 more. I was there and saw it all. Being a blacksmith, I don't easily forget about weapons, the freshly forged brilliance of those swords. I'll never forget that shine for the rest of my life. The moment I saw that boy's sword, I doubted my eyes. It had the same shine as those from back then. Interest sparked on Michael's face. He interjected. And there's one strange thing, though. Of those 3 swords, only one went missing with its owner, and its whereabouts became unknown. Kevin's expression turned serious in an instant. The Sword Saint Darien de Firth sword. Michael's face twitched slightly, but he soon laughed lightly. Aren't you mistaken? He's not from Basser. It's hard for him to have a connection with the Sword Saint. I've heard it's trendy in the Empire to precisely imitate Layton's swords, so skillfully that even Layton himself would burst in anger. Layton's endorsed weapons were among the finest swords. Even if there was a qualitative difference, mimicking the exterior was possible. But Kevin's discernment was exceptionally sharp. Without even verifying the inscription, he recognized the sword by its appearance and the light it carried. Thus, Kevin was puzzled, clearly unconvinced. Could I possibly examine his sword? I'd like to verify it. Of course, but not today. He's quite sensitive, especially after a battle. Please visit the Golden Leaf Inn tomorrow. Ah, I understand. Thank you for your time. Kevin bowed deeply and withdrew contentedly, his curiosity not urgent. Once he was gone, Michael's smile vanished, his expression turning icy as he spoke. Sinis. Yes, Sir Michael. A man stepped forward to stand by his side. Robert tensed uncomfortably. Sinis was a man with a cool, unsettling aura. He didn't quite fit the image of a knight, more like someone who walked a darker path. Michael smiled again thinly. It looks like Sinis will have to take care of it. Meeting Michael's gaze, Sinis faced an order from the seemingly innocent-faced Michael that sent chills down the spine. Kevin is a fine blacksmith, a pity really, but it can't be helped. Silence him and do it when you find a chance. Yes, Sinis accepted the command without objection. Blacksmiths are busy and Kevin had no family. Known for his procrastination and missed deadlines, his sudden disappearance wouldn't be surprising. As soon as he left, Robert hurriedly spoke. Sir Michael, he makes swords for the Palma Knights, a well-known blacksmith in the Kingdom of Basser. If there's a problem, with the tournament going on, no one has the time to worry about a wayward blacksmith's whereabouts. Besides, let's keep today's conversation among ourselves. Yes. As everyone complied, Michael's gaze returned to the stage. He has the Sword Saint's sword. The thought was both intriguing and unsettling. Hyde used common swordsmanship. Could that have been an intention to hide his true skill? Michael's eyes narrowed. In the meantime, the match had ended. Chapter 154, Part 2. Hyde victory. The roar that shook the surroundings marked the end of the match. A tournament official handed him a towel. Helmut wiped the blood off his sword blade and sheathed it. His limbs felt stiff. It was a challenging fight, though it only lasted about 20 minutes. This guy was better than the Palma Knight, an experienced and cunning mercenary, dodging nimbly and occasionally striking with deadly precision. Even with superior speed and force, it wasn't easy to bring him down. A tricky type. Helmut crashed into him like a boulder, breaking his shield. The opponent stood up, laughing lowly. A honest sword. Loyal to strength without tricks, a well-trained blade. He clutched his bleeding shoulder with one hand. The pain must have been significant, yet he only grimaced without moaning. A patient and stoic man, he was the same during the fight. Not someone who could be quickly defeated without injury. Honest swords are destined to break someday. The world prefers the weak to survive. If it becomes strong enough not to break, that's enough. It's not that simple. A sword reflects its wielder's character. You're not one to betray, but such people are eventually betrayed by someone. Are you speaking ill because you lost? Not at all. Everyone experiences betrayal, big or small, in life. It's just advice for a winner. You seem to have never been broken before. Everyone seemed eager to offer advice to young Helmut, but this was advice he couldn't ignore. Was his name Hutton? A man who had accumulated countless experiences to rise to the rank of a first-rank mercenary. Not all those experiences were about life-and-death battles. His words carried weight. But a tree that has been broken once becomes even stronger. Hutton smiled wryly and extended his hand. Shake hands with me. You seem like you'll rise to heights I can't even dream to reach. A surprisingly down-to-earth character for a first-rank mercenary. Even second-rank mercenaries tend to be arrogant. Helmut lightly grasped his hand, and once again cheers erupted from the stands. Hide, hide, hide. The exchange of handshakes between the victor and the defeated was an apt conclusion to a tense duel, painting a picture-perfect moment. I wish it was my name echoing through the arena. Helmut pondered how it would have felt if his name, Helmut, reverberated across the tournament stands. The ambience would have felt even more palpable. For him, once abandoned in the forest of roots, to stand at the center of the martial arts tournament, exerting such overwhelming presence. And once again, to deeply realize the success of his life's greatest challenge. But this is fine too. Flowers began to rain down onto the stage. You're not supposed to throw those here. Organizers hurried to stop the crowd from tossing objects in preparation for the next match. Seems you're popular with the ladies. Since you don't wander around much, your fans are getting anxious, Hutton commented with a half-smile. If you need anything, find me through the Mercenary Guild. Under the name Hyde, he hinted, suggesting he was aware Helmut wasn't using his real name. Helmut tilted his head slightly. Are you suggesting I might have a job for you? To think he was here trying to drum up business. Was that his motive for participating? Helmut wondered. The cost of seats at the martial tournament was exorbitant, filled with nobles from Basser and abroad capable of hiring a first-rank mercenary. Hutton laughed heartily. What? Ha, sure, the tournament prize could hire me. But I mean for anything, you seem like the type to attract incidents. Among those, there might be some requiring a rank 1 mercenary. It was a puzzling statement. Helmut replied noncommittally. Ah, I see, I'll be off then. Hutton was still bleeding. It was time for him to receive treatment. Helmut descended from the stage and headed towards the waiting area. There he was again, standing there, Luke Yeager. Arms crossed, watching him, Helmut realized suddenly, I forgot to wave. He had meant to wave to the audience, but it was too late now. Approaching Luke, he initiated conversation. Just one more step after today's match. The unspoken remainder hung in the air between them. Their confrontation was imminent. Luke's match was next. Helmut hadn't seen it all, but among those left, no one seemed a match for Luke except Helmut himself. Luke seemed aware of this, exuding a relaxed air. Got nothing better to do, always hanging around here. Observing a competitor is meaningful. It allows one to identify strengths and weaknesses in advance. Are you asking me to watch? Cheer for me. Now I only take cheers from women. If I think all those spectators are beautiful women, I get energized. Helmut glanced briefly at the stands. While there were some women among the predominantly older male crowd, martial tournaments, especially in Basser, tended to be a frenzy for men. I see, thinking like Luke would require a bit more imagination. Though he had no intention of cheering, Helmut decided to watch Luke's match today. He needed to spot any weaknesses in Luke Yeager's performance. Facing him with common swordsmanship would be tricky, and revealing Darien's swordsmanship in the tournament wasn't an option. Before coming to Basser, he had thought of casually revealing his swordsmanship while disguised to gauge the traitor's reactions. But plans had changed. With a high chance of Knight Commander Ludus Cicero targeting Luke Yeager, Helmut needed to conceal his presence to remain an unpredictable element. The Dark Seed is a problem, and so is Darien's swordsmanship. There were numerous constraints. A perfect opportunity to showcase his full capabilities had yet to arise, nor had he encountered a worthy opponent. Helmut passed by Luke as he had done previously. Good luck with your match. But you don't think you can beat me with common swordsmanship, do you? It was a sharp inquiry. Helmut turned back. Luke Yeager wore a seriousness he hadn't shown before. You might have your reasons to hide, but you won't be able to do so till the end. You'll have to show your true strength, I'll make sure of it. Helmut turned away. If Luke Yeager, unleashing Darien's swordsmanship at full force, came at him with intent to kill, could he end it with common swordsmanship alone? Even Helmut didn't have the answer to that. Chapter 155, Part 1. Luke Yeager's match had ended. As always, he had emerged victorious. Helmut had no intention of waiting around to offer his greetings and leave. On his way out of the waiting area, Helmut somehow received a bouquet of flowers from a lady who appeared to be of noble birth. It seemed to be a continuation of the bouquets that had been thrown onto the stage earlier. Holding the bouquet, Helmut inspected it from various angles. He was suspicious that it might be a plot to harm a semi-finalist. The unnamed lady who had handed him the bouquet spoke with a flushed face. "Mr. Hyde, if you have the time, I would like to treat you to a meal." Right after her words, a storm of shouting burst out from afar. "There he is. Kaya, Mr. Hyde." It was like they were hunting prey. The high-pitched cries, the throng of women in colorful clothes rushing towards him felt oppressively overwhelming. Helmut calmly pulled his hood over his head and like lightning kicked off the ground and ran. "Mr. Hyde, don't go." Ignoring the shouts calling for him, Helmut felt it was better to leave, or he wouldn't end up in a good situation. It was strange for him to experience a situation that Aaliyah often encountered. When he arrived at the Golden Leaf Inn, the entrance was already crowded with strangers. Fortunately, it was a high-end inn that did not indiscriminately allow people in. Despite having his hood on, people recognized him by his physique and attire and called out his name. "Mr. Hyde, is it really you? How annoying." Dodging hands reaching out for him, Helmut stepped into the inn. Sounds of the inn staff arguing with the people chasing him could be heard from behind. "Just let us speak to him for a moment. How dare you, to treat nobility this way, you mere employee. This Golden Leaf Inn is a prestigious inn recognized by the royal family. If you wish to meet someone, please seek permission or wait outside." "I am a guest, I tell you, a guest." "What guest? You're obviously chasing after that person." The inn employee whom Helmut had slapped seemed to work even harder afterward. This was enough to be worth the night's stay of 2,000 marks, which was paid for by Michael, so it was free for Helmut. Quite the benefit. Pleased with the minor details, Helmut returned to the Emerald Room and cooled himself with cold water, washing away the heat. Having advanced to the semifinals, he was now a legitimate candidate for victory. He had always been a candidate for victory, but now it was more evident: 2 million marks. He wondered how it would feel to hold such a large sum of money. To claim the prize money, however, there was still one barrier left: defeating Luke Yeager using common swordsmanship. That restriction actually appealed to him. A victory earned despite constraints was all the more valuable. Sitting on the sofa, lost in thought, Helmut sensed Michael returning. "Ah, Hyde, you're back early. Did you have any trouble on your way here?" "I shook them off well. I had a bit of trouble myself." "Apparently the rumor has spread that you're my man." "Well, it makes sense. We are staying at the same place." Despite claiming to have had trouble, Michael had a sunny expression. "But when I pretended to faint on the street, they all let me go." Helmut could imagine how skilled Michael was at pretending to faint and was conflicted about whether to commend him for a moment. Michael noticed the bouquet Helmut had brought. "What's with this bouquet? Don't tell me you brought it for me." "No." Michael seemed somewhat disappointed. It was creepy. "Why does this guy want to receive a bouquet from me?" Knights may present bouquets to ladies, but Helmut was neither a knight nor was Michael a lady. It must be nice to be so popular with the ladies. Considering the impact of the tournament, you could marry a princess within 3 months in Bassar. "I'm not interested in marriage." Marrying so soon at the age of 15 seemed too early. Michael just smiled. "Anyway, well done today. Congratulations on making it to the semifinals. The victory is not far off now." Ah, with the number of matches decreasing, Michael seemed in noticeably better spirits for not having to sit long in the heated tournament arena. Now there seemed to be no one left for him to recruit. From today on, aside from Helmut, only members of the Palma Knights remained. It was now just for entertainment. But you know what? Something interesting happened today. Regardless of Helmut's response, Michael was going to say what he wanted. Helmut just listened quietly. As Michael took a seat across the sofa, his story continued. "Today, a man named Kevin came looking for me in the stands. He's interested in you, precisely in your sword." Helmut's posture stiffened on the sofa. Michael looked at him with narrowed eyes. "He's a disciple of a famous craftsman. Have you ever heard the name Leighton? I think you might know." Helmut's hand reached out. A soft neck was caught in his firm grip. With a little more pressure, he could end the life in his grasp. Helmut asked coldly, "What do you know?" Chapter 155, Part 2. It wasn't an overreaction, Michael knew. His gaze and expression revealed that he was aware. Despite the threatening atmosphere, Michael continued to speak with a smile. "That hide sword was made by a craftsman named Leighton. Leighton doesn't make swords for just anyone. That's why Kevin recognized your sword." Michael's lips moved continuously. "The sword of Darien de Firth." Helmut hadn't expected to keep it a secret forever. Only one person had recognized it as Leighton's sword before, a blacksmith in Baden. but that was because Helmut had entrusted his sword to him. Without closely examining and handling it, it would be impossible to recognize it as Leighton's work just by appearance. At this point, 20 years after the sword and its owner had disappeared, how could anyone recognize Darien's sword, especially since its appearance had changed? Humans Helmut had observed weren't that perceptive, but to be caught by Leighton's disciple of all people. Unfortunately, being someone of that caliber, he not only recognized it as Leighton's sword but likely knew it was Darien's as well. "Why tell me this?" Helmut gave Michael a sharp look. Despite the magical disguise giving his eyes a bluish tint, they were as chilling as his naturally jet-black pupils, warning that there were secrets not to be tampered with. Until now, Michael had not probed or unraveled Helmut's secrets, knowing that doing so would not leave him unscathed. There were boundaries between them, and Michael had just crossed one, right now. However, Helmut knew he couldn't kill Michael right away. The complications of being known to share a room with a foreign noble in a tournament were too great, yet Helmut needed to understand Michael's intentions and what he wanted. "Kevin, the blacksmith who knows this fact, will be dealt with. I'm telling you this because I want you to know," he smiled gently. "My silence and my goodwill. You're trying to owe me a favor. Hyde isn't someone who repays kindness with malice. You return what you receive, I know that." Being allies with him could be incredibly reassuring, but as an enemy, he could be extraordinarily threatening. So Michael intended to settle a debt to prevent becoming a complete adversary. "Think what you will, but if it gets out, you're dead." Helmut released his neck. Indeed, Michael had been good to him. It was surprisingly unappealing to snap his neck and end his life just for knowing that secret. "I've become human, it seems." Helmut realized anew. Michael exaggerated his reaction. "Wow, that was scary. You were quite imposing. It must really be a secret, huh?" No, it was a known fact to Ethan Kudrow. But he would not have told anyone. He wouldn't put his master's disciple in danger, so if it leaked, it was this guy. "Michael's name doesn't seem to be an alias," Michael asked nonchalantly. "Just one thing, what's your relationship with Sword Saint Darien de Firth?" Helmut disclosed this fact for the second time since coming to the outside world. "I am Darien's disciple." "Wow, am I sharing a room with the disciple of the Sword Saint? This is really amazing." His eyes sparkled as he leaned in too comfortably for someone whose neck was just gripped. "Don't make a fuss." Helmut frowned, reaffirming that Michael was a strange fellow. And he had to admit Michael was quite a strategist. Making him an enemy would be just as troublesome for Helmut. Such a person, if turned into an enemy, would never be careless in dealing with Helmut. Friendly for now. While friendly, he wouldn't leak secrets. That didn't mean Michael had to cooperate with whatever Helmut was doing. Helmut was not keen on owing him any more. "I won't ask why Hyde is hiding this fact in Basser. But it seems your goal isn't just the tournament. It would be wise if you think about how you can pretend not to know." If Helmut were to stir up trouble, Michael might find himself in a difficult position. It would be regrettable if this frail fellow ended up dying in a heated prison. It seems like something might happen. Yeah, he wanted something to happen. Helmut wanted to tie this up quickly and surely. With Ludus Cicero and Luke Yeager and all the tangled debts related to Darien. And he wanted to return to Baden Academy. Whether it would go as planned was uncertain, but he would not be defeated. He was too strong to lose. It could become troublesome. He resolved to conclude matters without revealing his identity as much as possible. That was his only resolution. "Well then, I'll pack my bags just in case I need to run away. It would be troublesome to get involved in the affairs of another country. As you know, I'm a bit frail." "All right, shall we have a meal?" Thus, the conversation ended on an odd note. The semifinal was easier than the quarterfinal. There seemed to be something like luck in the draw. The opponent Helmut faced was an older member of the Palma Knights but weaker than Horton. It was frustrating for him to have been defeated by a boy known to be 16. Hyde victory. Welcoming the familiar victory, Helmut looked up at the sky amidst the pouring cheers. A day without a single drop of rain. The scorching sun was burning his skin. The sun signifies the zenith. Only one step was left to reach the pinnacle, the victory. The match with Luke Yeager is the day after tomorrow. Engrossed in thought, his opponent asked with an imposing attitude despite the loss. "You're quite something for a young lad. Have you considered joining the Palma Knights?" To be called quite something by the loser, annoying. "Well, seeing your skills, it seems the Palma Knights need to work harder." "What? You?" Ignoring the opponent who was laughing awkwardly, Helmut turned away cleanly. Chapter 156 Part 1. Did I provoke him unnecessarily? It seemed to be the annoyance from the hot weather. In truth, the working conditions of the Palma Knights were tempting. It wasn't impossible to join them. If the situation doesn't conclude this time, I might have to become a member of the Palma Knights and hover around Luke Yeager. That would mean giving up the academy. He didn't like staying in a hot country like Basser, nor did he like that idea. For some reason, he had a strong instinct to return to Baden. Luke Yeager being weak is the problem, Helmut concluded simply. If he had been strong enough to protect himself from the grasp of Ludus Cicero, there wouldn't have been any problem. But since he couldn't, it was an issue. As Helmut was about to step down from the stage, he suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. "Ah, right, greetings." He waved his hand awkwardly, and with that insincere gesture, cheers erupted. "Hide, hide, hide, why does Aaliyah dislike this? Is it because it's annoying being surrounded by a lot of followers?" Helmut felt the thrilling excitement of being the center of attention anew. It was not a look of hostility or contempt, but one of praise. It was the treatment fit for the strong. "Hey, it seems you took my words to heart." The timing was a bit late, though. Luke Yeager, who had been unfairly blamed by Helmut, was there again today, as if it was his designated spot. His match was also after Helmut's today. It was quite the semi-final, so there was some time in between. Helmut faced him with a smile on his face. "It seems you like it there." Though it was shady, it wasn't as comfortable as the waiting area. By this point, it was almost like a fondness for a specific spot. Luke glanced back at the waiting area briefly. "No, there's something uncomfortable today." "You have something uncomfortable too," Luke frowned. "What do you think I am?" "Just a nice guy." In fact, that was true. Despite being a prodigy not yet 20 and strong, Luke Yeager didn't give off a heavy or prickly vibe, which perhaps made him seem approachable. Maybe that's why Horton looks down on him. But the fact that Luke Yeager, who wasn't like the typical stubborn, prideful swordsman, appealed to him was true, especially in stark contrast to Darien. Luke had a way with words in front of Helmut. He grumbled. "The second prince is coming to the waiting area. He says he's coming to encourage us, but I think it's just an excuse to meet me. I'd rather turn away, so he was hiding here. This place was somewhat of a blind spot. You can just meet him. Our commander supports the first prince, and if I, a member of the Palma Knights, meet him." "No, what am I even saying?" Luke quickly covered his mouth. He was too talkative. It was a good decision not to tell him the truth. It would be hard to hide his intentions from the commander of the Palma Knights. Helmut said nonchalantly. "I knew you knew that too. What don't you know? It'd be faster to start with that. I know things you don't know as well." "Oh yeah, like what?" Luke was getting irritable and somewhat angry. Helmut narrowed his eyes. "For example, that he was a disciple of his great-grandfather and had Darien's sword, and that his commander had betrayed Darien." Helmut changed the subject and suggested, "You shouldn't avoid it. What are you talking about? An enemy's enemy is a friend. Since the commander and the first prince are enemies of Darien, the second prince would be considered a friend. It should be the same for Luke Yeager." Helmut answered with a question. "He knows you're the great-grandson of the Sword Saint, right?" "Yeah, he knows. That's why he wants to keep talking to me. Maybe he thinks he can turn the support of the Palma Knights to his side through me. If he's the great-grandson of Darien, he might have that kind of influence, though it seems he doesn't want it. What the second prince knows is unclear. But if he shows active interest in the great-grandson of the Sword Saint, what would Ludus Cicero and the first prince think? Anyway, it would be dangerous for Luke Yeager. Aren't you interested in power? No, I am not, and the position of commander of the Palma Knights. What are you talking about? Luke looked around. His heart was smaller than expected. There's no one here, I'm just curious about the second prince. Helmut smiled slightly, but it doesn't seem like you're meeting him alone. What's that supposed to mean? You're curious, so let's meet him together, is that what you're saying? You can take it that way, it won't be disadvantageous for you. Why are you deciding whether it's disadvantageous or not? You'll understand once you know. I don't know. What understanding? Luke Yeager, who had raised his voice, coughed awkwardly. Anyway, you meet the second prince alone. I can't, it would make my position awkward. Aren't you curious about what I'll say to the second prince? At Helmut's insinuating question, Luke's eyebrows twitched. If you don't like it, stay here, I'll meet him alone. Helmut passed by him swiftly. It wouldn't do for someone suspicious like you to meet the second prince and say something strange. Luke eventually followed him hesitantly. Chapter 156, Part 2. The waiting area was quiet. There weren't many matches left. Luke Yeager's opponent, who had returned to the waiting area with Helmut and Luke, seemed displeased and went outside. He was also a member of the Palma Knights. Do you also have a bad relationship with that person? Yes, except for the commander, those from Basser sword families don't like me. Do you have friends? What do you think I am? You seem more like someone without friends. That was true. Luke Yeager named a few friends among his close colleagues. The Palma Knights seemed to be divided between those from prestigious sword families and those who were not. It's similar to the academy. In a rough country like Basser, respect in a force like Palma would ironically be detrimental. But Luke Yeager wasn't the type to bully or look down on someone weaker than himself. Someone skilled but young and unpolished like Luke could be easily underestimated. Now your turn to say, what do you want me to say? Your friends' names. Whether he was childishly playing or trying to deduce Helmut's identity through the names of friends, mentioning Aaliyah, whose name was well known, would have given him away. Helmut neatly ignored it. It seems the second prince is coming. Just then, footsteps were heard from outside. It seemed a number of knights had come with him, but only one person entered. Wait outside for everyone. With a soft voice, the second prince entered, a figure with a warrior's build. Helmut was certain he could join the Palma Knights easily, but he couldn't participate in the tournament because of his status. Who in Basser would dare to swing their sword properly against a prince in a duel? Seeing Luke, the second prince's lips curved into a smile. You're not avoiding me today, Luke Yeager. He hit the nail on the head. Luke's face showed discomfort, but he promptly showed respect to the prince. I greet the second prince. I greet the second prince. Helmut followed suit, bowing his head. He had learned to follow the customs of the country. After all, the prize money was provided by Basser. He had to show respect to the one giving the prize. You have company, the finalist Hyde right. Because of you our Basser Knights' pride has been hurt, I hear. If they're weak, losing is natural. They just have to accept reality. This guy, Luke elbowed him quietly. The other party was a prince, but the second prince, true to Basser's love for the strong, smiled it off. You have the right to say that with your skill. The matches so far have been very impressive. I expect the same in the final. Personally, for the honor of the Palma Knights, I hope the winner is Luke Yeager. He says he'll only accept the cheers of women. What? Ha ha ha, the second prince burst into laughter. Luke's face twitched. It was already an awkward relationship. What in the world is this guy saying in front of the prince? The second prince, quickly regaining his composure, tilted his head and asked. But it seems you two are unexpectedly close. Absolutely not, it's not like that. Despite being the first to deny it, Luke Yeager glared somewhat at this side. Helmut ignored it lightly and asked the second prince. What do you think of the Sword Saint Darien de Firth? Despite the sudden change in topic, the second prince smoothly responded. A person worthy of respect. When I was young, my dream was to receive sword training from him. Unfortunately, I was refused. Why? He said my talent was insufficient to pass on his sword. Even princes have no exceptions. That old man was quite direct even with the prince, Luke Yeager murmured inadvertently. The carelessly spoken words were negative. Darien de Firth was a national hero. The second prince showed a slight displeasure. Do you talk about your great-grandfather like that? It wasn't a noble's tone. After Luke coughed, he said. No, actually, my grandfather keeps calling him that old man, so it stuck. What did he say to my grandfather? You may be lacking, but since you're my son, receiving swordsmanship training is a sacred honor. He often said that. The second prince nodded with a smile. His personality is quite straightforward. After giving a generous assessment, he suddenly looked sharply at Helmut. Did this boy already know? He doesn't seem surprised. Luke Yeager had a realization. Helmut quickly replied. I knew, it's not what I told him. He already knew, I don't know how, but it's fine even if you did tell. I respect your desire to be recognized for your skill rather than hiding the fact that you're a descendant of the Sword Saint. That's not it. Luke, who ended up giving the impression of a blabbermouth to the second prince, had a dead expression. But it was the second prince who had revealed it. Anyway, revealing it after the tournament ends seems appropriate. What do you think? If I win the final, I'll reveal it. I'll have to wait until next year, Helmut thought leisurely. He didn't plan to participate next year. The 2 million marks were tempting, but Basser was too hot. I see, but the reason I came to see you, Luke, is that there's something you need to hear. After the tournament, come see me. This isn't the right place. The second prince's gaze lingered on Helmut for a moment, an opponent who didn't seem to plan on leaving. Assessing how much to reveal, he became serious. This is about your safety. Helmut's gaze fixed on the second prince. He immediately understood what he was about to say. Wouldn't it be safer for me not to come to you? I am a member of the Palma Knights. I cannot go against the commander's will. Luke's expression became serious as well. Given the commander of the Palma Knights supports the first prince, appearing close to the second prince was problematic. The second prince shook his head. I mean to come secretly, I'll send someone, he added cautiously. It's a very important matter, it won't harm you. Chapter 157, Part 1. From the second prince, a sudden aura of majesty was felt. It wasn't oppressive but subtly pressing down. It was different from the pressure exerted by those with formidable martial power. It was the kind of momentum a monarch might possess. For Helmut, it was a distinctly unfamiliar type. Luke Yeager hesitated to respond. He knew he had to refuse, but formulated in such a way refusal seemed difficult. Helmut became certain. The second prince must know that those who harmed Sword Saint Darien are in this place, Basser, and that he himself might be in danger. Even the fact that the traitor was Ludus Cicero. He must know, after all, narrowing down who benefited from Darien's death makes it obvious. I suppose you should agree, he concluded. Encouraged by Helmut, who had decided to help the second prince wore an odd expression while Luke Yeager appeared utterly taken aback. If you say I should agree, then should I just agree? Don't feel like it. Let's make a bet then. If you lose to me in the final, you'll go see the prince then. Betting was perfect for getting someone to do something they disliked. Helmut suggested it based on his experience. What, you really? Luke Yeager couldn't help but get riled up by such words. Helmut stared at him intently. His gaze was inscrutable, almost dismissive. Doubting yourself? Who said I am? Fine, let's do that. But what if you lose? If I lose, I'll answer any question you have, whatever it may be. Deal. The bet was made on the spot. Immediately after, Helmut declared, Luke Yeager will go see your highness. It might be best to support me. Luke gritted his teeth and the second prince wore an astounded expression. You have. Let's just say I have a good intuition. The second prince stared intently at Helmut. However, he only furrowed his brow and did not inquire further. Soon after, the prince excused himself and disappeared. I'll be off then. I'm looking forward to the final. I hope both of you put on a good match worthy of the expectations. Immediately after the second prince left the room, Luke Yeager abruptly seized Helmut's shoulder firmly. What are you thinking? Do you even know who that man is? I know His Highness the Second Prince. Why are you so eager to push me towards him despite my objections? You're manipulating without even giving a reason. Luke seemed genuinely angry. Perhaps he regretted agreeing to it after all. More importantly, I'm curious. A question followed, filled with bewilderment. Is a member of the Palma Knights a slave to the Knight Commander? What nonsense are you spouting? Then why can't you decide for yourself whom to support? Luke appeared to be caught off guard. Clearly, he also thought the first prince wasn't the right choice. It's common for people to see things similarly. It's not that simple. I'm still young and have only recently joined the Knights. Even seniors can't speak against the Knight Commander. How can I oppose supporting the first prince? Is that so? What's your opinion on the Palma Knight Commander? I cannot judge my superior. However, Luke's expression remained unrelaxed. Even Ludus's son supported the second prince, and the members of the Palma Knights were reluctant to support the first prince. Did the Knight Commander know this? Was he ignoring it and supporting the first prince anyway? The answer was obvious. Did he see some royal qualities in the first prince that others didn't, supporting him? Stop it. Luke Yeager grimaced uncomfortably. Then think about why he can't withdraw his support for the first prince. Helmut sowed doubt. Luke trusted the Palma Knight Commander, but there was one thing that nagged at him, the inexplicable support for the first prince. That was what he needed to dig into. Is the Palma Knight Commander involved in some back deal? Or is he being extortion? It could be both. What will you do if that's the case? That's not something I can decide right now. I'm not in a position to. He was wavering. Luke Yeager might think that way. But if you are the descendant of the Sword Saint, it's different. He underestimates his position, unaware of the dangers his future might face just because he is the descendant of Darien. After all, in this nation of Bassar, built by Darien, how could his descendant be threatened? Just know I have reasons to act on your behalf. Think over what was said today. Not just by me but by the second prince as well. The aftermath would follow the final. Helmut turned away, not expecting much, but getting Luke Yeager to think was enough. By planting seeds of doubt early, revealing the truth later would be smoother. Chapter 157 Part 2. Upon returning to the inn, Michael immediately approached. Annoyance seemed inevitable. Helmut, did you meet the second prince? Yes. The question of how he knew was moot. Facing Michael, Helmut felt as if the situation was reversed compared to dealing with Luke Yeager. He knows me, but I don't know him. Unlike Luke Yeager, I'm not interested in this guy. Showing interest might give him away. Even that might be part of Michael's strategy. Did the second prince propose any conditions? He's in need of talents to stand against the Palma Knights. Apart from them, all other knights support the second prince. Nothing of that sort. Was it such a significant condition that you hesitate to tell me? Michael was persistent. He seemed determined not to let Helmut be taken from Bassar, perhaps because he had invested much effort. Again, nothing, it was just a visit to encourage the finalists. He pondered deeply, his eyes lighting up. The second prince isn't someone to act rashly. It must be you or Luke Yeager then. Speaking of which, you had an interest in him too. What could a Palma Knight have that I don't know about? What's clear is that Michael's intelligence network, at least within Bassar, doesn't surpass that of Black Hawk. But that also means Black Hawk's intelligence is exceptional. Useful fellows. Not being able to eliminate Fascio was regrettable, but the gains from it were significant. Helmut realized through Black Hawk that sparing an enemy and extracting a price can be beneficial. He moved past Michael. I'm off to bathe. Ah, Helmut, congratulations on making it to the final. As if he hadn't been pressing questions moments ago, Michael smiled brightly. Helmut glanced at him before heading straight for the bathhouse. Now only the final remained. After the scorching sun set, the desert turned ice cold at night. The extreme heat of Bassar's desert belonged only to the day. At night, the vast desert was ruled by chill. The desert's tremendous diurnal temperature variation and harsh conditions had long resisted human domination. The desert had been, for much of its history, a realm of beasts, or still was. Because although humans had driven the demonic beasts back, their fragile bodies couldn't survive in the barren sands. The desert belonged to those who dwelled within it. Ka. A low howl vibrated each grain of sand. Red eyes flared through the white expanse spreading across it. With a burst, sand split like a wave, revealing a monstrous form atop a dune, a malevolent dark red carapace. two massive pincers, a venomous tail. The creature was a giant scorpion, instilling terror in those who beheld it. This being held a special significance in Bassar, the desert's ruler scorpion. However, the being that had long been a symbol of fear in Bassar's desert had died. It had been over 30 years since Scorpion fell to the sword of Sword Saint Darien de Firth. Scorpion was cunning and formidable. It fought viciously, utilizing the desert terrain, but ultimately fell. Yet in its dying moment, it buried its core deep in the earth, an unusual act for a demonic beast. Darien couldn't immediately deal with the core, and one of Scorpion's offspring fled with it in its mouth. The creature consumed the core, making it its own. It took time to fully assimilate the magical power, but it wasn't as strong as Scorpion. With its underdeveloped magical nature, it couldn't handle the magical power bestowed upon it. Scorpion was powerful not because of its immense magic, but because of its intelligence. It was natural that a less intelligent offspring couldn't become like Scorpion unless given a long time. Time, however, was not granted, and the creature lost its freedom. Ki-eyeing. The creature, enjoying freedom for the first time in a while, flashed its red eyes. A transparent orb embedded in its head reflected a white light. The creature was enveloped in a contrasting pure white power to its dark magic. It was sacred magic controlling magic. It was a powerful restraint. For the creature, it was an inescapable bondage. The restraint had suppressed its instincts until now, but today the restraint didn't hold back the creature. It had the chance to unleash its instincts freely, although its goal was set. Ki-eye, the scorpion's gaze fell on a small oasis. Humans gather around oases. A village of no more than 30 families survived in the desert, braving its winds. Excited by the prospect of tasting human blood and flesh after so long, the scorpion's tail thrashed the ground. Sand dust swirled like foam. Unable to wait any longer, the creature slid toward the village like an arrow. Behind it, numerous desert beasts followed. On the stage of the final, Helmut faced Luke Yeager. He seemed unusually tense, remaining silent as if nervous about the upcoming final. The match hadn't started yet. Deafening cheers assaulted their ears. Shouts calling Helmut's name were as fierce as those for Luke Yeager, a member of the Palma Knights. It wasn't the time for conversation. Helmut glanced at his sword. To face the descendant of the Sword Saint with the sword given by the Sword Saint himself was an unforeseen circumstance. Darien wouldn't want me to go easy on his descendant in a duel. Darien would want Helmut to fully engage in any competition. There was no option to go easy anyway. Helmut was bound by force. He could break free, but the aftermath was the concern. Despite the dilemma, the conclusion was unchanged. "I'll have to use all the exposable power I have," Helmut declared. "I'll only use common swordsmanship." His voice, filled with determination, cut through the surrounding noise, reaching clearly. Luke Yeager's gaze turned cold, as if questioning Helmut's words still. "Don't misunderstand, it's not because I underestimate you, but because I have reasons. Then, because of your reasons, you'll lose." "I won't lose. But that's because I'm strong, so don't feel bad about it." He wasn't lacking in ability to be disheartened by a loss. Luke Yeager showed his sword still sheathed. "You speak as if you've already won. That's something you won't know until we fight." "Indeed." That attitude was somewhat admirable. Helmut smiled slightly. Ding! With a familiar bell sound, the match began. Chapter 158, Part 1. Luke Yeager was aggressive from the start. He quickly launched an attack on Helmut, igniting a faint golden aura around his blade. As Helmut parried his sword, he felt a sense of déjà vu. A thrill ran through him. It was Darien's swordsmanship, a technique established by one who had reached the pinnacle of mastery with the sword. The trajectory of the sword's movement was etched into his vision. It was the very technique that Helmut had honed through countless hours of diligent practice. He knew it all too well: how to counter an attack, how to deflect, and the sharpness required to thrust back with minimal effort. But Luke Yeager had made the technique his own, showing signs of extensive practice. No matter how well Helmut knew it, facing Darien's top-tier swordsmanship with a basic common technique was a significant handicap. Helmut realized anew, he truly is Darien's descendant. It was as if he was seeing a young Darien alive once more. Had there been such a talented individual, Darien would have taught him swordsmanship even if he were not his blood relative. However, Darien's disciple was Helmut, not Luke Yeager. With a final clash, Luke Yeager stepped back. The period of testing each other was over. Neither had gone all out yet. It seemed Luke had spent the time observing Helmut. There was a brief moment of respite. Helmut tilted his head slightly as he looked at Luke. Luke's eyes were steady. He was fully immersed in the battle. 2,000,000 marks. That would be a tremendous sum even for a noble. Moreover, he was currently carrying the honor of the Palma Knights. If I win, those who already dislike him will have another reason too. Other members of the Palma Knights had lost to Helmut, but such trivial matters were of no concern. However, Helmut had no need to consider Luke Yeager's social standing. "I can't afford to lose," He must win, there was only one option. Helmut raised his sword tip ready to strike first, but at that moment squawk. A sound too sharp and rough to be from a bird echoed through the air. The cry, filled with magical energy, left ears ringing. A magical beast. Helmut hadn't heard of any disruption planned during the match. Helmut sheathed his sword and stepped back, and Luke did the same. Both looked up simultaneously along with everyone else. A giant shadow descended onto the stage. It was a massive bird, a magical beast from the desert. With wings wide enough to cover the sky, it was clutching something in its talons, a bloody mass. As it was hard to see what it was, everyone squinted towards the sky. Only Helmut recognized the identity of what was clutched in the shadow's talons, though he couldn't comprehend why. Why would it be carrying that and flying? The bird lowered its altitude and dropped its cargo. Thud. The moment the object hit the center of the stage, blood splattered everywhere, eliciting screams from somewhere. It's a corpse! Oh dear God! Helmut stared at the object that had fallen onto the stage with a puzzled look. A mass of several people mangled and intertwined. Limbs were severed and torsos were crushed into a single lump. It was difficult to make out any distinct shapes. The impact of the fall had scattered them. Gags and faintings followed the horrendous sight. The stands buzzed with activity. Sounds of people collapsing were heard, and some spectators began to leave. Helmut was skeptical. What is this, a surprise event? But that would be more fitting for a festival. This was the capital of Bassar, with even the royal family present. Such an event here would surely lead to executions, something Helmut understood. Even for a warrior nation, this was not ordinary, but for a magical beast to appear here alone was also strange. Helmut glanced at Luke out of caution. He too was furrowing his brows, clearly bewildered. Naturally, the match was paused. The referees and the tournament organizers had come onto the stage but seemed unsure of what to do next. Half the stage was stained with blood. Helmut, despite being nearby, remained clean, having skillfully avoided the blood splatter. Helmut resheathed his sword and approached the corpse, inspecting it closely. There were a few things he could tell. It hasn't been dead for long. The fabric barely clinging to the severed torso was something commoners would wear. There was sand on it. These were people who had died in the desert. An attack from the desert. That wouldn't be uncommon in Bassar. However, it was unusual for a magical beast to carry the corpses all the way to the capital. Before long, the bird had gracefully flown away from the tournament grounds. Although the Palma Knights were present, engaging the beast could have resulted in a disaster if it decided to attack the crowd. Luke Yeager murmured, could this be a declaration of war? A magical beast declaring war? It wasn't impossible for a creature with intelligence, but something didn't add up. Helmut inadvertently shifted his gaze to a corner of the stands. There sat the commander of the Palma Knights, Ludas Cicero, receiving a piece of paper. He soon called over a subordinate to give instructions. A strange tension emanated from him as he spoke. In that moment, Helmut realized. A new stage had been set, an entirely new stage. Someone approached Helmut. The match is paused for now, please move to the waiting area. And just like that, the final match was abruptly halted. Chapter 158 Part 2. Upon entering the waiting area, Helmut looked at Luke Yeager. What happened? From the looks of those corpses, it seems a magical beast might have attacked a village in the desert. Is it common for magical beasts to behave like that in Bassar? Of course not. I was just as surprised. So it wasn't a normal situation. Helmut expressed his disappointment. We didn't even get to fight properly before it ended. That's not what's important right now. What's crucial is figuring out what the magical beast is up to. It sounded quite knightly. Soon, a familiar presence approached the waiting area. The door opened, and in came Ludas Cicero, the commander of the Palma Knights. He stopped Luke, who was about to greet him, with a gesture and spoke with a heavy voice. Due to the unfortunate incident, we cannot proceed with the final match. The tournament grounds are being cleared and the spectators are being evacuated. He added with emphasis, it's a national crisis. This is not the time for a final match. He wouldn't have ruined the tournament over 2 million marks that he wasn't even paying. Helmut closely observed the one he suspected to be orchestrating this situation. Ludas Cicero continued, unfazed. Furthermore, Luke Yeager, a member of the Palma Knights, will be drafted for a mission. I accept the command. While it was obvious for Luke, Helmut felt differently. So how will the winner of the final match be determined? We'll reschedule for a suitable time later. Rescheduling was inconvenient. There was no telling how long later could be, and Helmut couldn't stay in Bassar indefinitely. If Luke Yeager dies, I would be declared the winner. But it was imperative to prevent that scenario from happening. That would be problematic. Ludas Cicero casually offered a solution. Alternatively, we could combine the first prize of 2 million marks with the second prize of 500,000 marks, making 2.5 million marks, and split it equally between you two. This approach could work as well. It would be better for you, especially since you are not a native of Bassar and cannot wait indefinitely for a rescheduled final match. It appeared he wasn't just there to inform them about the situation, but also had the authority to negotiate the division of the prize. What are your thoughts? We don't have much time. Knights were busy evacuating the royals and nobles who had come to watch the tournament. There was much to do, including reporting to the king and preparing for deployment. Lucius Cicero was clearly under pressure. Helmut inquired softly, "What if I have a better suggestion? If it's within my authority, I'll consider it. How about this? I join the Palma Knights on their quest to hunt the demonic beast. The one who achieves more merits wins. What do you say?" Hunting demonic beasts was Helmut's specialty. Luke Yeager had only been with the Palma Knights for 8 months and likely hadn't participated in such a hunt before. Helmut felt he had the upper hand in earning merits. "Do you remember the offer I made to you before?" "Yes. Are you considering joining the Palma Knights?" "I am considering it. But I want to experience the difficulty of the mission firsthand." Helmut gave a plausible excuse akin to job shadowing. He had heard that academies sometimes offer similar experiences. Lucius Cicero frowned. "This is no joke. The desert's demonic beasts are no easy foes. You could die. There won't be anyone to look after you." "Who could possibly look after me?" There was a calm yet arrogant air about him, a sharp presence momentarily emanating from his body. Realizing something, Lucius Cicero finally said, "Right, you're a finalist. You'd be a valuable asset." No matter how young and frail the boy might seem, his skills were beyond doubt. After a moment of contemplation, possibly reluctant to introduce an unknown factor into his plans, Cicero conceded. "This is a matter of national duty for Basser. Normally, we wouldn't include non-knights. But given your proposal and the unresolved duel, it seems fair. Having a skilled swordsman is indeed valuable, so I agree." Helmut's slight smile indicated his victory. He was now free to disrupt Cicero's plans as he pleased, unbeknownst to Cicero. "However, since you're an unexpected addition, your mission fee will be calculated based on the second-rank mercenary rate." "Understood, yes." Helmut had expected nothing, but Basser, being a wealthy nation, ensured everything was accounted for. Even if Cicero had refused, Helmut would have followed secretly. Surely in the desert filled with demonic beasts, Cicero would seek to eliminate Luke Yeager. It would be natural in such circumstances. Perhaps he wanted to prevent Luke Yeager from winning the final and revealing himself as Darien's great-grandson. The fact that the second prince had sought an audience with Luke Yeager and that he had come to the waiting area would have been known. The second prince wanted Luke Yeager to reveal his lineage as Darien's great-grandson. Lucius Cicero would have been aware of this. "Whether you live or die, Basser will not be responsible. You will obey orders. Do you agree?" "Yes. Prepare with Luke Yeager and join us. He will inform you of what you need. We depart today, so hurry." After Lucius Cicero left, Luke asked, "Are you sure you're up for this? Hunting demonic beasts is challenging enough, but you're accustomed to the comforts of a good inn. The desert is nothing like the capital. It's deathly hot during the day and freezing at night. You might still consider taking the commander's offer." Helmut disliked the heat but was accustomed to the cold. However, he had someone he needed to look after. "What's with that look? What does it mean?" Reacting sharply, Helmut offered Luke Yeager a piece of advice. "Take care of yourself. You take care too. Anyway, if you're coming, follow me." Chapter 159, Part 1. Helmut hardly had any luggage with him. After all, he had a cloak with a space expansion magic spell on it. Inside his luggage were items best kept away from prying eyes, so he never left them unattended. However, the horse that couldn't be placed in the cloak was left at the inn. Though it may not perform as well as Basser's horses or camels in the desert, it was a junma, known for its adaptability. Having ridden it here, it was better to keep it with him as it had gotten used to the path. Heading to the Golden Leaf Inn, Helmut encountered Michael. Michael, who had returned early amidst the chaos, welcomed Helmut warmly. He had been thinking it was about time to speak to him, as a matter of courtesy to his provider of food and shelter. For some reason, it felt necessary. "That's what happened." Michael was not surprised by Helmut's brief explanation. "It seems you're taking on demonic beast subjugation earlier than planned. I was watching the competition when the giant bird suddenly appeared. I was startled. At first, I thought it was an event, but given the reactions, it seemed like an unusual occurrence in Basser. It's a shame the final was ruined. It seems I wasn't the only one who thought it was an event. To outsiders, such incidents in Basser might not seem unusual. Demonic beasts activity at such a time. How strange," Michael murmured, seemingly unfazed even by the ghastly sight of corpses dropped on the stage. Outside the searing heat, there seemed nothing to worsen Michael's complexion. Bold for a noble's son. Even those from sword families aren't usually this daring. However, concerns about Michael were not immediately pressing. The current priority was the demonic beast subjugation. No, not the subjugation itself, but the plan of the Palma Knights commander targeting Luke Yeager. Now, Helmut also had to be on alert. "I need to review the documents on the Palma Knights again." It was uncertain how many of the Palma Knights would participate in or turn a blind eye to this matter. He had performed escort and guard duties before. Even protecting the weak, Luke Yeager was a decent enough person to guard. This time, however, the opponent seemed formidable. I'm not just up against the Palma Knights commander. Darien had gone to catch the Scorpion's offspring and got caught instead. It's unlikely Darien, the former commander of the Palma Knights, would move for an unsubstantial target. There must be a powerful demonic beast at play. Given the beast's movements, it's probably being controlled. The way it provocatively dumped bodies was uncharacteristic of demonic beasts. Moreover, the timing was impeccable. It felt orchestrated by humans. An act of the temple or a mage, hard to say, not something a swordsman could do. Helmut considered the possibility of the Palma Knights commander having a special power unknown to him. Moreover, the Palma Knights followed him. If the commander orders them to eliminate Luke Yeager, some would follow without needing a reason. Demonic beasts and Palma Knights alike, they were all enemies. This time he truly needed to exert his full strength. A heavy yet willing feeling washed over him. Lost in thought, Michael spoke again. But deciding the winner like that, it seems a bit unfair. Going with the Palma Knights, won't they favor Luke Yeager? The chance to earn accolades would naturally tilt in his direction. It's disadvantageous to you. I chose to do so. Why? Is there a special reason? Splitting 2.5 million marks or taking 2 million for oneself. The prize money differed by 750,000 marks. But it was hard to believe that Helmut would risk losing 2 million marks just for that. Michael knew Helmut detested the heat of Basser, so if Helmut was willing to follow into the desert, it wasn't solely for the prize money. Is it related to Luke Yeager? What is he to you? The nuance was peculiar. It would be unpleasant if misunderstood in a weird way. Helmut responded with something similar to what he had told Ludus Cicero. Job shadowing, pardon, demonic beast hunter and Palma Knight, a good opportunity to experience both sides. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? It's true. Just tell me how Luke Yeager has captivated you. Michael seemed convinced there was something about Luke Yeager. Helmut raised his eyebrows. I don't like that phrasing. At that moment, someone knocked on the door loudly. Hey, aren't you done yet? Michael turned his head towards the door. Helmut had come to this Golden Leaf Inn with Luke. Since the Knight Commander had instructed them to prepare together, Helmut had decided to pick up his things here first. They planned to visit Luke's place afterward. Luke, who had urged Helmut to hurry when they came up, seemed to have grown impatient with the lengthy conversation. We're done. Helmut quickly opened the door, relieved to escape Michael's probing. Why did it take so long? Were you offering prayers together or what? Luke's gaze fixed on Michael, his pupils dilating. Is this a statue? Luke reached out to touch Michael's head unconsciously and then flinched. You're a person, utterly rude. Chapter 159, Part 2. With only his thumb and forefinger, Michael carefully removed Luke's hand from himself, as if peeling away dirty hair. Helmut pushed Luke out the door, feeling it best not to entangle the two. Luke, puzzled, remarked, no matter how young, why do some men look so delicate? I've come across rare things one after the other. Not only are you rude, but you also speak as you look. What's wrong with how I look? Luke casually touched his face, which was objectively handsome. Due to the influence of the martial arts tournament, he was extremely popular among the women of Basser. Michael responded with a somewhat cold smile. It's fine if you don't understand. It seemed to imply a light, frivolous impression. Clearly, Michael didn't like Luke Yeager. Whether due to the rudeness at their first meeting or because of Helmut was unclear. Soon, the temperature of the smile changed. Michael gave Helmut a bright smile. Take care, Hyde. I hope you don't get hurt. It sounded as if he would wait here until Helmut returned. Before Helmut could decline, the door closed. A clean break, leaving no room for argument. Wait if you like, it didn't matter much. Michael didn't seem too busy to leave Basser right away. As they descended the stairs, Luke placed a hand on Helmut's shoulder and asked, Your friend, why is he so unpleasant? He's not a friend. Not a friend. Ah, I've heard rumors of someone serving you already. It's not like that, just a provider of food and shelter. After briefly explaining the situation, Luke nodded without further questions. Really? A peculiar relationship. What does he do? I don't know, I didn't ask. Pretty but chilly, not cute at all. Ah, you're the same. I don't particularly want to appear cute to you. You. Refer to me as Sir Luke when on duty. His voice carried a hint of boasting. Fine, Sir Luke. Right, address me as such from now on. Luke proceeded with a somewhat swaggering gait. Helmut's eyes narrowed. Luke was only 18, mature for his age but still young. A freshly matured male. Despite his congenial personality, he was somewhat elated by such minor acknowledgments, especially since his Palma was the leading knight order in Basser. Of course, to Helmut, who received a direct invitation to join from the Palma Knight Commander at 15, this was not so impressive. But there was no need to belittle him openly. Let's hurry. The stage set by Ludus Cicero was about to begin. His heart raced with anticipation. With a mix of slight anxiety and great expectation, Helmut willingly stepped onto the new stage, as an unpredictable factor. After leaving the inn and visiting Luke's residence, an unknown man approached them. "Sir Luke, who are you? I come with a message from a noble personage. Please accept this." The man, giving off the vibe of a messenger, handed over a single note and disappeared. "Now we've reached the point where even men," Luke joked as he unfolded the note. The moment he saw the seal of the second prince inside, his expression hardened. He turned away from Helmut to read the note, his face growing increasingly serious. "What in the world is this?" Luke glanced at Helmut, his eyes filled with contemplation, but his dilemma was short-lived. This boy might know something. "Do you by any chance understand what this means?" Helmut read the note Luke held out. "I've heard you're leaving urgently for demonic beast subjugation. Many eyes are upon us, so I leave you this message alone. Do not take this lightly and be wary of your back. Trust no one in the night order with it. Remember this well if you wish to preserve your life. I await your safe return from the mission." It seemed the second prince had his suspicions about the sudden situation, though he lacked certainty. Helmut kindly interpreted the note as it was. "It seems he's worried you might be stabbed in the back during the subjugation." "Why would he worry about that? No, this means someone in the Palma Knights is targeting me, doesn't it? The very knight commander targeting you." If Luke knew, he'd be terrified. Revealing it prematurely could expose him to greater danger. For now, while Helmut was with him, it was okay not to know. He would tell him when the time was right. "I've never made enemies." "Does the second prince think so poorly of my reputation? I know there are people who dislike me. But that's not the issue. Being a non-Bassorian finalist in the Knight Order, aren't you an eyesore to the Bassorians? Betray a colleague over such a reason. Reasons for betrayal vary. They can be trivial." While there were strong suspicions as to why Lutus Cicero betrayed Darien, Helmut was not certain it was the truth. Viewing the Knight Commander's position as a motive seemed inadequate. Lutus Cicero wasn't known for greed. Rather, aside from supporting the first prince, his reputation was quite decent. He had been a model knight, fulfilling his role as the Palma Knight commander. Hence, Luke Yeager and other Palma Knights followed him, but there's no definitive reason for human betrayal. What Helmut knew was that Luke Yeager could follow Darien's footsteps. Luke muttered, "It's unsettling even before we set out." The final ended in disarray, and now this feels like a harbinger of trouble. Well, perhaps being cautious will suffice. Luke Yeager began to seriously consider the warning. That was enough for now. Indeed, their conversation ended there, but Luke's furrowed brow remained steeped in thought. Chapter 160 Part 1. The place that was attacked is a small oasis village near the desert, 6 days away from the capital by horse. What Lutus Cicero received at the martial arts tournament was urgent news that had flown in from nearby. The reason why the news of the village being massacred spread so quickly was because there was a survivor. When the village was attacked, there was only one person who managed to escape and survive. Rather than miraculously surviving, it was more accurate to say that the beasts had spared him. As if urging them to quickly inform the other humans about the attack, it was a gathering of all the members of the Palma Knights. After an aged knight finished giving a rough explanation, Lutus Cicero, who had been silent, opened his mouth. The survivor said they saw the figure of the leader commanding the beasts. His eyes darkened, a giant scorpion of a dark red color. A murmur broke out among the members of the Palma Knights. As time had passed and generations had changed, not many had witnessed the appearance of Scorpion, the ruler of the desert. But even the steadfast knights could not help but feel a sense of urgency. To the people of Bassor, the name Scorpion had been a synonym for fear from childhood. One by one they began to speak. "So it's the new Scorpion we've only heard about. I heard that the Sword Saint disappeared while chasing it." Luke Yeager twitched. His gaze fixed on the one who had mentioned it. Lutus Cicero nodded gravely. "Yes, we couldn't find any trace of it, whether it was severely injured at the time or not, but it seems it has resumed its activities now." A smirk lifted one corner of Helmut's mouth. "A blatant lie worthy of scorn. The king's approval has been given. From today, all members of the Palma Knights will be deployed. Although an unexpected situation has occurred, this is similar to the annual beast subjugation. It may be a bit more perilous than usual, but we are the Palma Knights. Many of us have experience in subjugation, so I believe we will manage well." An aged knight looking middle-aged asked, "What about the support troops?" "We will join forces with the soldiers from that region at the border. However, they will only be responsible for scouting, not joining the battle. As you know, against powerful beasts, the slow movements of soldiers are of no help anyway. It would only increase the number of victims. If there are too many of us, it would only make it easier for them to hide. We aim to win by mobile warfare and eradicate them." The Palma Knights. It was clear they planned to operate exclusively with their own members. No one questioned whether this would be too difficult. The words of the commander held that much power. He was the true master of Palma, surpassing even the king. Lutus Cicero's judgments were always accurate. Helmut glanced sideways. Luke Yeager's expression was stiff with tension. He hadn't been with the Palma Knights for long. He had never experienced beast subjugation before. And hide, Ludus called out with a loud voice, perhaps intending to pressure him. The gaze of the Palma Knights members simultaneously focused on him. Even if Helmut was skilled, facing off against all 30 or so platinum-rank knights would be impossible. The strongest group he had seen since coming into the human world. It was a new sentiment. Helmut calmly met their gaze. Yes, you are the only member of the Palma Knights from outside. From now on you will follow Vice Commander Dasim Alvis. I have some objections to that. Sharpness filled the gazes directed at Helmut. It was as if they were saying, how dare you argue with the commander's words? As if putting a dog above, do you become the leader of the wolves? Even so, the hierarchy was irrelevant to Helmut. The commander's eyes grew harsher. You were clearly ordered to follow. That's right, but there's a reason I'm participating in this subjugation, isn't there? To honor the victor of the martial arts tournament through achievements in the subjugation. The way they looked at Helmut changed. It was a realization. To articulate it made them truly feel the fact. At first glance, Helmut, with his blonde hair and delicate appearance, would naturally be underestimated. But he was a strong swordsman who had defeated several Palma Knights under the name Hyde. Those he had defeated were not low in the ranks of the Palma Knights. They were also present here. Even if someone is from outside the Palma Knights, being a contender for the champion of the martial arts tournament in Basser grants them certain rights, like the right to speak in such a gathering. I must act together with Luke Yeager. That would make the opportunity fair. The opportunity will be given fairly as much as possible. How can I believe that? The Palma Knights could secretly favor him. I want to compete fairly. Hide, Luke Yeager glared at Helmut as if to say, what nonsense are you spouting? Helmut didn't even twitch an eyebrow. It was all for his sake, like a parental kind of thought. How dare you say such things about the Palma Knights? Horton, who had lost to Helmut in the preliminaries, burst out angrily. As he tried to stand up, Vice Commander Dasim Alvis pressed down on his shoulder. He was sitting right next to Ludus Cicero. Chapter 160 Part 2, the gaze towards Helmut turned hostile. This was not a place or opponent to be taken lightly, even if a young one blabbers as he pleases. But they did not punish Helmut because he was a finalist in the martial arts tournament. That brought about a reluctant respect from the people of Basser. I prefer fairness in the process rather than in words alone. Am I wrong? In a tense situation, Helmut replied with a brazenly unflappable attitude. His heart is certainly steadfast. Luke Yeager was so dumbfounded he forgot his anger, a unique and therefore more suspicious individual. He was slowly realizing why Helmut insisted on acting together with him. Because I might be ambushed by someone, but the reason for such care was unknown. Helmut and he had met for the first time in the martial arts tournament of Basser. They hadn't spent enough time together or had enough conversations to build such a relationship. It seemed unlikely they had any connection before coming to Basser. Then why? Luke Yeager quickly had an epiphany. That's it, the irresistible charm that even attracts men to me. Being attractive was indeed a sin. He had received a tremendous amount of courtship from ladies since advancing to the final of the martial arts tournament, which had led to an excessive confidence. Internally nodding, Luke Yeager's mood naturally lifted. It was a great relief that Helmut couldn't read his mind. Ludus Cicero spoke in a stern tone. Luke Yeager has no experience participating in beast subjugations. You're volunteering to act together with him is because you have a friendship with him, isn't it? It's not a task so trivial that you can fool around with a close friend. Friendship? What does that have to do with anything? I'm not joking either. A prize of 2 million marks is at stake. Helmut emphasized strongly, and it sounded plausible. 2 million marks was a significant amount, worth risking one's life for some. A person who values money over performing their duty does not fit the knight's position. Someone sneered mockingly. It was Horton Cicero. Resentment could be felt. Helmut retorted lightly. Those who do not fit the knight's position are those without skill. What did you say? He rose abruptly from his seat. This time even the vice commander couldn't stop him. He approached as if ready to strike. Such provocation to respond to, quite the pampered young master, aren't you? Helmut thought disdainfully. Ludus Cicero glared at him coldly. Sit down, acting so impatiently is useless. This, it seemed he couldn't ignore the commander's words, no matter what. He sat down with a face flushed red, his gaze towards this side filled with hatred. So what now? Weak as you are, the opportunity to hunt demonic beasts could also be a chance to discreetly eliminate someone, not just for the commander of the Palma Knights but for this side as well. Helmut's eyes turned fierce. But now was the time to conclude. I've caught quite a few beasts, there were many where I lived. The forest of roots was teeming with demonic beasts. There was a brief stir. Ludus Cicero looked at Helmut with an unfathomable gaze. Not in the desert, I presume. I'm confident. I hope that confidence does not end just as confidence. All right, as you wish. It is also to honor the winner of the martial arts tournament. The commander of the Palma Knights conceded. Though there was a moment of overreach, it seemed it didn't matter in the end. either confident in sidelining me or confident in dealing with me as well. He was curious about what Lutus Cicero had prepared. The commander of the Palma Knights must have half-realized Helmut's capabilities by now. Whatever the Palma Knights had prepared, it was likely to be a crisis Helmut had never experienced before. "Thank you for your consideration." Helmut recited the polite words he had learned at the academy. A faint smile formed and then disappeared from his lips. Now they were to depart. To reach their destination as quickly as possible, they rode day and night for 3 days, sparing no use of recovery magic scrolls on their horses, indicating the urgency of their march. Bassar was a wealthy country. The cost of deploying the Palma Knights could be afforded. "I did well to modify this cloak." Helmut clicked his tongue. Thanks to the cloak that maintained a cool body temperature, he could endure riding in the blazing sun. Though his body ached from riding all day, Helmut, accustomed to enduring pain, found the scorching heat to be the real issue. Without the cloak, he might have gone berserk from the heat. "I envy that cloak. I should get one myself." Luke Yeager, who had turned completely dark from the sun over a few days, said sincerely. The members of the Palma Knights had small artifacts as part of their supplies to somewhat cool themselves, but their efficacy wasn't great. That's why during short breaks, a few members of the Palma Knights, all close to Luke Yeager, annoyingly clung to him because they felt the cold emanating from him. Like Luke Yeager said, there are quite a few who are close to him. Even if the commander of the Palma Knights orders it, there will be those who won't follow. There were more allies than expected. It wouldn't be easy for the commander of the Palma Knights to act. During the journey of several days, Helmut observed the relationships and hierarchies within the Palma Knights. This would surely be helpful. They managed to cover the distance of 5 days in nearly half, arriving at their destination on the morning of the 3rd day. It was a large city called Désert, located close to the desert. To the south of Désert was nothing but small villages surrounding oases. The attacked village was one of them. Désert was close enough to reach within a day's ride. Accommodations to welcome them had been prepared in the city. People sent by the Lord of Désert greeted them. "Today we rest here. Everyone should replenish their stamina." Despite his advanced age, Lutus Cicero showed no signs of fatigue and remained firm. Following his command, all the members of the Palma Knights breathed a sigh of relief. While the knights rested, he would receive reports from the Lord along with a few subordinates. Even the Lord of such a city was of lower rank than the commander of the Palma Knights. Helmut took note of the loyal followers of the commander. They were potential enemies. Chapter 161, Part 1. "Let's put the horses in the stable first. Even if we are okay, the horses must be tired." The horses had been through a lot. It was difficult to wander around this desert without them, so rest was essential. Helmut dismounted from the saddle, following Luke Yeager's suggestion. He. As Helmut dismounted, the white horse neighed and snorted. It seemed to feel better with the weight lifted off its back. It wasn't born in a hot country, but it had endured quite well. Helmut patted its nose. However, White turned its head away sharply as if rejecting the touch. Seeing this, Luke Yeager burst into laughter. "Your horse is saying it's hot. That's a spirited one. It seems you've changed skins in no time." Helmut muttered unfamiliarly upon seeing him, who had tanned under the sun. It was as if he had become a different person. "Before coming to Bassar, I was on the fairer side too. I had a lordly aura like you, but now I've completely become a person of Bassar. It's good to be distinguishable from the color of the sand," Helmut said quietly in passing. The desert sand was a slightly yellow-tinged white. He would stand out more with his dark eyes. "What are you talking about? You should rest at the lodging too. The demonic beast subjugation won't be easy." He spoke as if he knew, though it was also his first time. But Helmut didn't retort. They had come so close. It was time to prepare for the best state. At that moment, the commander of the Palma Knights was receiving a report from the commander of the Désert Knights. Since the first raid, there had been no further attacks. The residents near the oasis were fleeing to the desert, trembling with anxiety. Due to the periodic demonic beast subjugations conducted by the Palma Knights, most of the lesser beasts had been wiped out. An attack of this magnitude by demonic beasts had not happened in nearly a decade. "You mean you haven't even gone to the attacked oasis?" "We couldn't dare to approach after 5 scouts were killed by formidable beasts positioned around the oasis." The soldiers and knights of the desert, adjacent to the desert, were accustomed to fighting beasts. But the beasts that appeared this time were exceptionally strong. They were not the usual small fries. The residents of other oases also fled to the desert on their own, without expecting Désert to send forces to protect them. "It's better to wait for reinforcements than to increase unnecessary sacrifices." The vice commander nodded. The desert belonged to them. "It seems they're all concentrated around that area, a collective movement. If there's a guard on the outskirts, it means there must be a leader with intelligence, positioning its subordinates around." Lutus Cicero concluded decisively. "We'll eradicate them in one fell swoop." His eyes intensified momentarily. He was the commander of the Palma Knights. No one could have guessed there was another meaning to his look. The knights around him responded in unison. Yes, a single command was issued to the entire Palma Knights. We depart for the attacked oasis around midnight. The Palma Knights moved quickly. If they rowed diligently, they could arrive before noon. They set out at night to arrive during the day. The lodging was 2 per room. Luke had been polishing his sword and taking care of it, as tension seemed to build a few hours before departure. The residents are trembling with fear. We must quickly defeat those creatures and restore peace. Though you and I have a contest to settle, unlike you, my mission is more important. It's been only 8 months since you joined the Palma Knights, but you seem to feel a sense of belonging to Bassar already. For me, Bassar is the place. Though my grandfather settled down, those from other countries eventually find themselves outsiders. Especially, Bassar natives are not so welcomed in other countries. There are limits to climbing the ranks. I see, Helmut seemed to understand. Luke, though polished, had a rougher edge compared to the academy students. Perhaps that was the quality of Bassar. The only place where my abilities are fully recognized is Bassar, plus I like this country. Maybe it's because of the Bassar blood flowing in me. Bassar remarkably favored the strong. In a renowned knightly order like the Palma Knights, having the ability meant direct entry, which was indeed rare. Bassar represented a new chapter and opportunity in life for Luke Yeager. I see, I'll consider that. Don't think too much, just prepare yourself well. We're going to be fighting drearily for the next few days. Right, Helmut nodded. It was his first time fighting in the desert. He was greatly looking forward to this new experience. The forced march continued. Departing after midnight, the Palma Knights rowed diligently to the oasis. All members of the Palma Knights could handle this. They could enhance their vision so their night sight was sharp. They weren't the kind to be unable to respond to attacks, but they were human after all. There were limitations to their sight, so fighting during the day was undeniably better. Where did the scouts get attacked? A knight muttered. It was a moment to catch their breath an hour away from the oasis. Contrary to expectations, they hadn't encountered a single demonic beast blocking their way here. The desert, which had cooled down overnight, was rapidly heating up again. They quickly set up simple tents and rested. Not a single one has shown up. Maybe they retreated knowing we've arrived. That's possible. Their speed of movement in the desert is tremendous. Listening to the murmured conversations, Helmut narrowed his eyes. There were faint traces of demonic energy. Signs of their movement in this vicinity seemed almost visible countless times. Helmut was more sensitive to demonic energy than anyone else in this world, full of small fries. Strong ones would be few. The Palma Knights going out for demonic best subjugation every year wouldn't have wasted their effort. But if they're under the control of a strong one, even the weak ones become stronger. It was like the presence or absence of a commander in a human army. Demonic beasts under the command of a leader lose their fear and become more ferocious. Still, there was no problem. Helmut found it easier to deal with beasts than humans. The problem is the adverse effect on the Seed of Darkness. But he couldn't hold back considering that. There wouldn't be any encounters with demonic beasts for a while after this, so he wouldn't hold back. Chapter 161 Part 2 The commander of the Palma Knights looked down at the compass in his hand. It was a device that detected demonic beasts in close proximity. It was reacting towards the oasis. That meant there were still demonic beasts there. After a while, he stood up and commanded, "We depart immediately, stay alert." The oasis seen from a distance was in ruins. There were remnants of huts, but all had collapsed. Starving beasts must have picked off those hiding, wiping them out. Yet the view of the oasis from afar was as peaceful as it could be. Horton, Kenneth, Alex, advance and scout the path. Yes, the 3 knights named by the commander dashed towards the oasis as if leading the charge. Suddenly, one of the advancing knights, Alex, swayed for a moment. One of the horse's feet got stuck in the sand and stumbled. "What's this?" Alex tried to regain balance immediately, but the horse collapsed sideways. He. It seemed as if a hole had formed in the ground, with the sand being rapidly sucked in. It was a suddenly formed gigantic pit. Swoosh, with the sound of sand brushing, Alex's horse screamed its death throes as it was swallowed into the center. The horrendous sound of bones and flesh being crushed followed. With the speed of floodwaters, Alex, who had jumped off the horse, couldn't completely escape the flow of the whirlpool. He landed on the edge but found no firm ground to step on. Alex floundered in the flow of the whirlpool. I'll be sucked in at this rate." Alex grabbed the rope. Another knight threw him a rope. Alex grabbed the rope and activated his vis, barely managing to stop being sucked in. But he couldn't relax yet. A heavy presence, along with demonic energy, was felt from below. The existence of the beast buried in the sand was clearly revealed. "It's a demonic beast." 2 giant pincers emerged from the ground, revealing an insect-type demonic beast. Alex struggled to pull himself up while holding the rope. The beast that had swallowed the horse was now targeting him. In this state, he couldn't properly defend himself. "I'll handle it," Horton, who had jumped off his horse, immediately struck at the beast with his sword. His plan was to slice through and use the demonic beast to jump across the pit, confident in his action. However, Horton's sword, charged with vis, sank deep into the sand instead of the beast's body. Thud, what? The beast's movements in the sand were faster than expected. Horton's forearm, along with his sword, was buried in the sand. The beast's body, charged with demonic energy, struck his exposed back. Bang! Arg! Horton spat blood and tumbled. Even a first-rank knight couldn't do anything when hit directly. Human bodies are fragile. The beast, initially targeting Alex, immediately changed its target. Two giant pincers emerged above the sand. He managed to balance himself, but his lower body was buried in the sand. He was fortunate not to lose his sword. Horton, be careful. Kenneth, supporting Alex, couldn't help him. One wrong move and he'd be pulled in. Alex moved to help him, but even with the rope in hand, the sand slowed him down. Horton clenched his teeth. A slight lapse had put him in danger. Sharp pincers like horns aimed at him. At that moment, a person from the main Palma group dashed in like a bolt of lightning. Sir Horton, he quickly tied a rope to his saddle and the other end around his waist, throwing himself into the action. With stark silver hair contrasting the desert, it was Luke Yeager. I'm sorry, instead of rescuing, he stepped on Horton's shoulder to launch himself at the demonic beast. It was for the angle of attack. This time, the beast couldn't dodge Luke Yeager's sword. The sword tip, skillfully threading between the pincers, pierced the beast's eye. Kua, the beast, screamed bizarrely, thrashing about. The pit was in turmoil, but the whirlpool ceased. Luke pulled out his sword and stood atop the beast's head, striking it once more. Crunch! Having rarely faced demonic beasts, he instinctively targeted its weakest point. Unsure how many stabs were needed to kill it, he continued to thrust his sword like hacking, with a crunching sound echoing repeatedly. Alex approached and said, "Stop, it's already dead. No need to waste energy." Finally catching his breath, Luke sheathed his sword and asked, "Sir Horton, are you all right?" Horton glared at him with smoldering eyes. The internal injury he suffered wasn't fatal. It was fortunate to have his life saved, but the fact that it was Luke Yeager who did it added a layer of humiliation due to being stepped on. He spat out grudgingly. "Yeah, thanks." A shout erupted from behind. Another demonic beast had appeared. Luke's gaze now moved beyond the now still pit. A flicker of excitement ran through him like electricity. In the face of battle, he was still a blood-filled teenager. Luke Yeager leaped into action again. Chapter 162 Part 1 6 Beasts. That was the number of beasts waiting in the ambush, having dug a trap in front of the oasis. A brief calm before the oasis. Horton, having finished his healing with a magic scroll, mounted his horse. The sound of another knight explaining to Luke Yeager was heard. These creatures wait in pits they've dug to catch prey that falls in, so they're not that strong. The only caution is fighting on sand makes it hard to maintain balance. They're not common, but we handled them well. As he passed by, patting Luke on the shoulder, Luke scratched the bridge of his nose and proudly went straight to Helmut. "Did you see me in action?" "Ah, yes." Helmut had not intervened. He had only watched Luke Yeager's back as he charged forward. Considering their magical power, they were too insignificant. He had deemed it something that could be handled without his intervention. A skilled person like himself would step forward only in front of a significant challenge. Getting paid a lot to laze around at the back. There are those who get paid more than you but still stay put. Helmut gestured toward the commander of the knights. There was someone who hadn't intervened when his own subordinates were nearly killed. His salary, as seen in the documents related to the Palma Knight, was enormous. Anyway, it's fortunate that everyone is safe. I was shocked to see someone fall into a sand pit. You're quick on your feet to have saved him. A colleague after all, should I have left him to die just because we're not on good terms? Looking at him smile slyly, a strange feeling arose. Helmut would have abandoned him without hesitation, taking the chance to eliminate him due to their poor relationship. But he wasn't Helmut. Is this what it means? The humanity that Darien talked about, it was fully present in Luke Yeager. The teachings Darien had imparted to Helmut were ingrained in his body. Luke Yeager was a young adult who had just come of age. His worldview had been formed since childhood, inherited from his grandfather. Darien's son, whom Darien had thought little of, had run away unable to withstand harsh discipline, but he had properly passed down what he had learned to his grandson. He had raised an heir named Luke Yeager to inherit Darien's sword. Darien would have been satisfied if he had seen him. Not only the swordsmanship, but also the mindset had been inherited, and Luke was more amiable than Darien. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Well, I guess I was quite impressive, except for this point." Helmut turned his gaze away from him. "I'll never be the ideal successor Darien had in mind. Even setting aside skills or talents, he was not accustomed to bearing responsibilities. Though he had become somewhat refined through group life, Helmut was fundamentally cold. His life in the Forest of Roots had made him that way. He consciously followed Darien's teachings only. But if Luke Yeager survives, he might be able to become that. Then it seemed possible to completely repay the debt owed to Darien, and by establishing Luke Yeager in his place, as Helmut and not as a disciple of the Sword Saint, he could live freely. Is this a good thing? He increasingly felt the need to keep Luke Yeager alive. It would be troublesome if he became too attached to that idea. Train hard once this subjugation is over, so that he can bear the renown of Darien de Firth. What are you talking about? Helmut passed by him, wearing a dubious expression. Soon the Palma Knights resumed their march toward the oasis. Upon reaching the oasis, they dismounted one by one to survey the surroundings. The village's condition was tragic. Buildings had collapsed, leaving only parts of walls standing. The villagers had disappeared without leaving even bone fragments behind. Judging by the bloodstains occasionally buried in the ground, they must have ended up in the stomachs of the beasts. However, the actual beasts were no longer there. Look at this. The members of the Palma Knight who had found something in front of the oasis frowned. It was the form of a giant scorpion. They nearly drew their swords on sight. Someone murmured, "It's just a shed skin." A dim magical aura emanated from the dark red shed skin, left behind as if to mark the invasion. The presence of the creature felt vividly real. Some knights stepped forward to examine the skin. It's not dry yet, it hasn't been long since it was shed. It seems that it was enjoying its life these days to the point of shedding its skin. Don't touch it. It might be poisonous. Just like humans, they hit the oasis and fled, leaving only a few behind to make it seem like they were still here. The water isn't contaminated for beasts to act this way. It's uncommon. What should we do? The vice commander sought the commander's opinion. Ludius Cicero took out a compass from his possession. His compass reacted to the magical residue left on the skin. He calmly ordered, "Search the surroundings first. It would be better to deal with any remaining creatures around here." Given the state of the village, it seemed unlikely that there were any survivors. After completing their search, the commander decided on their next move. "We'll rest here and then move to a nearby village." Other oasis villages were not far away. Since not everyone could have evacuated to Dessert, it was time to check on them. In this desolate desert, it was clear which places would be targeted by monsters that had tasted human flesh. As they rested in the ruins of the village for about an hour, the vice commander's magical communication tool lit up. His expression gradually became serious as he received the message. Chapter 162, Part 2. After finishing the conversation, the vice commander immediately went to the commander. "Commander, we've found out where the beasts are heading. They are gathering in Dessert." The Palma Knight members around him all looked at him, causing a stir. Have the beasts lost their minds? Not another oasis village, but Dessert is a city. It would have been possible only when the old scorpion was alive. The power of the demonic beasts had weakened compared to then. They knew the fear of humans. Therefore, the beasts attacking Dessert was quite unexpected, even if they were excited from tasting human flesh. Dessert had sturdy walls to prevent demonic beast invasions. It was in a much better situation than this bare oasis, but support was still needed. It seems the attack will start soon. The red scorpion, it hasn't shown itself. It's not hiding, but it seems to be not near here. After pondering for a moment, the commander made a decision. Vice Commander Dassim and 20 others will return to Dessert immediately. Dessert is a city. The beasts must be dealt with quickly to prevent damage. The rest will stay here. Any idea where they might have gone? They're capable of diversionary tactics. The attack on Dessert is likely aimed at drawing us back there. The rest will stay here to observe. Being closer, this place was more convenient for supporting the nearby oasis. 10 elite members, including the commander, should be able to handle most situations. The reason the old scorpion was powerful wasn't that it could defeat the Palma Knights in a head-on battle. It chose favorable battlefields, knew how to strike and retreat. Who will you leave behind? Ludius Cicero selected those to stay. Injured Horton, mute Alex who lost his horse, and about 20 members of the Palma Knights headed straight for Dessert. As if it were natural, Helmut and Luke Yeager remained here. Helmut scanned the faces of those left behind. All close to Luke Yeager have returned, and those remaining are close to the commander. If something happens, even if they don't participate, they would provide testimony favorable to the commander. It's convenient for him, but it seemed he wasn't planning to act immediately. They stayed in the oasis that day, waiting for news from those who had returned. The next morning, the news came that the demonic beasts had been eradicated and the red scorpion had not shown itself till the end. Damage to Dessert was not significant. We'll move to another village immediately. The commander's compass showed no reaction. The red scorpion was not in the vicinity. It's a creature that could single-handedly devastate a village. It's not unlikely it would attack alone. We must hurry. Where had the creature gone? Amidst the questions, the remaining Palma Knight members followed the commander. It was time to move again. Luke Yeager became noticeably quieter. The colleagues he was somewhat close to had all returned, and only the difficult ones remained. It wasn't possible to joke around with Helmut, who was not a member of the Palma Knights, during a mission with the commander. They arrived at the next oasis village before evening. Fortunately, it had not been attacked, but it was deserted. Many had fled to Dessert, leaving behind only the elderly and their families who were unable to move. They were afraid of dying on the spot if attacked during the move. There were also stubborn people who refused to leave the village no matter the danger. "There are many empty houses," Luke muttered. It seemed they could pick any place to stay. The dozen or so knights gathered in one place after scouting the area. The Palma Knight commander asked a middle-aged knight. Among those remaining, he was the second in command. "How many villagers are left?" 14 in total. "Many have gone to Dessert, so there aren't many. The beast is not detected. Now that we're here, it would be better to evacuate them. There are those who refuse to go. If the Palma Knights are accompanying them, who would refuse such an honor?" It wasn't arrogance but a fact. Even those who hesitated would not miss the once-in-a-lifetime honor of being escorted by the Palma Knights. "Wouldn't that reduce our numbers too much?" The Bias were largely eradicated in Dessert. There are elderly and weak among them, so it's prudent to send 6 to lead the villagers back. Once they return, they can switch with those who went to Dessert. That does seem like a lot of people to leave in Dessert. Have them bring back supplies. There's no time to delay, so the next village will be visited by those remaining, including me. We'll join up at the next village. Though the number of people would be reduced for a while, sending a few from here and having a dozen or so return from there was more advantageous. The risk of being defeated in detail justified leaving fewer people here with the commander. The knight finally agreed. "If the commander stays, there's nothing to worry about. You have the magical communication tool, right? Use it to keep in touch." They brought 5 magical communication tools when they left Dessert. Since the vice commander was the main contact, only he had received messages, but the others were fully functional. If they were attacked on the way, support could come from either Dessert or here, whichever was closer. Who should stay to support the commander? Considering their contributions, Luke Yeager and Hyde should stay. The rest, the Palma Knight commander named those who would stay. "Be careful on the way back so there are no casualties. It would be best to leave at dawn tomorrow." Understood. The next morning, more than half of the Palma Knights left with the villagers. What remained were the Palma Knight commander, Helmut, and Luke Yeager, among 4 others. The number had significantly decreased compared to when they first left Dessert. Luke, looking around the deserted village, said, "Now we can leave this village with peace of mind." Helmut mounted white and fell into thought. Whether it was fortunate or not, opportunities to fight demonic beasts had rarely come. The red scorpion, he was curious about the creature he had only seen the shed skin of, but there was no rush. "It will show itself eventually, probably when trying to eliminate Luke Yeager. We must hurry to the next village." Helmut looked at the Palma Knight commander who had spoken succinctly. There was nothing to read from his expressionless face. From his perspective, before the replacement personnel arrived was the opportune moment. It was time to reveal the truth to Luke Yeager. Chapter 163, Part 1. After about 8 hours of horseback riding, the oasis village they arrived at was completely devoid of any remaining inhabitants. It was the smallest place they had encountered so far. After completing their search, they gathered in one place. "This place isn't it either. Where on earth did it go? If it had sent a large number of beasts to Dessert, shouldn't they attack this small group of people?" It was natural to find the intentions of beasts difficult to read, but something felt off. However, they had no solid plan. The 6 people who had evacuated the villagers from the previous village hadn't arrived yet, but they had sent word that there was no trouble. "I wish something would happen at the next place. It's frustrating to keep coming up empty." Everyone wanted to end this quickly and return to the capital rather than wander the desert indefinitely. The Knight commander maintained a calm demeanor. "Let's not be hasty." Yes, traveling at night was forbidden. They decided to spend the night in this village. Among those who remained, the lowest in rank was Luke Yeager. He was also in charge of preparing the meal. Surprisingly, cooking was a basic skill for a member of the Palma Knights. They often participate in subjugation without servants. Luke had asked Helmut to help. "If you want to poison the Knight commander, feel free," was the kind of response he got. "What can you even do? Are you a kind of young lord or something?" he muttered as he came to cool off by the water of the oasis. Helmut looked around carefully. Only after confirming that no one was following them did he speak. "Be cautious around the commander of the Palma Knights." The moment Luke heard that, an incredulous look appeared on his face. "What are you talking about? Why should we be cautious around the Knight commander?" He spoke as if he had realized something a little later. "So you're saying the Knight commander is the one His Royal Highness the Second Prince warned us to be cautious about?" "It's definitely the Knight commander. I'm not sure how many more there might be." "Why would he ambush me? He could take me on one-on-one." His expression was one of disbelief. It was good that he understood the gravity of the situation. Why would the commander of the Palma Knights target me of all people? The fact that he didn't fly off the handle suggested that throwing out hints over time had been worthwhile. Suspicion had begun to take root in him as well. Helmut stated emphatically, because you are the great-grandson of Darien de Firth. The knight commander was a follower of my great-grandfather. Ludus Cicero is involved with the disappearance of the Sword Saint. Luke's eyes widened. Is that for certain? How do you know? It's certain, just as certain as you being a descendant of the Sword Saint. Helmut frowned slightly. It was a dilemma. Should he reveal right away that he's a disciple of Darien? He wasn't sure if it would just cause a commotion. Suspicion flickered in Luke's eyes. You're not scheming with the second prince, are you? The likelihood of Helmut, a foreigner, having a connection with the second prince was low. Luke probably knew that too. Normally, Helmut would retort with a believe it or not, but this time was different. I don't have confidence in the second prince. He doesn't wish for it to be known that he suspects the knight commander. That's why he didn't name him. I'm different. How are you different? Because, just as he was about to speak, Helmut sensed someone approaching and quickly closed his mouth. The person who approached was a knight named Jefford, essentially the right hand of the knight commander. What are you doing here? This isn't the time to be chatting. Naturally, the conversation came to an end. The journey had been exhausting because they had to ride continuously, but it was peaceful enough to be monotonous. Tomorrow, they would join with the relief troops of the Palma Knights. The anomaly occurred on the way to the next village. From a distance, the last village they saw was the largest among those they had visited since leaving Dessert. Yet, it was eerily quiet. The commander of the Palma Knights took out a compass. The needle of the compass moving erratically was not normal. It meant there were several creatures nearby, Luke being the lowest in rank and another knight took the lead as scouts. We'll take a look around the village. It wasn't far. The knight commander was here, within sight range. Helmut stopped himself from following too closely, not wanting to arouse suspicion. He waited calmly, however, shortly after, something unexpected happened. From the direction of the village, a loud explosion resounded. Boom, hee, the horses simultaneously reared up, kicking wildly. Amid the billowing dust, a dark shape loomed over the rooftops of the village. It's a demonic beast. To the village, everyone. The Palma Knight commander took the lead, his warhorse calm and swift. He charged ahead alone. Helmut spurred his horse White to follow. However, the distance between them grew. White, not a Basser breed, had not yet fully adapted to the desert. In the next moment, Helmut felt a strange sensation. Below, Helmut pulled on the reins. Hee. White came to a halt, embedding its hind legs in the sand. Thud, the creature that sprung from the sand flashed its red eyes. A giant snake. It was a suck-up quicksand creature. Right after the Palma Knight commander passed, it had ambushed, aiming specifically at him. Though not as potent as the red scorpion, a strong magical essence emanated from the creature. Take it down, then head to the village. The knights drew their swords unanimously. This creature was no big deal for Helmut. He needed to leap over it and follow the knight commander. However, a rustling sound came from somewhere on the snake's body. A strange scent wafted through the air. White staggered. The scent emanating from the creature was intoxicating, clouding the mind. The knights quickly covered their noses and mouths. Poison did not affect Helmut, but the horse was a problem. He couldn't just leave it behind. White was a horse Helmut had named himself. He decided against jumping over the creature and drew his sword. I'll take it down quickly and follow. A sharp light flashed in Helmut's eyes. Chapter 163, Part 2. Luke Yeager had been feeling uneasy up until they entered the village. This was the same feeling he had been experiencing ever since he met the mysterious Hyde. It was hard to believe what he heard, but he couldn't shake it off. Someone oddly familiar, not the type to spout lies. It was just that the story he told was too incredible to take at face value. Check if there's anyone around, I'll go this way. Yes, the knight who came with him moved first. Luke, with a short response, went in the opposite direction. The village, still bearing signs of habitation, was quiet. His mind was cluttered, but he had to focus on the mission at hand. It seems everyone has evacuated to Dessert. Like in the first village, there might still be someone left. Luke Yeager thoroughly searched the village. As he turned a corner, a tearing scream echoed from the other side, kayak. And he sensed a faint trace of magical energy. Luke drew his sword and ran. Bang bang, a person-sized giant lizard was banging on a closed wooden door. Upon noticing Luke, the lizard turned and screeched threateningly. Saya. Sounds like a low-level one. Luke frowned and swiftly swung his sword. Thud, the lizard's head was cleanly severed and it fell to the ground. There was a stir inside the building. Is anyone there? I've taken care of the beast. Finally, the door opened. A frightened little girl peeked out, probably about 8 years old. Luke's expression softened. He reached out his hand. I'm Luke Yeager of the Palma Knights. Why didn't you evacuate to Dessert? My grandmother can't walk well. Another presence was felt inside the house. An old woman leaning on a cane hobbled out. She looked clearly ill at a glance. Where are the child's parents? They went on a trip for work, haven't returned yet. The old woman answered with a cough. It seemed the child had been left with her grandparents while her parents were away. Is there anyone else left? We're the only ones left in this village. The girl quickly responded. If there were only two of them, it would be easy to take them to Dessert. All right, then pack only what's necessary. At that moment the ground shook. Boom, with a loud noise the entire village trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The girl screamed. Ah! The scream was more powerful than the quake. Luke furrowed his brow. Something was coming from the ground, moving at the speed of a flying bird. Boom, the impact came with a wave of force. The house collapsed like a sandcastle. The old woman inside opened her mouth. Before she knew it, she was buried under the collapsing house. Crunch, Luke Yeager pulled the child back and threw himself backward. Giant black legs were protruding, crushing the house. The creature that emerged, leaving the house in ruins, was a giant spider. Damn it. Luke clenched his teeth. He hadn't been able to save the child's grandmother. Would it have been better to dash in and cut down the collapsing building? No, if he had been crushed by the large body, that would have been a bigger problem. Saving at least one was the right decision. The girl, having lost her grandmother right before her eyes, wailed inconsolably. Wow! The giant spider looked at the girl with its emotionless 8 eyes, seeing her as prey. A subtle venom seeped from the creature's body. Sounds of battle seemed to come from somewhere else in the village, suggesting another demonic beast had appeared, but the knight who had come with Luke was nowhere to be seen. Luke gauged the situation. I need to put the child down. A swordsman using Vis has strong immunity. He could withstand the venom, but the child couldn't. He could handle it alone, but that would put the child in danger. First, we need to get out of here to where the horses are. Luke immediately sprang to his feet and ran. The spider chased after him without hesitation. Crack, crackle, every time the creature moved, the ground caved in and buildings crumbled. The sight of the giant spider pursuing him with its 8 legs was terrifying. I can't shake it off, it's too fast. Luke turned around. The child, seeing the spider, screamed and shook her head. The venom the spider exhaled killed the grass nearby. Hiss, it could be dangerous for the child. Still, there was no other way. Vis flared up on Luke Yeager's sword, but at that moment a powerful Vis was felt behind the spider. Whish. A flash of light split the spider's head. Before the creature could react, the second and third strikes tore through its pierced head. The monster's tough shell was sliced like paper in front of the powerful Vis. Thump, the spider fell to its side. A man leaped over the creature's body and approached. Luke Yeager, are you all right, Knight Commander? Luke looked at him while checking the pulse of the unconscious child. She seemed to have fainted from shock. I'm fine. Where are the other knights? They'll be here soon, they're dealing with another one, but Ludus Cicero with his usual expression showed the compass. The compass pointed in one direction. With monsters appearing all around and the compass pointing firmly in one direction, it meant the creature with the strongest magical energy was there. There must be a red scorpion nearby. They needed to chase it before it could cause more trouble. Follow me, we don't have time. Yes. Unable to argue with the Knight Commander's words, Luke Yeager placed the child in one of the few intact houses and closed the door. Then he readily followed him. Chapter 164, Part 1. A melee unfolded where Helmut was. The horse couldn't move due to the intoxicating scent the beast exuded. It was as if they had lost their legs. The Knights of Palma, having leapt off their horses, were encircled by the serpent as it unfurled its long body. Despite striking the serpent's body with their vis-infused swords, none of their attacks landed effectively. Clang, clank, clang. The backlash left their hands aching. Damn it, it's so hard. It's a strong one. The giant serpent seemed to know how to strengthen its skin with magic. Its scales repelled even the vis-infused swords. Helmut narrowed his eyes. The magic isn't tremendous, but it's wielded skillfully. It enhances its skin instantaneously at the exact spots the swords strike. It was a demonic beast that had lived for many years. Just as the Knights of Basser had grown accustomed to fighting demonic beasts, it seemed these creatures had also become familiar with battling humans. Interesting. Its swift movements across the sand and its massive size put its opponents on edge. Except for one Helmut, he had faced a being called the King of Snakes. This creature was but a cute challenge in comparison. A more vis-intensive attack might penetrate the creature's strengthened scales, but he needed to conserve strength here. Thus, Helmut chose a secondary tactic. Aim for the weak points. Perhaps thinking him an easy target, the beast opened its jaws wide. Helmut did not avert his gaze from the glittering red eyes of the beast as it lunged at him. The gaping maw swallowed the space Helmut had occupied. Crash, the sand where he stood was hollowed out. Helmut had vanished as if swallowed whole. Hide, no. In the next moment, the serpent's eyes widened. A potent vis energy burst forth from within the creature. Keek, a figure emerged from the beast's neck, spilling black blood as it burst forth. Fizz, it was Helmut, unharmed. As he gently landed, the giant body collapsed lifelessly. Thud. Helmut glanced over at the now lifeless snake. Black blood poured from its trembling body, staining the white sand. Smoky fumes rose from the sand. The creature's core might have value, but the influence of its magic could not be ignored. The weakest part was, indeed, the flesh. Helmut, having drawn upon Vis, had torn through it, protected from the poison. He dusted off his clothes stained with the snake's blood. Fortunately, the cloak given by Talon was durable enough to withstand some damage. It's a messy way. His clothes were expensive, it would be problematic if they were damaged, but it couldn't be helped. Helmut, who had chosen to be swallowed by the snake without hesitation, was eerily calm. Even the members of the Palma Knights, who had fought countless demonic beasts, were astonished by his method of combat. He's dangerously bold, fit for the final round of the tournament. White, Helmut approached his horse and patted its back, though standing it didn't look in good condition. It'd be difficult if it died. Helmut's gaze briefly shifted towards the village. He could see two faint trails of dust speeding away from the village. His exceptional vision allowed him to discern two figures within the dust clouds. His feet involuntarily twitched. One knight offered words of consolation. "It seems you're fond of the horse, it's just paralysis poison, it'll wear off over time so it should be fine. Then please take care of my horse." "What? Where are you going?" As he exclaimed in confusion, Helmut's figure vanished. Without a horse he had to run on two legs, but in this desert he could run as fast as any horse. His feet brushed across the sand. Only now did tension grip him. The time had come. The commander of the Palma Knights had begun to move. Any slip-up now could ruin everything he had patiently waited for. "Luke Yeager, I warned you to be careful," he followed without thinking. His brow furrowed. "You should be aware." He was with the commander of the Palma Knights, a person of interest. If he was aware, he might last a while, at least until Helmut arrived. Tracking their trail wasn't difficult. The dust stirred by their horse hooves hung in the air for a long time as particles. Helmut felt those mist-like particles against his skin as he pursued them. The Palma Knights rode horses accustomed to the desert. The two he was following did the same. Although the distance grew, he didn't lose sight of them, yet it wasn't easy. His breath was ragged. Soon an unfamiliar landscape appeared, a cliff formed by several large rocks piled high. Two horses stood in front of it. From where the horses were, Helmut took a deep breath. His lungs felt painfully scorched. His throat was burning. Luke Yeager. Helmut felt the strongest desire to hit someone he had ever experienced in his life. A large hole appeared between the stacked rocks, seemingly leading inside the rock mountain. Without delay, Helmut proceeded towards it. He was now about to confront the strongest person he had met since coming to the human world, Ludus Cicero. Darien's enemy. Chapter 164 Part 2. Defeating him and saving Darien's descendants would be a sufficient repayment. There was no guarantee of victory. Assuming such against the commander of the Palma Knights would be arrogance. There was no need to hide his skills. He wasn't Luke Yeager. He would fight with all his might, using the swordsmanship that had become second nature to him through relentless practice, the legacy of Darien. He was close to the entrance of the cliff. Suddenly, his instincts alerted him. It came from below. Helmut immediately leapt. Boom, sand blasted against him. If he hadn't protected himself with Vis, he would have been bruised. A red scorpion's pincer sliced through the spot he had just been in, with enough force to instantly sever a frail human body. Key. The giant scorpion, having missed its attack, turned towards Helmut. Its red eyes colored the air like flame. A foreboding red glow, a strong magical presence was felt. This was the strongest creature he had encountered in the outer world. In the Forest of Roots, it would rank high in the food chain. But it wasn't comparable to creatures like Alaga or Naho. It seemed more adept at using its surrounding environment. Good at hiding in the sand, it killed its magical presence like a ghost. Such creatures could be why Basser hadn't managed to exterminate them. Almost in a state of hibernation, its presence was so faint that detecting it while hidden would be difficult. But something was off. An unusual energy on its forehead. Helmut suspiciously observed the white bead embedded in the creature's forehead. He felt he understood the nature of the energy emanating from it, but why? His thoughts quickly followed a certain possibility. Helmut soon found an answer, an external influence. "Oh, my darling seems to have taken a liking to you." A low voice came through. Helmut turned his head. From the right side of the red scorpion, a man approached wearing strange white robes. That attire, yes, temple. Helmut recalled the word he had been avoiding since leaving the Forest of Roots. A subtle energy emanated from the man, the same purifying power that had once brought him close to death. The same sensation he had felt from the sacred barrier, unforgettable. A chilling sensation crawled up Helmut's spine. He realized the man's identity, priest, not just any priest, the holy power emanating from his entire being. Although he revealed little, the power within him subtly pressured even the seed of darkness. The red scorpion hissed and eyed Helmut, but it had already softened its stance since the man appeared, almost as if submitting. The man smiled. "Unlucky boy, I won't ask why you're here. Soft brown hair, brown eyes, the very image of a priest, yet his eyes carried a cold, cruel light. Almost youthful in appearance, but the energy he emitted was anything but ordinary. A powerful being capable of hiding his own energy. You've come to a place you shouldn't have. The man's gaze swept over Helmut, sharp as if piercing through him. You can wield vis, disguise yourself with the power of magic, and I feel a dark power from you. What are you? If you beat me, I'll tell you, Helmut replied simply. If they had to fight, then fight they would. His hand reflected the cold light of his blade just 15 days ago. It's been quite some time since I've been to Basser. High Priest Dolos muttered as he stepped on the sand. The sentiment was fresh. The intense sunlight that seemed to cook the body, followed by the biting cold of the night in this barren land without a single blade of grass. It's not cursed for nothing. At one time the temple believed Basser to be a land even gods had forsaken, though now it was unbelievably prosperous. It must also be Lumen's will. They should willingly come into the embrace of the temple. Dolos clicked his tongue in displeasure. The people of Basser, strengthened by their battles with the desert's demonic beasts, were inherently solitary and arrogant. The Temple of Lumen wanted to extend its branches into Basser, but Basser would not allow it. Because they did not assist in eliminating the Red Scorpion, the people of Basser vehemently refused even the establishment of a temple. The Temple of Lumen looked for opportunities to penetrate Basser, and 20 years ago that opportunity arrived, an irresistible opportunity. Dolos recalled Darien de Firth, the man called the Sword Saint. Daring to wield divine influence in a nation as a mere human, he was a thorn in the temple's side. Humans should remain within human limits, hence the devotion towards the Sword Saint in Basser was dangerous. It was akin to faith. Eliminating him would be ideal, but the Sword Saint was not a title in name only. He was powerful, and the temple could not confront Basser directly without just cause. However, if Basser itself took the initiative, it was a different story. A little assistance would suffice. Initially close to the temple, the first prince managed to win over one of the Sword Saint's confidants, or was it really winning over? Who reached out first is uncertain. The reasons for turning against the Sword Saint were unclear, but that was unimportant. The plan was carried out in secrecy. 3 high priests were deployed. Dolos willingly volunteered for the mission. It was an excellent opportunity to test his research. Trapping the Sword Saint and sending him to the Forest of Roots was easy. Killing him would have been preferable, but priests could not stain their hands with blood. The traders of Basser wanted that too, yet the outcome remained unachieved. The king of Basser still lived. He would never allow the Temple of Lumen to set foot in Basser's capital during his lifetime. But divine history is longer than human history. The Temple of Lumen looked further ahead. The king would eventually die, and if his successor was the first prince, establishing a temple in Basser was only a matter of time. And now, the descendant of the Sword Saint. Chapter 165 Part 1 The great-grandson of Darien de Firth, Luke Yeager, who could have known that the son of the Sword Saint, whose fate was unknown after leaving Basser, whether dead or alive, would be raised in a faraway land. Luke Yeager was special with terrifying talent, enough to revive and surpass the nostalgia for the missing Sword Saint. At 18, he manifested vis and joined the Palma Knights. Is the power of bloodline this fearsome? He achieved this without revealing his true identity. The one who recognized Luke Yeager's true identity was the current Palma Knight commander, Ludus Cicero. He recognized the swordsmanship of the man he had betrayed at a glance. After seizing the position of the Palma Knight commander over 20 years ago, he had kept a lukewarm relationship with the first prince and had not contacted the temple at all. But ultimately, he was in the same boat. No matter how much he tried to draw a line, he could not escape. His fate was sealed after the day of betrayal. A young man who knows nothing, but it can't be helped. Ignorance is not a sin. However, there are things one must face despite not knowing. As the successor of the Sword Saint, he could not be left alone. This time, too, the temple was just watching. The first prince was the first to ask for help, followed by Ludus Cicero. Luke Yeager was an existence that could shake their firm positions, but the fact that he was a descendant of the Sword Saint could not be hidden. Not just his swordsmanship, but his appearance resembled Darien de Firth a lot. Although there were few left who could closely remember and recognize the appearance of the Sword Saint, Ludus Cicero could not bury this fact. The king soon became aware of it, and so did the second prince. If he, as the successor of the Sword Saint, sided with the second prince, what then? The first prince was aware of this. If he was the successor of the Sword Saint, he could influence the Palma Knights beyond just being the knight commander. Originally, the first prince could receive the support of the Palma Knights with his lacking character only thanks to Ludus Cicero. It was also a deal. The subtle movements of the second prince investigating the past were also irritating. Perhaps he might reach the truth, even a small spark of doubt if ignited then. Before it catches fire, I should remove any possibility of ignition. Therefore, after 20 years, a new plan was established. The temple also decided to move, this time on a smaller scale, more secretly. They sent a single high priest to Basser, that was Dolos. Dolos was among the more open-minded high priests. He reinterpreted the world in a broad sense compared to other high priests. The light of Lumen reaches everything in the world. Thus, even those ferocious beasts were not stains to be erased, but targets of Lumen's light. Dolos spent a long time finding ways to control beasts through holy magic. They were strictly hierarchical. The weak follow the strong, and the strong dominate the weak. If one could control the leader of the demonic beasts, then one could control its followers. They would make a good force. The research began with the intention of making demonic beasts confront each other without human sacrifice, but it could be used for other purposes as well. After extensive research, Dolos succeeded in controlling a monster by implanting a sacred bead in its head. For his research, he came to this desert right after Darien had killed the previous generation's red scorpion. The desert of Basser was home to various kinds of beasts. There were plenty of subjects for his research. With the threat that could endanger even a high priest like him gone, he was about to catch a suitable one for his experiments. I never expected to find it then. It was truly a coincidence. Following traces of magic, he found a young red scorpion in this rocky mountain. It was too big to be called young. It was struggling with the core of the previous red scorpion it had inherited, unable to digest it fully in a weak and incomplete state. Dolos easily subdued it, and after years of research he succeeded in completely dominating it. The new red scorpion was useful. Dolos used it as bait to lure Darien to Firth. Showing itself and disturbing the village was enough. It faithfully hit and ran as the priest commanded. It was also capable of patiently hiding its body as long as it followed orders, but the research was over. Dolos wanted to research a new beast. Right after eliminating Darien de Firth, Dolos put it to sleep, hoping it would be useful someday, and only recently did he find it again. Over the years, having absorbed the core, it had become stronger and more intelligent. The desert demonic beasts absolutely obeyed it, but even such a creature could not resist the sacred bead implanted in its head. Dolos decided to use the faithful red scorpion for his purposes. Some sacrifices are necessary for the greater good. There was no better way to make the Sword Saint's descendant known than the martial arts tournament. Even if he didn't want it, the king planned to reveal his existence right after the tournament ended. Before that, Luke Yeager had to be eliminated. Invading the village, ruining the final stage of the martial arts tournament, and drawing the Palma Knights into the desert. And as planned, he succeeded in bringing the Sword Saint's descendant here, to the very place his great-grandfather was sent to never return. His great-grandfather didn't die right away, but here he would die. Perhaps that would be more merciful than being sent to the Forest of Roots, teeming with demonic beasts. Ludus Cicero wanted that. Dolos was just guarding the entrance in case. The handling would be done by him personally. But then someone appeared. Dolos knew who he was, or should I say he knew almost nothing about him. Chapter 165 Part 2, the finalist of the martial arts tournament. His name was Hyde, extraordinarily young with exceptional swordsmanship. He even changed his appearance with magic. There was something suspicious about him with a faint trace of magic. But what does it matter? Dead is dead, Dolos shouted. I am High Priest Dolos. Even in death, whisper my name. Divine mercy shall descend upon you. The surroundings were dim. Giant rocks overlapped, forming a cave-like structure. The light leaking in could not fully illuminate the inside. Unlike the outside, the inside was surprisingly cool. Where is this place? Luke Yeager had a bad feeling. He stared at the back of the Palma Knight commander. His mouth was dry and his body stiffened. The cold air seemed to penetrate his skin somehow. He hadn't noticed anything strange while following Ludus Cicero on horseback. Because one urgent situation followed another, he had no time to feel anything. It was the red scorpion they had been searching for so long. He was only obsessed with the thought of chasing it, but since seeing this rocky mountain, he felt strange. The surroundings were quiet and there was no trace of the red scorpion. The Palma Knight commander suggested getting off the horse and checking the inside. Luke Yeager could not refuse him because he was his superior. Until recently, Luke Yeager had followed the Knight commander without a shred of doubt. But there was nothing inside. There was no sign of other Palma Knights coming. Maybe no one else even knew that these two had come here. He was led here by the Palma Knight commander and no one else had heard his words. Doubt crept in. The guy named Hyde told him to be wary of the Knight commander. Despite rebelling, he couldn't ignore those words deep down. Knight commander, do you know where this is? Ludus Cicero asked, looking down at the floor covered with sand blown by the wind. I don't know, but does this place have some meaning? Yes, it has meaning. It has meaning for you too, because this place is. His dry tone gained strength. This is where your great-grandfather disappeared. The place where Darien de Firth, the Sword Saint, disappeared. I've never heard such a story. Didn't he disappear somewhere in the desert? This is the last place I saw him before he disappeared. I see, then the red scorpion. His tone was too calm, so Luke Yeager pressed on with his question. However, he was met with a cold laugh. Do you think a mere red scorpion could have done anything to your great-grandfather? What? Luke Yeager took a step back. Ludas Cicero turned around. There was no sign of drawing a sword, but his hand already held one. His heart sank. Luke Yeager called out to him, Knight Commander. There was no ambush, there was no need for one. Although they had never directly fought, Luke Yeager knew he couldn't win against the Palma Knight Commander. It was a gap he knew without having to prove it. A heavy voice fell. Your great-grandfather was killed by me. I poisoned him, made him unable to resist, and then sent him to the forest of roots. Is this a kind of a joke or somme? He tried to say it was too much, but Luke Yeager closed his mouth. It felt all too real. If you defeat me, you will live, and if not, Ludas Cicero's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. You will die here. Why doesn't matter? Sometimes irreversible things happen. You shouldn't have appeared before me. No, you shouldn't have come to Bassar. If he had made a name for himself in another country, Ludas Cicero wouldn't have recognized him. Even if he had found out later, it would have been difficult to reach out to him. But he had joined the Palma Knights and was discovered by the very person he should have hidden from the most. It was destined to end this way from then on. Come at me with all your strength. I will grant you an honorable death as a knight. The honor of a knight is dying in battle, but if the opponent says so, it's nonsense. Luke Yeager gritted his teeth. This was no joke. Ludas Cicero was not one to do such things as a joke. At that moment, with a loud noise, the surrounding rocks shook violently. Luke Yeager, who hesitated, looked towards the entrance, or tried to. With a powerful strike, his grip almost fell off. If he hadn't drawn his sword, he would have died right there. The murderous gaze of the Palma Knight Commander was fixed on him. Do you have the luxury to pay attention elsewhere? Of course not. Luke Yeager fully retracted his attention from the outside. He was now fully focused on Ludas Cicero. Regardless of the reason, whatever was happening, he had to fight against the Palma Knight Commander before him. If he doesn't win, he will die. It was the unexpected beginning of a battle. Chapter 166 Part 1 The Red Scorpion was not a difficult enemy. It was a higher-ranked demonic beast than the monkey beast he had encountered before. However, its magical energy was strong but immature in many ways. It was skilled at hiding its body, but its combat power was not significant. It has become strong by inheriting a core, not by accumulating its own power. Moreover, it is under the control of a priest. Such a creature couldn't be stronger than a beast that fights of its own will. Only the desert terrain assisted it. It attacks by stirring up sand and obscuring vision with dusty haze. The creature, imbued with magical energy, moved swiftly, and its forelimbs were as hard and powerful as rocks. It dug into the spot where Helmut stood several times with its limbs like a shovel. Each time, a huge pit was dug in the sand and then disappeared. It's powerful because it's large. But Helmut was confident he wouldn't be easily defeated. He suddenly raised his eyebrows. Boom! A vibration emanated from inside the mountain. He felt two presences, and even their collision. Luckily, Luke Yeager didn't die from a direct hit right away. However, there's no guarantee that he can delay for long, so Helmut needs to enter quickly. Helmut glanced at one side. The problem is that priest. He didn't attack openly. But whenever Helmut aimed for the scorpion's head, the priest threw sacred magic spells to pressure him. Not knowing the power of the sacred magic, Helmut avoided it as much as possible rather than counterattacking. The Seed of Darkness was sensitive to the holy power that once tried to annihilate him. It was easy to evade by precisely detecting the range of sacred magic. Even a slight entrance into the range made his heart ache. It was the first time the Seed of Darkness dominated him like this. It's struggling to survive. Annoying. He wanted to be hit properly and purified to remove the Seed of Darkness, but that wasn't possible. Archmage Antial said the source of my life is the Seed of Darkness. If the Seed of Darkness disappeared, Helmut would die. That's why he couldn't recklessly confront the sacred magic. How interesting. You react to my sacred magic just like a demon. High Priest Dolos chuckled with laughter. The sacred magic he performed wasn't of the kind that exerted physical force. An ordinary person, even if hit directly, would only be confused and not affected at all. They wouldn't desperately evade like that. I wondered what kind of magical energy I was sensing from you, but it turns out you have the Seed of Darkness. I've heard that occasionally some survive hiding from the eyes of the temple. He observed Helmut with interest. Meeting you here must be the will of Lumen. I came to this desert to deal with you. It was no coincidence that a person with the Seed of Darkness appeared before him, a high priest. I will personally send you to Lumen's side today, High Priest Dolos declared arrogantly. To those imbued with magical energy, the High Priest of Lumen wields absolute power. Even powerful knights and beasts that make even strong fighters nervous, even the red scorpion itself, had no choice but to submit to his sacred magic. It was a matter of compatibility. Too much unnecessary talk. Helmut landed softly on the ground. The red scorpion, failing continuously in its attacks, shook its body and was angry. Swoosh! The sand swirled fiercely at the movement of its tail. Being oppressed by the bead embedded in its forehead, it had reasons to be angry. The creature was thoroughly blocking the path to the high priest from Helmut. It prioritized protecting Dolos over attacking Helmut. That must have been the high priest's order. It was similar to the camp of knights and mages, but there was a clear difference. It's hard for a demonic beast and a human to synchronize. Moreover, the cooperation between those two isn't very good. Dolos's purification power seemed to bother the red scorpion, so its attack method was simple. At the moment of the sacred magic's impact, Helmut evaded it in a somewhat predictable direction. If the red scorpion had been smarter, it would have blocked that obvious direction and attacked him, but it wouldn't risk entering the influence of sacred magic to attack. Because of that, the high priest and the red scorpion launched a clumsy and gap-filled cross-attack. To be caught by such a thing this side is not easy either. That so-called high priest doesn't seem to have much combat experience. He doesn't know how to utilize the red scorpion. Even though he's called a high priest, he's not an opponent who gives off an untouchable aura like Antial. If anything, he's like a non-combatant, research-focused mage. Helmut didn't know about Dolos, but he accurately grasped that fact. It's time to conclude. Fighting a priest was a first, so it was just seeing how far he could go. He can't delay any longer. One thing that worried him: will the Seed of Darkness react if I kill the priest? Even when killing a human, he felt nauseous. Surely, the death of a high priest wouldn't be the same as that of an ordinary human. That was the problem, but I can't let the high priest live. He saw Helmut, and he noticed that Helmut had the Seed of Darkness. He must be an enemy of Darien, so he must be killed here. I have a good idea. Chapter 166 Part 2, Helmut might have to endure some resistance and damage, but with that method he could handle it sufficiently. Helmut's eyes gleamed coldly. Gah, Luke Yeager groaned. Blood was flowing copiously from his shoulder. He had been holding out until he allowed one attack. The cost was painful, the bleeding was severe, but it was an unavoidable strike. If he hadn't offered his shoulder, his neck would have been cut. I can't move this arm anymore. He had to face the opponent with one arm, the commander of the Palma Knights. It was a situation where death wouldn't be surprising at any moment, but Lutus Cicero had ceased his offensive. His fierce momentum remained, but his gaze was contemplative. He casually muttered, holding his sword loosely. Amazing. It's as if I'm seeing his swordsmanship. In his youth, he must have looked just like you. As if respecting the man who had put himself in danger, a chilling emotion flashed in Lutus Cicero's eyes. Luke Yeager realized what that emotion was. He clenched his teeth and asked, "Why do you hate the Sword Saint?" Lutus Cicero hadn't immediately finished off Luke Yeager, not because of camaraderie or sympathy for his former subordinate. He simply wanted to enjoy killing Luke Yeager like a cat playing with a mouse. Underneath was a deep-seated hatred. Why? Luke Yeager pondered anew. Why did such a great man, the commander of the Palma Knights, betray the Sword Saint and harbor such hatred for his descendant? What Lutus Cicero revealed was a deep, sorrowful hatred, like flames burning in hell beyond expression. In the past, Lutus Cicero was known publicly as the closest confidant of the Sword Saint. He managed to secure the position of commander of the Palma Knights without suspicion about the Sword Saint's disappearance, and maintained his reputation over the years for that reason. Because his relationship with Darien de Firth was too close for suspicion. He was the Sword Saint's most loyal subordinate and his right hand. Even his grandfather had spoken highly of Lutus Cicero. Only recently did the second prince begin to voice suspicions, but he didn't reach a conclusion. Why? Lutus Cicero sneered. The Sword Saint Darien de Firth would never have guessed why he was betrayed, fair enough. That man was arrogantly oblivious to others. In an instant, Lutus Cicero's memories slid into the past. The Sword Saint's cold and strict face vividly emerged from his memories, a face he had revered like the sky for many years. Hiding his hate-filled heart, Lutus Cicero had faithfully served him, and his patience bore fruit. As the end of Darien de Firth, his hatred was justified. The Sword Saint deserved such an end. Because the Sword Saint had trampled on Lutus Cicero's pride, dignity, and everything as a swordsman in the most cruel way. Lutus Cicero admired and followed the Sword Saint. They fought together against the desert's demonic beasts. Who else would have been more suitable to inherit the Sword Saint's swordsmanship? But Darien de Firth had a son, and Lutus Cicero had to suppress his own desires. The opportunity came soon. Darien's pampered son, simply because he was a blood relative, had grabbed the chance but couldn't bear it due to his weakness. When he heard the news of that man's disappearance, Lutus Cicero was glad. Finally, the opportunity had come to him. The successor to the Sword Saint, There was no more coveted title. The Sword Saint was old. He needed someone to pass his swordsmanship to if he actively expressed his desire at this weakened moment. However, Lutus Cicero's expectations soon turned to dust. Please grant me the honor of becoming your successor. Impossible. Why, you're insufficient to be my disciple. You're not my child, so regrettably I cannot pass on my swordsmanship. It was shocking. Lutus Cicero was a noble of the renowned Bassar sword family. Although not matching the Sword Saint, his talent was outstanding, enough to secure the position of deputy commander of the Palma Knights. He couldn't remain unaffected by the words that defined his limits to his face. He retreated, feeling humiliated, but it didn't end there. He pleaded with Darien de Firth again. I will work hard. If I lack talent, I'll make up for it with effort, please. Don't bother me, you're quite skilled, but you don't meet my standards. Maybe I seem insufficient in the eyes of the commander, but if you reconsider. I said no. Your talent is far too lacking and your quality falls short. Do I need to say it twice? Darien de Firth turned his back after shouting. It was a cold back. Kneeling, Lutus Cicero felt despair looking at that back. Darien de Firth was impenetrable. The Sword Saint would not pass his swordsmanship to him. That decision could never be changed by his own strength. Because of his desperation, the despair was more intense. Enough to consume and transform Lutus Cicero. That was the beginning, but the one who made him feel that was the Sword Saint. Lutus Cicero couldn't do anything. He cleanly gave up his ambition and acted as if nothing had happened, faithfully serving as the Sword Saint's right hand. So the indifferent Darien de Firth would never have guessed the flames burning in his heart. No, even Lutus Cicero himself might not have guessed it, not until he faced the first prince, who had reached out secretly. It's a pity that someone with your talent will remain forever second. The Palma Knights need a generational change too. It'll be a great honor for the Cicero family. The eyes brimming with desire, an obvious proposal. The first prince was not fit to be a king. He could have stood up and rejected it. But the moment he accepted the proposal, Lutus Cicero realized the magnitude of the long-standing grudge hidden in his heart. Despair and crushed pride, the hatred they combined to form, it was a suppressed emotion. If not for this opportunity, he would never have brought it out. Lutus Cicero decided to seize the opportunity of a lifetime, even if that opportunity would haunt him for life. I'll send you to hell, to the same hell he had experienced. Lutus Cicero smiled bitterly. Chapter 167, Part 1, Lutus Cicero returned to reality. Some may criticize him for betraying the person he served just because of that. But who could understand the feeling of having one's earnest wishes unilaterally trampled upon? He now stood in front of Darien de Firth's great-grandson, whose breath he was also about to take with his own hands. Lutus Cicero was not the kind of man with a weak heart to agonize or tremble. Hatred was transferred. He hated Luke Yeager in front of him as much as he hated the Sword Saint. There would be no hesitation in taking his breath away. What does it matter now? I have already succeeded in stabbing him in the back. He thought it would end there, but then Luke Yeager appeared. The swordsmanship you display irritates me. With you as the last, there will never again be a successor to the Sword Saint. Even if he was the son of the Sword Saint, he wouldn't indiscriminately pass on the sword to just anyone. Lutus Cicero raised his sword. The old hatred shone brightly from his sword. He would deal with Luke Yeager and bury his death here on this rocky cliff, just like his great-grandfathers. The new Red Scorpion will gain infamy for having devoured the Sword Saint and his great-grandson, and with that, everything will come to an end. It was truly over now. That moment came. Who said Luke Yeager would be the last? A calm voice flowed in. A boy revealed himself from the entrance with light and soundless steps. A chill ran down the spine. Lutus Cicero asked, "What happened to the Red Scorpion?" "There was a grand gatekeeper, took care of it with that high priest you know." Lutus's expression hardened. Luke Yeager looked surprised. "You, how could you?" Helmut gave him a cold look. "You've held on well for such a foolish act. With that body you won't be able to do anything, so step back." "Intending to interfere, foolish, you'll end up lying dead side by side," Lutus laughed. Luke Yeager had only slightly depleted his strength. Lutus Cicero was strong. He was the commander of the Palma Knights, the strongest knight in Bassar. Even if his opponent was the finalist of the martial arts tournament who had defeated the high priest and the Red Scorpion, it wouldn't be a big problem. "We'll see who's the foolish one." Helmut drew his sword. His figure, backlit by the light, was dazzling. Lutus thought his sword, surrounded by a grayish vis, felt strangely familiar, but it was just a feeling. What does it matter? He couldn't recognize every featureless sword. He chuckled briefly. "Presumptuous kid, all right, I'll delay dealing with Luke Yeager if you wish to become a corpse first. Hide, take care of your wounds." Helmut cut him off sharply. The bleeding was severe. In that state, he would be of no help. He wanted to test it. "My full power." There was no need to hide anymore. Helmut's feet stomped the ground. Lutus Cicero was not one to be careless just because his opponent was a young boy. A predator always gives its all, even when catching a rabbit. Clang, clash, clang. In a brief moment there were several collisions. Attacks powerful enough to break rocks. The two swords collided and the vibrations of the vis shook the inside of the cliff. Boom, movements so fast they were almost invisible. Luke Yeager, who had been retreating to stop the bleeding, suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. What? The same was true for Lutus Cicero. His expression gradually hardened. This is absurd. He couldn't believe that this young boy was parrying his sword equally, and the swordsmanship he displayed. The words spoken when he appeared flashed through his mind. Who said Luke Yeager would be the last? Lutus Cicero, standing at a distance, widened his eyes. His composure shattered. He shouted as if cursing, "Who are you? How do you use this swordsmanship?" "The disciple of Sword Saint Darien de Firth." A calm voice resonated clearly. Helmut confessed plainly, "The one you banished to the forest of roots escaped and met me, teaching me swordsmanship, mixing truth with lies. He pointed you out as a traitor. That's why I came to Basser." Silence flowed amidst the shock. Both Luke Yeager and Lutus Cicero were speechless before the sudden truth. After a while, Lutus asked, "What happened to him?" "He passed away recently. You'll be following him soon." That was the plan. Enough small talk. A murderous intent shone in his eyes. Helmut lunged at his enemy. He had never been so clear-minded. The strong opponent, the commander of the Palma Knights, drew Helmut into a bizarre focus. He thrived like a fish in water. Boom, bang, boom, the cave shook as if it would collapse. Small fragments fell like crumbs to the ground. Sharp thrusts piercing vital points, trajectories seeking efficiency, flawless counterattacks. All were a perfect reenactment of the Sword Saint. Chapter 167, Part 2, Helmut had richer vis and Lutus Cicero had more experience to compensate for this. However, the battle did not last long. Although their skills were equal, Lutus Cicero wavered. That wavering influenced the outcome of the fight. It was just once. Lutus Cicero gathered his strength to push Helmut in one go, but he overexerted. Crack. A strike missed and cut through the air, exposing his upper body. Helmut seized the fleeting opening and thrust in. Slash, a chilling sound echoed. Helmut's sword sliced across Lutus Cicero's abdomen horizontally, causing a severe wound reaching his organs. But he was not unharmed. Even at the end, such a counterattack. Helmut, who had leaped back, looked down at his left arm. A long line ran from his elbow to his wrist. Blood poured out from the gap in the line. It was a considerable wound. Not fatal only because of its location. On the other hand, Lutus Cicero's wound was fatal. He knelt on one knee on the ground. Blood flowed like a flood. Having received a sword charged with vis, it was fortunate his body didn't split in two. How could this be? Lutus Cicero looked down at his body with disbelief. The shock made him forget the pain. He was utterly defeated. Even though he was tense due to agitation, the small gap created by that agitation was exploited by the opponent's skill. There was no excuse. Terrifying talent, indeed. A sense of inferiority came too late. Was this the caliber of a person the Sword Saint had chosen as his successor, to reach such a state at the mere age of 16? No, this is a talent that surpasses the Sword Saint. Lutus Cicero shuddered. His judgment was not wrong, but as a member of the Palma Knights he was simply too much to contain. "I have won." Helmut calmly staunched the bleeding. Lutus Cicero, being human, couldn't fight anymore with such a wound. He was dying. Without a very skilled mage coming, there was no saving him here. "Yes, you have won. As the victor, I ask." Helmut, more directly than Luke Yeager, threw the question. "Why did you betray Darien?" At the brink of death, it was the only chance to speak of it, and Helmut had the right to hear it. After all, he had defeated Lutus Cicero. It wasn't asked for a significant reason. Just a trivial curiosity. Lutus Cicero burst into laughter, coughing up blood. It was a painful laugh. His forehead was deeply furrowed. KH, I betrayed that old man because he disregarded me." Lutus Cicero cursed at the brink of death, venting all his resentment. "That old man was a piece of work even in death. He said he couldn't pass on his swordsmanship to me because my talent was utterly lacking and my qualities were inferior. The humiliation I felt then, I wanted to show him clearly. How does it feel to be defeated by the one you so despised?" It wasn't a misunderstanding, to be interpreted purely in that exact meaning. Darien wouldn't have put it gently either, but Helmut did not sympathize. "Darien trusted you," that too was the truth. At that moment Lutus Cicero scoffed. "Don't make me laugh, he didn't trust me, he thought I was so insignificant that whatever I did couldn't hurt him." Well, maybe. Darien de Firth was arrogant. From Helmut's standpoint there was no resentment. Because of his betrayal, Helmut had indirectly met him and escaped from the forest of roots. "Thank you, I'll end your pain as payment." Lutus Cicero glared at the approaching Helmut. He had no regrets about what he had done in the past. He had never mourned Darien de Firth's death or felt guilty about it. Rather, he felt triumphant when he took over the position of Palma Knight Commander, originally Darien's. But it was also true that he hadn't had a moment's peace in the past 20 years. So it ends like this, paid back by his disciple. Lutus Cicero silently accepted his death. Crack, Helmut's sword pierced his heart. Thanks to the priest's purification magic shrinking the seed of darkness, the influence of the killing was minimal. He withdrew his sword from Lutus Cicero's body with emotionless eyes. Even a respected commander of the knights as strong as he was just a human being moved by emotions. The motive for betrayal was truly trivial. Humans are complicated creatures. Helmut still couldn't fully understand it. You really, finally Luke Yeager, who had been standing aside, spoke up. His eyes held a look of seeing something unfamiliar. You're the disciple of my great-grandfather? Yes, Helmut nodded. Thanks for saving me, but why didn't you tell me sooner? The gratitude wasn't substantial. He felt relieved, but it was humiliating for Luke Yeager, a swordsman, to have narrowly escaped death thanks to this boy. Moreover, after observing the fight and recovering from the shock, he felt a strange emotion. This boy named Hyde's skill was astounding, using the same swordsmanship but on a different level. The strikes contained both strength and speed. The Sword Saint's swordsmanship, which seemed fully integrated into his body, was dazzling. Not only that, but the boy's movements were free of unnecessary actions. So calm and smooth they didn't seem human. Facing such a strong opponent as the commander of the Palma Knights, the boy remained terrifyingly composed. He possessed both skill and mental strength. What kind of person is this? Luke Yeager, who had been considered a prodigy, felt the gap. The similarity in their swordsmanship made it all the more palpable. It was bitter. I still have a long way to go, Helmut spoke up. That's because I couldn't trust your mouth, Luke Yeager, struck by the remark, closed his mouth. Besides, you're disappointing. Didn't I tell you to be wary of him? The situation was too urgent. Luke Yeager spoke as if making an excuse, his voice notably weaker. Helmut glanced at his shoulder. The bleeding seemed to have subsided somewhat. He wouldn't die from that wound. You should be more cautious in the future. Helmut mocked, and Luke Yeager, having nothing to say, nodded. Chapter 168, Part 1. Did you help me because I am the great-grandson of your master? Yes, although Darien was unaware of your existence. Helmut replied lightly. How did you achieve such skill? Can one reach your level at your age under the tutelage of a sword saint? That's unlikely. Darien wasn't as skilled as I am at my age. Luke Yeager glared at him briefly, finding him an annoying presence. I trained unimaginably hard. It was only natural. Perhaps the discipline that Darien's runaway son received was laughable compared to what Helmut went through. Helmut pointed out a fact. I saw you fight for a moment, but I didn't feel any killing intent from your sword. Even knowing that the opponent was the enemy of his great-grandfather, Luke Yeager seemed shocked rather than angry. Well, it's a great-grandfather I've never seen. It might be stranger if I felt anything. It was an unexpected situation where someone I trusted turned their sword against me. I had no choice but to fight. You're too soft. Was it a kind of weakness, unable to ruthlessly draw his sword against someone he cared for? After all, Darien never told me to seek revenge. It wasn't just out of concern that Helmut might be in danger. Perhaps there was another reason. Helmut tilted his head slightly. It was now an unknowable matter. By the way, there was a tremendous noise outside. What happened? Outside, something did happen, and you have something to do as well. Follow me. Helmut led the way out of the cave, with Luke Yeager following behind. As they emerged from the dark cave, blinding sunlight poured down. Squinting his eyes, Helmut saw a scene the next moment. Some bastard has taken the core. Lying near the cave was the corpse of a giant red scorpion. However, there was a gaping hole in the middle of its torso. A beast of this size would possess considerable magical energy in its core. He had deliberately avoided disturbing it, fearing it might raise the seed of darkness, but someone had cleverly extracted it in the meantime. I was going to have Luke Yeager handle it. Though damaged by sacred magic, the core seemed valuable enough to sell. Helmut felt a sense of regret. Helmut looked out over the empty desert whipped by sandstorms. The one who took the core would likely become the new ruler of the desert. Luke Yeager asked, Did you kill this? How does it obey human commands? The high priest Dolos was controlling this red scorpion to guard this place. He was in league with the commander of the Palma Knights. Luke Yeager quickly realized something. Was the plan to kill me and blame it on the red scorpion? That would be likely. The high priest, he's probably squashed under this thing. Unless the creature that took the core didn't eat the body. A savage smile crossed Helmut's lips as he vividly recalled the event. Helmut had aimed for the sacred bead embedded in the forehead of the red scorpion. It wasn't a fatal spot, but the creature was protecting it, aware of the bead's presence. Fighting while protecting it must have been an order from the high priest. The seed of darkness, which not only detested sacred magic but also refused to allow Helmut near the sacred bead, was difficult to defy. Enduring the pain, the moment he broke the bead, Helmut briefly felt a paralyzing shock. A part of the holy power must have penetrated the seed of darkness. However, the seed of darkness in Helmut's chest had withstood even sacred barriers. It was slightly subdued but not significantly harmed. Had the red scorpion targeted me in that instant, it might have been dangerous. But Helmut knew. The red scorpion, long subjugated to being mere prey by humans, must have harbored resentment towards Dolos. I freed you, now kill him. Helmut didn't need to say it out loud. The moment it was freed from the bead, the red scorpion must have realized. It was the opportunity to express its long-standing grudge and hatred. And it was a chance to break free from that detestable priest. As the sacred bead broke, resonating, the high priest also suffered damage. Before he could regain his senses, the red scorpion turned and attacked Dolos. The lowly beast, dare you? Dolos quickly defended himself with sacred magic, but the red scorpion's attack was fierce. The scorpion didn't care even as the sacred magic burned its body. In its past capture, it hadn't been able to properly resist because it couldn't assimilate the core into its own. No matter how incompatible with sacred magic, it wasn't so weak as to be easily captured by the high priest. I'll reduce you to ashes. As the high priest's continuous attacks screamed, he gathered all his holy power. He intended to purify the scorpion entirely. However, completing the holy magic took a bit of time. Feeling the crisis, the red scorpion leaped and threw itself at the high priest. A tremendous collision sound ensued. The red scorpion died instantly upon contact with the completed holy magic, and the high priest was crushed to death shortly after. An inadvertently perfect situation unfolded. Helmut had caught two birds with one stone. The high priest Dolos, crushed to death and in agony, screamed, save me, I'll give you money, forget today's events, I am the high priest. I could help you. Just answer my question. From his mouth, Helmut learned the names of the other two high priests who had conspired to send Darien to the forest of betrayal. Immediately after, Helmut kicked the body of the red scorpion with a leg heavy with force. High priest Dolos could no longer scream and met his perfect death. In a way, Helmut had helped him escape his agony, not a lie. Quickly regaining his composure, Helmut walked towards the inner side of the rock cliff where Palma Knight Commander and Luke Yeager had fought. That was the full account of the previous battle. Chapter 168 Part 2. Luke Yeager seemed to guess the situation roughly. A clever fellow indeed, to think this legendary red scorpion was dealt with so easily. He looked at the giant scorpion's body with admiration. Though the core was gone, its corpse would sell for a high price. Such a monster's body was not a common commodity. Helmut decided to make one thing clear. Since I defeated the red scorpion, the reward should be mine. Yeah, as if I would claim the reward now. Let's split Darien's inheritance in half though. Since you also used Darien's swordsmanship. Luke Yeager's eyes widened. Inheritance, the one in the bank. It should be okay to take it out now that the Knight Commander is dead. It wouldn't matter if the rumor of Darien's inheritance being unfrozen spread. Potential enemies targeting Darien's successor had been dealt with for now, and Luke Yeager was a protective barrier. No matter how much it would be useful. Luke Yeager clicked his tongue. You came to Basser to find that money, didn't you? If you don't want it, you don't have to take it. Saving his life and now sharing the inheritance, even Helmut thought he was being too generous. No, that's not it. Well, it would be good to have it. Luke Yeager coughed awkwardly. Helmut glanced at him and turned away. Soon Helmut would regret this conversation, but that was still unknown. What should we do now? The other Palma Knights must be waiting in that village. What should we tell them? The remaining ones were knights loyal enough to be selected and left by the Knight Commander. Even if the Knight Commander had shown a bit of suspicious behavior, or even if he had said that he killed Luke Yeager, they would keep their mouths shut. They wouldn't believe Luke Yeager if he said he had killed the Knight Commander who attacked him first. They might even accept that he assassinated the Knight Commander. They would not easily accept that Ludus Cicero betrayed the Sword Saint and even attempted to kill his descendant. That was Ludus Cicero's standing within the Palma Knights. I have a good idea. In the short walk out from the rock cliffs, Helmut had also thought about how to handle the situation. Fighting the few remaining Palma Knights in that village wasn't a good idea. He still needed to collect the reward. Luke Yeager, hearing Helmut's scenario in full, questioned it as if it was strange. So you'll take all the credit and I'll stay in the background? Yes. Why, you are the successor who wields the Sword Saint's sword, just revealing that fact alone. It would lend credibility to the story of Ludus Cicero's betrayal. In Basser, it would bring fame and glory to him. He couldn't understand why Helmut would want to hide his existence. I have no intention of taking the Sword Saint's place in Basser, that's your role. And so is taking the position of the new Palma Knight Commander. Yes, the position of Knight Commander was vacant. It wouldn't be easy for Luke Yeager, but it wasn't impossible. Luke furrowed his brows. It's a position you must reclaim, as the descendant of Darien de Firth. I'll try, but you, Luke Yeager tried to speak again. The explanation was too flimsy. Helmut eventually confessed. I have many enemies, not just Darien's. It's not yet time to reveal myself. High Priest Dolos died here. The temple's attention would be drawn, and for now he had to stay hidden. Dolos was weak for a high priest, but expecting the same from other high priests would be optimistic. The temple not only held priests but also had as many knights as the Palma Knights. With the Seed of Darkness vulnerable to holy power, Helmut couldn't confidently say he would defeat them. Moreover, being marked as a public enemy by the temple, as someone with the Seed of Darkness, meant becoming an enemy of all mankind. A potential murderer with the power of the Demon King. Well, if that's the case, there's nothing to be done. It wasn't strange for a boy with such skills to have a story. Luke Yeager didn't ask further and nodded. However, since you saved me, I owe you. If something happens to you, I'll help you out. After all, you are also a disciple of my great-grandfather. Under the name of Darien de Firth, the two were bound together. Although the honor of the Sword Saint would go to Luke Yeager, Helmut had received Darien's essence. His swordsmanship and sword, his path was a dangerous one. Helmut, who shouldn't be tied down with Luke Yeager, coldly cut him off. The help of Palma Knight Luke Yeager is unnecessary for now. Let's talk about it once you become the Knight Commander. This guy, what a way to talk, Luke Yeager grumbled. By now, the pain in his shoulder was almost gone. Helmut moved his hand towards the sword hilt. Then I'll take care of the aftermath. His gaze turned towards the rock cliff. This rock cliff, which almost became the grave of Darien de Firth and Luke Yeager, would collapse today. No one would be able to use this place again. The Red Scorpion, controlled by High Priest Dolos, had attacked them. The Knight Commander had fallen into its trap and was crushed to death by the rock cliff. Helmut had appeared, and together with Luke Yeager, they broke the Red Scorpion's holy bead, and the High Priest was killed in turn by the rampaging Scorpion. That was the scenario Helmut had crafted. Lutus Cicero would not even leave a body behind. That would be the fitting end for a traitor. Chapter 169, Part 1. Luke Yeager had no talent for lying or fabricating stories. He had to practice several times to properly convey Helmut's scenario. However, when they returned to the village with full preparation, they were met with an unexpected situation. As the sun set, they arrived at the village. The village, bathed in red from the slain monsters, was engulfed in silence. However, they felt the presence of many people inside the village. The support troops must have arrived. If that was the case, it would be easier to deal with the Palma Knights, including those close to Luke. But upon entering the village, they encountered an unexpected figure. "I'm glad you're safe. We searched around here for you, but to no avail." It was the second prince, leading a line of his personal knights. Surprised, Luke skipped greetings and asked, "Your Highness, the second prince, what brings you to such a place?" The second prince did not fault him for his rudeness and smiled. "I had a bad feeling. When I went to Dessert, I heard the Palma Knights were headed this way." He stared intensely at the wounded shoulder of Luke Yeager. The second prince was also a fighter of comparable skill to the Palma Knights. Having him with them wouldn't be a burden. While the Palma Knight commander could refuse him, others could not. Helmut realized immediately. It seemed the second prince was more wary of the Palma Knight commander than he had thought. He asked, "Where is the Palma Knight commander? Wasn't he with you, Luke Yeager?" That's the thing. Faced with an unexpected situation due to the sudden appearance of the second prince, the normally honest Luke Yeager was at a loss for words. The presence of the second prince changed the story. Helmut offered to explain. "It might be best to discuss this inside." Sensing the peculiar nuance in his words, the narrow-eyed second prince agreed. "Let's do that." Amidst the murmurs of the Palma Knights, they moved inside a building in the village. The vice-commander of the Palma Knights, Dasim Alvis, was also present. "Tell me what happened." After giving Luke Yeager a glance to keep him quiet, Helmut began to explain. It was a new scenario, revised from before and closer to the truth. The Palma Knight commander had lured Luke Yeager to a rock cliff intending to kill him. Following them, Helmut was attacked by the High Priest Dolos and the Red Scorpion under his control. Destroying the holy bead controlling the Red Scorpion, it turned on Dolos and both perished together. Immediately afterward, Helmut headed inside the rock cliff, where he saw Luke Yeager fighting the Knight Commander. Helmut and Luke Yeager teamed up to kill him. The only deviation from the truth was that Helmut hadn't joined the attack. Helmut, at 16 or rather 15, knew too well that a boy his age defeating the Knight Commander in a one-on-one battle was no ordinary feat. To avoid being detained in Basser, he needed to hide his identity as much as possible here. Luke Yeager knowing this is enough. "Indeed, the Palma Knight Commander was targeting you." The second prince let out a sigh. Luke Yeager asked, "Did you know that he was my great-grandfather's enemy?" "Yes, I was aware. The king suspected it too. The movements of my brother when the Sword Saint disappeared, Lutus Cicero's ascension as the Knight Commander, the movements of the temple. But we only had suspicions, no concrete evidence. That was the problem." Vice Commander Dasim Alvis nodded silently. It turned out he, who seemed loyal to the Palma Knight Commander, was surprisingly a man of the second prince. Lutus Cicero was an impeccable knight who significantly contributed to driving out beasts from the deserts of Basser. He was also the right hand of the Sword Saint. A vice-commander from the esteemed Cicero family, which basked in the Sword Saint's glory. At the time, there was no one more suitable than Lutus Cicero for the position of Knight Commander. Even if the king had suspicions, what could he do without evidence? The Sword Saint vanished without a trace and we couldn't even confirm his death. The second prince frowned. But since you appeared, issues buried for 20 years started resurfacing. My brother began acting strangely and started contacting Lutus Cicero. Though Cicero was cautious, we knew he would act eventually. To eliminate you, it all came down to the foolish first prince alerting them. Mistake was to ally with such a person. Helmut concluded clearly. Luke spoke cautiously. So what will you do now? I've been considering revealing the truth as it is. His tone suggested he found the idea unappealing. The second prince stroked his chin. Are you calculating which side would benefit you more in the succession to the throne? Luke Yeager asked sharply. That was an impudent remark. Helmut was slightly surprised. Hadn't he been cautious around the second prince all this time? He's not even the commander of the Palma Knights yet and his attitude has changed. There's a saying that positions make the man. Perhaps Luke Yeager already mistook himself for the knight commander. Chapter 169 Part 2. The second prince wasn't angry, instead he spoke seriously. While I won't deny such calculations, there are many other issues. Sword Saint Darien de Firth is a divine figure in Basser. If it becomes known that he was betrayed and met a mundane death, have you considered the aftermath? I'm not sure. Ridiculously, it would tarnish the Sword Saint's honor. The people would be shocked and thrown into chaos. This is not just about the Sword Saint's honor, but also directly related to the honor of Basser's greatest knight order, Palma. This dirty conspiracy would damage the pride of the people of Basser. Is that more important than revealing the truth? Sometimes, a pleasing lie is better than a painful truth. I'm in a position to make that judgment. The king has given me full authority over this matter. Do you think I, a prince, could lead soldiers here without reason? The king disfavored the first prince and considered the second prince as his successor. Helmut was aware of this fact too. This just reaffirmed it. Luke Yeager's expression remained unsatisfied, but he eventually spoke calmly. As a knight, I shall follow your majesty's will. Just keep your mouth shut. That's enough, yes, I will. And such facts originally should not be known by outsiders. The second prince's gaze fixed on Helmut. If an outsider learns facts they shouldn't, there are two solutions. One is to eliminate the outsider. The other is to make the outsider an insider. But Helmut showed indifference, strong enough not to choose either option. Moreover, he knew this was just a form of pressure. I'd like to receive my reward as soon as possible. Are you leaving Basser? Yes, Luke Yeager has agreed to share half of Sword Saint's assets with me. I'll take that and leave. Luke's eyes widened as if to say, what nonsense are you talking? Helmut knew that silence bought with a price was more persuasive. The mention of taking his share and leaving made the second prince smile slightly. That would also be a reward for helping Luke Yeager. Exactly. Considering you're not boasting about your deeds, you're certainly not meant for Basser. You're already planning to leave without issue. The second prince had a sharp edge, not unbecoming of a prince. Do you have a master? I have no master. I appreciate that you helped Luke Yeager. It would be perfect if you kept silent about this. The figure from Hyde appearing in Basser will soon cease to exist, thus Hyde won't be able to say anything. Helmut planned to return to Baden to his second year at Greta Academy as Helmut. His connection with Basser would fade away. The second prince didn't pry further. Where is the body of the Palma Knight commander? We need to confirm his death and the Red Scorpion as well. Luke Yeager scratched his nose, looking troubled. The thing is, and so, Helmut's previous scenario became the second prince's scenario. For Basser, it was more convenient to portray the temple as the center of the conspiracy. They had no qualms about this approach since Basser and the temple were not on good terms. Whether the temple's conspiracy would be revealed to the public was still a matter to be seen. The conflict between the two giants, Basser and the temple, was not a problem that could be easily handled. Hours later, the knight commander's horse appeared in the village alone. Helmut had loosely untied it when they arrived, so it naturally found its way to an oasis village with water. This naturally confirmed the knight commander's death as a fact. Although the Red Scorpion was dead, they had lost the knight commander. With that clear fact, they returned to the capital the next day. Helmut's existence was hidden as intended, and upon arriving in the capital, he immediately received a generous compensation, including the reward from the second prince. Soon after, Helmut visited the capital's bank with Luke Yeager carrying Darien's sword. Darien's sword was the key. Inserting it deep into a groove magically recognized the sword and opened the vault door. Inside the vault was a fortune of 50 million marks. Split in half, that's 25 million marks. Luke Yeager's smile seemed everlasting. Helmut deeply regretted offering to share the wealth with him so hastily. Though not a vast fortune compared to the Sword Saint's reputation, it was still an enormous sum by any standard. One thing was clear, Luke Yeager was incredibly lucky, unfairly so. To avoid getting entangled in another affair, Helmut planned to leave Basser as soon as possible. Before leaving, Helmut had conversations with two people. One was Michael, Surprisingly, he asked nothing. When Helmut visited the Golden Leaf Inn, Michael seemed ready to leave Basser too, having packed his things. It appeared he intended to say farewell. Aren't you curious who I am? Well, Michael smiled brightly. We'll meet again. One way or another. It sounded like a promise that he could discover who Helmut was no matter what. Helmut thought Michael could indeed find him, but that was a matter for another time. Helmut bid him a leisurely farewell. Then safely make your way out of Basser. What, ha ha ha. Leaving Michael's clear laughter behind, Helmut exited the inn and encountered Luke Yeager waiting outside. So, what's your real name? You can tell me now, right? I swear I can keep a secret. Though he didn't quite believe him, Helmut was prepared to answer. Helmut, and I'm actually 15. What? Facing the wide-eyed Luke Yeager, Helmut added coldly. I hope becoming the Palma Knight Commander was worth saving your life. Ha ha ha, very funny. Remember, my promise still stands wherever you go. Sure. Whether he would need Luke's help was uncertain, but not just Luke Yeager. Basser owed Helmut. Someday he might collect on that debt. After finishing his conversations, Helmut mounted his horse. White had fortunately recovered completely. Finally, he was returning to Greta Academy. It had been a relentless journey, filled with continuous events as if spanning countless years. During this time, Helmut had grown and avenged Darien. Reflecting on his trials, he felt a sense of satisfaction. There's still more to do, but those two would gradually be resolved. How long he would stay at Greta Academy remained unknown. Helmut's presence was too vast for the container of Greta Academy, and he was still growing. For now, though, Greta Academy was where he needed to return. Helmut glanced back at Basser for a moment, then spurred his horse. Let's go. As he rode off, resolving one chapter and starting anew, his silhouette seemed effortlessly light. Chapter 170, Part 1, Side Story, Their Vacation. Michael hasn't contacted us at all. Really, what could he be doing in that hot country? I'm quite worried. It was a luxurious drawing room in a mansion. A woman sat there, a look of concern on her face. With her flowing golden hair and blue eyes, she was so beautiful and elegant that she hardly seemed of middle age, a perfect image of a noblewoman. The girl with black hair sitting across her sipped her tea and spoke indifferently. Michael will come back once I leave, so there's no need to worry. Charlotte, it's true Michael doesn't like me. So he must have avoided this place, especially since he could finally see me during the vacation. Don't say such things. That child went to Basser to scout talents for the martial competition for the sake of our family, the woman added sternly. And Michael is just envious of you, that's all. He's been frail. I know. Try to understand him. You're healthy and attending the academy. Michael still falls ill often. How lonely he must have been with you away at the academy. Yes, mother. Charlotte's lips twitched into a bitter smile at the seemingly reproachful words. It was a familiar scene. What about you? You should be heading back soon too. How's academy life? The mother, who had shown little interest in Charlotte since she returned home for the vacation due to her preoccupation with Michael, couldn't ignore her daughter's achievements. Charlotte couldn't help but feel slighted, even though it had been this way since the moment they were born from the same womb. The frail Michael and the healthy Charlotte, that's where the problem started. Charlotte calmed her emotions and answered composedly, I'm doing well. You know I'm the top student in the first year of the swordsmanship department. The woman reacted as if she was hearing it for the first time. Oh my, that's impressive. If Michael could attend the academy, he would have been a great student too. Besides, mother, there's a senior in our swordsmanship department named Helmut. Charlotte glanced at her mother as she mentioned the name, but her mother seemed preoccupied with Michael's absence. He's a commoner, but his skills are exceptionally great. That's possible. As you know, many knights from our family came from commoner backgrounds. Her mother responded casually, showing no particular interest upon hearing the name Helmut. Does she not know him? After a few more exchanges, Charlotte left, stating she was going to practice her swordsmanship. Moments later, the woman alone in the room allowed her expression to change gradually. Helmut, a heaviness settled on her face as memories from a distant past surged forth. Bowing her head, she made the sign of a cross, a long-standing habit. In a spacious training ground, a boy wiped the sweat off his forehead. Setting down his wooden sword, he looked up at the sky, beads of sweat glistening on his pale face. Vacation's almost over, huh? As Asuka pondered returning to Baden, he furrowed his brows. He had dedicated his vacation to swordsmanship, but whether it paid off as much as he hoped was debatable. Had to be a monster like him showing up. Asuka kicked the ground in frustration as he thought of Helmut. They weren't exactly friends, but he couldn't help but think of him. Helmut probably hadn't been slacking off over the vacation either. But next semester will be different, Asuka resolved. Asuka, someone approached and spoke to him. A middle-aged man of dignified presence stood there. With his youthful handsomeness still evident, he was unmistakably of high birth. Though different in appearance, there was a familial resemblance between him and Asuka. Together, they unmistakably looked like kin. I heard you did well this semester. Don't rest on your laurels, continue to excel. Facing the man's calm words, Asuka's expression twisted slightly. He managed a faint smile. Of course. Oh, did you hear about my nickname at the academy? They call me the crazy dog of the swordsmanship department. You think I wouldn't know? Ah, so you did know. Asuka smirked provocatively, his expression reminiscent of his confrontational demeanor at the academy. But the man remained unfazed. I heard you've been pretending to be a commoner, enjoying it. Yeah, really, it suits me perfectly. I'd love to live like this forever. Someone called out from the distance. Asuka, a lady of pure visage, approached. Asuka muttered under his breath in realization, Mother, I've told you not to talk like that. Are you trying to upset me? Asuka awkwardly turned his head away. The man continued without care. It's good you're adapting well to the academy. Yeah, well, I'm getting by. I haven't been causing trouble, have I? Constantly picking fights with the nobles isn't good. So it's fine to pick fights with commoners. If you've adapted to the academy, why not make friends suited to your status? Asuka's face contorted in disgust. Nonsense, his mother looked as though she might faint. Asuka, what way is that to speak to your father? People have their rightful places. I hope you come to understand that. Ah, how thoughtful of you. I'll deeply cherish your advice. Asuka spat out the words irritably, grabbed his sword, and stormed off. No one could stop him. The place he had to return to every vacation was unbearably uncomfortable for him. I'm sick of this. Can't wait to leave, Asuka murmured. But first he probably had to console his tender-hearted mother who'd be crying in fear of his father's scrutiny. Chapter 170 Part 2. Side story. In a library filled with books, Aaliyah was engrossed in reading as usual. Even during the vacation, her routine hadn't changed. She must gather strength quickly to escape. Just then, the person she wished to escape from appeared. Aaliyah, what do you want? Aaliyah looked up from her thick tome of magic, her gaze toward the woman calling her devoid of any warmth, but the woman smiled unperturbed. About your roommate, I heard he's incredibly handsome. Aaliyah's expression twisted sharply. And what, you're interested? The look in her eyes was as if to say, consider the age difference. But the woman, shamelessly unprincipled, was Archmage Hike, a public enemy of the temple. The reason she was marked by the temple wasn't for committing crimes or dabbling in dark magic, but that was disdainful enough. Aaliyah would never grow fond of her, no matter she was her mentor. No, not interested. Her reply, accompanied by a luminous smile, made her stunningly beautiful. Her long silver hair and violet eyes shone. Even her face bore a strong resemblance to Aaliyah's, albeit more seductive and mature. Her figure was so voluptuous that it could captivate anyone's gaze. Good to hear your room allocation worked out well. Did you tamper with it? Aaliyah raised a suspicious brow. Somehow the dean had insisted on fairness and other excuses. Manipulating a strict dean was no difficult feat for this woman. She didn't answer but asked, how does it feel to share a room with a boy? Isn't it novel? Don't even dream of me becoming like you. Aaliyah turned her back coldly. You seem to get along with that roommate. Not at all. Watching Aaliyah leave the library, a deep smile crossed her lips. That boy, he asked for an artifact to change his appearance, didn't he? The dean was suspicious and relayed the information. The artifact wasn't like Aaliyah's gender-changing one but had similar properties. It seemed too coincidental. Hike had a good hunch. If she pretended not to know, it meant their relationship was quite good. Aaliyah would have done anything to drive away a roommate otherwise. Aaliyah is like me. Despite her denials, her innate magic intelligence, even her beauty, was unmistakably inherited. Watching her grow was like reliving her own youth. This could be fun. Maybe I should stir things up a bit. With a sly scheme in mind, Hike smiled. Aaliyah's situation was of no concern to her. Her amusement was all that mattered. Returning to her room with several books, Aaliyah pondered. That witch is unsettling. She worried she might meddle with Helmut. Hike had lured many men to their doom with her young, beautiful body. Her being an archmage was a calamity. When I return, I should keep my distance from him. There's still a business between us, but just for a while. Aaliyah revisited her resolution, unfulfilled throughout the first semester. Being roommates was unavoidable then, but with the semester over and rooms changing, it seemed possible. Yet she couldn't help but mutter, but that guy didn't even contact me once during vacation when I told him to if he's in danger. Helmut, in his simplicity, likely hadn't contacted because he wasn't in danger. Aaliyah knew this, jealous, ridiculous. Yet Aaliyah couldn't shake off a slight unease, but soon they would meet again, back at the academy in Baden. Sion sat before a table laden with a lavish meal, fork in hand. Every dish suited his taste perfectly. It was a harmonious dinner with his family. His mother, with a gentle demeanor, asked, Sion, vacation is almost over, isn't it? You'll be returning to the academy soon. His father added, just last year you were complaining about how boring the academy was. Seems like you feel differently this time. It's a bit more interesting now. Compared to last year, Sion smiled. His younger sibling burped and his mother quickly wiped the child's mouth. His father, embodying the role of a parent, scolded him, then tried to secure the top spot. Being second for 3 terms in a row, don't you find it regrettable? It's just one rank difference. That's impossible. There's an extraordinary genius above me. You're a genius too. Um. A different kind of genius. Cyan tilted his head. Dropping his fork, he complained, isn't it enough to have a son who's second in his class? It's tough securing the second spot at Greta Academy filled with geniuses. You're too harsh for not being satisfied with second place. His father cleared his throat. Who said I wasn't proud? It's just a pity, that's all. Yeah, our honor student son. Cyan's mother patted his back reassuringly. Among the 4, he was the only one who had a truly vacation-like break, surrounded by a loving family. Chapter 171, Part 1. The start of the second semester, Helmut returned to Baden with only 3 days left until the start of school. The demonic beast subjugation had taken longer than expected. Moreover, due to White's condition, they couldn't march as quickly as before. Returning to my original appearance after such a long time feels unfamiliar. Helmut had removed his disguise once he left the borders of Basser, finding his reflection in the mirror somewhat strange. The first place he headed to in Baden was the Kudrow mansion. Ethan Kudrow breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing from Helmut about what had happened in Basser. Phew, it seems Basser went through a lot. It's fortunate that the truth has come to light now. The truth won't be revealed because, Helmut mentioned the second prince's opinion. Though he had decided to keep it to himself, he couldn't keep it a secret from Ethan Kudrow. Ethan was aware that Helmut was Hyde, thus these were Helmut's words. I can't fully accept it, but if Darien's descendant has decided to keep quiet, I have nothing to say. Ethan Kudrow readily agreed to keep silent as well. If Luke Yeager wishes it, then he had no more to say. To think that the temple would go as far as to do such a thing, acting recklessly under the name of Lumen. They did not view our Baden, abundant with mages and knights, favorably either. It seemed Ethan Kudrow's impression of the temple had worsened. This was a positive development for Helmut. To win the tournament, you've done a great deed. It's a pity that Greta Academy can't officially announce the winner of the Basser tournament. It wasn't officially announced anyway. It was merely announced in a small notice that the tournament prize money was awarded to Hyde for his contributions in beast subjugation. Effectively, there was no winner of this year's Basser tournament since the final match was not held. The tournament was a significant event in Basser, but the people of Basser could no longer pay it any mind. Soon, with Luke Yeager's identity revealed and the descendant of the Sword Saint making a commotion, it would be the talk of Basser. Having a descendant of Darien, that's also surprising. How was he? He resembled Darien. An outstanding swordsman. Yeah, that's good to hear. Ethan Kudrow pressed his eyes shut, reminiscing about Darien de Firth who had saved him long ago as if trying to recall his figure from his memories. He soon changed the subject. Anyway, we should quickly prepare for the new semester. It's not far off. Yes, that's right. The room assignments were already completed. Luggage was usually taken out in advance in case of late returns. However, Helmut hadn't expected to return this late. According to Ethan, although Helmut's room had changed, Aaliyah was taking care of his belongings. Aaliyah had ended up using that room. The top student of the magic department gets a single room, huh? Being the top student of the swordsmanship department, he would also be assigned a single room. He felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness and immediately checked his room assignment. My room is right next to Aaliyah's. By some coincidence, it had turned out that way. Moving his few belongings would be convenient. Upon his arrival at the dormitory, his fellow students greeted him. Hey Helmut, you've just arrived in Baden. Helmut, it's been a while. Did you have a good break? Among them was someone rather sharp. You seem a bit tanned. Did you go to some hot country? It was a country with strong sunlight. Helmut responded casually and immediately went to find the key to his room, heading towards Aaliyah's room. Aaliyah preferred staying in the dormitory. If she wasn't heading to the magic department building, she would be in the dormitory. Climbing the stairs, he felt an inexplicable tension as if facing a formidable enemy. Or is it different? Why did he feel this way heading to Aaliyah's room? Even Helmut couldn't explain. Knock, knock. As he knocked, rustling sounds came from inside. Who is it? It's me. The door opened widely and Helmut was taken aback, wondering what was happening. The first thing to appear through the door gap was a pair of violet eyes. Bright and clear like amethyst, they seemed to drop his heart the moment they entered his sight. It hadn't been 2 months since they parted, but it felt like years had passed. Aaliyah was still beautiful, but her expression had subtly changed. Despite covering it with magic, Helmut could sense the difference. Aaliyah's lips moved. Helmut. They stood frozen, staring at each other for a moment. An awkward silence flowed with a prickly sensation, a strange feeling. My heart again. Maybe the seed of darkness was reacting to Aaliyah's magic. That was a new hypothesis Helmut had formulated. He was the first to break the silence. Chapter 171, Part 2. I came to pick up my luggage. Oh, your luggage, right. As Aaliyah inadvertently motioned Helmut in, she frowned. But is that all you have to say after seeing me? Helmut tilted his head. It's been a while, was that the right thing to say? He felt like there was something he meant to say, but upon seeing Aaliyah, everything turned blank. He couldn't remember. Never mind, what can I expect from you? The room was as it had been before. Helmut's belongings were untouched. Helmut quickly gathered his belongings, stuffing them into a box he had left under the desk. Everything barely fit. Aaliyah watched him work in silence, grumbling, "You've become so dark. You almost look like a beast." It was an unfounded comment. Helmut was slightly tanned, not burnt to a crisp. "You seem taller, though." Aaliyah's eyes widened. Indeed, Helmut's head was now higher. His eye level had naturally risen. "Ah, so you haven't shrunk," Helmut muttered. He had thought Aaliyah seemed a bit smaller. He wondered if it was an aftereffect of a magic experiment. Naturally, Aaliyah scowled. "First thing you do is demand your luggage, and now you're picking a fight." "It's not a fight." Helmut realized something. Women are shorter than men, so Aaliyah wouldn't grow much taller. On the other hand, he would continue to grow. He paused for a moment. All he needed to do was take the box and leave, yet he hesitated. Aaliyah asked first, "Where's your room?" "Right next door." "Really? Well, that makes moving your luggage easier." Silence lingered. Both felt it was too early to end their meeting, yet neither had much to say. "What did you do over the break?" "Just hunted beasts and practiced swordsmanship." A typical question received a reply full of hidden details. Neither was open to sharing more. Both were still keeping secrets. "That bracelet, you're wearing it well." "Ah, yes, of course." Once again, they ran out of things to say. It was time to leave. The new room needed cleaning. While Aaliyah was there, the room's cleanliness was maintained magically, so there was no need for cleaning. But now that he would be using the room alone, it was different. "If the room's condition is severe, I'll need to hire someone." Helmut made up his mind and said goodbye. "I'll be going then." As he was about to leave, Aaliyah suddenly spoke again. "This semester, I think I'll settle all my wishes. Do you have something in mind?" Helmut hadn't forgotten about the two wishes Aaliyah had. He was anxious. "Aaliyah wouldn't ask for an ordinary price. I hope it's not about hunting demonic beasts." He should avoid being influenced by magical energy. The takeaway from Basser was that despite committing murder, the seed of darkness didn't grow. It actually shrank. He even thought it might be good to periodically receive sacred magic from a priest. Since revealing the seed of darkness was not an option, he couldn't act on it. "Well, you'll find out soon." "So what I'm trying to say is," Aaliyah added firmly, "I can at least offer to clean as a service." Though it could be easily resolved with magic, it was a rare gesture of goodwill from Aaliyah. And such rare gestures from Aaliyah were usually directed at Helmut. It was also more convenient for him. Helmut nodded and counteroffered. "Then, shall we have a meal together in the city next time?" "The place we went to before." Hiring someone for cleaning would cost money. Paying with a meal with Aaliyah wasn't a bad deal. It was also a way to avoid accumulating more debt. Helmut had become wealthier. He had amassed a fortune so large he didn't know what to do with it. He was now in a position where, even if Aaliyah was wealthy, he wouldn't be inferior, though that was somewhat doubtful. Aaliyah smiled gently, brightening his view with a pleasing sight. "Sure." Aaliyah's decision to distance herself from Helmut once again flew away. Helmut was organizing the dormitory, intending to head to the personal training ground for the first time in a while. "Hey Helmut, buddy, it's good to see you. It's really been a while, hasn't it?" Without even looking, Helmut immediately recognized the owner of this boisterous voice. "Sion." "Yeah, hey. You got a bit tanned." Sion, who came to greet him, had also grown a bit. It seemed everyone grew a little during the break. It's the growth period, after all. But it looked like he had spent his break well-fed and happy as his cheeks were gleaming. "Everyone's saying that." The previous Helmut had a noble appearance with his pale skin, black hair, and eyes standing out. But his current, slightly tan look wasn't bad either. It was different, perhaps more rugged and fitting for a swordsman. There was a sense of added gravitas which created a bit of a distance. "Since you're tanned, but why did you arrive in Baden so late? I thought you had dropped out. Even instructor Ethan didn't know about your whereabouts." Due to concerns about being tracked, especially with someone like Michael around, Helmut hadn't contacted Ethan. It seemed Ethan had been somewhat anxious during that time. Helmut briefly replied, "The horse was sick, so we took it slow." White had almost fully recovered. He was a sturdy one from the start. "Really? I thought you would just leave a sick horse behind and switch to a new one. You care more about animals than I thought." Sion looked surprised, extending his hand. "Anyway, let's do well this semester too." As they shook hands lightly, Sion grabbed Helmut's hand with both of his, making a fuss. "Wow, look how firm your hand is. Squeeze it and someone's wrist might break." As expected of the swordsmanship department's top student, now that you and Aaliyah are separated and each has your own single room, you must feel like you're in heaven after always having to be mindful of each other. Why it was assumed that Helmut would naturally dislike sharing a room with Aaliyah was beyond him. Helmut didn't argue but instead asked, "By the way, where's Asuka?" Seeing Sion reminded him of Asuka. Usually the two were inseparable. Helmut hadn't seen Asuka at the dormitory since his return. "That guy's been in Baden for a while now. He's been holed up in the training ground these days. He'll probably be there today too. You might want to be on your guard this semester." Oh, and you might be surprised when you see Asuka. He's changed a lot. Leaving the chattering Cyan behind, Helmut felt a familiar presence and turned around. Just then, Asuka was returning to the dormitory. Their eyes met. Chapter 172 Part 1. Helmut felt for a moment as if he were facing a stranger. Asuka, that rare blue hair, the mole under his eye, it was unmistakably Asuka, but his height was different. Not enough to be considered tall among the famously bulky students of the swordsmanship department, but he seemed to have grown as much as the length of a finger. It was an astonishing rate of growth. His skill seemed to have grown as well, his aura heavier than before. However, as Helmut initially thought, the gap had not narrowed over the vacation. Helmut had encountered and fought a formidable opponent, the commander of the Palma Knights. "Hey Helmut, what kind of labor did you do to get so tanned?" He grinned and waved his hand. Helmut asked with suspicion, "Did you take a growth potion? What are you talking about? Oh, the height. People in my family tend to have growth spurts. I might grow even more. Everyone says I'm tall, maybe even taller than you." Asuka, looking more manly with less baby fat, seemed a bit proud as he spoke. Cyan sighed deeply. "The cuteness is gone, that was the only thing covering up your personality." "What did you say?" Asuka frowned, but then he chuckled. "Well, in a year you'll be a complete shorty." "Same with Aaliyah." "Shorty," Cyan grumbled, seemingly self-conscious as he touched his hair. "I'll grow too, my family isn't known for being short." "Who's worrying? No need to be so insecure." Cyan glared at Asuka as he bragged. Watching them bicker, Helmut felt it anew. We're back. The incidents in Basser and the desert felt like distant dreams. It felt strange, as if returning to peace after being in the midst of war. Anyway, it was a rare chance to train. Although there was plenty of time to hold a sword on the slow journey back to Baden, the training grounds of Greta Academy offered a far better environment. "I'm off." Helmut, attempting to shake off Asuka and Cyan, suddenly stopped at Cyan's words. "Helmut, by the way, which elective did you choose? The deadline is today." He felt a chill down his spine. He had completely forgotten. He wanted no part in the headache of additional private lessons. "You didn't register." "Right, you came to Baden recently. Was it yesterday?" "Today." "You came on the very last day. Hurry and register. As the top of the swordsmanship department, you'll have first pick. Don't end up suffering by choosing something like understanding magic." "Don't mention that." While listening to Asuka's grumbling, Helmut immediately changed his plans. Fortunately, it was 10 minutes before the deadline. Helmut, as the top student of the swordsmanship department, secured the easiest elective to score in. At Greta Academy, everything followed a merit system. Good grades naturally brought all benefits. Did I even read a book over the vacation? Helmut tried to remember. The last thing resembling reading was going through the documents about the Palma Knights that Michael had passed on. He had spent a vacation focused on almost everything except studying. If it were someone like Aaliyah, he would have sought out a library even in a country like Basser. But Helmut naturally excluded anything book-related from his thoughts. "I had time, but it's just not my thing." Though not to his liking, the academy education aimed to instill even those dispositions that were not. Therefore, the academy was an unparalleled place of learning for commoners who couldn't afford private tutors. The same was true for Helmut. As Helmut, more inclined to train than study, left the registration office, someone greeted him. "Hello, senior." It was Charlotte. She seemed slightly surprised to bump into him. Helmut was reminded of his original plans for the vacation. "I had intended to follow Charlotte." The new schedule in Basser had postponed that plan. Charlotte, who had almost been tracked, widened her eyes in surprise. "You got quite tanned." "Ah, yes. Did he get that tanned? Just a bit sunburned, but everyone made a comment because of his usually pale complexion." "Did you visit a hot country?" "Someone from our family went to the Basser martial arts tournament, so maybe you—" Helmut denied it as calmly as possible. "No." She was sharper than expected. Charlotte took his word for it without suspicion and asked, "By the way, senior, I have a question about what you asked me before the vacation." "Why did you ask me that?" "If it's that question, Margaret Irene." Chapter 172 Part 2. Helmut acted as if it was nothing significant. His acting had improved too. "Just a lady I happened to see in the past who resembled you." "Ah, I see." Even as she answered, Charlotte seemed puzzled. Margaret and Charlotte didn't particularly resemble each other. Because of this, Charlotte often wondered if her mother favored Michael because he resembled her more. Wasn't there a saying that one favors children who look like them? She then said, as if realizing something, "Then you must be a noble, senior." Helmut raised an eyebrow. Her statement implied her mother was of a status that would not have been visible to those outside nobility. "A noble and quite a high-ranking one at that," Helmut calmly pointed out. "Academy rules say we shouldn't talk about such things." "Oh right, I made a mistake." Charlotte looked around in a panic, worried a professor might have heard. Typical of her conscientious nature. "Then I'll be going now, take care." She bowed her head quickly and turned around. Helmut watched her go for a moment before starting to move. "I'll find out next vacation." He had already solved one matter. Helmut wasn't in a rush. On the other hand, Charlotte suddenly stopped in her tracks as she was walking. But Margaret Irene, isn't that mother's maiden name? Why did Helmut remember her mother by her maiden name? It had been almost 20 years since her mother got married. It was a mystery. Charlotte quickly dismissed her doubts. The new semester was just around the corner and she was busy. She had no time to dwell on trivial matters. The next day from dawn, the first in the dormitory, Helmut went out to the training grounds and organized his schedule in his mind. Today is a busy day. Once school starts, he wouldn't be able to wander around the city freely. So it was better to prepare anything he needed now, especially since he had some errands in the city. Then someone knocked on the door. Opening it, he saw Cyan and Asuka. "Helmut, won't you come out to the city with us? We're planning to shop and hang out." Helmut declined without hesitation. "No, I have plans. What with instructor Ethan? All right, got it." Cyan made a conclusion and turned away. Asuka followed him. Even after the start of the new semester, the two got along well. It won't be them. Even if he did run into them, it wouldn't matter. He hadn't lied. He quickly got ready and knocked on Aaliyah's door. Knock, knock. "Yes, I'm coming out." Silver-haired Aaliyah walked out, and it seemed as if a bright light shone before him. It was a plan made the night before. They had decided to go out to buy textbooks and have a meal together. It wasn't a big deal. But there was an uncomfortable sensation. Aaliyah's expression was also subtly stiff. "Is she unwell?" Helmut brushed his stomach. His stomach could digest anything he ate. He could probably chew on a rock and be fine. Every time he met Aaliyah, he suffered symptoms he had never experienced before, as if he had become frail. "Maybe Aaliyah is the problem. Should I keep my distance?" Helmut looked at Aaliyah with renewed wariness. It was odd for a person to seem so radiant, so sparkling. Michael was blonde and flashy, but Aaliyah was on another level. "What are you doing? Aren't we going?" The corners of her mouth lifted in a pretty smile. Helmut realized what the word pretty meant. To understand a word he had only known in his mind was a good thing, yet it felt like something was wrong. But strangely, escaping from it felt harder than swimming against the current. "I have a debt to settle anyway." He would think about it afterward. Running away was laughable. "Right, let's go." Helmut nodded decisively. They walked side by side out of the dormitory. Reaching Baden's upscale shopping district, where everything from the food to the smallest item was expensive, Aaliyah suggested, "Shall we go somewhere other than the place we went last time? That place is famous too." "As you wish." Helmut didn't know much about it anyway. As long as he paid, it was fine. Following Aaliyah into the restaurant, they were guided by the staff to their seats. It was a fancy restaurant with magic sound systems. Blue silk was laid on each white tablecloth with silverware set on top. The chairs were comfortably cushioned. Nice. Human comfort was fickle. Helmut had grown accustomed to luxury. Anything less than this level would hardly catch his eye. He felt like he was becoming more noble-like, following his heritage. Helmut immediately relaxed and delegated the task of ordering to Aaliyah. "Choose whatever you like." Whether it was seafood, mushrooms, or spicy food, Helmut wasn't picky and ate everything well. He didn't have specific tastes. As Helmut casually looked around, he noticed something. Not too far away, a couple sat facing each other. Familiar faces. Seeing a couple on a date in such a place was natural, but who the couple was the issue. Patricia, blushing and giggling, and Alan with an unexpectedly gentle expression. Thinking of them during lessons, it was a peculiar scene. Cyan and Asuka would have made a fuss if they had seen it. Fortunately, Helmut was the witness. He thought it was just two instructors having an affair and didn't dwell on it much. After Aaliyah finished ordering, he noticed where Helmut's gaze had gone and asked belatedly, "What is it?" Aaliyah frowned upon recognizing the two instructors. "Isn't that Alan and Patricia? Alan is, from what I know, engaged, and to a daughter of a prominent noble family in Baden." Aaliyah's memory was undeniable. Suddenly, the situation turned dramatic. They had witnessed a scandal involving the instructors, yet both were calm about it. "How did you know?" Helmut was more surprised that Aaliyah, who usually showed little interest in others, knew such gossip. "Alan comes from a well-known noble family in Baden. Patricia is an outsider. It's beneficial to keep information about the faculty." "Would you like to order?" A server approached with a friendly face and asked. Aaliyah quickly picked a few items from the menu to order. "How is it beneficial?" "To leverage weaknesses for blackmail, perhaps. Not a very positive benefit. Regardless, it didn't matter." Whether Alan was having an affair with Patricia or Alan had a fiancée, it was just a sensational topic for the academy, not of importance to Helmut. He was getting quite hungry. "It'll be delicious." But then there was a problem. Perhaps Patricia was about to call the server because she raised her hand and at the same moment spotted Helmut and Aaliyah. You guys." It was the first time he saw her eyes widen so much. At the same time, Alan's face stiffened. Chapter 173 Part 1 "Hello." Helmut and Aaliyah greeted calmly. Instructor Patricia raised both hands as if pondering what to think. "Oh, don't get me wrong. We're definitely not like that." I'm not misunderstanding. Helmut cut her off succinctly. It's enough to judge by appearances, and he was not interested in anything beyond that. Aaliyah glanced at the two and added, I'll turn a blind eye. With a subtly more nuanced tone. Regaining his composure, Instructor Allen frowned and retorted, What do you mean by turning a blind eye? This is just. No, we're not in that kind of secretive relationship. Aaliyah sharply pinched in, Are you saying you're not cheating on your fiancé? Allen was terrified. Cheating? It's been years since the engagement was called off. And let me be clear, that's not why it ended. He added, just in case there was a misunderstanding, it didn't seem like he was lying. But why are you surprised? Well, that's. Allen and Patricia looked at each other. Patricia added as if making excuses, We just thought it was too early to be known by the students of the swordsmanship department. We haven't been seeing each other for long. Surprised to be caught by a student all of a sudden. Somehow it seemed odd and vulnerable to be stuck together in such a place. Even if the restaurant is considered upscale and quiet, it's not strange for two instructors to be together. The problem was they were acting like a couple. Aaliyah smiled lightly, Then you wouldn't mind if rumors spread. Instructor Allen said seriously, I'll pay for the meal. They soon left the restaurant. It was an unexpectedly lucky day to get a free meal. Helmut glanced at Aaliyah. Why are they acting like that? Helmut was just curious why Allen was so keen on silencing them. Aaliyah explained lightly, It seems true that the engagement was called off. But since it's not known, it must have been broken against the family's will. Moreover, the Baden noble family is conservative. It's not without problems for him to be seen with an outsider like Instructor Patricia. Would it be troublesome if rumors spread? Yes, here I was supposed to pay. Let's do that next time. Apparently, they won't let it go with just this. Naturally, it led to a next time. Avoiding Aaliyah seems impossible after all. Is this okay? Helmut decided not to worry. They enjoyed the free meal. Meanwhile, Helmut felt something odd. Even if this restaurant tends to be quiet, Aaliyah was here. Stores that Aaliyah visits, even if initially empty, would suddenly become busy. It's said to become bustling. But today, strangely, that wasn't the case. Even while walking together on the street, they didn't encounter those who would normally be bothersome. It seemed like they weren't attracting much attention either. That's strange. What is? Why isn't everyone looking at you? Aaliyah smiled lightly. His smile had been mysteriously frequent these days. I wonder why. Helmut soon found the answer. Magic, it's being blocked. Aaliyah's magic, like pheromones, naturally attracts people, especially women, like bees to honey. The charm of magic, even without using spells, naturally emanated from her body like a fragrance. But that fragrance itself felt significantly weaker. Yeah, I haven't just been playing during the vacation. Though not in a position to talk, considering Aaliyah was the top student of the magic department, Helmut wondered why she was working so hard. Aaliyah's study had a desperate quality to it. Perhaps that was the reason Helmut finally realized. Aaliyah's expression was more relaxed. Her attitude became more laid back. She no longer walks around secretly with her hood up. She moved from the shadows to the sunshine. I can't believe it's this difficult to be normal, Aaliyah said with a sigh. Helmut looked at Aaliyah's sparkling appearance and thought her words were wrong. Aaliyah could never be ordinary, even if she could perfectly block her magic. After the meal, they browsed the shopping district. They bought textbooks and items, then went to another store for tea. It was a dessert shop known for its delicious shaved ice. True to Aaliyah's choice, it was pricey. Although not crowded, quite a few people were inside. Have you ever tried shaved ice? No, it will be delicious. What Aaliyah ordered was a slightly bitter coffee shaved ice, and Helmut chose a plain milk shaved ice. After ordering, they casually looked out the window, and it seemed like footsteps were approaching them. Excuse me, can we sit here too? Someone asked and quickly took the seat next to Helmut. Another person squeezed next to Aaliyah. Aaliyah's expression turned cold, a chill similar to anger. There are seats over there, Helmut pointed out first. He immediately recognized the person. There was no one else who bothered him like she did. The red-brown-haired senior from the magic department, Teresa, and the one who sat next to Aaliyah was her friend, someone unknown. Chapter 173, Part 2. Teresa's friend kept smiling at Aaliyah, seemingly indifferent to the chill just by being next to her. Teresa said casually, We thought you two were alone, we're also just two. So what? Aaliyah's tone sharpened. We didn't give permission to sit. Ah, come on, no need for that. What's the fun in men sticking together so gloomily? It's more enjoyable with more people. This one's on us. Aaliyah wasn't someone who matched the description of being gloomy. But Teresa spoke unabashedly, flashing a fresh smile at Helmut. It was as if she was completely oblivious. This was an unusual day. Helmut, who always kept to himself with studies and exams, asking not to be bothered, now had an opportunity since they met in town. It turned out Teresa's friend liked Aaliyah. Their targets were different. A two-on-two seemed more comfortable than one-on-one. But these two, why are they sticking together like this? Teresa had heard rumors that Aaliyah was unusually close to her roommate. But observing them together, there was a strange air. Teresa watched them with sharp eyes. Helmut was known for his expressionless and calm demeanor, but Aaliyah seemed a bit suspicious. Was she possessive over her friend? It's unlike Aaliyah to act like he's blocking me. Is that it? Previously, Aaliyah's magic made it impossible to think logically, but now it was possible to harbor doubts in front of Aaliyah. Teresa wasn't one of Aaliyah's followers. This time she had her target right. Being together like this, you match perfectly. What's good is good. It was a spontaneous meetup. The problem was the other party didn't want it like this. Teresa pushed forward with her characteristic assertiveness. She was famous for her excellent grades and stunning beauty. Moreover, a skilled mage. It would be stranger if she wasn't confident. Helmut wondered briefly how to respond. She was a senior from the magic department but still a senior at the academy. Teresa had maintained a proper distance until now, but today she crossed that line. Aaliyah delivered the response. Sharp words flew from Aaliyah's lips. Senior, stop being so clingy. Even for Teresa, the tone was cold enough to make her face heat up. Ah, Aaliyah, what kind of words are those? Then leave. Who's interested in you? I'm interested in this one. Helmut was momentarily surprised. He had never seen a woman speak to Aaliyah like this. Moreover, her pointing direction. It was me. That was also surprising. Usually the target was Aaliyah, but this time the interest was purely in him. She was the first woman to show pure interest in Helmut, monumental. Only the attitude was too aggressive to be considered rude. It might work on someone interested, but Helmut only saw her as an annoying senior from the magic department. And then, a killing intent flashed in Aaliyah's eyes. Is it okay to disrupt someone's plans because you're interested? Beyond being rude, you lack decency. Aaliyah advised as if warning about Teresa before, as if Teresa was trying to approach her through Helmut, but now Aaliyah spoke as if he knew Teresa was interested in Helmut. Why? A question flashed by, but perhaps knowing Teresa would be so persistent, she said that. Helmut simply interpreted it straightforwardly. Aaliyah's lips curled. Do you want to get up yourself or should I make you? It sounded like a threat to use magic to lift her from her seat. A blatant threat. Even if Teresa was the top student in the magic department's third year, she was no match for Aaliyah. She knew that. Teresa cried out as if cornered. Oh, such harsh words. Aaliyah, you're too obsessive over your friend, aren't you? If obsession is the case, maybe the senior is the one. Do you know you two always stick together like a couple? Even if you're not interested in women, you know you might be misunderstood, right? Teresa raised her voice sharply. Aaliyah replied lightly, being misunderstood as dating a senior would be worse, wouldn't it? What? Did you say, do you agree? The look in his eyes was as if he was commanding agreement. Helmut nodded lightly. A sense of humiliation appeared on Teresa's face. Aaliyah arrogantly gestured with his chin at her. Crushing someone was Aaliyah's specialty. If you understand, then leave. How can you treat a senior like this? Do you want to challenge me to a duel? I'm not sure if you have the courage. This, Teresa glared at Aaliyah with a flushed face. As Cyan said, there are no normal people in the magic department. It wouldn't be strange for them to start casting spells at each other in this tense situation. The situation was cooled down by the arrival of the waiter. Customers, the shaved ice is ready. The waiter murmured with a voice as tiny as a mosquito's, quickly placing 2 bowls of shaved ice in front of Helmut and Aaliyah. He apologized, saying, and I'm sorry, but if you raise your voices like that in the store, it disturbs the other customers. Teresa's glaring eyes turned to the waiter. As he flinched, Teresa's friend finally spoke up with a noticeably timid face. Teresa. Let's go. Unlike Teresa, her friend was wary of Aaliyah. Dragged out by her friend, Teresa couldn't hide her anger. With the situation finally peaceful, Aaliyah relaxed his expression. He casually switched their bowls of shaved ice. Here's your shaved ice, try it. Helmut thought as he picked up his spoon, is this okay? It didn't matter much to him being from another department, but Aaliyah was from the same magic department as Teresa. It might be troublesome if they openly got into a dispute like this. But considering Asuka, who also picked fights indiscriminately and still attended the academy just fine, it probably wasn't a big deal. It's delicious. The shaved ice wasn't too sweet and melted pleasantly in the mouth. Helmut decided not to think too deeply. Aaliyah will handle it. Why Teresa and Aaliyah were so antagonistic towards each other was something he probably wouldn't understand anyway. Chapter 174 Part 1. After the incident with Teresa, Helmut and Aaliyah returned to the dormitory. The new semester was about to begin. Unexpectedly, Instructor Allen offered to buy them a meal, leading to plans being made. They didn't set a specific date for the next meeting, leaving it uncertain when it would happen next. Take care. Helmut didn't ask anything as Aaliyah, waving casually as if nothing had happened, disappeared. In truth, there weren't any pressing questions to ask. There were curiosities, but nothing significant. I should go for training. That evening, after visiting the personal training ground, Helmut ran into Cyan and Asuka. True to his reputation for being well-informed, it seemed Cyan had already heard about Helmut's day. Asuka greeted him with a sullen wave. Hey traitor, does food taste better when you eat with Aaliyah? I told you. It was a promise. Why does it sound so suspicious when two guys make a promise? It's my business, and Aaliyah doesn't like either of you anyway. Cyan grumbled at Helmut's blunt response. It's true, but do you have to say something so hurtful so nonchalantly? Helmut, not understanding how his words were hurtful, raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Cyan sighed and continued. By the way, I heard you fought with a senior female student at some fancy shaved ice place. It caused quite the stir, didn't it? The rumors had been very detailed. Aaliyah fighting with a girl. That must be something. Asuka focused on a different point. Yeah, it seems Aaliyah's popularity isn't what it used to be. The upperclassmen say that Aaliyah's magic has the power to charm the opposite sex, but it seems to have weakened. Does that mean his abilities have declined? No, it probably means he's gotten better at controlling his magic. Even enough to hide his inherent attributes. That's unfortunate news, but why did you fight? All eyes turned to Helmut, who had nothing to say. It was a delicate matter to explain. It's something you're used to, and if Aaliyah raised his voice, did that senior girl like you? Is that why she interfered with your plans? Cyan's accurate guess made Helmut flinch. I thought so. Was that senior pretty? Asuka asked with sparkling eyes. Cyan playfully jabbed him in the side. Why do you ask as if you trust his taste? She must have been confident to approach him. Rejecting a pretty senior who approached you. Aaliyah is no help, huh? Asuka nodded and added, I told you that guy is dangerous. In what way? Cyan asked, and Asuka answered knowingly. He doesn't have friends. Meaning he might become overly attached to his only friend. Asuka himself only had two people he could call friends, Cyan and Helmut, so you're half as attached to me and Helmut, looking for a fight. As always, they bickered endlessly. Helmut pondered for a moment. Obsession. Even if it were true, it seemed insignificant. There was no conflict between him and Aaliyah at the moment. The new semester began. It wasn't marked by any grand events, just classes as usual. Helmut arrived on time at the Swordsmanship Department's second-year courtyard, where he hadn't needed to be during the vacation. He glanced around at his classmates. Everyone has achieved something. No one seemed to have slacked off over the break. At the Greta Academy, known for its competitive environment, slackers wouldn't survive. Greetings came from all around. As the top student of the Swordsmanship Department, Helmut was bound to attract attention. Hey Helmut, long time no see. Did you have a good break? You weren't just lazing around, were you? You got a tan. Did you train under the scorching sun? I heard rumors about Senior Teresa liking you, but you rejected her spectacularly. Why? He had no memory of being confessed to or rejecting anyone, though the situation seemed familiar. If asked why, it would be difficult to explain, but he likely would have rejected Teresa even if she hadn't been so forward. It's annoying. Wow, this guy's so cool. Yeah, that's what it takes to be the top student in the swordsmanship department. But she is pretty. I wouldn't have rejected her. The chatter suddenly stopped. Helmut inevitably noticed Asuka approaching from the other side. Asuka's presence made everyone fall silent, a situation no different from the previous semester. Hey, why do you always walk alone? You could have woken me up if I overslept. Asuka complained. It was 1 minute before class started. He barely avoided being late. Helmut simply replied, wake up on your own. He wasn't kind enough to wake someone up, especially since he didn't even know where Asuka's room was. Asuka was about to say something when suddenly, attention, everyone, it was Instructor Allen. His appearance prompted all the students in the swordsmanship department to line up. Instructor Allen looked awkwardly towards Helmut before speaking. Is everyone healthy? I hope you didn't neglect your training over the break. Yes, sir, the loud response echoed back. Good. If there were shortcomings last semester, you'd work hard not to fall behind. If you performed well, you'd strive not to be overtaken. I trust everyone has diligently prepared. Today is the first class. The first class usually involved exams and an overview of the academic schedule. This time was no different. I'll briefly explain the academic schedule. You're all aware of the upcoming summer festival, right? Cheers erupted. Nobody disliked having fun. The festival was one of the few breaks from the rigorous academy life. If there was a picnic in the first semester, the summer festival marked the second. After the 3-day summer festival, midterms will approach. After the midterms, there will be a week for project assignments. More details will be provided then. Chapter 174, Part 2. The mention of project assignments stirred the crowd. Are we going to do something outside the academy? Helmut was just as curious. Instructor Allen continued. Additionally, towards the end of the second semester, we will conduct a selection competition. The competition results will be reflected in the practical scores. 2 students will be selected from each of the first, second, and third years, and 2 from the fourth, fifth, and sixth years, making a total of 4. The selection competition will be conducted separately for lower and upperclassmen. After the initial selection within each grade, a further selection competition will be held without regard to grade. Someone murmured. Helmut will surely be in the top 2, right? Even if he faces a third-year senior. Probably. But what does the selection mean? What's it for? What happens after the second semester? The answer came from instructor Alan. After the selection competition, a comprehensive swordsmanship tournament will be held in Baden. We, the instructors, have high expectations for Greta Academy's performance. The students buzzed with excitement. Even the usually quiet ones couldn't keep silent. A comprehensive swordsmanship tournament, wasn't it usually held without Baden's academies? Would the temple let that happen? It must be okay if they're going ahead with it. Baden was known as a city of academies, but not the only place with them. There were several prestigious academies in the empire and kingdoms. Other academies had always interacted and held tournaments or exchanged students among themselves. Baden's academies were excluded due to one reason. The city was favorable to mages. Above all, the magic academies in Baden were unmatched. A city as free in magic research as Baden was rare. The temple was particularly hostile to magic. The Temple of Lumen hadn't even allowed its influence to spread to Baden. Naturally, the three academies in Baden, known for nurturing troublesome mages, weren't viewed favorably by the temple. This led other academies to naturally avoid interacting with those in Baden. However, even if bundled under the name of prestigious, it was undeniable that Baden's academies were top-notch. Despite the temple's pressure on high-ranking officials in various countries not to send their students to Baden, few complied. Many were concerned about falling behind educationally to other families if they didn't send their children to Baden. As a result, Baden hosted students from the leading noble and royal families of various countries. Even the temple couldn't pressure them too much. Recently, due to some incident, the temple's movements had slowed, leading to the initiation of this new plan. The exact number of participating academies was unknown, but at least 3 had agreed to take part. The second-year students of the swordsmanship department were excitedly discussing the opportunity. Fighting against students from other academies sounds fun. Greta needs to show we're the best in swordsmanship, not just magic. But first, we have to get through the selection. Do you really think you can make it? What? You want to start something? Amid the noise, Helmut was deep in thought. A swordsmanship tournament. He had made it to the final of the Basser martial arts tournament. If he had fought Luke Yeager, he believed he would have won, so even though the final was inconclusive, he considered himself the victor. The Basser martial arts tournament was on a different level from an academy swordsmanship tournament. The stakes were higher, and even a first-rank platinum medal holder might not be considered a favorite to win. In contrast, a platinum badge holder would be among the top contenders in an academy swordsmanship tournament. Having won in Basser, Helmut figured winning an academy tournament would be considerably easier. Even if he were sick or indisposed, he would likely win. It seemed he had a knack for getting involved in tournaments. The academies in Baden are wealthy, so the prize money should be substantial. With Darien's inheritance and the martial arts tournament prize, Helmut had become wealthy. But there was no reason to pass up an opportunity to earn more. All right, 2 from the first, second, and third years, that's it. Asuka spoke confidently. It seemed he had no doubts about Helmut and himself being selected. Given their achievements, Asuka was likely to perform well too. Honor and prize money await, so don't think of this as someone else's story. I hope everyone puts in their best effort, that's all, Instructor Allen concluded. With the summer festival, project assignments, and swordsmanship tournament ahead, it was going to be a busy semester. The closest event was the summer festival. Like everything else, the festival was a novel and unfamiliar concept to Helmut. He had read about it but had never experienced one. The festival sounds fun. Asuka, who now had friends to enjoy the festival with, smiled broadly. Helmut nodded formally in response. Yeah, there was a hint of anticipation. Chapter 175, Part 1, Summer Festival. The summer in Baden was not much different from spring. The temperature was slightly warmer with a bit of heat. For the students of the swordsmanship department, who always trained hard enough to sweat profusely, this weather was significantly more palpable. During the festival period, all departments have shortened classes. Though referred to as shortened, practical lessons for the swordsmanship department were still held in the morning. It's just that theoretical lessons were skipped, but training went on as usual. A week before the summer festival, the second-year students of the swordsmanship department also began their preparations for the festival. Even if there wasn't much to do, they were prepared in spirit. Naturally, at festivals, there are those who participate and those who merely watch. Participation was not mandatory. However, there were benefits for those who took part in the festivities. Before classes began, there was a buzz among the second-year students of the swordsmanship department about the festival. During the festival, there will be a temporary marketplace within the academy. Anyone who wants to participate can form a team and submit a proposal. If there are more than 7 participants, you get a budget. Half of the profits go to charity and we keep the other half. With so many wealthy folks around, this is the time to spend lavishly. The prices at the festival market rival those of Baden's shopping district. A few in the swordsmanship department were eager. Students attending the academy, even those of noble birth, faced significant disparities in wealth. Tuition aside, living in the expensive city of Baden was not easy. It made sense for some to want to earn a substantial amount during this time, or some simply enjoyed such activities. Wesley, who always flaunted his noble background, belonged to the latter category. He boasted, "I love this kind of thing. Where else but the academy could you get such an experience?" Whether last semester or now, he constantly dripped with nobility and wealth. Everyone was used to it. "Didn't you make a decent amount last year, running a skewer shop?" "That was just hot because of the grilling. The skewers are easy to make and sell well. We get the sauce in bulk from a bar in Baden, which makes it cheap." Skewering isn't hard. He seemed to have a knack for it. "Are you going to run a shop again this time, selling skewers?" "No, grilling meat is surprisingly hot. This time I want to do something more suited for summer." "Shaved ice?" "Yeah, I've already scouted a store for ingredients and recruited a few from the magic department. They'll handle freezing the ice and will do the labor. Count me in, let's make some money." "We're already full. Is the marketplace first come, first served? You have priority if you apply 5 days in advance and the rest is by lottery. If you want to set up a shop, better form a team quickly." At that moment, Wesley's friend Mitchell approached Helmut and spoke in a low voice. Both Wesley and Mitchell were in the same group during the last hunting picnic. "We're opening a shop, wanna join? You could make a good amount of money. During the festival, the academy students buy anything, even at outrageous prices." Total suckers. The prospect of making a substantial amount of money was somewhat appealing. However, Helmut was already wealthy. He was more inclined to enjoy the festival than to participate in running a shop. "If you're already full, we don't want just anyone. Wesley's shop is so popular that everyone wants in. This is something Wesley specifically wanted me to ask you," he whispered as if sharing a secret. Looking around, there were others pestering Wesley about who was on his team. They really wanted to participate. Wesley's shop divides profits equally and follows his instructions. That's why everyone is so eager. Why me, though? They had only been in the same group during the hunting picnic and hadn't interacted much otherwise. Because you're good-looking and somewhat famous. A transfer student but the top second year in the swordsmanship department. You could attract customers. Being a commoner doesn't matter. As if answering his silent question, Mitchell said, "With your skills, you could earn a title after graduating from the academy, right? Talented swordsmen have bright futures." Over the semester, the swordsmanship department students seemed to have become desensitized to issues of social status. Maybe Asuka's presence made them more conscious of being more commoner-friendly. After all, there's no need to be so concerned about whether someone is a commoner or not in the academy. A fleeting friendship is no big deal. And for a commoner with excellent grades at Greta Academy, the path to social mobility isn't far off. "Wesley's girlfriend's friend wanted me to introduce you, but honestly, she's not that great. Good thing I didn't introduce you. With your standards, even the famously beautiful Teresa from the magic department wouldn't suffice." It seemed like the Teresa matter had automatically filtered some people out. Hopefully this wasn't Aaliyah's doing. "You usually have this unapproachable aura. Working at a shop might attract some customers. This could be a chance to get a girlfriend. Before worrying about a girlfriend, you should be concerned about your grades, kid." Asuka popped his head out and chided Mitchell for no reason. Mitchell looked wronged. Chapter 175 Part 2. "I don't have a girlfriend, Wesley does. Why don't you, even though you're friends?" "You don't have one either and my grades are fine. I'm in the top 30. That's surprisingly good." Asuka seemed genuinely surprised, which annoyed Mitchell. "Don't pick a fight. Anyway, what do you think, Helmut? Won't you join?" It felt like a limited-time offer, as if now was the only chance. But before Helmut could even ponder, Asuka pushed Mitchell away. "Hey, go on, Helmut's not doing it." "Helmut hasn't said anything. I heard it, the voice of his heart. What nonsense are you spouting?" "Hey, Asuka, don't push." "What are you doing, Helmut? Think about it." "Think about what? Hurry up and go." Eventually, Mitchell, pushed away by Asuka, could only grumble and leave. Helmut looked at the returning Asuka and raised an eyebrow. "When did I say I won't do it?" "Were you going to?" He was considering it. He wasn't short on money, and he didn't want to be tied to a shop during the festival. Asuka looked dissatisfied with the lack of response. "Weren't you planning to do it alone without any loyalty?" Of course, he wouldn't even jokingly suggest to Asuka that they do it together, not if he didn't want to ruin the business. Asuka wouldn't be able to behave himself there. Blocking him was no less effective than Aaliyah's methods. In fact, Asuka's influence was even stronger. When he was around, people wouldn't even approach Helmut. "It's just a hassle. Festival or whatever." That was an uncharacteristically joyless comment from someone who had been excitedly planning with Cyan just the day before. It seemed like his plans had included Helmut as well. Helmut casually brushed off Asuka's complaints. "Hey Wesley, let me join too. You haven't filled your team yet, have you?" "How did you know?" I asked around. Except for Helmut and Asuka, who obviously won't be joining, no one else from the swordsmanship department said they'd be working in your shop. You can't just fill it with magic department guys, right? Persistent kid, Wesley clicked his tongue. Meanwhile, he was still being pestered by fellow students. Everyone thought of Wesley as annoying, but during the festival, he was incredibly popular. Someone trying to curry favor with Wesley chimed in. Ah, Wesley, I heard an amazing rumor recently. If I find it interesting after hearing it, you're in. Really? Yeah, Wesley sighed, already tired of the conversation. The swordsmanship department was known for being tenacious. There was still time before classes started. About the swordsmanship tournament, the academies in Baden are now allowed to participate. I heard the temple granted permission, a bystander scoffed. The temple, what authority do they have to grant permission after acting so high and mighty all this time? Hey, keep it down, there are followers of Lumen here. You don't want to get marked, go on with the story. Recently there was a significant conflict between the temple and Basser, seems like they're laying low because of that. Basser is a powerful country, right? The Palma Knights there are famous. So it's like they've softened their stance on things they used to be strict about because their relationship with Basser soured. They eased the restrictions on Baden. Basser. What's the conflict about? Something to do with establishing a temple. I'm not sure, something about collusion with the first prince of Basser, but I don't know the details. Helmut involuntarily turned his attention to the conversation. Although not loud, it was clearly audible. The noble offspring attending Greta Academy were well informed. They often picked up on their family's affairs. The speaker was likely from a high-ranking noble family. Is that all? Not everything. While they've granted permission for the tournament, the temple knows only that Baden is full of mages, so they're sending a high priest to Baden to supervise along with knights and priests. Did Baden agree? They had to. It's not like Baden can win against the temple. If they come with a cause, what can Baden do? Ah, so that's why the Academy's faculty was called for a meeting yesterday. I saw them coming out of that building. They'll be visiting Greta Academy too, right? The pretext is to check for any attempts at dark magic or forbidden powers. The temple sees Baden as a dangerous city that could easily veer into forbidden territory. Whatever happens, it's unrelated to the swordsmanship department, right? The magic department guys might be a bit upset though. They might come to observe the classes. They could be scouting for knights. We have a few devout ones here. They'll probably just look at the upper grades, not second years. Probably. So Wesley, is my story good enough? Am I in? Fine, you're in. Welcome to the team. Yes, the area around Wesley became momentarily noisy. Hey, that's an interesting story, a high priest visiting. I've heard those high-end mighty types are so elusive even kings struggle to meet them. Asuka, with his keen hearing, had been listening. He smiled slyly and looked at Helmut, then suddenly seemed startled. Why do you look so cold? Do you have a grudge against the priest? No, it's nothing. Is it a coincidence or, only time would tell, but it was possible that information about him had leaked. That the priest's death was connected to him being there. In Basser, Helmut had disguised himself as a 16-year-old named Hyde, even changing his appearance. It shouldn't be easy to track him down, but his skills were extraordinary. At such a young age, he had won Basser's martial arts competition. No matter how talented, such skill doesn't come from nowhere. He must have had an exceptional master, come from a family of swordsmen, or been educated at a prestigious academy. There weren't many possibilities. As Michael had speculated, if the temple also guessed he was an academy student, they might suspect he was at Baden's academy. The high priest visiting Baden might be coming for him. If the temple was looking for Hyde in connection with the priest's death, their intentions couldn't be good. Chapter 176 Part 1. But would the temple really be aware of Hyde's existence? The second prince wanted to erase Hyde's achievements to highlight Luke Yeager, whom he had almost completely won over as the successor to the Sword Saint. In Basser, the temple's intelligence was limited. Hyde was merely seen as a skilled boy who participated in the beasts hunting tournament, a potential winner. Naturally, the focus would be on Luke Yeager, the successor to the Sword Saint, who had a debt of gratitude. The temple might find out later, but it was too early for them to detect and pursue him at this point. Moreover, Helmut deliberately chose a less traveled path to erase his tracks, as he had been chased by Black Hawk once before, quite thoroughly. Even if they're not after me but just surveilling Baden, it's worth being cautious. High Priest Dolos had recognized the existence of a dark seed within Helmut. Therefore, it was likely that the High Priest visiting Greta Academy could recognize it too. He must not encounter that person. While a High Priest might not appear secretly without any presence, it was essential not to let his guard down. His senses were as sharp as ever, sensing an enemy approaching from afar. Encountering the High Priest in Basser was an unexpected contact for Helmut. He had to abandon the thought that they were far away. After all, they are an enemy that must be fought someday. The most formidable enemy. It was an inevitable fate for Helmut, as long as he harbored the dark seed. For now, he could only hope to pass by them from a distance. Not yet, I'm not fully prepared yet. Helmut looked down at his hands. He had been lucky to kill a High Priest, but Dolos was alone. It was rare for a high priest escorted by knights to be alone. Unless he could fight and win against the entire Palma Knights alone, confronting the temple, which possessed even greater forces, was currently unthinkable. They too would fight to the death if they faced someone with the Seed of Darkness. That was the purpose of the temple's existence. Above all, I'm weak against sacred magic. The Seed of Darkness convulsed whenever holy power neared, making it hard even to exert full power due to having to fight both inside and out. However, this could also be used to his advantage. The Seed of Darkness could sensitively detect the approach of a high priest more than anyone. High priest, huh? Helmut remembered the names of the other two high priests who had participated in sending Darien to the Forest of Roots, mentioned by Dolos. The one coming this time could be one of them. It would be nice to get rid of them if there's a chance. What a pity. It couldn't be done in Baden, not here, not where he couldn't be discovered. His determination was strangely strong, leaning significantly towards avoidance. The impending crisis, but Helmut was sure he could overcome it, as he always had. Class was about to start, and sensing the distracted atmosphere, Instructor Patricia shouted, "Everyone seems excited because of the festival. Get your heads straight." She looked around the students and declared, "Today we will have a dueling session." Helmut's opponent was Andro, the second in skill in the swordsmanship department, right after Asuka. But even Asuka couldn't last long against Helmut, so being second meant little difference from the others in terms of weakness. "Please take care of me." Andro greeted him with a tense expression. Facing Helmut as his first opponent in dueling was surely daunting for him. Under normal circumstances, Helmut would have been more relaxed with Andro, giving him a chance to attack a few times, following the familiar pattern at the academy. However, Helmut did not do so, or rather, he couldn't even think to do so. It was the first duel since the end of the vacation. During that break, Helmut had fought in an entirely different manner. The opponents he met in the tournament were not the kind to afford leisure with common swordsmanship. With full power in one strike, the most efficient way, Helmut immediately parried Andro's first wooden sword attack and darted inside like lightning. Such a weak and defenseless opponent, ending it was as simple as twisting a baby's wrist. Unintentionally, the tip of his sword aimed towards Andro's neck. Even if it was a wooden sword, it was threatening. The neck, a vulnerable area, could break if struck properly. The murderous intent was like the slicing of flesh. "Stop the duel, Helmut, stop!" A sharp cry, along with something blocking the path of the wooden sword. With a loud noise, the wooden sword was blocked and trembled. Helmut nearly revealed his murderous intent towards the interrupter, but quickly regained his senses. "Instructor." Behind the stern-faced Instructor Patricia, Andro showed a bewildered expression with a pale face, not fully realizing he was close to death. "After class, come with me, Helmut, for today I won't allow you to duel." Instructor Patricia spoke decisively. The dueling continued with different opponents, but Helmut could not participate. After class, Patricia crossed her arms and asked in the place where Helmut was called, "Helmut, is there a problem? Your swordsmanship isn't as calm as usual. Did you have a quarrel with Andro?" "No." "Then why are you so sharp?" "If I hadn't stopped it in time, Andro could have been seriously injured." If Andro had died, it would have been a big problem. It was rare for someone to die or get injured in dueling with wooden swords. Even Asuka didn't beat his opponents to death. "It seems my nerves were on edge because I had real fights during the vacation." Chapter 176 Part 2, I see that's why. "I thought your skin looked a bit tanned, like you've been on a long journey. But remember, this is the academy and your opponents are not enemies. You're banned from dueling for a while." Patricia patted his shoulder. She didn't scold him too harshly or get angry. It seemed like she was trying to help him adjust his mindset. It was effective. Helmut felt something swelling inside him slowly subside as usual. Only then did Helmut realize he had been a bit too excited. "If you're struggling with something or have a problem, don't suffer alone, talk about it." With a bit of a pep talk, Patricia let him go. As he walked out of the instructor's office, Helmut felt a bit down. "I almost killed him without realizing." If Patricia hadn't intervened, he doubted he could have stopped in time. This lack of control was a problem. The last time he fought was against the commander of the Palma Knights. He had become accustomed to fighting with all his might during the tournament, but the tension was different. Dueling, where he suddenly restrained himself, felt suffocating, like being weighed down by iron. Helmut acutely felt that he no longer fit the level of the swordsmanship department. He was like a carnivore hiding among herbivores. But choosing the academic department to develop other skills didn't seem right either, as the basic training of the swordsmanship department was beneficial. He was suited for the swordsmanship department by nature. The problem was that there were no students capable of a proper duel with him. Would the Palma Knights be okay? There was something about them that reminded him of the Forest of Roots. They respected the strong. Plus, the level of the Palma Knights was decent. He might find a worthy opponent there. But even if they were hostile to the temple, it was problematic that they wouldn't accept him with his Seed of Darkness. And the weather was an issue, so was the periodic demonic beasts hunting. Above all, he didn't feel like leaving, not yet. Do you have a grudge against Andro? You're a scary guy. Asuka approached from the other side, clicking his tongue. What were you so angry about? Nothing. Really? Did Patricia drag you out to lecture you and beat your head? That didn't happen. What? That witch is discriminating. If it were me, she'd have smacked the back of my head telling me to get my act together. Asuka seemed somewhat indignant. Helmut glanced at him and said, I should go to the training ground. He needed to blunt his sword's edge through training. But Asuka immediately followed the departing Helmut, chattering away. You really need to relax and enjoy the festival. You were in the mood to kill someone earlier. You must have been stressed from training hard during the vacation. Helmut nodded. He was indeed sharp, not because the High Priest was lurking around Greta Academy to root out threats, but solely because he was visiting Baden. That sounds good. Oh, what a surprise, then listen. I have plans for the festival. In any case, there was no one better than Asuka to distract him. The festival day was fast approaching. Teams participating in the festival were almost finalized. The academy was abuzz with talk of interdepartment competitions and more. Greta Academy didn't specifically select a representative for each grade. Outstanding students were implicitly given the right and responsibility to lead their peers, but beyond that there was nothing. Of course, Helmut contributed significantly to maintaining peace in the swordsmanship department by being able to control Asuka. The academic department had a well-developed system, whereas the magic and swordsmanship departments focused more on individual achievements. Because of this, top students like Helmut and Asuka quietly honed their skills in the swordsmanship department, while those who enjoyed a more mediocre academy life took on more active roles. Most of the members of Group 9, which Helmut was part of during the hunting picnic, were like that. Wesley and James, for example, weren't top students but were loud and enjoyed various activities. The swordsmanship department was unusually quiet that day. It had been noisy around this time before class recently, given the upcoming festival, so this was rare. Precisely, everyone fell silent the moment Helmut and Asuka appeared side by side in the courtyard. Someone approached Asuka to speak solemnly. It was James who had spoken with him somewhat. He seemed to be holding his side as if reluctantly stepping forward after being prodded. Asuka. There's something I'd like us to do for our department. Getting Asuka involved in swordsmanship department activities was almost unheard of. He was generally treated as something uncontrollably chaotic. A sense of gravity emanated from James's face. Asuka tilted his head slightly. Really, what is it? His face bore a mischievous smirk, ready to overturn everything if crossed. Lately, he had mellowed a lot, not picking fights or getting angry for no reason, but he was still Asuka. People's natures don't change that easily. Well, there's this event where each department selects one person per grade to participate. The benefits of this event are said to be really good. The winning grade receives a 3,000 mark voucher for Baden's shopping district per person. 3,000 marks was no small amount. Helmut's gaze naturally drifted in that direction. Why Asuka of all people? It was curious what kind of event would specifically seek him out. Cut to the chase and tell me what the event is. Asuka crossed his arms. The other swallowed nervously and spoke, and the moment he finished speaking, Asuka's fist flew. This bastard is asking to die. Chapter 177, Part 1. Hey, calm down. James, who had been on guard, swiftly pulled back with exceptional reflexes. Whoosh! A fist, fierce enough to break bones, swept past right in front of his eyes. Asuka, who was swinging his fist with such force, was finally restrained by several people reaching out from behind him. It took 5 of them clinging onto him before they could finally hold him back. James, who had narrowly avoided getting hit, shouted, "See, I told you would hate it. If you knew, then why the hell did you ask, you bastard?" Asuka was seething with anger, his eyes glaring as if he truly wanted to kill. But James responded seriously. "No, I thought maybe you'd surprisingly like it. It's worth a try if it suits your taste. What nonsense are you spouting? Go try it yourself. Look at my size." If I did that, even the guys from our faculty would start throwing stones at me. The people around echoed in agreement, right. Asuka made a face that screamed he couldn't believe what he was hearing, his strength draining away from sheer disbelief. The question that James had thrown at Asuka was this: how about you participate in the cross-dressing contest? The cross-dressing contest was an event with history and tradition held every festival at Greta Academy. Participants would go on stage, wave their hands, or show a special talent, and the audience would vote for the one who suited cross-dressing the best. However, finding participants was always a challenging task. James muttered as if it was a shame. "Thinking about it, you would be perfect among our year. Look at those muscular guys in the fencing department. Just imagining them in drag is enough to lose my eyesight." Perfect, you say. You want to get hit so bad? Asuka's eyes narrowed sharply and his struggle resumed fiercely, causing those around him to be shaken by the aftermath. James cautiously said, "Ah, if you hate it that much, you don't have to do it. I was just asking. If you ever ask me such a disgusting question again, I'll hang you from the swordsmanship department building." Okay, I got it. Everyone glanced at Asuka with a look of disappointment. Asuka, panting, finally calmed down and fiddled with his fist. Then someone asked, "If Asuka hates it, how about Helmut? He seems to fit the role too." However, when Helmut glanced at him with a dark look, the person shut his mouth as if dead. Helmut didn't really think much of it. He actually didn't understand why Asuka was so repulsed by the idea of cross-dressing. He was somewhat intrigued. 3,000 marks isn't bad. It's just for a short while. Even considering the mercenary request fees, it was a generous amount. But there was no guarantee of winning if he participated, and it would be somewhat awkward to run off the stage if the high priest appeared during the contest. It was just regrettable that he couldn't attend. Asuka asked gruffly, "Isn't it decided who the winner will be if Aaliyah from the magic department participates?" "Aaliyah? Well, that's true." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Aaliyah would win hands down. Who could compete? But since Aaliyah won't participate, there's a chance. With Asuka, our department's victory is guaranteed." Everyone murmured in disappointment. However, as soon as Asuka glared at them, they promptly shut their mouths. Helmut knew all too well what it meant for Aaliyah not to participate. Having Aaliyah participate would be cheating. Even if she wanted to, the Guardian, being the dean, wouldn't allow it. Cross-dressing, huh? Come to think of it, had he ever seen Aaliyah in women's clothing? He had seen her in a teddy bear pajama, but that was it. I'm curious, will there ever come a day for him to find out? That remained an unknown future, not likely to happen anytime soon. However, when the festival began, Helmut faced an unexpected situation. It was the first day of the festival. Aaliyah was called into the dean's office. "Hike sent you a gift," she said, "to have fun at the festival." The dean, with a stoic face, handed Aaliyah a box. Although he was recognized as a quirky mage to Hike, he was just an easily manipulated subordinate. The fact that he was running errands like this indicated he couldn't refuse, perhaps due to some leverage or a past connection with Hike. Aaliyah shelved her curiosity. She didn't want to know, nor did it concern her. "Is there nothing weird inside?" Aaliyah eyed the box suspiciously. Knowing the capricious nature of the sender, even if he was her mentor, trust was out of the question. "The contents are for you to check. At least the box itself isn't cursed." The dean waved his hand wearily. "Go on." Chapter 177 Part 2. Reluctantly, Aaliyah took the box back to her dormitory room. If there was anyone in the academy who found the word festival utterly uninspiring, it was Aaliyah. This festival was no different. Aaliyah planned to immerse herself in research about magic. It would be a bit noisy outside, but it would be troublesome if the high priest noticed, especially since the high priest was visiting. Aaliyah had chosen Greta Academy in Baden precisely because it was unaffected by the temple's influence. Aaliyah, as much as Helmut, had reasons to avoid the high priest. If the high priest were to see through the magic cast upon Aaliyah, it could be a significant problem. Not only could he see through it, but if he associated Aaliyah's appearance with Hike, it would be a huge issue. They were related in a way that could not avoid suspicion. Aaliyah placed the box on the desk. After using a few spells to confirm there was nothing unusual with the box, she slowly opened it. What on earth did she send? Upon seeing the object inside, Aaliyah narrowed her eyes. It was a small bracelet, and beside it was a folded note. Aaliyah read the note. "Aaliyah, how's academy life? I believe you'll be at the top of your class this semester as well. It's only natural for my disciple, but since it's the festival, have fun. Also, I heard a high priest is visiting Baden. I made this thinking you might need it. It's an item that temporarily enhances the magic cast on you. Just wear it for a moment and then take it off. The effect will last for a day. Even the high priest won't notice, but try not to get too close. Take care." Aaliyah frowned. Among magicians, Hike had a unique talent for creating artifacts. She wasn't particularly strong in one-on-one combat, but her home, filled with various artifacts, was impregnable, even if the temple marshaled all its forces against it. If Hike had made the artifact, it was likely as she claimed, and even the high priest might not see through the magic on Aaliyah. Hike could be considerate when she wanted to be. That considerateness often went in odd directions, but at least she was helping Aaliyah conceal her identity. After all, Hike was the reason Aaliyah needed to hide in the first place. Hopefully there are no ulterior motives. Doubtfully eyeing the bracelet, Aaliyah decided to store it for now, planning to wear it when necessary. However, the experience Aaliyah had upon wearing the bracelet was entirely unexpected. The festival at Greta Academy was in full swing. After morning classes, students from all faculties were busy enjoying the festival. Even students from other academies sneaked in to have fun, and tourists who came for the festival were also seen, given the open admission. Wesley's shaved ice shop was a hit, and nearby, the festival market street was bustling with people handing out flyers and soliciting customers. Even the usually snobbish Greta Academy students set aside their dignity for the festival. Some magic department students performed delicate illusion magic shows on the prepared stage, collecting money in hats, much like street performers. More diverse than I thought. Helmut browsed the market street. It was a rare peaceful moment for him. Having gone to Basser, he had nothing to enjoy but the martial arts tournaments. The temporarily set-up festival market street of Greta Academy had a different, lively, and somewhat clumsy charm compared to Basser's market street. "Hey Helmut, you want some of this?" Asuka, seemingly excited, handed him butter-grilled corn. The butter corn sprinkled with a little sugar had a rich taste. Asuka, visibly more generous in his mood, was busy buying and eating with Cyan, enjoying the festival to the fullest. Like a kid, it wasn't just food on offer, there were gambling games too. Swordsmanship Department's second-year top student, Mr. Helmut, show us your excellent skills. Someone flattered and grabbed Helmut as he passed by, handing him darts. The closer to the center of the target, the better the prize. The game was obviously rigged, with a long distance to the small central circle of the target, but during the festival there were plenty of easy marks. "All right, I'll play." Asuka, for no apparent reason, raised his hand. 200 marks for 3 attempts. Helmut also happily paid the 200 marks. Certainly, the festival prices were steep. 200 marks was not a small amount. "Got it." Asuka, on his third dart, hit the third circle from the center and raised his fist in victory. His prize was 5 Academy meal tickets. Since a meal ticket was worth about 10 marks, it was hardly a profit, but Asuka seemed quite satisfied with his prize. "Your turn, you're good with a bow after all. Try for first place." Darts and archery were entirely different, but Helmut managed to hit the center of the target on his third try. The watching students cheered. The swordsmanship department's top student indeed. So handsome. The correlation was unclear, but the applauding dart shop student employees handed him his prize. "Congratulations. Here's a teddy bear worth 1,000 marks." Receiving a teddy bear nearly as big as his torso, Helmut was skeptical. "This costs 1,000 marks. Though its fur and clothes were of high quality, 1,000 marks seemed excessive." "Did it have a special function?" The student explained. "It also has a magic alarm function. There was a clock attached to the back. You could set the time with the hour and minute hands and press a button to make it ring at the set time." The student demonstrated the alarm for him. From the blinking teddy bear came a lively voice. "Hello friend, time's up, don't be lazy, get moving." That this was worth 1,000 marks was beyond the newly wealthy Helmut's understanding. After all, it wasn't edible. Then one person who did understand raised his hand. "Wow, this is really cool, can I have it? I'll buy you a meal next time." "Sure, take it." Helmut easily handed the teddy bear to Cyan. Asuka seemed disappointed, likely wanting it for himself. "I should have asked." "Too late now." Cyan, holding the teddy bear, genuinely looked happy. Helmut was momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 178 Part 1. Until the second day, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Despite a brief sense of tension, the festival period was entirely peaceful. It seems that the problematic high priest had entered Baden, but there was no rule saying he had to visit Greta Academy during the festival period. The exact timing of the high priest's visit was not known. Only the fact that the high priest arrived with a force comparable to a small army leading knights and priests was made public. In the mornings there were classes, and in the afternoons the festival was enjoyed. Helmut decided to enjoy the festival, something he was experiencing for the first time, though he made sure to visit the training grounds at dawn to not neglect his training. Helmut had become so adept at winning prizes from the shops that rumors of him being a prize butcher had spread. From the second day, shops began to reluctantly serve him. "Customers are not allowed. Our store is running at a loss because of you." Faced with a staff student crossing their arms vehemently, Helmut had no choice but to turn away. With his habit of always claiming the top prizes, a significant amount of merchandise had accumulated. The total value of the prizes reached nearly 20,000 marks. Helmut had even given one to Asuka, but the prizes were taking up considerable space in his dormitory room, making him ponder whether to sell them in the second-hand market. The festival was lively and enjoyable. Although concerned about the high priest's presence, Helmut was not the only one feeling this way. However, there was one nagging concern. Aaliyah was nowhere to be seen. She was in the room next door but hadn't shown her face at all. It wasn't that their relationship had become awkward. They often ran into each other at the door and exchanged pleasantries. "Does that guy not enjoy festivals?" Asuka grumbled, seemingly expecting Aaliyah to join them even though she usually acted like a rival. "Familiarity breeds fondness," Cyan said calmly. "Aaliyah was like this last year too. Probably dislikes crowds." Helmut spoke up after a moment, curious about something. "You said you wouldn't dress as a woman, so why suddenly decide to do it?" Helmut asked, referring to Asuka, who had just submitted an application for the cross-dressing contest amidst the applause of the second-year swordsmanship students. It was Asuka's first activity for the swordsmanship department in his 2 years at the academy. Asuka, who usually raged and fumed, had suddenly changed his mind, which intrigued Helmut. Asuka simply shrugged. Well, Cyan was bragging about participating as the representative for the second-year magic department, said he's already won and that he'll be the prettiest. Cyan seemed to have no aversion to cross-dressing. Cyan quickly interjected. Of course, look at my appearance. Isn't it the epitome of a beautiful boy? Talking like a beautiful boy, who would say that about you? Anyway, that's why we decided to bet. As you know, there's hardly anything I can compete with this guy in, right? Thought it might be fun. Due to being from the magic and swordsmanship departments, a direct duel was awkward, so they decided to compete in this manner. It was a good way to entice simple-minded Asuka. Embarrassing alone but not so bad together. Now that it's come to this, I'll dominate this contest too. Right, good luck winning. Helmut offered mild encouragement. After all, if Asuka won, Helmut would gain 3,000 marks. It was a win-win, Cyan confidently declared. What, you're on Asuka's side, just you wait, you won't even recognize me and end up confessing. Asuka showed disgust. Such a creepy thing to say, are you proud of that? Burly guys can't even participate, it's the privilege of a beautiful boy. Stop it with the beautiful boy crap. Before I shut your mouth for good. The day ended with Asuka and Cyan's usual bickering. The festival's signature events, including the fireworks, were mostly held on the third day. The first 2 days were for light enjoyment, culminating in a grand finale on the last day. There were no classes on the final day of the festival. Originally, there were supposed to be, but the instructors generously canceled them as the students couldn't focus, being too absorbed in the festivities. Greta Academy was a wealthy institution. It spared no expense on various events, offering prizes and money. It was almost as if they preferred to distribute funds in this manner rather than through scholarships. Competitions like swordsmanship contests, where top students naturally excel, were not held. It was a festival purely for enjoyment. Wesley's shop seemed likely to achieve first place in shop earnings. This would also benefit the second-year swordsmanship students. In any case, the swordsmanship department's second year seemed poised for good results. The most anticipated event was the cross-dressing contest, with a substantial prize at stake. Go Asuka, we're counting on you. The pride of the swordsmanship department's second year. Cheers poured out as Asuka left the dormitory. He reacted as expected. Pride my foot. Who said I'm doing this for you guys? Asuka and Cyan were busy from the morning. The others would take care of things like outfits and they just needed to get ready, but both had their preparations, applying face packs and such, competing in what Helmut considered a somewhat pointless rivalry. True to their nature as top students, they didn't want to lose in any aspect. With both participating in the cross-dressing contest, Helmut, usually caught in their antics, found himself with nothing to do. Even attempts to win more prizes were futile as shops refused his participation. About to leave, Helmut glanced towards Aaliyah's door. I haven't seen Aaliyah once during the festival. Chapter 178 Part 2. He knew Aaliyah had secrets to keep. Likely, those secrets were more significant than Helmut could guess. Attending the academy disguised as a man when women are allowed must have a substantial reason, leading to her isolating herself. But Helmut too harbored significant secrets. Although he lacked the heart to sympathize, something about this bothered him. Helmut suddenly harbored a suspicion. Surely she isn't into cross-dressing by taste. Despite her gentle appearance, Aaliyah, with her unusual personality, had never been suspected of being a woman, fitting well into her male disguise. Helmut, moved by a sudden impulse, approached Aaliyah's door and knocked. Knock, knock, but no sound came from inside, no sign of presence. Not in her room, she might be at the magic department building for research. Without realizing, Helmut left the dormitory and slowly headed there. There was plenty of time until the cross-dressing contest. With nothing else to do, he thought, is this the place? The second-year building of the magic department, which he had visited a few times following Cyan, was quiet. On a day without classes, only a few devoted to magic research remained in the magic department. Just as he was about to enter the building, a murmuring sound reached him from afar. It seemed like a large group of people moving, the air vibrating slightly. Helmut frowned, feeling a sharp pain. He quickly realized why his heart ached. The High Priest. He's chosen today to visit Greta Academy. In the distance, something white caught his eye. A man dressed in white stood out even from afar, surrounded by paladins whose armor reflected the sunlight, drawing attention and whispers. The High Priest was conversing with a few magic department professors, likely questioning them about any students meddling with forbidden magic or showing undue curiosity. As expected, the Seed of Darkness was sensitively reacting to the High Priest's presence. The closer he got, the more intense the pain became, as if warning of danger approaching, advising to flee. Being dominated by the seed of darkness was an unbearably unpleasant feeling, but following it was the right choice. One must avoid drawing the high priest's attention. I guess he's inspecting the magic department building. Better avoid him. Helmut clutched his chest and hastened his steps. Just as he passed the building and was about to turn a corner, someone suddenly emerged. There was almost no presence detected. Helmut instinctively reached for his waist, but he had no sword. It was against school rules. The person, noticing Helmut, tried to step back to avoid a collision but tripped and fell. The individual was a girl in a deep hood, a girl. By her build, undoubtedly. Helmut squinted. How can her presence be so faint? It was as if she was using high-level magic to conceal her presence, yet there was something familiar about it. Helmut frowned, looking at her. The hood concealed her face. The girl lifted her head and Helmut's eyes met her violet pupils. Beneath the hood, her hair flowed down in a brilliant shade of lavender. Recognizing her face, Helmut froze momentarily, and so did she. Damn her, the girl with lavender hair, Aaliyah inwardly cursed Hike. What was she thinking? Understanding her would forever be impossible for Aaliyah. So this was the situation. Needing a textbook for research, Aaliyah went to the magic department building. Just as she was about to leave, she sensed the high priest approaching. Aaliyah hadn't forgotten that the high priest could visit Greta Academy at any time. She quickly moved to an empty room in the building. With few people around, it was easy to hide unnoticed. It's time to use Hike's bracelet. After checking for curses or anything unusual, she found the bracelet to be normal. Nonchalantly, Aaliyah slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. It was a magic activated by combining two bracelets. As they lit up, Hike's magic unfolded. Immediately after, Aaliyah could not help but be furious at the change she underwent. This. Is she out of her mind? Where a silver-haired boy stood moments ago, now a beautiful girl with striking lavender hair appeared. It was Aaliyah's true form, with only her hair color altered. Frozen, Aaliyah quickly removed the bracelet as Hike's cheerful voice rang out, a message transmitted after activating the artifact. Hello, Aaliyah, did you receive my gift? Enjoy the festival as a girl for once. It would be even better to have a wonderful date with a handsome male student. The artifact's effect slightly alters your appearance and kills your presence. 24 hours. If you try to dispel the magic before then, the first bracelet's magic might be damaged, so please enjoy the magic's effect quietly for 24 hours. The second bracelet crumbled pitifully in Aaliyah's grip, its effect exhausted. Chapter 179, Part 1. Aaliyah had the unpleasant realization that Hike was her master and a grand mage. This was because, just as Hike had said, Aaliyah didn't have the skills to undo the trick Hike had set on the second bracelet. In order not to be tricked by her, she had worked hard enough to be called severe, just to sever ties with her as soon as possible. But still, Aaliyah could do nothing in front of Hike's magic. Nothing but wait for 24 hours to pass. It depressed her more than she could have imagined, but she couldn't afford to delay. This isn't the time for this. The high priest is coming. If there's even a slight oddity, it won't be overlooked. Being a prominent member of the temple means one could be in danger at any time. For a moment, forgetting her frustration with Hike, Aaliyah jumped out of the window to head towards the back of the building. Just as she turned the corner, Aaliyah almost bumped into someone and lost her balance, frowning involuntarily. Just when I was busy, who's this jerk? Then she saw the familiar shoes. A chill ran through her. Instinctively, Aaliyah realized something. She could have just bowed her head and pretended not to know, but somehow she couldn't. She wanted to confirm it intensely. The moment she met Helmut's gaze, everything else was forgotten. Why is he here? It was a shock as his image surfaced in her mind. Aaliyah found herself unable to speak. Am I caught? Yes, there's no way he wouldn't recognize me. It's pitiful, having been roommates and all. Helmut was staring intently. Words failed her in front of those inscrutable dark eyes. How should I explain this? Helmut likely wouldn't be angry about a girl pretending to be a boy to attend the academy, even after being roommates. He had a detached demeanor and sometimes could be lenient about certain things, Aaliyah knew. Would he keep quiet if told to? Would it be better to claim that her current appearance was just due to a curse? Aaliyah's mind was spinning wildly. However, Helmut merely raised his eyebrows slightly and said nothing. He extended his hand. Listen. When Aaliyah finally spoke, she flinched. Originally, Hike's disguise magic also altered the voice. Aaliyah was now speaking with her natural voice. Helmut did not move, still holding out his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Aaliyah took his hand and stood up. Right, the high priest. We need to move quickly. The brief contact unexpectedly made her face heat up as if she wanted to fan herself. They quickly left the scene. From the snippets of conversation they overheard, the yet unnamed high priest seemed to be planning to look around the magic department building. Once they were out of the danger zone, Helmut stopped. Only then did Aaliyah realize they were still holding hands. Aaliyah gasped in surprise and let go of his hand, but she was more shocked by another realization. Are we both avoiding the high priest? It wasn't the time to ask, you too. Given their secretive movements and the wary look Aaliyah gave towards where the high priest might be, it wasn't likely that Helmut knew she was Hike's disciple and thus had to keep her identity hidden from the temple. This was Helmut's issue. I knew he had many secrets. Maybe their secrets had something in common. What had he been doing during the vacation? But it was a question she couldn't answer, just as she couldn't answer any questions about it. Instead, Aaliyah asked another question. Why did you come to the magic department building, and why did he take her with him when he fled? He could have fled alone. No reason, the black pupils pierced Aaliyah. After a moment of seeming to ponder, he suddenly asked, do you want to go see the festival? Festival to see? It'll be fun. Yeah, it might be fun, but there's something odd about this guy. Aaliyah tilted her head slightly. Was it because he knew she was a female? No, more than that, it was strange that he asked nothing by way of excuse. It wasn't his usual way of dealing with her. There was a subtle distance. What should I call you? Aaliyah was startled. Then she narrowed her eyes and stared at Helmut. This guy, does he have face blindness? Can't he recognize me? Admittedly, there was a slight difference. Aaliyah as a girl and Aaliyah as a boy differed in line, structure, and the vibe they gave off thanks to Hike's finely crafted magic. But if he had eyes, being roommates, Helmut couldn't possibly fail to see that they were the same person. Aaliyah believed that, yet Helmut was too composed if he was indeed putting on an act. His expressionless face thoroughly signaled, I don't know you. Perhaps he was simply unable to link the male Aaliyah with silvery hair and the girl in front of him with lavender hair. It was ridiculous, but Helmut had aspects that even Aaliyah couldn't figure out. His indifference was notable, to say the least. No, even if he didn't recognize me, why would he naturally talk to a girl he's seeing for the first time? The naturalness of his attitude was suspicious. Aaliyah coyly raised the corners of her eyes. Why ask such a thing? Then I'll just call you you. Not giving his name, he didn't ask further. Baffled, Aaliyah challenged him, but we don't know each other. Why watch the festival together? If we don't know each other, why shouldn't we? His tone was serious. Aaliyah chose her words but ultimately stayed silent, not wanting to argue, just going with the flow. That makes sense. But I have a situation and it would be troublesome if I showed my face. Aaliyah tentatively looked to see if he had caught on at this level. However, Helmut appeared completely unaware. He casually suggested a solution. Lots of people wear odd clothes at the festival. How about buying a mask? That would be perfect for pretending to be the mysterious mage Cyan had dreamed of, although he was more interested in dressing well as a woman for now. Aaliyah couldn't help but chuckle lightly. That's a good idea. Chapter 179 Part 2. Suddenly, it seemed that things were heading towards enjoying the festival with Helmut, a splendid date with a handsome male student. Hike's words flashed through Aaliyah's mind, but she forcibly dismissed them. It's not because of what she said. A festival, not bad. Aaliyah hadn't participated in the festival before, mainly because she was afraid she might lose herself if she started enjoying the situation here. There was almost no one who would refuse to enjoy the festival with Aaliyah, though she had no friends to share the fun with. Always living on high alert, she had steeled her heart not to enjoy even such moments. But somehow the barriers she had erected were crumbling in front of Helmut. Aaliyah acknowledged that he was special to her. Probably Helmut was the only person who could change Aaliyah's resolve, though Hike only forced it. But why are you alone? What about your friends? They went to participate in a cross-dressing contest. I see, those guys participating in such a contest. She was momentarily at a loss for words. So Helmut was alone and feeling bored had decided to hang out with a girl he found alone. It was uncharacteristic yet characteristic of Helmut. To suddenly approach a pretty girl because he liked her was a bit too proactive for Helmut. It was just like him to enjoy the festival. I don't know. It was probably for the best that Helmut liked her as a woman. Aaliyah sighed and asked, "Where are we going?" Helmut briefly explained his schedule. The cross-dressing contest is fixed, but that's not until about 5 p.m. and I have no plans until then. Do you have anything you would like to do? It was still morning, not even noon yet. Aaliyah asked doubtfully. How long are you saying we should be together? Well, do you have something else to do? Not really. Her words hesitated more and more. Aaliyah had forgotten even why she had gone to the magic department building in the first place. Helmut nodded easily. That's good. It was so clear-cut that she was left without a reply. What do you want to do? Aaliyah finally managed to answer his question. Something she had noticed on the way had caught her eye. Ah, there's a puppet show. I've never seen one. I haven't seen one either. Let's go. They decided to buy a disguise mask first. Aaliyah discreetly changed her eye color with magic. The violet pupils turned into ordinary blue ones. Helmut, being a bit obtuse, wouldn't find it odd, even if someone recognized her. Fortunately, Hike's magic and the eye color changing magic seemed not to conflict. Since Helmut didn't recognize her anyway as it seemed, using magic wouldn't seem strange to him. Aaliyah was wearing a cloak from the Greta Academy's magic department. The clothes underneath were just ordinary shirts and trousers, nothing remarkable. There shouldn't be any risk of being discovered by my outfit. Having bought a suitable mask, Helmut suggested. Why don't we make it more certain? In front of the academy where the festival was taking place, traders from Baden's shopping district were selling their wares. There, Aaliyah bought a flashy cape to wear over her clothes. Adding a childish magic wand with a crescent moon on it completed a perfect disguise. It was truly a cosplay for enjoying the festival. What am I doing? She felt a sense of doubt, but decided to enjoy the festival as much as she could now that she was fully dressed. The festival at Greta Academy was a famous event in Baden. Thus, as they headed back to the festive shopping street, they were engulfed by an enormous crowd. It was particularly crowded since it was the last day. It was impossible to walk side by side, so Helmut extended his hand. Grab it, let's go watch the play. They were not usually a hand-holding pair, so Helmut must be completely unaware that she was Aaliyah. The situation felt surreal. Aaliyah convinced herself that the reason she had grabbed his hand so readily was simply because there were so many people. After all, she had already grabbed it once before. His hand is firm. Of course it was, since he was from the swordsmanship department, but oddly that normality made her heart race faster. Helmut, Aaliyah asked, you don't just hold hands with anyone like this, do you? Anyone. I usually don't hold hands. Then why? There are so many people, he answered as if it were the most natural thing. It's convenient. Right, she thought he was a very practical person. Naturally, there were acquaintances in the shopping district. The sophomore students from the fencing department created a commotion when they spotted them. Who's that girl Helmut is holding hands with? Her face is covered, but doesn't she seem pretty? I think she might be pretty. Could she be his fiancée here for the festival? Helmut is a commoner. What fiancé? Do you believe that? How could that guy be a commoner? Anyway, she could just be his girlfriend. Helmut's girlfriend. Their conversation was interrupted by a cold voice. Chapter 180 Part 1. Helmut has a girlfriend. It sounded almost like an interrogation. The suddenly appeared third-year top student of the magic department, Teresa, was stared at in bewilderment by the second-year students of the swordsmanship department. Senior has already been rejected. The moment he had said that, he clamped his mouth shut with a flinching expression. It was probably because of the slight curl of Teresa's lips, from which a cold aura seemed to emanate. Who got rejected? Do you want to die? The gentle and sweet tone usually directed at Helmut was nowhere to be found. The tone dripping with murderous intent was genuinely sincere. There are no normal people in the magic department, especially not someone who is a top student. It's impossible for them to be normal. This was an immutable truth known throughout the academy. The students from the swordsmanship department knew this as well. Noticing their hesitation, Teresa asked arrogantly, lifting her chin, "Who is that girl? We've never seen her before. How can you be sure she's his girlfriend?" Not sure, but would they be together otherwise? Helmut isn't the type to be so friendly, is he? It's the first time we've seen Helmut with a woman too. Is she even a student at our school? It could be possible. She looks our age, but there's no such girl in the swordsmanship department, not in the first, second, or third years. Maybe she's from the magic department or the academic department. Teresa narrowed her eyes and stared intensely at the back of the mysterious girl's head. Her hair was a unique shade of light purple, a rare color. Although there wasn't much interaction between different years, as far as Teresa knew, there was no female student in the magic department with such hair color. Well, we'll just have to check who she is. Teresa spoke as if it were no big deal. However, inside she was boiling with rage. Teresa had been able to remain calm because there had been no other girls hovering around Helmut. Aaliyah, no matter how beautiful, was just a boy as they thought and merely a friend of Helmut, just like the delicate-looking Asuka. I've aimed for him, and to have him snatched away like this. Unbelievable. No matter how much Aaliyah had embarrassed her, Teresa was someone who held grudges. A competent mage cannot help but be confident, and that confidence manifests itself in a will to achieve any goal. That was also why Teresa couldn't give up on Helmut easily after such a humiliation. She immediately took action. Watching Teresa head towards Helmut, the second-year students of the swordsmanship department murmured. Helmut really screwed up, didn't he? She looks ready to grab him by the hair. I don't know, if you have a girlfriend and still get targeted by such a beauty, you should be thankful, right? I'm so jealous it hurts. Damn, who wants to spend the festival with these gloomy guys? I don't want to be with someone like you either. But who is Helmut's girlfriend? That's what I'd like to know. Amidst everyone's curiosity, Teresa was chasing after the two. It was almost time for the puppet show, which happens only during the festival for a brief 20 minutes, performed once an hour. The guys from the swordsmanship department preferred more dynamic events, so it was unlikely to find anyone Helmut knew there. This was more comfortable for him. Despite the occasional glance, the two who had paid and entered were quietly sitting down in their seats. Inside the small theater where the puppet show would unfold, mostly pairs of men and women from the academic and magic departments occupied the seats. Seeing this, Aaliyah felt a slight regret. Did I really have to come to see a puppet show? It wasn't intentional, but it seemed almost like they had come on a date. What was unexpected was that the puppet show was a horror story. Unlike the fairy tale style usually associated with puppet shows, the title Curse of the Puppet was already not ordinary. Since it was prepared with great effort by the top students of the magic and academic departments, the effects were expected to be impressive. It felt strange seeing a few people looking pale as they entered. Puppets of all things, Aaliyah frowned. Curse of the puppet, does it mean the puppet is a mage or that the puppet is cursed? Helmut analyzed the name of the puppet show with a comment that wasn't exactly humorous. He seemed to be without much thought. Well, it should be fine. Aaliyah believed in his own bravery. He maintained his composure in life-threatening situations or in battle. Surely a mere puppet show couldn't be scary. However, as the show began, the atmosphere turned decidedly eerie. The room darkened significantly, and red lights spread across the stage, creating an atmosphere that made one want to flee just from the lighting alone. With unsettling music rising, a bisque doll that could make anyone flinch walked onto the stage. Not a person dressed up, but an actual doll walked out. It sent shivers down the spine. Such delicate magic just for a puppet show. This wasn't prepared in a day or two. The talented students of the Greta Magic Department were indeed pouring their skills into something unnecessary. "Thank you for visiting to see our puppet story during the festival," said a doll in a dress, spreading the hem of her skirt and greeting in a weak voice. It wasn't manipulated by strings but was magically operated, adding an even eerier feel. Its lifeless eyes and mask-like face curled into a grin, sending chills all over. Aaliyah involuntarily leaned back in his chair, sticking to it. He had chosen a secluded spot away from others, but now he regretted it. Chapter 180 Part 2. Glancing to the side, Helmut seemed curious, watching the stage intently. He had thought him unemotional, but he seemed to be without fear altogether. Aaliyah clenched his fists and tried to compose herself. "It's just a puppet show. What are you doing, Aaliyah?" Her pride wouldn't allow her to shake visibly, but Aaliyah had a trauma related to dolls, a prank played by Hike in her childhood. Hike had manipulated a doll to find Aaliyah's bed in the middle of the night. Seeing the approaching white face in the darkness, Aaliyah had immediately drawn on her magic to burn the doll entirely. Even in the flames, the bisque doll reaching out towards her was a horrifying sight, even the remaining half-burnt hand. At the time, Hike had actually grumbled. "It was a gift for you and you just burned it. How expensive that doll was. It had diamonds on its clothes. If you're going to give a doll as a gift, you should hand it over, not make it crawl into someone's bed. I wanted you to wake up with the doll next to you. It's more natural for the doll to move on its own than for me to place it there. Scaring you was not the intention." Ever since that day, Aaliyah had disliked any doll that resembled a human. She had no idea that a puppet show would include such things, but having paid, it seemed too cowardly to leave now. "It's just a puppet show." Like a mantra, Aaliyah desperately repeated to herself the fact that she was the top student in the magic department and that she could destroy any ghosts that appeared, focusing her mind. But at a certain point in the chillingly started puppet show, as a puppet with a snapped neck emitted black smoke and transformed into a bleeding woman, Aaliyah didn't scream. She just froze and gripped Helmut's arm tightly. His hand was so pale from the tight grip that she didn't even realize where she was holding. Her mind tried to analyze how such effects were achieved using magic, but her heart was beating wildly. After a moment, Helmut seemed to realize and asked in a low voice, "Scared? Who's scared?" Helmut pointedly looked at the hand Aaliyah was holding onto her arm with. It actually hurt a bit. So he was wondering why she was doing this. "Among the various factors that make humans feel fear, ghosts are one," Helmut said as if doing her a favor. "You can hold it if you want." "I don't need to," Aaliyah shouted softly and withdrew her hand. However, her hand soon returned to grab Helmut's arm again, perhaps because the once quiet exorcist doll contorted its face and screamed as if struggling. "Kia!" Aaliyah's complexion rapidly turned pale. Even hidden by the mask, it was visibly blanching. Finally, the doll was exorcised with a brilliant blue magic circle and shriveled up as if burned by fire. A tearing sound filled the air, and from the void above the stage, a cackling voice resounded. "Kia, I will return." Then several red lines were drawn in the air above the stage and blood flowed down. The terrifying finale effect was perfect. Applause erupted. The puppet show left a lasting impression on Aaliyah. For a moment, her mind had gone blank. As the lights in the theater came back on, Aaliyah blinked. "It's over." Helmut was looking at Aaliyah. Her reaction seemed interesting to him. "What's scary?" "It's just a doll moving on that far stage." Helmut added lightly, commenting that the sound effects were a bit noisy. Aaliyah's face heated up. "I wasn't scared, I was just dozing off for a bit." Aaliyah forcefully got up from her seat. She wasn't used to showing weakness to others. Helmut had never been so sure about anyone as he was that the girl with lavender hair had frozen in fear, but instead of pressing the issue, he asked, "Hungry? Should we get something to eat?" Anyway, she wanted to escape this theater. Her mind was as blank as a clean slate. She felt drained, as if she had used all her strength gripping Helmut's arm. Helmut was watching. Remembering that, Aaliyah gritted her teeth. Even if he doesn't know who I am, I can't show such a disgraceful state after watching a puppet show. Aaliyah spoke as if nothing was wrong. Go ahead, I'll follow in a moment. I want to take a closer look at the stage. In truth, she didn't even want to go near the stage, but it was just an excuse. Helmut simply replied, okay. He went ahead and Aaliyah took a deep breath, slowly gathering herself before standing up. Her staggering steps steadied after a few more steps. However, Aaliyah didn't notice. Normally, she would never miss the movement of someone approaching her. That someone pushed Aaliyah hard from behind. Oh, excuse me, it was a voice she had heard before. As Aaliyah sat down hard on the ground, she looked up. Teresa stood over her, her eyes filled with hostility, her arms crossed. She had been waiting for a chance to get them apart. That was why she had to endure a stupid puppet show. Her attention was more on the mysterious girl clinging to Helmut than the noisy scene on stage. Teresa had chewed her lips throughout the puppet show. It wasn't even that scary of a puppet show. Pretending to be weak and clinging wasn't typical of an ordinary fox. Teresa tilted her head and asked, "Who are you? You don't seem to be a student of the magic department. Do you attend our academy?" Her masked face seemed quite pretty, but she didn't seem familiar at all. None of your business. Aaliyah stood up and glared coldly at Teresa. Thanks to this, her mind became completely alert. Very much so, Chapter 181, Part 1. Oh, look at the way she speaks. Teresa lifted the corners of her eyes. Whenever she pretends to be weak and clings to Helmut, she shows her temper as soon as he leaves. The look in her eyes facing her was sharp. These eyes, they seemed familiar. She couldn't pin it down. Regardless, Teresa wasn't the type to back down just because her opponent wouldn't respond. None of my business. Just answer the damn question, are you an academy student or not? An unknown girl sticking close to Helmut. Since Helmut is a commoner, she couldn't be nobility. Aaliyah, overwhelmed with irritation, did not reply. Normally, she wouldn't hesitate to fight even if her opponent was the top student of the magic department's third year, but not now. Using magic could expose her. Again, none of your business. Aaliyah turned away, ignoring her, but her shoulder was sharply grabbed by a thrusting hand. Won't you show me your face? I'm curious if I know you. The tone suggested she wasn't likely to let go. A completely unprovoked provocation, but there was a venomous indifference in Teresa's eyes. Let go, I don't want to. Why, what's the harm in showing your face? Is there a bounty on your head? Too bad. I really need to see your face. Energy gathered in Teresa's hand, a simple spell that didn't require chanting, merely manipulating physical forces. Aaliyah shook off her grip and defended herself against the incoming magic using the same method. Teresa's expression changed. Oh, a mage are you? It seemed she might possess some magical power, but it was faint. Her skills were obviously mediocre. Dare to use a defensive spell against me, the top student of the magic department's third year? Pitiful. There was a hierarchy of power in the magic department, not unlike the swordsmanship department. Teresa was at the pinnacle of the third year of the magic department. If her opponent was a mage, she had even less hesitation to crush them. I'll make sure to see that face that seduced Helmut, even if I have to burn that mask. The venom in Teresa's face deepened. Her gaze was nearly murderous. However, at that moment, someone intervened. What is going on here? It was Helmut. Aaliyah hadn't come, so he had returned. He saw Teresa using magic. It wasn't a powerful offensive spell, but it was too serious for a mere jest. Helmut's gaze turned icy, an eerie sensation emanating from his eyes. Oh, Helmut, it's been a while. The startled look on her face quickly disappeared as Teresa squinted her eyes and greeted him casually. Helmut seemed about to say something but frowned and turned to look at Aaliyah. Of course, Aaliyah was furious. Her expression was cold enough to be seen even beyond the mask. She's persistently annoying even after I humiliated her last time. Teresa seemed determined not to let go of any girl clinging to Helmut. Instinctively, Aaliyah also felt on guard. But in reality, Aaliyah could not afford to be openly aggressive. She knew she was weaker. It was just a matter of time before she had to take care of it, but not today. Aaliyah abruptly spoke up. Let's go, picking a fight here would do no good. If the commotion escalated, the high priest might come running. Helmut hesitated as well. Even though most people had cleared out, it was no place to kill someone and cover it up. His thoughts toward the woman who liked him were somewhat brutal. If anyone's obsessive, it seems to be her. Helmut knew Teresa wasn't normal. It was hard to tell if it was fondness or malice. The latter seemed more likely. Yeah, Helmut and Aaliyah turned away, ignoring Teresa. If she attacked again, they were ready to counter. But Teresa could not bring herself to do so now that Helmut was present. Instead, her voice sharply rang out from behind. Wait. Helmut, what's the deal with that girl? She's not your girlfriend, so why do you stick so closely? Her tone was accusatory, almost demanding a denial of a romantic relationship. Helmut replied with apparent annoyance. Exactly, Aaliyah flinched, surprised, but more surprised was Teresa. Girlfriend, how did that suddenly happen? Did you fall for each other over the holiday? The voice was full of betrayal. Helmut did not answer, and neither did Aaliyah. The two left Teresa in shock and quickly exited the scene. Once they reached a secluded area, Aaliyah finally spoke. Caught by a nasty one, you two. A smile formed on her lips. The anger caused by Teresa had dissipated. Helmut briefly glanced back at the building where the puppet show had taken place. What happens if a swordsmanship department student and a magic department student fight? Just a fight. Suspension, maybe. Depends on who started it, but she doesn't seem like she'd attack you. Right. A flicker of annoyance crossed Helmut's face. He was used to dealing with adversaries, but those who became docile in his presence and problematic otherwise were always a hassle. Aaliyah ventured a question, her tone light but curious. So, since when was I your girlfriend? The question seemed to hang in the air, sparking a strange tension. It was just a response to Teresa's persistent questioning, but it sounded so natural coming from him. Chapter 181 Part 2, Aaliyah watched Helmut's face closely. Could it be because he likes me now? Was it essentially a confession disguised as casual companionship? Helmut responded casually. Girlfriend, Aaliyah only grasped the nuance after a moment. A girl who is a friend. The realization was deflating. You really are something. Helmut quickly changed the subject. What do you want to eat? Any cravings for dinner? How long would they need to stick together? With Teresa's interference and Helmut being a conspicuous figure, anything could happen if they stayed together. They could part ways now, but somehow she couldn't bring herself to say it. Helmut is planning to attend the cross-dressing contest, so I'll stick with him till then. Aaliyah compromised with herself, her stomach reminding her that she was indeed hungry. Should we just go wherever looks good? That sounds fine. The nearest place was the Academy's student cafeteria. The Academy's cafeteria was known for its decent food, certainly better than the makeshift eateries that popped up during festivals. Given the focus outside, the cafeteria was quieter than usual. They conversed naturally over their meal, more comfortably than one might expect for their first official day out together. So naturally, in fact, that Aaliyah was taken aback at times during their conversation. Aaliyah had to make an effort not to show how well she thought she knew Helmut. It's good Helmut is dense, otherwise he'd realize how loosely I'm playing him. That would be troublesome. She glanced up at Helmut, who was efficiently slicing through his hamburger steak, completely unbothered and evidently without a trace of tension. Clearly, he was not someone who generated an atmosphere of romantic tension, just a person enjoying a meal with another. He's seen my face and he felt nothing. Aaliyah knew her own face well enough. It wouldn't be troubling if he'd fallen for her at first sight, but sitting there so nonchalantly was somehow not pleasing. Aaliyah cautiously broached another subject. That strange woman earlier. Yeah, she's not pretty, though an annoying senior, Teresa was known not just for her magical prowess but also for her beauty. Even if both were somewhat less than Aaliyah's own standards, minus her personality, she was generally likable, objectively speaking. Helmut swallowed his bite of steak before replying. She's pretty, Helmut himself hadn't really noticed, but everyone said so. On closer inspection it seemed true, but why reject her? She's pretty. Aaliyah almost bit her tongue. She wasn't trying to push Teresa on Helmut, but it almost sounded like she was suggesting he should accept her because she was pretty. It doesn't matter if she's a stranger, and he didn't particularly want to know her. A face was no use to him. Sometimes merely seeing someone could brighten your vision, especially Teresa, who seemed to have nothing to gain from being close. She was annoying and uncomfortable to be around. Right anyway, not Teresa. Aaliyah mused inwardly, relieved by Helmut's words. In fact, many in the swordsmanship department said, as long as she's pretty, nothing else matters. Helmut was an exception. Asuka might be different, though. He talked a big game about women, but he was fussy and could likely find a girlfriend today and break up tomorrow. Aaliyah found herself asking another question without realizing. What if? The girl was someone you knew? Helmut's answer came easily again. I don't know, haven't thought about it, I'll know when it happens. After the holidays, he seemed particularly sharp and focused. There wasn't much time to look elsewhere. Even while studying, his gaze often drifted to the wooden sword propped up nearby. As he moved through the semester, his thoughts, previously broadened, had narrowed back to the sword. Sometimes anxiety crept up on him. Helmut reassured himself that rushing wouldn't help, but there were very few people who could step into his world now. The festival was a rare break Helmut gave himself, a chance for different experiences. The puppet show was also quite unique in its way. Aaliyah rested her chin on her hands, observing him. Does he have no interest? It wasn't yet safe to assume. Some people were just slow to develop interest in others. Helmut didn't seem to particularly enjoy hanging out with friends, nor did he show much interest in people in general. But what does it matter to me what Helmut thinks? She shook off the thought. Aaliyah asked, trying to understand his priorities better. So what's the most important thing to you right now? There's something I need to find. For that I need to, Helmut stated firmly. Become stronger, that's it, just like me. Aaliyah swallowed her words, pondering. It wasn't just a childish desire to become powerful, it was a necessity, a goal. As they talked, Helmut was the only person who made her feel that, despite everything being different about them, there were moments they felt remarkably similar. Although one was a swordsman and the other a mage, their backgrounds, environments, and circumstances were entirely different. Yet, those moments of alignment stood out like shining fragments. So evident that they could only feel that they were truly facing each other. Chapter 182 Part 1, we both avoid the temple and hide our identities while at the academy. Holding hands might be a good idea, but there was still no certainty. Perhaps one day they will be able to speak openly. Having lived hidden for so long, the secrets have become heavier. 6 months is too short. It was too little time to get to know someone and trust him. There's still a long way to go until graduation. Eventually, the moment to speak will come. Aaliyah thought that moment might not be too far off. Hey Helmut, have some shaved ice before you go. I'll give you a special 20% discount. And your girlfriend too. Despite the busy rush, as Helmut passed Wesley's thriving shaved ice shop, everyone looked his way and spoke to him. In truth, if Asuka wasn't around, everyone was too anxious to strike up a conversation with him. It was fortunate that Asuka was always by his side. Want to try some? There's a discount. No, how can I trust what those guys make? Aaliyah flatly refused. She felt oddly. Naturally, she was the type to attract attention just by passing by. She hadn't realized it before, but Helmut also seemed to draw quite a bit of attention. There were glances wherever he went, and especially the students from the swordsmanship department always tried to talk to him. Well, he is the top student of the swordsmanship department after all. Being the strongest in the department meant being at its center. Helmut looked at the clock tower. Is it almost time for the cross-dressing contest? Why exactly are your friends participating in that? It was both absurd and slightly intriguing. Neither Cyan nor Asuka seemed the type to be awkward in drag, and one more. Why aren't you participating? Aaliyah surveyed Helmut's face with curiosity. Even though he was conscious of his looks at times, Helmut had a sharp, handsome face that didn't seem feminine, but with the right makeup, he might just be able to aim for victory. It's not that I want to see him like that. Aaliyah quickly denied it. It's because if someone unpleasant shows up, I might have to jump off the stage. It's because of the high priest. Only then did Aaliyah nod. He would be searching around the magic department building, and it would be quite absurd for someone as high-ranking as the high priest to show up at a cross-dressing contest. Though it was unlikely he would come this way, one could never be too sure. Let's go, it's going to be crowded. And it was indeed. Even though there was still some time before the contest began, the cross-dressing contest venue was bustling with people. Over half of the seats were already taken. It was a well-established event at the Greta Academy. It was very popular. Together, they entered the venue for the cross-dressing contest. The venue was not inside a building, but was an outdoor stage with chairs set up. Since the place was swarming with students from the swordsmanship department, all sorts of people approached them as they passed. Hey Helmut, is that your girlfriend? Is she from our academy or another? Introduce us. If you have a girlfriend, you should introduce her and introduce her friends too. That guy has ulterior motives. The swordsmanship department guys are so noisy. Aaliyah frowned. It seemed they wouldn't just let them pass without a fuss. Helmut responded simply, she doesn't like to be introduced to you guys. Aaliyah was taken aback as she looked at him. It was true that Helmut probably didn't know Aaliyah's name either. As if reading her mind, Helmut added, she just wants to watch the contest quietly. What, so you're telling us to go away? Got it, she's shy. No one could really force Helmut to do anything. They all looked curiously but backed off willingly. It was a display of the power dynamics within the swordsmanship department. Sitting down, Aaliyah sneakily glanced at Helmut. He was usually expressionless, but his expression seemed subtly pleased. Is he actually looking forward to the cross-dressing contest? Come to think of it, he had seemed quite entertained by a puppet show earlier. His tastes were enigmatic. Indeed, Aaliyah was right. There were no such amusements in the Forest of Roots. Helmut was experiencing a new world at the festival, having won prizes at various stalls. It was his first time watching a performance like a puppet show. He had participated in martial arts tournaments, but this was his first cross-dressing contest, so he was understandably excited. There was little conversation between the two. Aaliyah, who had unconsciously clasped her hands together, asked, "Aren't you curious about my name?" Helmut couldn't have introduced Aaliyah earlier. He didn't know the name of the girl with lavender hair beside him either. They were strangers who knew nothing about each other, yet they were wandering around together as if they were close. Helmut, without taking his eyes off the stage, answered, "I'm curious." Chapter 182 Part 2. Aaliyah looked at him, "But it's okay if you don't want to tell me." That sounded like he respected her circumstances as they were, causing Aaliyah to flinch. It felt as if a fire had been lit. Her frozen heart melted, and the words she had hidden surged to her throat. Should I tell him now? My name is Aaliyah, and I'm actually a girl who has been pretending to be a boy due to certain circumstances, just that much. Even if I only tell him that much. Helmut wouldn't get angry or demand an apology, and he would keep Aaliyah's secret just like that. He wasn't one to gossip. But as Aaliyah hesitated, the cross-dressing contest began amid noisy cheers. Most of the cheers quickly turned into jeers when the first participant appeared on stage. Are you kidding me? That's clearly a man. How could that be a woman? Get off the stage now. Damn, who wants to spoil their eyes? Get down quickly. The hostility was overwhelming as the first-year student from the swordsmanship department who had been forcibly sent out looked mortified. Given his age, he was unusually large. His broad shoulders and well-developed arm muscles looked ready to burst out of the yellow dress. The dress barely fit around his muscular torso, highlighting his abs. It was a lackadaisical effort. He had simply thrown on a wig and a dress. As no one from the first-year swordsmanship students wanted to participate, the one who finished last had to cross-dress. It was a cruel punishment based on academic performance. The higher grades weren't required to participate, but the first years had to. The host dramatically covered his eyes. Oh, the host's eyes are rotting too, but unfortunately he is a legitimate contestant. New participants who will cast purification magic on these rotting eyeballs will appear soon, so please bear with us. Get rid of him, kill him. Angry shouts erupted, but soon subsided as the next participant who came out was decently made up. The cross-dressing contest continued with intriguing developments from the start. Asuka's turn came up sooner than expected. Have you been waiting? A celebrity from the third year of the swordsmanship department. He has transformed into a perfect woman today, you'll be surprised. Expectations are high, ta-da. The host spread his hands toward the back of the stage. Third up, second year from the swordsmanship department, Miss Asuka. Don't add Miss to my name. Unless you want to die, Asuka's irritated voice faintly reached the ears. The host flinched and moved aside as someone confidently walked onto the stage. The moment that figure was revealed under the lights, the audience collectively gasped. Is that really Asuka? Did they switch someone else in? How could Asuka look like that? Looking at the face, it seems right. Could this be on the level of disguise magic? Everyone was in disbelief. The person who had walked onto the stage was a girl with finely braided blue hair cascading down, exuding an innocent charm. The innocence was nuanced, however, with a beauty mark under the eye giving a slightly impish vibe. The top part of Asuka's dress was sky blue on a white lace dress that suited him very well. His lips were a pink shade, and his makeup was skillfully done. He was shockingly different from the previous contestants, a beauty that no one would doubt was a girl if he hadn't participated in the cross-dressing contest. Only his temper, unable to be hidden by makeup. The fierce tilt of his eyes revealed his true personality. Asuka crossed his arms with a dissatisfied expression, strangely harmonizing with his appearance. Regardless of his attitude or outfit, his face completed the look. He was only the third to appear, but he was already a strong contender for victory. The second-year students from the swordsmanship department murmured among themselves. See, I told you he should have gone for a provocative style, something red or black, something revealing. Think you'd survive if you tried to make Asuka wear that? No, he wouldn't even try it on. He wore this style because he could barely tolerate it. I see. Asuka looked disdainfully at the audience with a crooked stance. Look all you want, if you have eyes, you'd obviously pick me, his attitude seemed to say. Even without a smile, he was stunningly beautiful. His face is really something, absolutely amazing. James, who had encouraged Asuka to enter the cross-dressing contest, boasted, See, I told you Asuka was perfect for this. With him, victory is guaranteed. That's totally my type. Where can I find a girl like that? Make sure to tell Asuka that. Applause erupted. The shouts were completely transformed from before. Beautiful, the best, you are the winner. Asuka was displaying overwhelming prowess at the cross-dressing contest. It was probably the first time since he got the nickname Crazy Dog that he was being noticed in such a positive light. What? I thought he was a woman. Aaliyah was a bit surprised. She had initially said Asuka was pretty to start a quarrel, but it was also her genuine impression. Asuka was indeed a good-looking guy. But seeing him dressed as a woman, it wasn't just about being good-looking. If he had come to the dorm dressed like that, he could have fooled everyone without magic. Helmut, watching Asuka, felt something different from the others. Raising an eyebrow, he noted the effectiveness of cross-dressing. Cross-dressing is a useful tool. If done like that, it's unrecognizable. What are you talking about? Magic gives off an aura, but cross-dressing doesn't. The effect is similar, but it's less noticeable. As long as you can look like a woman, it's perfect. Helmut was entirely serious. Hyde has likely been figured by the Black Hawk. Because of that, a different appearance was necessary. Aaliyah asked hesitantly, So you're saying if there's a chance you might try cross-dressing, if necessary? Aaliyah closed her mouth. She wanted to discourage him, yet also felt an odd encouragement. The host, momentarily distracted by Asuka, resumed the proceedings only after Asuka raised his fist. Ladies and gentlemen, please pause your cheers and let's move on to the next part. The atmosphere in the venue distinctly heated up. Chapter 183, Part 1. The cross-dressing contest unexpectedly turned into a fierce competition. Except for the first contestant who was disappointing, the quality of participants notably increased after Asuka. Contestant number 8 is a fourth year from the magic department, Kiss. It's not his real name but a pseudonym. Amidst cheers, the contestant named Kiss blew kisses to the crowd. Wearing a pink wig and a bizarre dress adorned with stars and decorations, he resembled an actress performing on stage. Using magic to appear female was prohibited in the contest. It would give the magic department an unfair advantage, though it was true that the department had an edge in creating disguise items. Kiss didn't completely look like a girl as Asuka did, but he managed a plausible appearance with the help of prosthetics, decorations, and makeup. Above all, he seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the contest, actively posing and exuding a coquettish charm. While no one could match Asuka in pulling off cross-dressing, Kiss's efforts to make the contest fun elicited a strong response from the crowd. "Wow, awesome, you're the best. Kiss, I love you." Watching the event, Aaliyah became increasingly bewildered. These guys are taking this cross-dressing contest more seriously than their exams. And what's with the crowd going wild? The puppet show earlier was also of high quality. As a perennial top student, Aaliyah found it all incomprehensible, yet it was undeniably entertaining. Unknowingly, Aaliyah became fully absorbed in the contest, unaware that Helmut beside her was also engrossed. There were 12 contestants in total, with a notably lower participation rate among upperclassmen. Cyan's turn came up quickly. Next up, second year from the magic department, Cyan. As Cyan stepped forward, the anticipation in the crowd was palpable. Asuka's expression hardened, his eyes ablaze with competitive fire. The moment Cyan appeared, a loud cheer accompanied by whistles erupted. Wow, he confidently chose an unexpected approach, unlike the cute appearance many had anticipated. With a red rose in his hair and lips painted red, Cyan presented a completely different persona. Gone was his gentle and soft image, replaced by a provocative and sexy girl on stage. Cyan held a whip in one hand. As soon as he appeared, he snapped the whip on the floor, causing an uproar in the audience. "Amazing. Hit me please." Cyan winked seductively at the frenzied crowd. His tight-fitting black dress perfectly accentuated his figure, making him a much more active contender than Asuka. His determination to win was palpable. Aaliyah muttered, "He sold his soul for the prize money." "Rather, he seems to be enjoying it," Helmut replied, prompting Aaliyah to close her mouth. Seeing acquaintances behave like this was utterly baffling. Although a few more contestants appeared, none made as strong an impression as Cyan. The atmosphere was different from when Asuka first appeared. The later entrants were too aggressively enthusiastic, causing them to overshadow him. After all contestants had appeared, the host raised his hand as the voting was about to start. "Ladies and gentlemen, one last chance to charm, just one. Those who haven't shown everything, please raise your hand. This is your last opportunity." Several hands went up, eyes filled with a desire to win. After they showcased their skills on stage, the host asked one more time, "Anyone else? If not, we'll proceed to the voting." "Wait," Asuka gestured, "I'll do it." "Oh, indeed. Let's see what the second-year cold beauty Miss Asuka from the swordsmanship department has to offer. Please come forward." As Asuka passed by, he whispered, "I don't know which department you're from, but let's see after the contest." The host laughed nervously, well aware of Asuka's notorious reputation, and sweated profusely. Asuka lifted the hem of his dress and pulled out something hidden inside. It was a sword cleverly concealed. Those who knew Asuka widened their eyes. Is he planning a murder here? Even if he's annoyed at the host, some wondered if they should intervene as Asuka drew the sword from under his dress. His eyes flashed coldly. "Bring me something to cut." He had no intention of performing a dance or singing like a clown. If he was from the swordsmanship department, he would showcase swordsmanship. That was Asuka's idea. However, this was hardly a skill fitting for a cross-dressing contest. Murmurs of disapproval spread through the crowd. Even in drag, Asuka maintained his domineering presence. The image of a delicate beauty wielding a sword fiercely suited him strangely well. The host received something from the audience. As expected, "How about this apple for the cutting show? Place it above your head." When Asuka directed with a gesture, the host, terrified, shook his hands. "Ha ha, maybe throwing it in the air would be better. If you don't throw it correctly, you'll be cut along with it." "Then let's use magic with magic." It turned out the host was from the magic department. He levitated the apple with magic. Chapter 183, Part 2. Asuka's sword, charged with vis, sliced through the air, cutting the apple into precisely 12 equal and beautifully smooth pieces that fell to the ground. Oh, the crowd was amazed. Such a feat of swordsmanship was impossible without incredible skill. The host picked up the apple pieces and showed them to the audience. Look at these smooth, even slices. Indeed, the second best of the second year in the swordsmanship department. Incredible skill. Is that guy really the second best of the swordsmanship department second year? Could he be the infamous one? Finally, the audience connected the crazy dog with the beautiful girl on stage, their shock translating into votes. The shock of seeing the crazy dog performing feats as a pretty girl was striking. The contrast and his swordsmanship were impressive. Feeling a sense of crisis, Cyan whispered to the host, "Can I do something too? I can show a spirit show. Any form of magic use is prohibited, but that's too disadvantageous for the magic department. If we allowed magic, it would be too advantageous. It's the policy of the contest, nothing we can do." The host quickly turned to the audience to continue. "Ladies and gentlemen, have you seen enough? Let's start the voting. There are 12 candidates. Who will be the long-awaited winner?" Aaliyah, holding a voting slip, asked. "Who are you voting for?" Helmut answered quickly, "Asuka." "Why? Because if Asuka wins, each member of the swordsmanship department gets 3,000 marks. Both contestants had impressive performances, but stakes were involved." "Then I'll vote for Cyan." Aaliyah said it without thinking and flinched. Currently, Helmut didn't know who Aaliyah was. As a girl with lavender hair, she had no reason to vote for Cyan, just like Helmut. Aaliyah awkwardly explained, I'm a mage, so I'm voting for the best contestant from the magic department." After speaking, she felt a pang of regret. That was a natural opportunity to confess. Used to hiding, she missed the chance. Probably the last chance. With no other option, she had to keep hiding to the end. Aaliyah sighed. Someday she would be able to tell. The vote count ended quickly. The results were surprising. This is the first time in the history of the contest that we have joint winners. Second-year Asuka from the swordsmanship department, 182 votes. Second-year Cyan from the magic department, 182 votes. The votes are exactly equal. The votes had distributed unexpectedly well. It seemed that most had voted strategically, choosing candidates who could bring them money. So what happens with the first place? A revote? Someone from the audience raised their voice. The host shook his head. "No, in this case, the rules dictate that we declare joint winners. The prize money will be split evenly, with each department's second-year students receiving 1,500 marks." Cheers and applause erupted from the students of the swordsmanship and magic departments. Half a share or not, 1,500 marks were still a tidy sum. This year, the second years have swept it. Academic departments, better luck next year. Now let's hear from our winners. Asuka stepped forward confidently. However, the second-year students from the swordsmanship department, initially cheering, fell silent as his words echoed through the magic megaphone. "Hey second years, if you have any conscience, collect 500 marks each and cough it up to me. If it wasn't for me, the swordsmanship department wouldn't have dreamt of winning." Excluding Helmut, who couldn't compete, and without Asuka, the first years would have faced a similar fate. That was a fact. The host, sweating profusely, tried to regain control. "I meant share your winning feelings. Of course I'm the winner. Doesn't everyone have eyes? If even one person had proper vision, I would have won outright." Asuka seemed frustrated not to have decisively beaten Cyan. Cyan, arms crossed, looked at him disapprovingly. "Letting this guy speak about his feelings, he's not going to do it right. Turn it back to me." Then next, the magic megaphone was immediately handed to Cyan. "Hello. Certified pretty boy Cyan from the magic department here. Are you watching, Aaliyah? Thanks for your vote. I gratefully accept the prize money. To commemorate the victory, if anyone wishes, I'll hit you with the whip." Cyan provocatively threw out the comment and waved politely to the audience. Perhaps wanting to experience the whip, quite a few spectators crowded towards the stage. Aaliyah scoffed inwardly. "Aaliyah, no matter how famous a pretty boy you are, I won the cross-dressing contest. I have the upper hand over you." That was what Cyan's words meant. As Aaliyah's control over her magic had reduced her fanatical followers, Cyan could now make such remarks. But the real woman, Aaliyah, or even if she weren't representing the magic department's pretty boy title, didn't care who held it. It was absurd to her, competing over such trivial things. They should rather compete over academic grades. They were odd characters. Both winning the cross-dressing contest side by side was also ridiculous. Why does Helmut hang out with these guys? Just for fun, they were certainly lively and entertaining to watch. Aaliyah looked at Helmut, who was still focused on the stage. Then she suddenly realized. The cross-dressing contest was over, and so was their time together. Touching her wrist, Aaliyah blinked slowly. She felt she knew how to break Hike's magic. It wasn't necessary to wait 24 hours. Chapter 184 Part 1. "Hey Helmut, did you see that? My victory." Asuka, fresh off the stage, waved enthusiastically. Even up close, his disguise as a woman was flawless. He had chosen a long-necked dress to hide his Adam's apple, but his transformation was remarkable. The sheer innocence of his face said it all. "Who did you vote for?" "You. Right, I knew you'd vote for me," Asuka beamed. Helmut didn't mention that he had voted for Asuka because 3,000 marks were at stake for him. Too bad, just one more vote would have done it. 3,000 marks had turned into 1,500, or was it the other way around? If Cyan had received one more vote, 1,500 marks could have been zero. Thinking positively, it was a good outcome. Helmut commented as if to praise him. It paid off all the hard work you put in. Well, of course it did for me. A win was a win, regardless of the contest. Asuka seemed pleased just by that. This seemed to ensure that the host, whom Asuka had irritated during the contest, would be safe from his wrath. A second year from the swordsmanship department chimed in. Hey Helmut, how it's going with your girlfriend? Girlfriend? That I don't know why she's your girlfriend, but the girl you came with. Asuka's eyes widened in surprise. What, this guy came with a girl, really? Yeah. I heard it too, that you were with some girl all day today. Cyan appeared suddenly, whip in hand. He had already enthusiastically whipped a few participants, although his whip wasn't meant for combat and his arm strength was so poor it would only sting a bit. Oddly enough, the volunteers seemed to enjoy it. Watching this, the excitement of his victory faded. Cyan added tersely, tough dealing with these weirdos. Helmut responded briefly, she's not here anymore. She left. While everyone was focused on the stage, that girlfriend had said she had a good time today and then disappeared. Asuka narrowed his eyes, his expression resembling a nagging girlfriend in his female disguise. She left. So you were with a girl, what's the relationship? A girlfriend? I didn't know about that at all. When did you start dating? You hardly ever go out on your own. Cyan joined in, casting a suspicious glance. A girlfriend for real. I had no idea, introduced by instructor Ethan, or did you know her before entering the academy? Helmut lightly denied, no, it's nothing like that. Then what, why were you with her? Met by chance. I was bored. Since when do you pick up someone to hang out with because you're bored? That was a sharp observation for Asuka. Cyan raised a finger as if he had figured it out. She must be pretty enough to get you to move. That was true. Helmut nodded, she is pretty. What did you get her contact? Which academy is she from? How pretty must she be for you to say she's pretty? Who is this girl? Asuka and Cyan bombarded him with questions. Surrounded by the spitting duo, Helmut didn't say more. His silence was heavy. He wasn't someone who could be forced to speak. Eventually, Asuka exploded. Ah, forget it. Who is she that you're keeping your mouth shut? Did you meet a princess or something? Let's go change clothes. My feet hurt because of these shoes, Cyan grumbled, and you get rid of that whip thinking of winning with that. As if you didn't panic and show off your apple slicing because you thought you could easily beat me. As if you didn't risk your life wanting to win. Let's see next time. Fine, let's think of something for a rematch. After exchanging fierce glances, they told Helmut to wait and disappeared into the dressing room. The three-day festival was nearing its grand finale. A fireworks display, the highlight of the event, was about to start. Helmut glanced at the spot where he had been sitting, his expression unreadable. At that time, Aaliyah stopped in an empty building on the academy grounds after confirming she was not being followed. She touched the bracelet and inspected Hike's magic, which had noticeably loosened. It hadn't been 24 hours yet, but the gap had appeared not because the magic was hastily done. There is no such thing in the magic of a grand mage. A date with a boy. Hike must have had a reason for sending that message. It was a hint in itself. Aaliyah had fulfilled the condition, weakening the magic enough to break it. Annoyingly, it had gone exactly as Hike intended. From now on, any gift from Hike, whatever it is, I won't even look at it but burn it. Resolute, Aaliyah channeled magic into the bracelet. After a meticulous adjustment process, Hike's newly overlaid magic was erased. The bracelet regained its original function. Now, a beautiful boy with silver hair stood in his place. Considering whether to discard the cumbersome mask and wand, Aaliyah ended up keeping them. Time to go back to the dorm. She had some magic research to finish. Chapter 184 Part 2. Ha, got the prize money and won, feels freaking great, Asuka shouted, chugging a beer. The makeup removed, his expression was strikingly different. On the third floor of the academy cafeteria with a prime view of the fireworks, they had secured a good spot. The swordsmanship department guys had reserved it. Cyan next to him wrinkled his nose as he downed his beer, his face showing pleasure. Spent all day in makeup, but it was worth it. Helmut, what did you do during the day? Saw a puppet show. Really? I wanted to see that too. Heard it was a proper horror show. Scary, they said. Cyan's eyes lit up. It was decent, not scary. Helmut hesitated as if recalling something. Scary, huh? Quick-witted Cyan asked casually. Why was the girl next to you trembling and clinging to you? Maybe. Helmut's casual throwaway answer didn't reveal anything. About that girl he had been with earlier, he kept his lips sealed perfectly. Just then the person in question appeared. Here you were. The moment she appeared, it seemed as though dozens of lights brightened the dim area. It was Aaliyah dressed in a white robe. Asuka and Cyan realized intensely upon seeing her. If Aaliyah had participated in the cross-dressing contest, she would have been declared the winner the moment she stepped on stage. As usual, ignoring Cyan and Asuka, she spoke calmly to Helmut. Did you enjoy the festival? Yeah, I did. She had come back to check on them, reminded by the upcoming fireworks. There was also something she wanted to confirm. Though she looked normal, Aaliyah's heart was racing. Asuka bluntly asked, "Have you been holed up all day today too? Why live life so boringly?" Helmut even went on a date with some mysterious girl. Date? Aaliyah asked casually as she sat down next to Helmut's empty chair. Helmut immediately denied it wasn't like that. Well, it doesn't matter, besides it's starting. Aaliyah pointed towards the sky. She felt the magic in the air. The fireworks began with a loud sound, illuminating the sky with brilliant colors. Asuka and Cyan also exclaimed as they watched the display. The level of the fireworks meticulously crafted by the magic department was beyond impressive. Wow, look at that, it's shaped like a flower. What's that? Damn, isn't that Ardeen? It's so detailed, and that's a duel, right? Two people with swords facing off. The movements are so accurate. Wow, that's a light spirit. Someone must have been inspired by you. The image of a light spirit cheekily flitting about was perfectly realized in the night sky. It was a display that would be worthy of an imperial festival. As always, it seemed they had unnecessarily poured talent into it. While everyone was engrossed in the fireworks, Aaliyah sneaked a glance at Helmut, hoping against hope. The same distance as before, but now they were together in a different way. Helmut's gaze shifted from the sky, their eyes met. Hey, Aaliyah hesitated, swallowing the words she wanted to say. Being in front of Helmut made her hold back, just as when she was a girl. About that girl you were with earlier. Before she could say more, Helmut interrupted. Ah, a stranger, just walked together for a bit. Is there a problem? His tone was casual, not a trace of disturbance showed in his dark eyes, so he didn't notice. A mix of slight disappointment and relief escaped her. Immediately after, Aaliyah internally burst with frustration. So dense, can't you see the face, almost the same, good vision yet doesn't recognize. Most would at least suspect a familial connection if not question Aaliyah's gender known at the academy. But Helmut's sense of aesthetics was doubtful. He had been indifferent even when he first saw Aaliyah, so it wouldn't be surprising if his face recognition was poor. Aaliyah stifled an inexplicable anger. It wasn't something to argue about, it's nothing. If he didn't know, that was it. Aaliyah forced a smile. As Helmut stared intently at Aaliyah's face for a moment, he turned his gaze back to the fireworks-lit sky. Aaliyah did the same. The last night of the festival deepened. Helmut frowned slightly as he watched the sky. Cross-dressing? It seemed like a good decision to pretend not to know since he hadn't intended to dress that way. Seeing how Aaliyah had come back to check, only one question remained. What's Aaliyah's real hair color? That was all he wondered. He couldn't ask, but he was curious. Helmut casually postponed, resolving his curiosity. Someday I'll find out. Aaliyah had missed a few facts. First, Helmut had never introduced himself to her today by name. Yet when Aaliyah called him by name when she was a girl, he had naturally responded. Aaliyah's also quite careless, he thought. Second, Helmut doesn't casually call anyone a friend, not even in jest. Even Asuka had struggled to be acknowledged in that regard. Who was truly clueless would eventually come to light. Ultimately, Helmut and Aaliyah's relationship returned almost to square one after the festival day. Except now, whenever they met, there was a slight hesitation and awkwardness. But this subtle atmosphere was quickly buried as natural as they had been roommates for a long time. The following week, Helmut bought lunch that had been postponed due to instructor Alan, and they often spent holidays together. Time flew in their stagnant relationship. Chapter 185, Part 1. Truth and confession. As the festival's relaxed atmosphere faded, Greta Academy swiftly returned to its routine. Amidst the intense but unseen competition, the midterm exams ended smoothly. For the second years, the practical exam was a dueling match. As expected, the greatest challenge for Helmut at his level was making a duel last more than a minute. The gap had widened even further than the previous semester. Compared to the first semester, he had chosen easier electives, so extensive preparation for the exams wasn't particularly necessary. Helmut had chosen the founding of Greta Academy as his elective. It was a simple memorization subject, requiring no special writing skills or critical thinking. Especially for Helmut, who had an excellent memory, it was an exceedingly easy course. This semester, I might aim for perfect scores in all subjects. Like before Aaliyah joined, achieving perfect scores in all subjects within the swordsmanship and magic departments was incredibly difficult. However, Helmut was confident. His expression radiated self-assurance. Looking like someone who did well on the exams, Asuka grumbled, sensing he would again be the runner-up. Cyan, already accustomed to not topping Aaliyah, appeared indifferent, but Asuka seemed to have had some hopes. However, his hopes were summarily crushed. Did you take some kind of strength potion over the break? Why does it seem like you've gotten much stronger? What's your secret? Helmut's progress was apparent even to Asuka. While Asuka had also improved compared to Helmut, he was still far behind. Perhaps the secret was battling fierce demonic beasts under the scorching sun, similar to the training of the Palma Knight's commander. It was something Helmut couldn't really explain. Helmut simply changed the subject. Speaking of which, after the midterms, we soon have a field assignment, right? Yeah, it's similar to what the magic department did last semester, but I hear it's a bit different this time. They're posting the details on the notice board at 5 p.m. today. This time, the details would be clearly announced in advance and the instructor would explain separately. A field assignment, huh? Helmut muttered. That morning, Aaliyah had mentioned having something important to discuss, which he suspected might be related. His suspicion turned into reality when they checked the notice board. A week-long joint field assignment with the magic department. What if you don't know anyone from the magic department? Look here, it says you can work alone, but for the sake of interdepartmental cooperation, they recommend working together. The team shouldn't exceed 3 members. People team up just to goof off. Right, wait, isn't this extremely advantageous for someone? Oh right, hey Helmut, you're close with Aaliyah. If you're in a group with Aaliyah, you could just goof off and still get good marks. That's so unfair, Asuka exclaimed in frustration, but he soon got scolded by the guys from the swordsmanship department. You'll be pairing up with Cyan from the magic department. He's the runner-up, have some conscience. I never talked about that. Asuka muttered, however, he thought he should discuss it with Cyan. Despite being from different departments, they were unusually close. If one of them were a girl, they might as well be considered dating. In the end, the teams are made based on rankings. That's so messed up. Shouldn't we protest about not allowing the top students to team up? Since the cross-dressing contest, Asuka had become somewhat closer to the guys from the swordsmanship department. Participating in the department's events had made him feel more connected, even though he was still known for his erratic moods. Yup, Helmut responded quietly. First, he needed to talk to Aaliyah. Chapter 185, Part 2, Did you see the announcement? I'll clear both your wishes if you team up with me. As soon as Helmut found Aaliyah back at the dorm, this was what she proposed. Aaliyah looked at Helmut with a serious expression. Helmut expressed his confusion. Why would you offer 2 wishes for working on a project together? I plan to undertake a challenging task for myself. It might be dangerous. Actually, it will be dangerous. It's too tricky to handle alone. I need a skilled swordsman. Aaliyah's calm, violet eyes suggested she had carefully thought this through. If Aaliyah spoke so seriously, it wasn't an ordinary assignment. However, she didn't seem nervous. I'll give you the details the day before we leave. Just know the task won't be easy, that's certain, Helmut replied nonchalantly. If it's not easy, we could score higher. I don't mind, that's good then. Better not cancel the wishes. It's beneficial for me too, so using a wish would be unfair. Helmut preferred transactions that were advantageous to him. This was an opportunity to cancel both wishes Aaliyah might hold against him. It was a situation where she had to agree. Before he knew it, the words had slipped out. Yeah, it would be unfair. Helmut justified it to himself using the word friend, even though he felt it wasn't very effective these days. Thanks, I appreciate it. A smile appeared on Aaliyah's face, radiant enough to seem like it gathered light. That alone made Helmut understand his own inexplicable feelings. Am I weak to Aaliyah? A realization of a different kind of superiority came to Helmut. It felt like it had always been the case, although Aaliyah's magic was concealed. Strangely, her charm seemed to affect Helmut more powerfully. Maybe that was something inherent to Aaliyah. Thus, their solo journey for the week was set. It was their first time venturing outside Baden together, just the 2 of them. Since they had been roommates, it might not seem like a big deal. However, the feelings they harbored for each other were certainly different now. Perhaps a change was imminent, both sensed it. It was an exciting premonition, bringing more tension than any battle could. Everyone, since it's an external activity, please be mindful of your behavior and not tarnish the reputation of Greta Academy. Also, as this is a group assignment, avoid acting alone. The instructor's briefing was nothing unexpected. Especially, Instructor Patricia emphasized not causing trouble, glaring specifically at Asuka. Damn it, that witch always targets me. Asuka naturally grumbled. The team's composition and the tasks would be officially registered by Aaliyah. Helmut's part was simple, just pack some clothes and a few belongings. It was all too convenient. So you and Aaliyah are pairing up? At Cyan's inquiry, Helmut nodded. Asuka quickly interjected. Where are you guys going? Our destinations might overlap, right? He half-hoped to join them, somewhat intending to treat it as a holiday outing. Group activities outdoors under the guise of a field assignment were more fun with more people. Aaliyah hasn't told me, and even if he did, he'd probably tell me not to tell anyone else. Helmut knew Aaliyah well enough. The assignment required discretion. Even though it was clear Aaliyah needed a competent swordsman, the fact that she would ask him felt strangely flattering. In a good way, for Helmut, Aaliyah was special, but to Aaliyah, Helmut was unique. Aaliyah wouldn't show even trivial details to anyone else. What, are you going treasure hunting or something? Just whispering to each other. Where are you going? Like you said, our destinations might overlap. Are you trying to avoid us? Asuka asked suspiciously. Unlike him, Cyan freely shared. We're heading to a valley east of Baden. It's said to be a place where nature's energy gathers. Maybe we'll catch a spirit if we're lucky. Plan to fish and catch some fish too. His emphasis on the latter half made it clear it was almost entirely a recreational trip. He was visibly excited. Cyan spoke as if wishing them well. It sounds like you guys are going to do something big and dangerous for your assignment. Be careful. Why not join us? Dangerous can be fun, Asuka grumbled. However, his interest in fishing seemed to peak, suggesting they go shopping in Baden over the weekend to prepare. I think I'll be leaving a bit earlier, probably tomorrow. Helmut mentioned his departure was imminent, suggesting a far destination. Likely magic would be used for travel, requiring them to hurry. That's why Aaliyah was willing to use a wish. Helmut finally understood. It wasn't a loss. Aaliyah probably had her reasons for moving on such a tight schedule during this period. Perhaps to avoid drawing attention during the semester. Greta Academy students wouldn't likely be the focus at a distant location. While he didn't know what Aaliyah planned, it certainly wasn't ordinary. Curious indeed. He'd probably find out tonight, and they would depart the next day. Aaliyah likely planned to submit paperwork on a completely different assignment as a decoy. What? Leaving that soon? Then today is the last we'll see you. Safe travels. It was the start of a new journey even during the semester. Anticipation for what awaited them on this journey has grown. Chapter 186 Part 1. That night Aaliyah revealed their destination. We're heading to the dungeon of the Archmage Lampione. Archmage Lampione, a name Helmut had occasionally heard during lectures, was a renowned sage mage who lived about a century ago. Notably, despite being a sage, he famously never took on any apprentices. He was immensely learned and had contributed significantly to the advancement of scholarship and magic. But a dungeon referred to a space that included a mage's study or residence, particularly one that was defensively oriented. Such places were not only fortified with protective magic, but also equipped to annihilate any intruders. I see why it's dangerous. This was no simple task for Helmut. As a swordsman, he had only ever fought against other swordsmen or beasts, never stepping into a mage's prepared domain. However, this added an element of intrigue for him. Lampione died without an heir, leaving all his magical achievements and research within his dungeon. He vanished after making a will, claiming that only a mage worthy of his legacy would inherit everything. The location of his dungeon has never been disclosed, and many mages have failed to find it. The legacy of Archmage Lampione would be a tremendous treasure for any mage. Gaining such an inheritance would mean Aaliyah no longer needed to depend on Hike. Driven by this, Aaliyah had been tracking the dungeon since learning about Lampione. The pursuit was anything but simple. Tracing the steps of an archmage was a complex task, yet where even the Mages Guild had failed, Aaliyah had succeeded. My target is his grimoire. Over the years, I've managed to locate the dungeon, but I've concluded it's too difficult to tackle alone. Lampione wouldn't have made it easy to just take his legacy. Indeed, a dungeon meticulously wrought with the essence of magic by an archmage would naturally be formidable. Aaliyah had attempted to enter but realized further challenges lay ahead and decided against advancing unprepared. Why haven't you tried hiring mercenaries for this? Because of secrecy, being wealthy, Aaliyah could have employed first-rank mercenaries. That's part of it. If it became known that Lampione's dungeon was discovered, it would attract too much attention. I want to avoid that. Helmut understood there was another, more brutal method, hiring skilled mercenaries for assistance, then silencing them permanently. But such skilled mercenaries weren't easy to manage, and it could get messy if they attempted to escape. And it would leave traces at the Mercenaries Guild. Choosing a trustworthy, skilled swordsman was preferable. Aaliyah respected Helmut for his strength and his reticence. Initially, I intended to postpone tackling the dungeon until I was stronger, but having you with me, I've decided to be more ambitious. This ambition had been building since the first semester. Aaliyah believed fate had brought Helmut to her specifically to challenge Lampione's dungeon. I thought someone else might discover the dungeon eventually. I'd like to tackle it this time. Being stuck at the academy made her anxious and uneasy. Aaliyah knew her discovery of Lampione's dungeon was partly due to luck. If that luck extended to another, more skilled mage, and could potentially claim Lampione's entire legacy. That can't happen. It was a legacy meant for her, seemingly destined as she found it and as Helmut came into her life. Missing this opportunity would be unbearable. It won't be easy. Even if we fail, we can always try again. Let's proceed safely. Wanting to become stronger didn't mean risking their lives unnecessarily. They were prepared, but there could still be deficiencies. If we're lacking, we acknowledge it and return better prepared next time. And above all, I can't risk putting Helmut in danger just because we're undertaking this task together without even using a wish. Regulating her anxiety was crucial for maintaining control. Yet Aaliyah's grave demeanor impressed upon Helmut a sense of urgency. Is Aaliyah that eager to obtain Lampioni's grimoire? Magic differed from swordsmanship. It was closer to research than practice, and others' achievements could significantly bolster one's own efforts. That need likely surpassed even Ludus Cicero's desire to become Darien's disciple. Fine, an archmage's dungeon sounds intriguing, certainly more comfortable than roaming the desert. And since he'd be accompanied by a competent mage, conveniences were assured. A fresh and exciting experience awaited him. Let's depart at dawn inconspicuously. All right, Helmut nodded. Chapter 186, Part 2. The next dawn, Helmut and Aaliyah gathered, ready at the door. Helmut's luggage was minimal, just clothing, while Aaliyah had prepared all the provisions. Seeing Aaliyah in her mage robes, Helmut felt a twinge of regret. So you're going like that. Once out of the academy, there was no need for disguises. However, Aaliyah was unaware Helmut knew. And Helmut himself wasn't sure how long he should keep pretending not to know. Until graduation, that seemed too far away, and there was no guarantee he'd still be at the academy by then. Pretending not to know was somewhat burdensome, even for someone as taciturn as Helmut. A suitable moment will come. Helmut decided to take it easy. Let's go. The lively Aaliyah looked particularly spirited today, more motivated than ever. Stepping out of the dorm, Aaliyah briskly placed a hand on Helmut's shoulder. They instantly teleported away from Baden. Landing lightly, they found themselves in a location managed by the Mages Guild with a guiding magical circle. It was ideal for aerial transportation. Helmut didn't enjoy the sensation of magic enveloping his body and frowned, but his frown soon eased. Aaliyah was standing very close, exuding a cool, refreshing scent that was surprisingly pleasant. Helmut found himself staring intently at her. Aaliyah was the first to look away. Black Hawk was after you, you said. Yeah, that's been handled. We won't be near any populated areas, so we won't have to worry about being tracked. Not by anyone. Helmut had deliberately left his communication crystal ball back in the dorm to avoid giving the Black Hawks any more information about his activities. Are we going to ride at all? We'll use teleportation magic continuously to our destination, so no horses needed. That would be convenient if it became widespread. Helmut internally marveled. This method would have been useful for traveling to and from Basser, but strangely, teleportation magic wasn't used commercially. Thus, in the human world, horses remain the primary mode of transportation. That's unlikely. Teleportation magic is too good an assassination tool. Unless you're with a mage, it's not used. It's more complex than it seems. Even one extra person increases instability and doubles the energy required. Though stable, the magic was unreliable. A slight error could be fatal. Aaliyah flexed her hand, gauging her remaining magical energy. Traveling alone versus with someone required different calculations. They had to jump across spaces multiple times for a distance that couldn't be covered on horseback. I should be fine, just a bit tiring, Aaliyah had warned beforehand. After we arrive, I'll need to rest a bit. I'll have used quite a bit of magic. There were no guiding magical circles at their destination. It was purely coordinate-based teleportation. Aaliyah inhaled deeply and closed her eyes. When she reopened them, her violet irises gleamed with determination. Using 6 teleportation spells, they reached the vicinity of their destination that day. Although the actual spellcasting was quick, with several rest periods in between, it was afternoon by the time they arrived. Helmut absently gazed at the sky. The cloudless blue was strikingly bright. The air felt heavy and prickly, with a humid breeze carrying a faint, salty scent. The atmosphere and sky were vastly different from Baden. It was like being thrown into another world. In less than a day, they had arrived from Baden to such a place. A creaking noise of birds mixed with slapping sounds filled his ears. That's, Aaliyah spoke tiredly. Ever seen it? It's the ocean. A place inlanders rarely, if ever, see. Having lived nearly his entire life surrounded by dense forests, Helmut was astounded. The desert had been a novel sight, but the expanse of blue waves before him was utterly foreign. The closer waters were green. Stepping forward, he felt a crunchy sensation underfoot. It was sand, but unlike any desert sand, this was beach sand. Small creatures scurried away in all directions. Helmut almost drew his sword to chase them. Pursuing the fleeing was a predatory instinct. As he was about to head towards the ocean, Aaliyah staggered and almost collapsed. Helmut quickly supported her. This was not someone who feigned weakness. Aaliyah looked genuinely pale, an unfamiliar sight for Helmut. I used a lot of magic. I need to rest. Want to explore around? Yeah, sure. After laying down a mat for Aaliyah to rest on, Helmut explored the beach without straying too far. The ocean, the salty taste lingered on his fingertips after dipping them in the wave. The secluded blue shore, seemingly devoid of beasts or enemies, felt peacefully alien. After scouting the area, Helmut returned, having caught several brightly colored fish. Seeing them flounder triggered his hunting instinct. Can we eat these? I brought food, so let them go. Perhaps interpreting this as hunger, Aaliyah offered him a sandwich and some fruit juice. After lying down for several hours, Aaliyah seemed somewhat revitalized. They sat side by side, almost like on a picnic, and ate. The continuous skipping of meals due to teleportation had left them famished. The food revitalized them. Suddenly remembering something, Aaliyah pulled out a note and handed it to Helmut. "This is Lampione's will, read it." Helmut took the note and frowned. Chapter 187, Part 1. What is this supposed to mean? It was filled with incomprehensible gibberish. Aaliyah smiled faintly. Read it carefully. These words hint at the location of the dungeon entrance. Lampione left it with the Mages Guild. The Mages Guild had monopolized Lampione's will for a long time, yet even after investing nearly a century, they couldn't locate Lampione's dungeon, so they finally made his will public. It seemed they hoped that anyone who could discover the dungeon would advance magical research. Helmut read the note again. I stand alone, towering, born from the belly of darkness without a speck of light, enduring eons of fiery torment. From this place where verdant life abounds, the journey begins. On nights as dark as my body, when I look up to see the moon shining, a full moon in the deepest darkness, 6 stars will illuminate the path. Those who wish to walk this path show your worth. When truth and falsehood intersect, the door shall open. Mages like metaphors, but Helmut couldn't understand why they would leave wills like this. Looking around, however, he guessed something. Verdant life means water, and water that abounds might be in the middle of the ocean. Surrounded by the ocean, a black rocky cliff rises from volcanic activity. There's the entrance. Naturally, his gaze turned towards the ocean. A black cliff not far from the mainland was visible. The cliff, covered with grown trees and grass on top, was strikingly beautiful even at a glance. Places like that aren't unique. How did you find it? I researched Lampione's life and deeds. He had a significant epiphany here that influenced his magical achievements while strolling along this coast. Why couldn't the Mages Guild find it? Lampione lived long and traveled extensively. There are many similar places. The Mages Guild found this place but wasn't as certain as me. They should have looked more carefully. Lampione wasn't the kind to be helpful, even if you're sure it's not easy to find. Didn't he want to pass on his legacy? Perhaps. Lampione was an archmage who achieved extraordinary feats. He lamented being a mere mortal despite his genius. He didn't create an heir simply because no one met his standards. Perhaps it galled him to think of passing on his achievements after death. That's similar to Darien. Darien wasn't stingy, just had high standards. Darien had only chosen Helmut as his successor later in life, whereas Lampione seemed to have set up a way to choose his successor posthumously. Lampione loved puzzles. His dungeon, a vast subspace, is filled with all sorts of challenges. Some can't be solved just intellectually. You have to solve all those puzzles to inherit the legacy. Yes, it's like a complicated test for a prospective successor. Is there a treasure inside? By now this was more than a mere assignment. It was exciting to think about treasure hunting. Probably, it's the dungeon of an archmage after all. Perhaps he'll even hand over the ownership of the dungeon. Then the treasure would naturally follow. Mages are wealthy. Lampione's legacy would surpass even Darien's. Though getting there might not be easy, it could be more perilous than the battles in Bassar. I have enough money. But if more comes our way, there's no reason to refuse it. Aaliyah added lightly. It's encouraging to hear. The dungeon opens at night, right? Yes, and the dungeon only opens to the same individual once a year for 6 hours. If you can't solve the puzzles within that time, you'll have to wait until next year. I tried once before entering the academy but had to stop midway. It was a wise decision. She didn't seem capable of going further at the time. Are the puzzles always the same? I hope so, but they might not be. Lampione registered a huge number of puzzles and they're drawn randomly. How many puzzles are there? I don't know. I'd guess about 100. No matter how smart one is, it's impossible to solve so many puzzles in time. Maybe Lampione never intended to pass on his legacy, just created an impossible dungeon to frustrate everyone. Helmut briefly doubted. As he voiced his skepticism, Aaliyah shook her head. I've researched Lampione. Considering the period he was believed to have constructed his dungeon, he couldn't have created that many puzzles. There must be an end. This time we'll surely see it. Aaliyah's amethyst eyes sparkled. Helmut stared at her. It was the first time he'd seen Aaliyah so excited. Even when they went to Baden for fun or when she saw something new, Aaliyah was always composed. Seeing her scared during the festival was surprising. So when do you plan to move towards that cliff? Let me meditate first to recover my magic. Aaliyah quickly assumed a position and sat down, placing her hands on her knees. Like a knight recovering his vis through training, a mage recovers magic through meditation. However, meditation requires focus and physical strength. It's useless to meditate in a poor state, so she had been resting until now. To prevent any disturbances during meditation, a barrier surrounded her. Helmut felt the energy of the atmosphere being drawn towards Aaliyah. Through meditation, she transformed the atmospheric energy into her magic. Her silver hair fluttered and a white light illuminated around her like a halo. A mage's magic resides in their heart as energy. Helmut felt the flow of power converging towards her heart. The sight was mystical and fascinating. But it seemed it wouldn't end soon. Helmut decided to explore the sea he was seeing for the first time. Chapter 187 Part 2. Hours later, after finishing her meditation, Aaliyah stood up. Her body was filled with magic. Mages prefer places brimming with energy, and this location was just right. The sun was setting on the coast. It was just getting dark. There was still plenty of time before the path would open. Aaliyah suddenly looked for Helmut. Where is he? He might be hungry since it's dinner time. Being a swordsman, he shouldn't be starved, especially not knowing how arduous the process would be once they entered the dungeon. However, Helmut didn't seem to think about starving at all. He was currently on the beach, having caught 2 sizable lobsters. He had rolled up his trousers and taken off his shoes. He casually placed the lobsters in front of Aaliyah. They struggled, wanting to live. These can be eaten, right? Lobsters are tasty. He must have thought the fish he was told to release was unappetizing. Aaliyah raised her eyebrows in disbelief. They're edible, but why catch them if we have food? They weren't here for fun. It was enough to fill their stomachs here, and they could eat anything once back in Baden. There was no need to hunt. See hunting. Are lobsters not good? It wasn't that Helmut particularly loved hunting. He was too familiar with hunting in the forest. But the sea was different. Whether it was a hunter's instinct kicking in, he wanted to catch whatever he could. He had decided to change his mind and only caught the best ones. Aaliyah smirked slightly. He must be enjoying himself. At times like this, he's just like a child. Yeah, lobsters sound good. Shall we grill them? Helmut saw Aaliyah's expression. She seems pleased. Perhaps lobsters were indeed necessary. Aaliyah was particular. Ordinary game didn't seem to catch her eye, Helmut oddly thought. Helmut gestured towards a part of the sea. Actually, there's something bigger over there, but I'm not sure how it tastes and it seems hard to handle. Big thing. As he pointed, a dolphin was leaping out of the water. Aaliyah flinched. It was fortunate that Helmut didn't bring back a dolphin dripping with blood. Even Aaliyah had a stomach. You'd probably survive well even if you were stranded on a deserted island. Aaliyah sighed and conjured a fire with magic. The 2 lobsters were deliciously grilled. The fresh taste of the lobsters was excellent. After eating with the food they had brought, they were satisfied. Helmut suddenly looked up at the sky. The moon was shining in the now dark sky. It's a full moon, so that's why they had started at dawn. Today was exactly when the path would open. How do we move to the cliff? There was no boat here. Aaliyah's answer was clear. We'll fly. Flying meant using magic. After erasing any traces left on the beach, Aaliyah recited a spell, casting magic on both herself and Helmut. Flight of freedom. Aaliyah's magic enveloped them, and they were now accustomed to their bodies rising into the air. They flew swiftly over the night sea with waves crashing below. The cliff was dauntingly high. Falling and hitting, the water's surface would shatter bones. That's why the sound of the waves was faintly audible and they were closer to the sky. Countless stars seemed to pour over the cliff from the night sky. A secluded and mystical place fitting for the beginning of an archmage path. Having landed on the cliff, Helmut recalled Lampioni's words. In the deepest darkness, when the full moon shines, 6 stars will illuminate the path. What are the 6 stars? Aaliyah was already exploring the top of the cliff. Looking closely, he picked out exactly 6 rocks that seemed alike. If you look closely, you can see a fracture. Pieces of meteorite are embedded in them, hence they're called stars. They'll show us the way when the time comes. Slight silvery lines were indeed visible on the black stones. How did you find these? It seemed Lampioni, the archmage, didn't want anyone to conquer his dungeon. No one but Aaliyah could have discovered it. Lampioni's magic is precise. It doesn't tolerate guesswork. We mustn't make even a slight mistake. Watching Aaliyah measure the distance between the 6 rocks with a tape measure she had pulled from her robe, Helmut felt nauseated. He had always felt since studying magic that magic was unnecessarily complicated, required too much thinking, and was delicate. The way of the sword was much more intuitive. You fight as your body has learned. Trying to think too cleverly can only be crushed by force. Helmut reaffirmed his own aptitude. I did well not to become a mage. After finishing measuring, Aaliyah drew a line on the ground. Small circles were drawn at precisely the same distances from each rock. Here it is. Now when the time comes, show your qualifications. Helmut didn't ask how to show qualifications. It was obvious how a mage would prove their worth. Chapter 188 Part 1 Magic Energy. It's a way to differentiate powers such as this. It seems that those who are not mages cannot inherit the legacy. Regardless, the path would not open anytime soon. Aaliyah sat down on the floor and stared at the circle she had drawn. There must not be a single mistake. Her violet eyes took on a deeply serious hue. The moonlight grew gradually thicker, but time passed slowly. Helmut, sitting across from her, murmured part of a will. When the full moon shines in the deepest darkness, he recited. What does the deepest darkness refer to here? Midnight. For a mage, midnight is the bewitching hour, the boundary between days, often likened to the deepest darkness. Midnight then, it's a profound night, so we must not speak then, be careful. If they missed this chance, it would be a year. Lampione's dungeon would not tolerate any mistakes. Tension colored Aaliyah's complexion. Helmut nodded silently. Neither could wield a sword nor flip through a book, but still this was their only chance in a year. No variables could be allowed. They waited in their natural states. Under the moonlight, Aaliyah's silver hair sparkled like a spider's web. Helmut was aware of that sparkle. Suddenly their eyes met. Aaliyah was also looking in his direction. It had been a long time since the two had been together this long. Yes, ever since that silent festival night. Out of nowhere, Aaliyah spoke. To a mage, the truth becomes a meaning unto itself, she quoted from Lampione's writings. Do you understand what this means? No, he didn't understand what it meant, nor why Aaliyah was mentioning it. It was a statement that had to be taken significantly, especially in a relationship as secretive as theirs. Aaliyah asked gently. Truth is one meaning, then what is falsehood? Falsehood means nothing, so it is nothing. If we convert that to numbers, 1 and 0, Helmut finally realized. When falsehood and truth intersect, perhaps the door can be opened, he speculated. It was about Lampione's last words. It seemed she had answered before he even asked, knowing they would soon have to open the path. As usual, Aaliyah added in her explanatory tone. It always means to approach the inherent truth, whether it's a problem or a person. However, I don't think falsehood is necessarily meaningless. Sometimes what cannot be achieved through truth alone. Falsehood can accomplish and reveal the truth as well. That's only fine when it's safe for the truth to come out, Aaliyah stated emphatically. Some truths are fatal just by being revealed. That might be so, Helmut agreed. It was a statement he had no choice but to accept, as he too harbored deadly truths. Helmut didn't think of truth as merely a one. There were levels to truth. Some truths could be revealed to some, and some should never be told to anyone. His being a disciple of the Sword Saint Darien was a truth that could be disclosed to people like Ethan Kudrow and Luke Yeager. But the fact that Helmut carried the seed of darkness was unknown to anyone outside of the Forest of Roots, except for the Archmage Antial, who had realized it on his own. High Priest Dolos was dead after all. That fact should remain unknown to anyone, including Aaliyah right in front of him. For the first time, a doubt arose. Darien had told Helmut that if humans knew he carried the seed of darkness, they would treat him as an enemy. He had believed that, however, Antial had not turned against him, perhaps because he was a mage in opposition to the temple. If Aaliyah, a mage like Antial and hostile towards the temple, knew the truth, would she turn against me? He couldn't affirmatively answer that question. Perhaps Aaliyah, no less than Antial, would accept the fact calmly. It was an answer he couldn't verify, nor could he afford to take that risk. Risking one's life on such a venture was foolish. The conversation ceased and silence settled over the black cliffs. Time flowed slowly yet distinctly. As the night deepened, the darkness seemed to thicken while the moonlight grew brighter. At one moment, a faint light swirled around the 6 stones, contrasting with the moonlight. It wasn't a flashy or conspicuous light. Lampione did not want anyone to find his dungeon by accident. From the 6 stones, the light faintly swirled exactly at the point of the circle Aaliyah had drawn. When Aaliyah placed her hand in the center of the circle and infused it with magic, the circle reacted. Crack. A sound akin to the earth splitting was heard. When Aaliyah removed her hand, there were 4 metal protrusions as if sprouting from the ground. You've shown your qualification, now it's time to intersect falsehood and truth. Aaliyah turned the curved metal. The metal plates rotated like gears, displaying another side where numbers were written. Rotating it would reveal all numbers from 0 to 9. Aaliyah crossed the numbers 0, 1, and 101. She stood up. Now it begins. Chapter 188, Part 2. Crack. Again, a sound of the earth splitting was heard. The place where the 4 metals had been now glowed a deeper red. The light became bright enough to obscure the view. Something slowly rose from the spot where the numbers had been swallowed by a whirl. Like a lump on the head of the cliff. A large door, much bigger than Helmut, finally revealed itself. A secret door marked with all manner of ancient symbols appeared mystical, like an entrance to another world. This phenomenon is... Helmut stared intently at the door. It resembled the way to the residence of Archmage Antial. From now on, the place they were heading to was a space distinct from the outside world, where Aaliyah had needed Helmut. Let's go in. Now that it was all right to speak, Aaliyah, standing by the door, initiated the conversation. The distance between the two narrowed. Aaliyah placed her hand, infused with magic, on the circular metal plate in the middle of the door. A faint red light engraved Aaliyah's magic. As a challenger of the dungeon and one who encounters this opportunity only once a year. Clunk, the entrance to the dungeon began to open. Aaliyah stepped in without hesitation, with Helmut closely following. After they entered, the door automatically closed behind them, sealing off the space from the outside. Now the dungeon would not accept any more people. Inside was a long corridor. It felt like walking through the hallway of an old, buried relic. There was an end to the long corridor with a giant door at its end. Helmut read the inscription on the door. Whoever answers all questions will reach the end of the path. Below that, a number appeared. It was 3:60 o'clock. As soon as they opened the first door and entered, the time would begin to decrease. 6 hours. That's it, and below that in smaller letters another inscription was written. Helmut cocked his head. One puzzle, 3 opportunities, the end is not written. Right, we can't know how far the end is, each room gives only 3 chances. If you get it wrong more than 3 times, you can't proceed further. I haven't gotten a question wrong yet, but I gave up and walked out the way I came in, fearing the distortion of teleportation magic. The harsh mages wanted to eliminate intruders into the dungeon. The purpose of establishing the dungeon was different, but giving 3 chances and allowing escape on foot even after failure was a great mercy from Lampioni's perspective. After all, to conquer the dungeon, mistakes must be minimized. Let's go straight. They entered the first room. As the door closed behind them, a question appeared on the wall in glowing letters. Below the question, 4 protruding metal plates were positioned. It was an incredibly complex mathematical problem. Helmut knew basic math, but this seemed beyond academy level. The problem was frustrating enough to make one want to break the wall. Calmly, Aaliyah pulled out a pen and paper from her robe. It's not your turn yet. The question is similar to the previous ones, but not the same. It took Aaliyah just a minute to solve the problem. 238. 238. Having nothing else to do, Helmut turned the metal plate to match the answer. 5 seconds later, one side of the wall slid open. It was the door to the next room. They continued to advance. The problems in the rooms were not limited to mathematical questions. Riddles and nonsensical quizzes that threw multiple clues and required combining them to find answers were plentiful. Aaliyah took care of the math questions, but in other cases, Helmut could also try solving them alongside her. In one room, an array of numbers appeared on the wall. 2, 5, 17, 3, 13, 100, and 31, 7, 51. 9, 83, 68, 51. So we need to find the number that fits the question mark. Yes, there's a pattern. What do you think the answer is? I'll give you 3 minutes. Apparently, they had solved the previous questions easily enough to have time to spare. This seemed like an encouragement to try solving it. Staring intently at the numbers, Helmut eventually said, 2569 maybe. You got it right, well done, Aaliyah said, looking at Helmut with what seemed like approval. It was unclear whether she had been ignoring him before or acknowledging him now. Helmut turned the metal plate to the correct answer. The door to the next room silently opened. In the next room, a sentence was written in purple letters on the wall. Aaliyah read it aloud. I am where the wind catches. I do not fall under lightning, but sometimes crumble under the stream of water. I am sometimes dirtied but also beautiful, and when I stay on the ground for a long time, people gain what they desire. Aaliyah murmured, touches the ground, but catches the wind. To catch the wind, it must be protruding. Helmut immediately blurted out, a hill. Aaliyah raised her eyebrows. Why would it be a hill? I thought of a butt behind. Aaliyah's expression subtly changed. A butt is a hill, I see. A buttock is sometimes metaphorically referred to as a hillock. That makes sense. Helmut wasn't aware of such a metaphor, but he instinctively realized it. Aaliyah then quickly read the next sentence, written in yellow. I am countless yet twinkle like a candle. If my light were meager, it would not have caught your eye. Everyone harbors one of me in their hearts. This time, Aaliyah found the answer immediately. Is this a star? There are 2 more below. Aaliyah quickly read the next sentence, written in green. A crown rests upon my head, and I often look down upon others from above. Luck and wealth accompany me, and I am always a welcomed presence. People praise my beautiful eyes and slender body. I am strong but sometimes fall, bleeding onto the metal. A crown? It sounds too simple to just say a king. Besides, isn't the answer supposed to be a number? Helmut pointed out the 4 metal plates. If the answer had been a word, these wouldn't have been present. A board to write the answer on would have been provided instead. 4 sentences, so this must mean 4 numbers. What do you think the answer is? At Aaliyah's question, Helmut pondered. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. Chapter 189, Part 1. Is it a deer? People often stuff the severed heads of hunted deer and display them high up. Usually, what is displayed are the heads of male deer with splendid antlers. Deer symbolizes luck and power, and despite their swift and resilient bodies, they fall to human arrows. Moreover, people often liken beautiful eyes and figures to those of deer. What Helmut intuitively thought of was a deer collapsing while bleeding from an arrow wound. He had hunted deer in the hunting picnic too. He had a good instinct. I think so too, Aaliyah readily agreed, then her gaze fell. Only 1 sentence was left. The last sentence was written in red ink. Now the last question, I can find my worth anywhere in the world. That's why people covet me to the point of cruelty, even my corpse. My mutilated corpse is scattered around the world. I am so worthless that I could be burnt, yet sometimes I am as noble as to accompany a king. Some cherish my corpse at home, carefully preserving it, while others pierce my body with an awl and whisper love. A corpse, a corpse. For Helmut, a corpse was something dripping with blood, devoid of life. Aaliyah was the one who found the answer. Wood. Helmut pondered for a moment, then asked, "What does the last phrase mean, piercing with an awl and whispering love?" Helmut wondered what that had to do with wood, because we make paper from wood. It means writing love letters. The tip is sharp, hence the comparison to an awl. Why write it? Can't it just be said? It's different. Things that cannot be expressed in words can be conveyed in writing. Aaliyah replied rather curtly, somewhat embarrassed. Because of that damned festival. Having done something akin to a date with Helmut, she became easily agitated by any mention related to that topic. Of course, Helmut probably didn't think much of it. It's ridiculous that I'm the only one conscious of it. Helmut had a face that was advantageous in negotiations. Those pitch-black eyes, it was hard to read his thoughts. Despite being close for quite some time, he seemed both knowable and unknowable. Then it's hill, star, deer, tree. If these mean numbers, what would it be? It was more of a murmur than a question. The commonalities among the four words were hard to pinpoint. How they related to numbers needed to be figured out. Are there two antlers on the deer? Then what about the tree? No, this isn't how it's done. Aaliyah stared intensely at the four sentences. Then Helmut pointed something out. These four sentences, their colors are different. Focused solely on the content, they had overlooked this fact. The sentences weren't just colored differently for separation. Indeed, the hill is purple, the star yellow, the deer green, and the tree red. What does this mean? Ah, could it be this? Aaliyah decided to think simply. She thought of the rainbow. According to the order of a rainbow, purple is 7, yellow is 3, green is 4, red is 1. The answer would be 7341. Aaliyah tried to adjust the numbers on a metal plate. However, after 5 seconds, the metal plate clicked back to its original position. It meant the answer was wrong. 2 attempts left. Aaliyah rolled her eyes at Helmut, who annoyingly pointed out the obvious. Aaliyah was a top student. She disliked the word wrong. What's the problem? Isn't it the rainbow? If so, then it must be the order. Aaliyah squinted and scrutinized the sentences. She had derived the answer from the sentences, but now she was excluding that, relying only on the colors. It was unlikely that Lampione would have intended for the answer to be derived without considering the meaning of the sentences. Finding a numerical correlation from the words in the sentences was difficult. Then, it must be about order. Hill, star, deer, tree. How are these supposed to be arranged? The deer is the only living thing. Is it about size? The tree is larger than the deer, the hill larger than the tree, and the star larger than the hill. In ascending order. Or descending. Despite pondering, Aaliyah hesitated to move her hand. There were only 2 chances left. They couldn't be wasted recklessly. I'd rather solve a math problem. Aaliyah found that much easier. The answer was clear-cut in that case. Helmut spoke up as she was still thinking. I think I know. What? Aaliyah's gaze shifted to him, her eyes filled with suspicion. How could you know something I don't? Was clear in her proud look as the second-year top student of the magic department. Think simply. Unlike Aaliyah, Helmut wasn't desperate. He wasn't afraid of being wrong and adjusted the numbers on the metal plate. Aaliyah's eyes widened. With a clunk, the door to the next room opened. I'm pretty smart too. Helmut compared himself to Aaliyah. Since he had solved a problem that she had struggled with, he considered himself intelligent. He never thought he was lacking in learning ability or dumb, but Helmut felt he didn't know much. He hadn't put much effort into studying. Almost everything he knew he had learned since entering the academy. This is more about a shift in thinking than knowledge. Helmut hurried to the next room. Aaliyah stared briefly at the numbers Helmut had solved. Why is that the answer? Why is the arrangement of the words like that? Countless assumptions related to the arrangement of the numbers Helmut had figured out flashed through her mind. But there was nothing Aaliyah could discern. It seemed like she might remember something, yet she couldn't dwell there long. Now was not the time to linger. She remembered the answer so she could ask later. Chapter 189, Part 2. On to the next challenge. Grinding her teeth, Aaliyah followed Helmut into the next room. Helmut was already examining the next challenge. This time it was a problem Aaliyah was confident in, probably. 3, 5, 9, 5, 7, 32, 28, 30, 261, 3 equals 1 wins. Think you know it? Not at all, Helmut admitted frankly. When it said 3 equals 1, he thought about dividing by 3, but that just made the numbers more complicated. The important thing was to figure out the 4-digit number. It wasn't supposed to be calculated in that way. As Aaliyah frowned at the problem, Helmut casually looked around. He quickly noticed something. There's more like this below. Below the puzzle, there were markings that resembled a cross with horizontal and vertical lines intersecting, and a gear shape was engraved. Helmut carefully examined it. This intersected line, the left is longer than the right and the top longer than the bottom. What does the gear mean? Aaliyah saw the same thing. She alternated her gaze between the numbers and the 2 symbols. She soon found the answer. The answer is 5 and 32, 532. Hearing this, Helmut looked back and forth between the numbers and the symbols. It took him a moment to realize why that was the answer. Ah, I see. While Aaliyah adjusted the numbers, 4 metal plates turned and waited, and the door to the next room opened. We lingered in the previous room, let's hurry. There was no time left for explanations. They quickly entered the next room, not that there were no more challenges, but having both of them think together definitely helped. Even Helmut, who expected to just observe, was actively contributing. Aaliyah grumbled, "This dungeon. It must remember that I've been here. Why do you think that? Because there are fewer math problems than before. I solved up to 70 last time and it took less than 2 hours. That meant the dungeon adjusted to present more challenging puzzles depending on the participant. But even that had its limits, as the number of math problems was increasing. Lampione had also built this dungeon facing death. There wasn't enough time to create complex types of problems. But one thing's for sure, not all the puzzles posed by Lampione need to be solved. Otherwise, there would be no need for the problems to change. If all the problems had to be solved anyway, there would be no point in varying them depending on who was attempting them. This wasn't an academy exam to see how far someone had progressed. It was a test to distinguish between those who could solve all the problems and pass the dungeon and those who couldn't. If I'm right, it'll be the same after 70 challenges. I've never progressed past that stage. And that's why Aaliyah needed Helmut. They took a break in the room with the 69th challenge. The challenges had changed since Aaliyah had last passed through alone, so it took a bit longer, but it had only been 2.5 hours. With 3 hours, the remaining 30 challenges were manageable. Aaliyah calculated that. Want something to eat? Once again, Aaliyah pulled out sandwiches. It was his job to prepare food from Baden. While Aaliyah could survive on just using his brain and consuming sugar, Helmut was different. He was a muscular knight. His basal metabolic rate was different, so he needed to eat consistently. He'll be needed soon. The fact that Helmut had solved some puzzles that she hadn't was a slight blow to her pride. That puzzle. Should I ask about it now? Aaliyah glanced at Helmut. Helmut was staring intently at the sandwiches. He usually didn't mind any food from the human world, but somehow he felt like eating something different. He had eaten sandwiches after arriving at the coast earlier and had sandwiches again while eating lobster. If he ate sandwiches again, it would be 3 meals in a row. He was slightly sick of them. Does Aaliyah like sandwiches? It seemed that's all she ever ate. Anything else? Don't like sandwiches, they're the easiest for nutrient intake. Was that all she had bought? Aaliyah seemed embarrassed. When she had a significant goal, Aaliyah forgot all the minor details. Her usual fussiness was nowhere to be found. Skipping meals or eating the same kind of food for 3 days straight was routine for her. You ate it well before, right? I'll buy you something tasty when we're out. Aaliyah felt like she was feeding a carrot to a tiger. Just give it to me. Should I give you something sweet too? I have some chocolate. Helmut devoured all the sandwiches and 2 pieces of chocolate Aaliyah gave him. Using his brain when it wasn't even an exam period made him hungry. Meanwhile, Aaliyah ate just enough chocolate to stave off hunger. Her logic was that an empty stomach helped her think better. At some point, Aaliyah spoke up. She had been thinking during their rest, but she remained on the cusp of understanding. About that puzzle earlier, the one with the hill star deer tree. Asking Helmut for the answer was a blow to her pride, but her curiosity as a mage outweighed her pride. Chapter 190 Part 1. Why does it go in that order? You saw it too. Aaliyah's eyebrows twitched with curiosity despite having seen it herself. Yeah, I saw it, but I still don't understand why the answer is 3147, star, tree, deer, hill. Listed in the order of 3147, that was the answer Helmut had entered. He was certain it was the correct answer, but he couldn't explain why. Aaliyah had failed to discern any pattern to the sequence. She asked again, what's the basis? Helmut replied simply, think in pictures, visualize those words as images. Instantly, Aaliyah pictured it, a night sky adorned with stars, a breeze sweeping over a hill, branches rustling with sparse leaves, and beneath them, a deer grazing on the hillside grass. The scene formed so swiftly in her mind, she wondered why she hadn't seen it immediately. How did you know? Just like that, Helmut said. His intuition was beyond words, but a mage struggles to accept what cannot be explained. Only later did Aaliyah nod in understanding. The stars are the sky and the hills are the earth, that's how you solve it, she sighed. The dungeon seemed more challenging than before. The headache was a testament to its increased difficulty. Is it because the 2 of us came, not just me? It was inevitable. Past the 70th challenge, physical prowess was necessary. Alone, she could manage, but it wasn't safe. Lampione didn't always accept just one person at a time. He linked everyone who came together. How many could join was unclear. His dungeon didn't specifically exclude non-mages, which was fortunate. The puzzles were serial, more heads didn't make much difference. After resting briefly, Aaliyah spoke. The next one won't be like this. It means we can't just focus on the puzzle. You mean there will be distractions, or maybe we're going to need something else to enter the answer? Exactly. Will there be a fight? Probably. As they prepared to leave, Helmut stood up. There was no more time to rest. 100 was a perfect number. Though Lampione might conclude the challenge at the 100th, it wasn't certain. As the challenges neared the 100th, they became increasingly difficult. Lampione actually doesn't want this dungeon to be conquered. Let's go. Helmut was in fine form. Unlike Aaliyah, who had been using magic, he hadn't even drawn his sword yet. His strength remained untapped, akin to preparing for an academy's written exams by sitting and studying. This was far from Helmut's preferred style. I really want to swing my sword now. Feeling an unexplainable thirst, Helmut gripped his sword sheath. The sharp edge that had been honed during the break had dulled through academy life, but stepping out of the academy, that tingling sensation surged within him again. The time to use it was nearing. They soon entered the room with the 70th challenge. The room was spacious. Unlike previous small rooms with questions etched on the walls, this one felt vast and dark. The statues around created an eerie atmosphere and tension. The previous calm was gone, replaced by the feeling that something could jump out at any moment. Helmut briefly wondered, Aaliyah is unexpectedly fearful. Could she have run away from this atmosphere? That's why she brought someone this time. But Aaliyah didn't seem afraid. The space being wide means more room to maneuver, she remarked, her gaze fixed straight ahead. In the grayish room, they approached the center. The statues felt ominously unsettling. In the center of the room, a math problem was written on the floor with 4 brackets below. Each bracket awaited a single-digit answer. A straightforward problem requiring calculation, nothing more. 2579, Aaliyah recited almost without solving it, turning to Helmut, who raised an eyebrow. I've solved this before, it's the same puzzle. Remembering the puzzle from over a year ago was not surprising since it was Aaliyah. Why did you stop here then? Look closely where the answers go, Aaliyah said, squinting. Upon closer inspection, the brackets seemed to contain small spherical depressions, as if for placing little balls. Are we supposed to put numbered balls in there? Where are they? Yes, that's exactly the problem, Aaliyah replied, pointing at the statues. Bat-winged, menacingly large sculptures of monstrous forms looked too lifelike to approach comfortably. Chapter 190 Part 2, from 1 to 9, 10 in total, so what should we do? Find the balls in the statues. Helmut answered succinctly, moving without hesitation. Could breaking the statues reveal the balls? Or perhaps, there was no need for unnecessary effort. Approaching a statue, Helmut found a ball lodged in its mouth. This one's a 2. As he reached out, Aaliyah shouted, be careful. The moment he removed the ball, the statue's eyes lit up red, a startling transformation. Magic spread and the statue came to life. Its head lunged forward, snapping at the air. Had Helmut been slower, his arm might have been bitten off. Krrrrrrrrr. As its wings flapped, Helmut pocketed the ball and drew his sword. Can you handle it alone? Aaliyah asked just as Helmut's sword struck decisively. Crunch, the stony material offered some resistance. One wing fell as the creature struck with its front paw. Whiff, its claws swept murderously through the air. Helmut casually asked, will stabbing its heart kill it? It's not a beast, it's a golem. It moves by magic, so its core will be where the magic concentrates, Aaliyah explained. Helmut swiftly identified the vital spot. He felt the magic pulsating near its forehead. The golem's movements, while not slow, seemed sluggish compared to the many demonic beasts Helmut had faced. Even its solid body wasn't as tough as a real demonic beast's. His sword pierced its forehead. Crack. The light in its eyes extinguished like a snuffed candle. Without its core, the golem reverted to mere stone and crumbled. As it hit the floor, shards flew, brushing Helmut's cheek. No cut appeared. Still standing in the center, Aaliyah warned, be careful, this is Lampione's space. The creatures here aren't just illusions. Being in Lampione's space means you're subject to his magic, which includes physical attacks from illusions. Helmut approached Aaliyah and handed her the ball marked with the number 2. Do we have to go through the same process for the remaining 5, 7, 9? Yes, it's tedious, isn't it? I wish you'd hurry. While one challenge might consume time, they needed to move quickly to the next. However, Aaliyah quickly added, the golem moves by Lampione's magic. Such magical creatures have resistance to other magics. If I used magic to deal with it, it would drain too much power. We don't know what comes next, so I can't afford to exhaust my magic. I knew what I had to do the moment I saw the ball in the statue's mouth. Choosing not to fight the statue and instead wait for another opportunity was a wise decision. And with Helmut by her side, combat was his responsibility. Helmut tilted his head. Even if that archmage doesn't plan to pass on his magic to another mage, this is still too much. It was doubtful whether they could obtain his grimoire at the dungeon's end. But that doubt wasn't enough to make him give up. Helmut swiftly dealt with the remaining 3 statues and handed all 4 balls to Aaliyah. Fitting the balls in place, a white light appeared at the far end of the wall, revealing a door. Let's go. Combat continued in the next room. Although some challenges were passed easily without a fight, from the 70th onwards, solving puzzles usually involved combat. In some rooms, the atmosphere alone was hostile, not allowing for peaceful puzzle solving. Before approaching the central puzzle, a golem attacked first. I will use magic to erase my presence and solve the puzzle, just lure it. Don't attack, Aaliyah declared firmly. Veil of concealment, her form vanished and her presence was completely erased. To the eye, she became invisible. Helmut was left as the sole target. Despite the situation being different, Helmut reiterated, don't attack, just wait until I figure out the answer. Aaliyah immediately immersed herself in solving the puzzle. Helmut faced the foe, struggling to just endure without attacking. He wished to clear it from his view as soon as possible. A loathsome body shimmering brown and numerous bristly legs. It revealed a disgusting snout packed with tiny spike-like teeth and charged at him rapidly with its many legs. Rumble, the multitude of legs pushing against the floor was like a surge of filth. Helmut's skin crawled. Faced with the giant centipede-like golem, he frowned. At this rate, using up 2 wishes wouldn't be too much. Lampini seemed to share a taste similar to the Dean of Greta Academy. It would be more comfortable to quickly dispose of it. The problem was that the solution wasn't yet known, and without someone to decipher it, they'd fail. He glanced at Aaliyah. The golems had initially targeted Helmut. With magic concealing her, they wouldn't bother Aaliyah. Just staring down the foe was testing his patience. Hurry up with the answer. It wasn't that Aaliyah was deliberately delaying. In fact, no more than 30 seconds had passed. It was just Helmut's eagerness to finish the creature making time seem to drag. Soon, Aaliyah's voice rang out. The answer is 5621. And how do we get the answer from that creature? A moment later, Aaliyah responded. Segments. Chapter 191, Part 1. Let's start with the head. Helmut understood that brief word perfectly. It was only then that Helmut drew his sword. Had he drawn it earlier, he would not have been able to refrain from striking down the foe. He quickly charged towards the centipede-like golem, a monster more grotesque than any other. Helmut's sword relentlessly pierced through the giant centipede's segments. As Aaliyah had recited, it was the 5th, 6th, 2nd, and 1st segments in that order. Crack, 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 4 distinct sounds echoed. The moment he pierced through the first segment, the centipede's body turned pale white. Simultaneously, a door leading to the next room appeared. It's over. Brushing off his sword, Helmut tilted his head slightly, puzzled by something unusual. This time there was no space to input an answer. By defeating the monster, the answer was input automatically. The fact that this type came up means it might continue in the future. Aaliyah glanced at Helmut briefly. She had made the right decision to bring him along. It was rare to find a swordsman who could wait calmly and then handle a golem so swiftly and cleanly. Besides, he was tight-lipped. Even if she hired a first-rank mercenary from the guild, it might not be as effective as him. However, she had no time to commend her choice. There are about 20 rooms left, with around 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining. Aaliyah frowned. The progress was slower than she had thought. She felt they needed a break, but it also seemed like a bad time to rest. If we maintain clear roles like this, the resolution should be quicker. It might not be so easy from now on. Aaliyah did not forecast positively. Preparing for the worst was the right approach. As the levels neared 100, the challenges would get more difficult. Until now, Helmut dealt with the golems while Aaliyah solved the puzzles. But going forward, it might not be easy for Aaliyah to avoid being targeted. A creature immune to stealth magic might appear. It would be nice if things ended quickly, but entering Lampini's dungeon meant such hopes should be abandoned. Let's go to the next room. Helmut gestured with his chin. 20 more rooms were waiting for them. There was no rush to discuss until all rooms were cleared. After the 70th room, combat was involved. No longer was there a need to record answers. But this wasn't merely about recording or not. Combination of combat and knowledge-based challenges. Aaliyah narrowed her eyes and scanned the surroundings. Helmut's hand moved towards his sword. The space was buzzing as if filled with flapping wings. The room was spacious, unlike before, but no golems were visible. Then it must be underground. No, since it's a room, they might emerge through the ceiling or walls. There was something in the center of the room. Cocoons. 4 massive cocoons hung from the ceiling, positioned at the center. Aaliyah, spotting the insect drawings beneath them, alternated her gaze between the cocoons and the drawings as she explained. This drawing, I think I know, it's a very rare bee used in magic potions. The venom in its tail's sting is potent. It's useful from head to toe. Are there bees inside? The white cocoons seemed to breathe, wriggling as if bees might burst out at any moment. Helmut naturally harbored a doubt. Why are they still in cocoons? Moreover, there are 4. Shouldn't there be only 1 queen bee? That's right, something is written on the first cocoon. Aaliyah approached the cocoon. Helmut couldn't read the script, meaning it wasn't in the common tongue. Before the monarch is born, find and destroy the cocoon of truth, otherwise the legion will attack you. Aaliyah's brows furrowed. It seems like this room itself has a time attack set up. Considering the sounds around, the hidden bees are under the dominion of the creature in these cocoons. A swarm could indeed be described as a legion. If we can't solve the problem before the creature breaks out of the cocoon, they will swarm and attack us. The thought of being attacked by a swarm made her spine tingle. So what about the 3 chances per puzzle? The rules Lampione mentioned at the start still apply. If we eliminate all the bees or return to the previous room, the room resets to its original state. So the position of the cocoons would change as well. Anyway, it's one of these 4. Aaliyah left unsaid, but if attacked by the bees and killed, that would be the end. There was no mercy here. By the 70th room, there had been no need to worry, but originally, dungeons were perilous places that demanded risking one's life. If you don't know about bees, this puzzle is unsolvable. Chapter 191, Part 2. Helmut crossed his arms and stood back. To him, all bees looked the same. How could one distinguish them while they were still in cocoons? Aaliyah pondered. The characteristic of this bee. It must be identifiable even in the cocoon state. Then suddenly, Aaliyah looked up, an idea striking her. This bee, in the case of a queen, builds a very peculiar cocoon. This cocoon has a strong resistance to electric-type magic. So strong that it can block an archmage's magic. That's why the cocoon is considered a rare magical material, like this. Electricity flowed from Aaliyah's hand. She brought her hand close to the cocoons. Electricity flowed evenly into the 4 cocoons. The surfaces of the cocoons receiving the weak current trembled in response. However, only 1 cocoon remained unaffected, seemingly dispersing the current on its surface. That's it. That's the one to cut. Helmut immediately drew his sword. His blade pierced through the cocoon and the wriggling queen bee inside. Crack, a chilling sound followed by the dripping of insect fluid below. The buzzing sound ceased. They had chosen the correct answer. Helmut reluctantly sheathed his sword. If the sword had a mouth, it might have screamed in protest. I'd prefer to stop dealing with insects. For the first time, Helmut felt discontent. Since the academy exams last semester, he had grown increasingly averse to insects. A door opened on the other side. Aaliyah suggested, in this way we might face more knowledge combination-type puzzles in the future. Let's hurry. They quickened their pace. Step by step, they made smooth progress. Finally, it was the last room. Both were exhausted. Although Aaliyah was used to sitting and studying for 10 hours a day, and Helmut could swing his sword for the same duration without fatigue, constantly progressing through an unpredictable dungeon without losing tension was mentally draining in another way. Fortunately, there were no overwhelmingly difficult problems. However, there had been a moment when a grotesque bisque doll with twisted limbs had nearly scared Aaliyah half to death. Although they had spent more than 5 minutes on it, Aaliyah managed to persevere with her resolve to solve the puzzle. Later, a bizarre incident occurred where a lion with a human head sprang up and posed a challenge. Nevertheless, they swiftly cleared the dungeon. Entering the last room, Aaliyah sighed with relief. So it's the last challenge now. Her face brightened with a smile, her heart pounding. The legacy of Lampione was almost within reach. If she could monopolize it, Aaliyah's magic would advance significantly. It would be equivalent to receiving private lessons from 2 legendary mages, possibly making her the youngest archmage ever. Helmut was slightly surprised by the time as he checked it in the last room. Although not every room had a clock, some did, and this one was no exception. The clock on the wall indicated 59 minutes. 1 hour left. We've made it through faster than expected. Isn't that enough? It might take an hour for the last challenge, let's see. Until they obtained Lampione's legacy, complacency was forbidden. Ruining things due to carelessness was not an option for Aaliyah. The last room was neither very spacious nor cramped, ambiguous whether a battle would unfold. The interior, softly lit by an orange glow, was cozy, with magical runes filling the walls. At the far end of the room, a large stone sarcophagus was placed. Aaliyah soon realized, it seems to be a sarcophagus. If it was a sarcophagus, did it mean Lampione's body was here? Helmut cast an intrigued glance towards the sarcophagus. Aaliyah slowly read the inscription on it. Lay your hand upon my heart. Only a soul untainted by malice and sorrow can inherit my magic. As she recited the inscription, Aaliyah stared at the sarcophagus. Is it distinguishing whether one is not a dark mage? Helmut flinched slightly. It would be problematic if a person with dark magic was nearby. An archmage could see through the seeds of darkness. Unknowingly, he stepped back a few paces. It doesn't seem like a code. If you open the sarcophagus and place your hand on the heart, if you're not a dark mage, then you can inherit the legacy, right? Despite his doubts, they had to act. Aaliyah opened the sarcophagus lid. Inside, a young man with a neat appearance lay as if asleep, his eyes closed. Is this Lampione? Preserving youth was a simple task for an archmage. Even an aged body could be reverted to youthful flesh. Lampione, a genius of his time, had a face that reflected his brilliant sensitivity and spirit. Moreover, he seemed to have met a peaceful death, not suffering in his final moments. There was no chill, but he looked as if frozen, perfectly preserved, with no signs of decay. Preservation magic. Could the heart be in a different place? Sometimes, humans exist with the heart in a different position than usual. But that did not seem to be the case here. Although Lampini had died, his magic was still powerfully ensconced in his heart. The presence of that mighty magic was felt from the left side of the corpse's chest. Place your hand. Somehow a foreboding feeling arose, or was it more like anxiety? Perhaps it was just because they could not afford to let their guard down until the very end. Aaliyah stared intently at Lampini's body for a moment. Did this genius wish for someone to conquer this dungeon and inherit his legacy in his final moments or not? That was unknown, but Aaliyah needed his legacy. Having come this far, there was no turning back. Her ambition lay within reach. Shaking off the temptation was impossible, even if the last challenge was a trial, perhaps even a trap. Aaliyah placed her magic-laden hand on Lampini's heart. A hidden magic circle engraved on the sarcophagus emerged. A blue magic circle illuminated the sarcophagus with dazzling colors. The power emanating from Lampini's heart enveloped her hand. Intense magic poured into Aaliyah. For Aaliyah, it was an inexplicable phenomenon. If this was magic, what kind of magic was it? At that moment, Lampini opened his eyes. Chapter 192, Part 1. Congratulations on making it this far. You are a beautiful and talented young mage. It was a voice that seemed to directly pierce her mind, resonating with countless subtle echoes unlike any human voice. This voice was heard only by Aaliyah. It was surprising enough that the corpse could produce such a sound, but Lampini's gaze was intensely fixed on her. His look seemed almost admiring. Of course, she was used to such looks, but this one was tinged with greed. A raw desire visible in his eyes, wanting to possess. As Lampini gripped her hand, he whispered, "Your young and healthy body will contribute greatly to the advancement of powerful magic." Chills ran down her spine. Aaliyah tried to withdraw her hand, but Lampini's grip was unyieldingly strong and firm. It was a chilling strength, uncharacteristic of someone who had been dead. She felt trapped. A powerful magic force was invading her. Finally, Lampini smiled with a distant look in his eyes. He had waited a long time for this moment, for a mage with intelligence and talent to solve his puzzles and reach this point. It felt like an eternity. Perhaps no one else could have made it here, for Lampini was a genius among geniuses. How could any ordinary person easily decipher the thoughts of such a genius? Lampini had prepared challenges that tested both courage and ability, challenges that he could solve himself at the age of 20. Other mages didn't even qualify to challenge this dungeon. There was a hidden condition to attempt this dungeon. Only young mages under 40 years old were eligible. If someone could make it to him within the limited time, they would indeed be a genius. And here was another genius destined for Lampini. "Young mage, you have no idea how eagerly I have awaited you." Lampini spoke softly. Even as a genius and an archmage, he had no way to overcome the limits of life expectancy except by delving into dark magic. But becoming a dark mage, extending life through such means, would utterly degrade his honor. Everything he achieved would be tarnished and thrown into disgrace by the temples. "I can't let that happen." Lampini found another way. It was his body that had reached its life's end, but his soul was not bound by such limits. If he could transfer to a young, healthy body, he could live anew. Ironically, stealing someone's healthy body seemed better to him than becoming a dark mage, a twisted sense of morality. Thus, he had preserved his body's magic in the last room of the dungeon and kept his soul waiting in a sort of living death. His life was sustained only in this space, in a state ready to perform one powerful spell. If no one reached this place, it was also fine. Better to remain here eternally dormant than inhabit the body of some fool. If no such person existed, then Lampini would remain alone, an incomparable genius. Lampini spoke with joy. "You exist here for me." The silver-haired mage before him was beautiful and clever. His overflowing magical power was impressive. Though he was too pretty for a man, he was a satisfactory vessel. What Lampini overlooked, however, was that he never for a moment considered that the young, talented mage who would appear before him could be a woman. Lampini was a proud and powerful archmage, always surrounded by beautiful women trying to seduce him. He assumed the one who would solve all the puzzles and reach this place would undoubtedly be a man. Also, Aaliyah was surrounded by such powerful magic that it could deceive even a decent mage. The magic of a grand mage, which Lampini couldn't see through, made her appear as a man. The bodies of women and men are different. Lampini had prepared magic only for a man's body. Therefore, at some point, he felt as if he had hit an invisible wall. Horror spread across Lampini's face. "Impossible, you are." Only then did Aaliyah smile. It was a beautiful smile like an ice flower, but it carried a chill. Aaliyah had realized what Lampini was aiming for and that he would fail. "An ugly old man, so that's why you created this painfully elaborate dungeon." Aaliyah had been aware that Lampini might harbor malice. The only reason she risked it was out of necessity. Sometimes crises become opportunities. The moment Lampini invaded Aaliyah, she delved into his unconscious to find out where he had hidden his grimoires and legacy. Having thoroughly understood the dungeon, Aaliyah smiled triumphantly. Now that I know everything, all you need to do is disappear. No, this cannot be the end for me. Hope turned to ash in an instant. The despair of falling from the top to the bottom was indescribable. Enraged, Lampione gripped Aaliyah's wrist as if to crush it. His magic began to change. He was altering its purpose to attack Aaliyah. Even with his constrained body, he was still the Archmage Lampione. Aaliyah saw through his magic in an instant. What he wanted was mutual destruction. Chapter 192, Part 2. It was not easy to fend off Lampione's flailing. It would consume most of her magical power. But did she really need to defend with magic? Aaliyah was not alone. Helmut. Quick, having sensed the unrest, Helmut had already drawn his sword. His blade swiftly pierced Lampione's neck. The utter swiftness of it brought an end to Lampione's last spell. The damage to his body meant his soul could no longer remain here. The light of life faded from Lampione's face. His body, rapidly draining of magic power, shattered like cracked pottery, turning to dust as if it had been burned to ash. Aaliyah dusted off her body, stained with the dust, and stood up. With a look devoid of sympathy, Aaliyah turned to where Lampione's body had been and said to Helmut, "Good job. Killing the dead does not stir the seeds of darkness." Helmut touched his chest to confirm this and raised his eyebrows in question. "What's this? Why did it turn out like that? Was even his death special? It's strange that he didn't fall and bleed like a normal human. Using such magic with a dead body, he couldn't withstand that power. Is there a core left? Like demonic beasts leave a core, could humans leave behind a heart full of magical power? Lampione's heart would be valuable." From Helmut's perspective, it was a natural thought. There's no such thing as a core in humans. More importantly, a loud rumble echoed. The walls around them were collapsing. There was no real need for Lampione to try to kill Aaliyah with magic. This dungeon was a sophisticated and complex subspace maintained by Lampione's presence. Now that he was dead, the dungeon was also collapsing. Aaliyah declared, "I must become the master of this dungeon. A subspace without a master is bound to collapse, so it needs a new master. If they failed to change the master, they would be crushed or flung into unknown locations by the collapsing subspace. The coordinates could be in the middle of the ocean or underground. If they survived, it would be purely by luck. Thus, they needed to prevent the dungeon's collapse. Here, even teleportation magic was impossible. If the dungeon's master changed, the dungeon would be maintained, and they could escape from this place. The dungeon had regenerative capabilities, so it might repair itself later, but that was a future concern. Lampione must have placed his grimoire in the most stable area of the dungeon. She could try to retrieve it later. For now, just take control of the dungeon. Aaliyah summoned her magic power. As the collapse enveloped them, she resisted, connecting to the dungeon. "I didn't expect it to be this dangerous, but it can't be helped." Aaliyah didn't even mention the possibility of failure. They must succeed here. They would survive this place. But to do so, Aaliyah had to pour all her magic power to the limit. Lampione's dungeon was not an easy place. A calm voice flowed. "After the dungeon changes its master, I will open the door to the outside for the last time and then lose consciousness. I will wake up in a few days, but until then." Aaliyah looked directly at Helmut and made a request. "I want you to watch over me during that time." Being powerless and unable to do anything, relying on someone else was something she hadn't experienced since childhood. More than anything, it was unsettling because it was unfamiliar and scary, but there was no choice. "I came with you because I can trust you, so I must rely on you," Helmut responded without hesitation. "All right," and then Aaliyah's magic began. The narrow world they stood in trembled as if it were about to break apart. It felt like being buried in a landslide. Bright white magic power poured out of Aaliyah's body. It was so bright like the sun that it was dazzling to look at. Her silver hair fluttered as if scattered in the air. Helmut had never seen Aaliyah cast such powerful magic before. He simply watched how much time had passed. At some point, the light vanished from Aaliyah's body. She collapsed to the ground, her face pale. Helmut reached out and caught Aaliyah. She was alarmingly weak. Aaliyah's lips moved slightly. "We succeeded." The dungeon's walls, which had been collapsing towards them, now stopped. The chaotic magic of the dungeon also calmed down. It wasn't so much stabilized as it had frozen in place. Aaliyah spoke in broken sentences. "For now, if I lose consciousness, it won't be safe here. I'll open the exit." As Aaliyah reached towards the wall, a door appeared there with a flash of white light. It looked just like the doors that led to the next room with a new puzzle. But beyond that door wasn't another puzzle room, it was the outside world. Probably outside is somewhere between the dungeon entrance and Baden. "Let's go." Helmut, having completely exhausted his strength, picked up Aaliyah and approached the door. It hadn't even been half a day since they'd been inside, but it felt like they had wandered the dungeon for days. It was finally over. Helmut, carrying Aaliyah, stepped through the door. In the dungeon, now abandoned by its visitors, a deep silence settled. Chapter 193 Part 1. It was quite a height but not dangerously so. A little below, towering trees provided good footing. Thump, thud, thud. Helmut jumped from branch to branch as he descended. Thump. As he landed on the ground, fresh air rushed into his lungs. The breath he drew was refreshing, the smell of grass. The surroundings were too bright for it to be dawn. They had entered the dungeon at midnight. Considering the time taken to traverse the dungeon and Aaliyah taking control of it, it was unlikely to be afternoon yet, even accounting for the time difference. Helmut squinted, trying to judge the light and shadows. It's morning then. They seemed to be in the middle of a forest. From a quick glance before landing, the horizon was enveloped in green. Suddenly, relaxing his grip caused Aaliyah, who was precariously perched on his shoulder, to slide off, nearly hit her head on the ground. Helmut quickly caught Aaliyah, noting her slender frame. No matter her disguise as a man, her weight couldn't be disguised. She was light. Being a mage, she lacked muscle, especially by the standards of the swordsmanship department. Aaliyah didn't stir as he adjusted her to lean against him. Her limp body seemed devoid of strength. Her breathing was soft. She seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, as if in hibernation. She's completely defenseless. He thought she wouldn't even notice if he pinched her cheek. Helmut twitched at that sudden thought. He didn't act on it for a simple reason. Somehow I feel like Aaliyah would notice. Somehow with Aaliyah, there was no guarantee of a perfect crime and retaliation was certain. Better not. Even Helmut knew it was impolite to pinch the cheek of someone sleeping. He curbed the impulse and pondered what to do with Aaliyah, who was leaning on him. A place to lay her down. The forest was pretty much the same everywhere. He could lay her on a tree trunk. But just because Aaliyah was unconscious, it didn't mean they had to stop here. It might be better to move towards Baden. It would also lessen the burden on Aaliyah to use teleportation magic. But where are we exactly? Helmut looked around the forest. He had no idea of the geography between Baden and their destination, because they had traveled to the dungeon by teleportation and all of it had been Aaliyah's responsibility. He had just followed, but there's one thing I do know. Aaliyah had said they were somewhere between Baden and the dungeon. The dungeon was to the southwest of Baden. That meant they needed to head northeast. After estimating the direction based on the position of the sun, Helmut hoisted Aaliyah onto his back again. It was still daytime. Moving a bit more wouldn't hurt. However, Helmut soon encountered a dilemma. As he made his way through the forest, he stopped abruptly for a simple reason. I'm hungry. Helmut rubbed his stomach and muttered. It had been quite some time since they had eaten anything in the dungeon. All the food is with Aaliyah. Helmut almost called out Aaliyah's name but hesitated. The very Aaliyah who had all the food was in no state to respond. He knew where the food was, in Aaliyah's robe. But mages often enchant their robes to bind them. That means others can't search through it and take anything out. In other words, having food was useless. Should I hunt? He regretted the sandwiches he had eaten ad nauseum. Finding food in the forest was not a difficult task for Helmut, but the moment he decided to hunt, Helmut realized another fact. What about Aaliyah? He couldn't leave her here and go hunting. What if a wild animal attacked her? Aaliyah had clearly asked him to protect her. I shouldn't leave her, I need to bring her along. Hiding her in the underbrush wasn't an option either. Animals have keen senses. Hunting wasn't a problem. He had brought a bow, thinking it might be needed as a long-range weapon. He didn't have arrows, but he was used to shooting branches, so it wasn't an issue. However, to shoot the bow, he had to set Aaliyah down. He would take down the game with a single shot as soon as he spotted it. It was a challenge, but Helmut managed it smoothly. Before long, he had successfully hunted a wild bird. Helmut was an excellent hunter but a terrible cook. He pondered over the bird. How do I eat this? Cooking was far from Helmut's expertise, but plucking and roasting were not unfamiliar, even if most of it had been Darien's job back in the Forest of Roots. Holding the bird, Helmut found a suitable clearing, gathered some sticks haphazardly, and started a fire. After somewhat cooking it, the unseasoned bird meat had a gamey taste. It was edible, if barely. Helmut ate enough to fill his stomach and buried the rest. His palate had grown fussy from the luxuries enjoyed in Baden. Glancing at Aaliyah, who was still sprawled out unconscious, Helmut felt a pang of urgency. When will Aaliyah wake up? That smart head of hers should have handed out some food before fainting. Or perhaps, from Aaliyah's perspective, Helmut wouldn't die from a few days without food, and if he wasn't going to die, it wouldn't matter. After all, an unconscious person doesn't feel hungry. What was certain was that Aaliyah was currently a significant burden, not that he had any intention of abandoning her. Chapter 193, Part 2. The usually alert and meticulous Aaliyah looked almost cute sprawled out like that. Helmut considered his survival strategy. No water bottle, so I'll have to drink straight from a stream. Cooking's out, so I'll look for fruits or mushrooms I can eat raw. In a situation with no ingredients or tools, that was the best he could do. Helmut found himself brooding over food issues for the first time since leaving the Forest of Roots. Now that he was fed, it was time to move. Helmut picked up Aaliyah and started walking. Her weight had become familiar. It would feel strange when Aaliyah could walk on her own again. Carrying someone through the forest was similar to the training at the swordsmanship department. It was physically demanding enough to strengthen muscles. Of course, for Helmut, who was accustomed to training, it wasn't too difficult. It just made him hungry quickly. Unlike at the academy where meals were provided, he had to find his own food here. Helmut keenly felt how comfortable his life had been until now. A day passed. It felt like 1,000 years. It was too much to hope that Aaliyah would wake up after just one day. Helmut knew only that they were headed toward Baden. Helmut resolved himself. Maybe I should practice this while staying somewhere suitable. Conserving energy and being near water would naturally secure drinking water and game. If nothing else, he could catch fish. Finding a stream, Helmut decided to stay there until Aaliyah awoke. The forest's atmosphere was filled with vital energy. His training was quite fruitful. After half a day immersed in vis practice, his body was filled with energy. He had regained more vis than he had expended in the dungeon. Staying here isn't so bad after all. Being near starvation made his mind sharper. A swordsman who uses vis can survive longer without food than most people. He thought it might not be so bad to keep fasting. After all, if he continued without food, he wouldn't feel hungry. It's a bit of an extreme situation. Just Aaliyah being unconscious had brought Helmut to such a situation. It was unfamiliar and somewhat absurd. Helmut glanced at Aaliyah. Despite being unconscious, her magic maintained her appearance. She still looked impeccably clean and had the appearance of a male figure. It was almost miraculous. She must be all right. Was Aaliyah in a situation similar to when Helmut had just left the Forest of Roots? No, she was probably in a better state. She might have exhausted all her magic, but at least she wasn't physically hurt. She isn't hurt, right? Helmut approached Aaliyah to check her body, intending to see if there was anything else amiss. No matter how gently Helmut handled her, he couldn't be sure if she hadn't been hurt when he had set her down. Fortunately, there are no scratches. There were no signs of bleeding or any visible issues. Aaliyah's robe was enchanted with protective magic, shielding her body from most impacts. Is her magic recovering smoothly? There was no need to undress her. Helmut's keen senses allowed him to perceive the changes occurring within Aaliyah's body. Her nearly depleted magic was slowly rising. It was still a small amount, but a noticeable change. The forest, filled with natural energy, was beneficial not just to Helmut but to Aaliyah as well. In a few days, Aaliyah would awaken, and once she restored her magic through meditation, they could return to Baden. They wouldn't need to wait too long. Helmut was contemplating the future optimistically when he took a break. Suddenly, a prickling sensation near his heart startled him. Helmut knew what it meant. The seed of darkness had reacted. What's this? In such a remote forest, why would the seed of darkness react? Could it be? With a grim expression, Helmut stood up. He had a bad feeling about this. Expanding his senses and concentrating, he faintly felt ripples spreading through the atmosphere. Helmut realized what these subtle ripples were. Holy power, why would sacred magic be used here? Could it mean that there was a priest nearby? This is not good. He had a good idea of what kind of sacred magic had been cast, scrying. And whoever had cast the magic likely realized that Helmut and Aaliyah were here. Helmut pondered what to do next. Aaliyah was unconscious, and if a battle ensued, he would have to protect her while fighting. The problem was, Helmut was weak against holy power. Should we flee? But doing so would alert them that something was amiss here. If the sacred magic caster had seen Helmut, he couldn't run away. He'd better stay and silence them. If it's a priest, there's no problem in taking them down. Receiving sacred magic might even help suppress the seed of darkness. Helmut waited. They're approaching. Indeed, they weren't going to let it go. He could sense someone approaching. Measured footsteps. The movements felt unified as if they were few, but they were definitely multiple people, and well-trained ones at that. Whether it was right to confront them here, Helmut became uncertain. Chapter 194 Part 1. It's too late to back out now. Helmut decided to wait and see how things unfolded. The trudging footsteps were now close at hand. One by one, their figures emerged. The first thing Helmut noticed was a blindingly bright white, the pristine white of their armor, looking as though it would soil easily. His heart raced with the surge of holy power that hit him. The seed of darkness inside him thrashed violently as if blaming him for not fleeing. Helmut recognized them with a chill. The Knights of Lumen. Why were they here? What did they know? His body tensed automatically, his hand reaching for his sword. They were the enemies he was destined to fight one day, according to his own definition of justice. But there were too many of them, close to 20. The temple was said to be corrupt, but the knights before him looked just like the temple that had saved the world from the Demon King. They tightened their encirclement with a precise knowledge of his location, and upon spotting Helmut, they exchanged looks. A boy, he's quite young. Those dark hair and eyes ominous, just as the high priest said, "How dare you glare at the temple's people like that?" One of the knights rebuked. Helmut managed to suppress his killing intent. From their tone, it seems they haven't labeled me as an enemy yet. Helmut realized a few things. Their being sent by the high priest meant the high priest was nearby, and the high priest could track him. Fleeing would be futile. The seed of darkness has diminished, and my level has increased, so even if it's the high priest, he might not easily notice my condition. That was his only hope. Also, strangely, after the initial disturbance when the Knights of Lumen appeared, the seed of darkness quieted as if hiding from a natural predator. But Helmut soon faced a dilemma, just appearing out of nowhere like this. While trying to buy time with his words, the knights pressed him aggressively. Why are you in a place like this? This is not a place for people. It's suspicious. If you don't answer directly, we won't just let this go. There was an air of condescension, as if they managed the forest themselves, a clear provocation. But they were from the temple, and the temple was a law unto itself. Helmut decided to comply for now. I'm a traveler. Why would you travel to a place like this? And who is that behind you? They couldn't ignore Aaliyah's presence. They probably knew there were two of them from the start. It was a problem. Considering Aaliyah had avoided the high priest before, it was likely that her reputation with the temple was not favorable. Aaliyah wouldn't have avoided the high priest just because she was one of the many mages at Greta Academy. Looks like we'll have to fight. While Helmut pondered, a few knights subtly changed their angle and moved towards Aaliyah. A robe, a mage then, not a dark mage, right? Why is this one lying down? Is he injured? A knight who glimpsed Aaliyah's face inhaled sharply. Have we been discovered? Helmut's hand stealthily moved towards his sword. With so many of them, he would have to strike swiftly and stealthily. But the words that fell from the knight's mouth were unexpected. An angel here, such beauty as if Lumen's apostle has incarnated. Also young, a friend, or is it a woman or a man? Hard to say. Looks like a man. It seemed that even the knights found Aaliyah's appearance hard to ignore. Unconscious, Aaliyah had become an object of curiosity among them. Aaliyah's being a mage was now revealed. Now how would they deal with this? Helmut quickly concocted a suitable explanation. He's my client, he's just sleeping because he's tired. Why doesn't he wake up with all this noise? Could it be drugged? One knight harbored a suspicion. The suspicion immediately turned towards Helmut after seeing Aaliyah's appearance. For now, Helmut was relieved. It seemed at this level they couldn't discern anything significant about Aaliyah. Helmut quickly made an excuse. He sleeps like the dead once he's out. A client, so you're a mercenary? Yes. Did this mage hire you? For what purpose? The knight seemed persistently curious, probing for more. Helmut mixed truth and lies in his answers, relieved that they did not seem inclined to attack right away. I just wish they'd back off. However, his hope was not fulfilled. The knights murmured among themselves, then resumed their authoritative tone. All right, you both need to meet the high priest. Just a brief visit, and if there's nothing suspicious, you can go. You might even receive the high priest's blessing if you're lucky. A blessing was the last thing Helmut wanted. The real problem was making sure the high priest saw nothing suspicious. Chapter 194 Part 2. Don't worry, the high priest doesn't persecute mages. Yet the worry was that both he and Aaliyah could very well be exceptions to this rule. As you can see, my companion is asleep, so that might be difficult. It seemed they only needed to avoid the high priest, but that wouldn't be easy. If he's asleep, wake him up. What nonsensical talk is this? He's passed out from exhaustion, won't wake up for another 2 days. Helmut gave a rough estimate of when Aaliyah might awaken. The knight scoffed. 2 days? Don't talk nonsense. We need to leave soon anyway. Hurry up and carry your client. The commanding tone implied they would force them if he refused. A chilly voice slipped from Helmut. Why don't you carry him? What did you say? How dare you? I don't want to touch my client. He said to not disturb him because he put up a defensive spell before sleeping. Helmut shrugged lightly. Fortunately, the way Aaliyah was lying looked quite natural thanks to Helmut's careful arrangement. Helmut's scant consideration, not being treated as a mere object, was a privilege Aaliyah held. If you're a knight, you can block magic, you carry him. Helmut bluffed with a mercenary's bravado. Of course, if they really tried to carry Aaliyah, he planned to do it himself. He couldn't let her fall into their hands, but Helmut was feeling disheartened. Is it meaningful to delay like this? He resisted being dragged along to the high priest, but if it came to a fight, wouldn't it be better to just? It's absurd, the knight snickered. One of the lower-ranked ones stepped forward boldly. Fine, I'll carry him. As he reached out towards Aaliyah, Helmut sensed someone else approaching. It felt like a large mass of bright, holy power moving towards them. A sense of threat tightened around his neck. The seed of darkness within his heart tensed, feeling the presence of these two powers inside and out. Whoever it is, they're stronger than that one. Dolos, the high priest Helmut had met before, was definitely at the lower end of combatability among the high priests. He had become a high priest through his research achievements and knowledge, not because of his prowess in force or holy power. That meant other high priests were significantly stronger, and with knights around, a high priest's combat capability doubled. The priest's style of fighting was similar to that of mages, and with the knights to support him. The odds were unfavorable, more so than fighting the entire Palma Knight Order. The knights, sensing someone approaching, halted their movements. Soon, the figure revealed himself. A middle-aged man with intense eyes dressed in white with ornate golden patterns exuded authority from his relaxed stance overlooking them. "Why are you taking so much time?" his stern voice echoed. The knights turned and saluted him in unison. High Priest Paschal. Helmut was the only one who kept his head defiantly raised as he faced the High Priest. He suddenly realized something. Paschal, one of the names Dolos mentioned to me. Darien's nemesis, an enemy he had to kill someday. To meet him so soon, it was hardly an opportunity given the number of knights supporting him, and a few priests trailed behind him too. If they weren't far from Baden, it made sense for the High Priest's entourage to stumble upon them here. It was more of a bad connection than a coincidence. He had always known a day would come to face the temple, but the timing was too soon. An unprepared confrontation. All he could hope for was that this storm would pass by. "My apologies for causing such a nobleman to make the trip. It's because this one wouldn't cooperate," a knight pointed at Helmut. Paschal's gaze shifted to Helmut, curious and intrigued. He took in Helmut and Aaliyah, a flicker of an unsettling emotion crossing his eyes. Helmut felt a grim premonition. "In such a place, young boys, what brings you here?" "I felt a magic surge and ordered the forest searched." It seemed that when the entrance from Lampioni's dungeon opened, magic had spread into the area. Paschal, passing nearby, had sensitively detected the magic and cast a scouting spell. "This young man behind is a mage, the client of this dark-haired boy. They were passing through on their journey. Why is the mage unconscious? He's asleep, but he has a condition where he doesn't wake up easily." "Oh, really? Perhaps I should have a look. We've been warned he's surrounded by a defensive spell." "A mere mage's defensive spell, what could it possibly do to me?" Paschal, confident despite the knight's caution, approached. No one stopped him. Paschal stopped close to Aaliyah and overtly admired her face. Helmut twitched, worried Paschal might recognize Aaliyah, but Paschal's reaction was an unabashed compliment. "Such extraordinary beauty. He's a man." "Yes, he appears so to my eyes as well." While Aaliyah had suffered from Hike's mischiefs, the bracelet's magic had become more perfect. Not as powerful as when it was temporarily strengthened, but less conspicuous than before the festival. So Paschal, even from a distance, couldn't see through it. "That pleases me as well, such pure silver hair. He's the most beautiful boy I've ever seen." Desire flickered in the High Priest's eyes. As he slowly stroked his clean-shaven chin, facing her, Helmut felt an ominous premonition. It was an unsettling feeling, like being caught in a sticky trap. Chapter 195 Part 1 Helmut's premonition was accurate. Paschal had a penchant for the young, regardless of gender, and not in an innocent way. His preference was for the fresh, immature bodies full of vitality. The word immorality was what drew him. As a high priest, he pursued these wrongful desires which, once indulged, had addicted him. He targeted young boys and girls who were not part of the temple to avoid problems. "To do great things, sometimes I need to satisfy my inner impulses appropriately," Paschal rationalized to himself. He had risen to the position of high priest at a young age. His innate holy power and talent had easily granted him power and wealth. The role of a high priest in the temple wasn't just to offer prayers to the gods. In an era without the absolute evil of a demon king, if power was concentrated in one group, it was more unusual for it not to be corrupt. As long as he did not overtly soil the temple's name, anything he did was acceptable. Paschal had exploited his position well. Paschal reached out his hand. "Let me examine him." It was impossible to allow the high priest to inspect Aaliyah, regardless of her reasons for hiding from the temple. Helmut stepped forward to block his path, and the knights burst into outrage. "How dare you obstruct the high priest? He's my client, and protecting him is my job." The reason was the high priest, but Helmut also didn't like the look in his eyes. It was a sinister gaze, yet they were both men, at least by appearance. "Why then?" High Priest Paschal offered generously with a benevolent smile. "I could heal your client. He is not injured. You do not understand. A magician lapsing into such a deep sleep usually indicates internal damage. Perhaps a spell failed. I can heal him." It was a sharp observation. It seemed the high priest wasn't as simple as he appeared. Helmut remained staunch. "My client instructed not to be touched. That includes the high priest." Only then did Paschal's smile fade. "You do not understand words." His previously gentle face disappeared, replaced by a haughty and cold expression. "Fine, you're a mercenary. I'll offer you 10 times what you were paid to step aside." Suddenly, Paschal's intention to buy Aaliyah was unclear to Helmut, who remained silent. It was clear that he couldn't hand her over, but he couldn't understand why Paschal was making such a request. "Lord Paschal, why offer money to such a person? Allow me to handle it." One of the knights stepped forward, evidently eager to earn the high priest's favor. Paschal waved him off. "No, that's unnecessary. It's commendable that a mercenary is loyal to his contract. Isn't it praiseworthy for such a young one? He has a sharp edge, but I like his delicate features," he tisked regretfully. If you were a bit younger, it would have been perfect. That's why I'm offering a special price here. Helmut shuddered. Indeed, in his youth, he had been as pretty as any girl. He finally understood why Pascal wanted him to hand over Aaliyah. To think the high priest has such tastes. It was a predilection condemned even in human society. Once more the high priest urged, "If you leave the magician here, nothing will happen to you, don't worry. If your client simply follows my words, he will be safely returned. Do as the high priest says." Several knights menacingly approached him, ready to force compliance if Helmut refused. Helmut assessed the size of the enemy. If he left Aaliyah, Helmut would be safe. The high priest hadn't noticed the seed of darkness in him. Logically, it made sense to leave Aaliyah behind and withdraw. Helmut had endured a long time to emerge from the forest of roots. He hadn't even met his parents yet, and now he risked making that time meaningless. Wasn't it for that reason he had hidden and endured? The most formidable enemies he had ever met were before him. If a fight could be avoided, shouldn't it be? Yet he couldn't. Something hot surged within him, overpowering his reason. He hadn't grown strong to give up. He hadn't grasped his sword to flee powerless, to conquer and to protect. Whether it was himself or something eventual. Sometimes there are moments when risks must be taken, when no compromise is possible. This was one of those moments. Helmut murmured as swiftly as the wind, "That won't be possible." Before they could grasp his words, his sword was drawn. Crack! The neck of a knight who had come too close sailed through the air. His sword then turned and pierced the heart of another. Blood splattered. In an instant, 2 lives were extinguished, a price for their complacency. This boy, with a shout, 3 more knights drew their swords and charged at him. But they were just 3. To an opponent who had defeated the commander of the Palma Knights, 3 was nothing. A fierce smile flickered across Helmut's face as he fully demonstrated his skill. Rapid sword strikes, too fast for the knights to counter, descended upon them. Soon 3 more bodies were added. The peaceful forest was quickly tainted with the scent of blood. Ah, how could this happen? Pascal, who had hastily retreated behind his knights, was struck with horror. Until just moments ago, the dark-haired boy had stood quietly before him. Now looking at him as if discovering something new. His calm, still eyes. Blood dripped from the sword in his hand, yet his face, having committed slaughter, was disturbingly expressionless. The high priest recognized the vis emanating from his sword, the ominous ashen vis, the faint sensation coming from it. Pascal's eyes widened. You couldn't possibly," though he said possibly, it was certain. If a boy of that age could dispatch knights with such vis. Moreover, the sensation within his vis was unmistakably magic. Pascal's booming voice fell. "He has a seed of darkness. Quickly form up." Fortunately, their focus seemed to have shifted from Aaliyah to Helmut. Helmut was aware of Aaliyah's presence behind him. It was rather fortunate she was unconscious, allowing him to unleash his full capabilities. Before Aaliyah awakens, I'll have to deal with them all. Aaliyah would likely remain unaware of what had transpired. Helmut tightened his grip on his sword. An odd sense of exhilaration filled him. A fierce, confident will to fight anything seemed to guide him. The seed of darkness no longer urged him to flee. It seemed to accept this fight as fate. "I'll kill them all and silence them." Before their confusion settled, Helmut's feet pounded the ground. Chapter 195 Part 2 Arg. As the fight progressed, casualties increased one by one. 3 more had died. Those who avoided fatal wounds were healable by the priests, but only momentarily. Holy power was not infinite. There was a limit to recovery. Though there were many knights, their heavy armor and unfamiliarity with forest combat hindered them, a terrain suitable for few against many. Helmut, darting between trees like a squirrel, was hard to catch with the naked eye. Form a surround, tighten his movements. As Pascal ordered anxiously, one priest shouted almost like a scream. "He moves too fast. Just hold him for a moment, then I can cleanse his seed of darkness with sacred magic." Without the seed of darkness, this wretch was nothing. The power bestowed by magic was astonishing. However, magic was vulnerable to sacred magic. Removing magic with sacred spells drastically weakened the opponent. Pascal had experience in subduing those rampaging with a seed of darkness. Not often, but once every 10 years or so, such cases occurred. Although each was a grueling process, those adversaries had not been as tricky. They were merely powerful beasts that had lost their reason. Deploying numerous knights to block movement and cleanse was usually sufficient. But the current opponent was maintaining his composure, coldly and calmly dealing with them, like an experienced hunter. Pascal gritted his teeth. How can a young lad possess such skills? Those with the seed of darkness inherently differ in physique. It's easier for them to become powerful through vis or magic. However, swordsmanship or combat techniques must be learned. They cannot be acquired without practice. It seemed he understood how sacred magic affected him, moving in a way that suggested he knew the spell's casting time. He avoided staying stationary in confined spaces. Yes, he must be a mercenary. Should we request assistance from the temple? The force present was substantial, but not enough to capture someone with the seed of darkness, especially after losing 5 knights so easily. Damn it, why didn't I notice that he had the Seed of Darkness? His aura was incredibly covert. Only after he manifested his vis did Pascal realize his true nature. Well, no matter. We can't let this continue. With the Seed of Darkness present, they had to report to the temple and call for help, but finding the opportunity was the problem. Currently, Pascal was maintaining a barrier that protected himself and the priests around him. The priests within the barrier supported the knights with recovery and protective magic. Sacred magic could pass through the barrier, but long-distance communication was a different matter. To contact the temple, Pascal would have to lower the barrier, but doing so would expose him directly to attack from Helmut. He knew who to target first. If he was hit during that time, he wouldn't last until reinforcements arrived. They were in the woods, a challenging location to reach quickly. Support would take hours to arrive. What should I do? Suddenly, Pascal's eyes flashed with an idea. Yes, that mage. It all started because of him. Those with the Seed of Darkness, even slightly brushed by sacred magic, suffer tremendous impacts. Instinctively, they avoid the temple, but he chose to fight instead. Because he couldn't bear to give up the mage, such a conspicuous battle was likely to divert attention to himself. That's his weak point. The mage was behind him. Accessing the mage could turn the tide. Pascal silently commanded one of the knights behind him. I'll distract him, sneak around back and secure the mage discreetly, but I am to protect you, High Priest. If you want to protect me, win this fight. Move now, the knight nodded gravely. Chapter 196 Part 1 Arg! A scream pierced the air as blood sprayed everywhere. The forest was filled with an artificial aura. A misdirected sacred magic scattered as it collided with the ground, spreading up and sending stimulating ripples across the skin. Aaliyah felt a slight reaction all over her body. Normally, she would be deep in sleep, focusing on recovery, but a stimulus too strong to ignore awakened her magic halfway. Not fully restored, but enough to open her eyes without much difficulty. Her mental energy, drained from controlling the dungeon, had almost fully returned. The 3 days Helmut had spoken of were a maximum estimate. It didn't mean she couldn't regain consciousness even in critical condition. What's this? Aaliyah slowly lifted her heavy eyelids. From afar came the sounds of slicing air, metal clanging, frantic footsteps and cries and shouts. Her ears were bombarded with all sorts of noises. Aaliyah realized that a battle was taking place nearby. Her thoughts, which had been slowly turning, were now back to full speed. Where is Helmut? She had told him to protect her, so he must be nearby. If he wasn't, it meant something had forced him to leave. That must be why she had awoken. As Aaliyah tried to get up, she flinched. She sensed someone approaching with light footsteps. She pretended to be asleep again, her fingertips twitching involuntarily. If it was someone with ill intentions, she was ready to incinerate them with magic. Cracking her eyes open slightly, she first saw white armor. The figure was moving cautiously, his expression anxious. A knight? Why was there a knight here? Could it be that Helmut was fighting with the temple? At any rate, the conclusion was simple. The knight was an enemy, whether to Helmut or to Aaliyah. As the knight reached Aaliyah's feet, he turned to look towards the ongoing battle. He muttered coldly, "This ends your rampage." Thinking he intended to take her as a hostage, Aaliyah made her judgment. Just as he was about to reach out to her, thud, an object flew from somewhere and pierced the knight's side. Ag! Blood splattered. The damp liquid stained her robe and the acrid smell filled her nostrils. The knight fell sideways, frothing at the mouth, clutching the side where the armor was pierced by a branch that was quite long, with only the tip protruding towards her. Despite the gruesome scene, Aaliyah stayed still. Kug! The knight struggled to remove the branch impaled in his side, attempting to heal himself, but he failed. Thud! A second branch flew, piercing his eye. Blood streamed out of the burst eyeball. The knight fell, shivering in death throes. Aaliyah, still stained with blood, had escaped the dire situation without lifting a finger. Helmut, having taken down the knight, lowered his bow. No movement. I think he's dead. The situation seemed like something out of a war, and Helmut's face showed no sign of disturbance. He had sensed another knight sneaking to the side, attempting to take Aaliyah as a hostage. But the pressure from the front was too intense, and he had left her alone for a moment. By the time the knight reached Aaliyah, Helmut had already drawn his bow. Hitting the target was not difficult. To shoot the bow with enough power to pierce the holy power-enveloped body and armor of a knight, a significant amount of vis had been consumed. Though successful in taking down the knight with 2 shots, the cost was high. His vis was now less than half. Ever since the battle began, his vis had been rapidly depleting. Fighting the knights while protecting his body from the sacred magic was not easy. To defeat the knight, piercing the armor enveloped in holy power rather than aiming for the well-protected head was necessary. They coordinated well, and occasionally a direct hit from their sacred magic could be fatal. To avoid that, Helmut had concentrated intensely. If I don't make a mistake, there won't be any. There's no room for carelessness. The battle was tough as expected, but even though it was tough, Helmut was managing quite smoothly, surprisingly even to himself. Now only 5 knights stood, all pale with fear of being hunted. Their faith in Lumen seemed insufficient to suppress their fear of death. They did not flee because of the high priest urging them from behind. I am stronger than I thought. Or have I become stronger? Even when he was in the forest of roots, he had not been in such a state. Then he must have grown stronger. All the experiences since leaving the forest of roots had made Helmut grow. Aaliyah should be safe for now. It was fortunate that she had not awakened. Helmut felt like a murderer slaughtering the knights. This blood-stained figure he did not want her to see. Chapter 196 Part 2. Whether influenced by the holy power or the act of killing, the seed of darkness within him did not stir. A bearer of the seed of darkness becomes a murderer, it is said. Helmut did not want this situation. But if he must walk this path, then perhaps this is the fate of a bearer of the seed of darkness. Whether sane or not, this thought weighed heavily on him. On the other hand, his senses sharpened. As if nothing had happened, to wash this blood away and return to the academy, Aaliyah must not know. He hoped she would remain unaware. Helmut resolved within himself as he raised his sword. Now there are only a few left. The strongest among them, the high priest, remains, but he intended to deal with him quickly and clean up this place. Useless fool! At the moment the knight diverted to the mages fell, High Priest Pascal internally roared. He did not voice it out loud because there were still followers around him. High Priest, what shall we do? That beast is too strong if the knights all fall. The priests' faces turned pale. After the knights, it would be their turn. One thing Pascal had as a high priest was that he never lost his dignified demeanor in front of those who belonged to the temple. He spoke with a solemn voice. Everyone, hold your resolve. No matter how powerful evil is, we are followers of Lumen. We must not show fear before our enemy. The blessing of God will be with us. Pascal made up his mind. I must take down that demon, even if it means risking danger. He is a bearer of the seed of darkness. He should not have underestimated him in the first place, but the battle had begun hastily, and already a great sacrifice had been made. He must pay for the lives of those who had fallen. That arrogant and evil young demon, a bearer of the seed of darkness, yet able to fight to this extent while keeping his sanity. What a great threat he would bring to the temple. It sent shivers down his spine. Pascal commanded, the priests will join the knights to block him. Since there were few knights left, the priests had fewer to worry about. Helmut had not yet touched those gathered together, forming a holy barrier. But if they stepped forward to attack, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. The risk of scattering was just as dangerous for Pascal as it was for the priests. I will prepare a purification spell for the area. Just prevent him from coming my way. Do not give him a chance to shoot his bow. Yes. If Helmut avoids the sacred magic swiftly, then use magic that cannot be avoided. Purify the whole area. Although it would greatly deplete the holy power and leave their defense vulnerable while preparing the sacred magic, it was unavoidable. I will not forget the sacrifice the temple has made today because of you, corrupt one. Pascal gritted his teeth. The priests began to move forward in groups of 2 or 3. They usually fought passively, huddled together in a barrier, casting healing magic on the knights and using sacred magic to keep check. Physically fighting was not their style. If they exposed themselves, they were just as vulnerable as any ordinary person. Helmut quickly realized this. They've chosen a new tactic, which means they're trying something. The only one left was High Priest Pascal. Among all present, he was the priority target that Helmut must take down. It would be problematic if the higher-up used his subordinates as shields to escape. Darien's nemesis. However, the concentrated sacred magic from the priests blocked his way to Pascal. If I cut through them and target the High Priest, or... Helmut hesitated for a moment. The High Priest wasn't alone for no reason. It was either a bait or something else. If it was something else, then targeting Pascal, even at the risk, was the right move. But if it was a bait, going that way would be playing into their hands. Evil one, pay for your sins. The priests, who had been keeping a distance, now alternately protected themselves with barriers and unleashed their sacred magic. A blinding white light surged towards him like a giant wave. Helmut had to dodge each one. As the area narrowed, it became harder to avoid. He quickly leapt over a tree as the magic aimed at his position struck. The tree, hit by sacred magic, seemed as if the wind had merely passed by. It's magic that scorches only magical energy. It was Helmut and the knights who destroyed the forest. The sacred magic targeted only magical energy, leaving the forest relatively intact. It almost felt like the forest was rejecting Helmut as a foreign, alien entity. Helmut made his decision. I must deal with the priests first. They were not insignificant enough to ignore while taking care of the High Priest. Until now, he had avoided all their sacred magic, but if even one hit, the dormant seed of darkness might erupt. He was fighting with a penalty. I'll break the barrier even if it drains my vis. A strong collective barrier becomes weaker when separated individually. When the High Priest and priests were together, their barrier was too tough for even Helmut to penetrate. The vis charged with magical energy would evaporate, consuming a great amount. Chapter 197, Part 1. The dusk was settling down, a prolonged battle. Crack. Helmut breached the barrier, piercing through the knight's defense. His fingertips tingled, his heart clenched suddenly. A metallic taste filled his mouth as if blood was flowing backward. Helmut resisted the holy power, trying to infiltrate his body, thwarting it with a surge. Even for Helmut, a battle where not even a single mistake was permissible brought on extreme fatigue. He had to be aware of the internal enemy, the seed of darkness that could convulse in the holy power at any moment. There isn't much left now. Each time a barrier was shattered, the blood of a priest was scattered. Barriers are directly connected to mental strength. Each time a barrier was broken, the priest who had cast it suffered internal injuries and fell, rolling on the ground. Other priests hastily cast new barriers, but Helmut's sword was faster than the speed at which the barriers were erected. He sliced through the neck of a priest writhing on the ground, and did the same to other priests who fell into panic at the sight of their comrade's blood. The remaining knight attacked Helmut too late and was overpowered. Helmut quickly withdrew his body, knowing that engaging further would expose him to sacred magic. Leaving the knight and selectively killing the priests, Helmut reliably completed this task as always. The densely wooded terrain of the forest aided his stealthy movements. Among the 5 divided groups, 2 were completely massacred by Helmut. Where Helmut passed, sacred magic belatedly fell and scattered meaninglessly. Attack before being attacked and withdraw, an effective combat strategy, an evil demon indeed. High Priest Pascal, who was preparing a major purification, clicked his tongue at the sight. However, his purification magic was almost complete. The moment Helmut targeted the 3rd barrier, Pascal would be ready to take him down. Even if he withdrew his body immediately, it wouldn't be safe. It was the High Priest's sacred magic. To block it, Helmut would nearly exhaust all his power. Light reflected whitely from Pascal's grasp. A powerful purification magic embodying the essence of the High Priest's power was waiting for its time. Finally, Helmut moved. He struck like an arrow, smashing the 3rd barrier. Another knight survived, but it didn't matter. He killed the priest and the unsupported knight next. That was the order. Screams erupted among the targeted priests. "My God, Lumen, Lord save us!" Pascal's hand moved. Just as his condensed purification magic, like a miniature sun, was about to be cast, a cold voice flowed from behind. "Aaliyah of lightning?" No, it was a delicate soprano voice. The unexpected voice chillingly pierced through the eardrum. Soon, a tremendous shock struck the high priest. The weak barrier he maintained while preparing purification was broken, collapsing his mental strength to that extent. Pascal knelt on the ground. The completed purification magic dispersed pathetically on the spot, with sacred power whitening everything there, meaningless exhaustion. The magic of purification literally cleansed the magical energy. It did not affect mages. Aaliyah stood unaffected by the power of purification, her presence solid on the spot. She had stealthily killed her presence until the counterattack. Looking at the beautiful silver-haired mage, Pascal's eyes trembled. A cold gaze and overlooked existence. Aaliyah had been asleep, not dead. Flame spear, tempest wings, the lips that uttered the first spell then recited several attack spells. Pascal desperately pulled up the remaining holy power to defend, but his body, already struck once, could barely resist. His blackened head scattered ashes as blood flowed from between his teeth. Pascal finally realized he was going to die. As a high priest of Lumen, he had never thought he would face defeat. Pascal, face down on the ground, barely moved his lips, begging in the face of approaching death. Save me. Anything, I'll do anything." His subordinates were still being slain by the dark-haired boy at this moment. No one was left to stop the advancing mage, their eyes filled with dread. Die arrogantly as a high priest should. Lumen will welcome you with open arms. Aaliyah prepared the last magic, one that could turn the high priest to ashes. Now that it has come to this, I must completely erase any trace. Aaliyah made a ruthless decision. As Pascal looked up at her as if she was the Grim Reaper, a memory flashed through his mind. He mumbled as if realizing something. You resemble a woman I know, Hike that witch, the temple's enemy," Aaliyah muttered indifferently. "You found out too late, but the remaining kin of that witch was a woman. It doesn't matter, good bay." Chapter 197, Part 2. The final spell struck Pascal directly, whoosh. Engulfed in a pillar of fire rising from the ground, Pascal couldn't even scream as he writhed in agony and died. Aaliyah squinted, not out of sympathy, but because it was easier to erase traces this way. After all, he is an enemy. There's no need for mercy in killing an enemy. However, Aaliyah tilted her head slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable about something that might have happened while she was asleep. According to Lumen's doctrine, those who sin suffer in the flames of hell after death. It was ironic that the high priest was dying in flames. He must have committed many sins. Aaliyah naturally blamed Pascal. It wasn't a pretty sight, but it was inevitable. Considering everything, it was a perfect way to handle the situation. It was fortunate that Pascal had no connection to Hike, despite him being a child abuser. Having scattered even the ashes, Aaliyah completely erased any trace of Pascal and only then turned around. At the moment Aaliyah had attacked Pascal, the battle seemed to have paused briefly but now resumed. No, this was no longer a battle but a one-sided slaughter. Crack! Screams filled the dusk-tinged forest, each rising cry suddenly cut short. Helmut chose to hunt down the last survivor and survey the area. He seemed to check if anyone else had survived. Blood dripped from the sword in his hand. Not just from the sword, spots of blood stained Helmut's body as well. Mostly it was the blood of his adversaries, but he himself was not wholly unharmed. And in this forest he was the only one left alive apart from another. Helmut slowly walked forward. As soon as the high priest fell, the impact shook his entire body. Aaliyah is awake, but Helmut did not forget what he had to do. After finishing the cleanup, a strange, urgent sensation pressed down on him. His body, weary and lacking energy, was still bristling with resolve. He had just fought the toughest battle, yet he felt as if an even greater battle loomed ahead. The source of this feeling was none other than Aaliyah. Helmut stopped about 10 steps away. Aaliyah stood still at that spot. Their gazes met. Helmut looked into Aaliyah's eyes as if seeing something unfamiliar for the first time. Something dawned from Aaliyah's lips. You have the seed of darkness, so she had noticed. Why Helmut was fighting against the temple, the faint magical energy emanating from his body. Aaliyah had seen through it instantly. Aaliyah, Helmut quietly faced Aaliyah. In contrast to him, Aaliyah was spotless, her bright silver hair reflecting a cold light. Like black and white, they were in perfect contrast. Helmut clenched his fist. His visor fell to the ground. Aaliyah was not an easy mage to confront. Aaliyah might not have been in perfect condition either, but she was certainly better off than Helmut. He had to kill her to silence her. That had been the dominant thought in Helmut's mind as he dealt with those affiliated with the temple. His body was still permeated with a killing intent. If he was to silence her, this would be his first and last chance. But the choice to do so was clear. A chill spread through his heart. An unknown fear consumed him. He had thought that someday someone might discover him, but facing this reality now felt unreal. Helmut barely extended his sword. Aaliyah was at its tip. Tell me. Aaliyah's gaze flickered slightly. Why I should spare your life? His voice was low and dry, as if he would kill her if she didn't provide a reason. Aaliyah didn't answer. Instead, she slowly approached Helmut. Time seemed to stop as the distance between them gradually closed. Aaliyah did not hurry. She approached like a wary animal with its fur bristled. Helmut merely watched. He waited as Aaliyah crossed beyond his sword, reaching a spot just inside his wrist, dangerously close. It was difficult to gauge whether it was safe to allow a mage such proximity, but what was certain was that Helmut could not decide what to do. Aaliyah's expression was inscrutable. Her hand clasped a bracelet. As the bracelet slipped from her wrist, it took the magic from Aaliyah. Along with a faint light, Aaliyah's appearance changed. Now standing there were not two boys, but one boy and one girl. Another deep secret was unveiled, albeit it was hardly a secret anymore. Unaware of this fact, Aaliyah spoke softly. Now you know my secret too. I already knew. Aaliyah's pupils widened. Then why didn't you tell me? Because you wanted no one to know. Aaliyah emphasized her words. I can do the same if you wish. To no one, her tone was soothing. Aaliyah's eyes were calm, understanding Helmut's anxiety and the brief aggression he had shown. Killing to silence was a method neither had tried, but Aaliyah had always kept it in mind. Helmut's aggression softened. His hand, still holding the sword, naturally lowered. As he sheathed his sword at his waist, tension released and fatigue washed over him belatedly. Aaliyah seemed to realize something as if for the first time. So even then at the festival, yes. Why did you ask to go see the festival together then? Because I knew it was you. Then why did you hold my hand if you knew it was me? Aaliyah asked suspiciously. They had never held hands like that before. Because I wanted to. Silence fell. Aaliyah's face flushed a rosy hue. You didn't let go either. Helmut pointed out calmly, without a hint of teasing. His dark eyes were utterly serious. Now it was Helmut's turn to ask. Why did you do that? Aaliyah's lips quivered. In truth, both had faintly known the reason for their special feelings towards each other. They had just been turning their heads away, pretending not to know. But now they faced each other. Their heads drew closer and neither avoided it. Chapter 198 Part 1. That day Helmut told Aaliyah a long story that he had never told anyone before. The thought of ever voicing this story had been but a vague notion. It was incredibly heavy. His own voice, revealing the secret that had sunk deep within him for the first time, sounded strange to him. Helmut had been abandoned in the Forest of Roots because he possessed the seed of darkness. From the moment he left the Forest of Roots, that fact had become a secret that needed to be kept hidden, even if it meant taking someone's life. Time spent in silence and hiding his power had ingrained itself in his body. Aaliyah had secrets too, but they were not quite on the same level as Helmut's. Aaliyah had turned against the temple, not the world itself. Helmut was different. The truth he held would immediately cast him out from the world once revealed. Aaliyah asked, "You came from the Forest of Roots?" "Yes," Helmut replied calmly. Even Antial, the archmage who had noticed Helmut's seed of darkness, was unaware that he had grown up in the Forest of Roots. The first human to come out of the Forest of Roots. Aaliyah's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this unbelievable miracle, but she did not show much disturbance. She had already theorized in her mind how a human with the seed of darkness could pass through the sacred barrier and leave the Forest of Roots. However, none of her theories could touch reality. How? Helmut briefly explained the method he used. It was not a complete theory, and he admitted that he had been lucky. Aaliyah listened carefully, her gaze steady. It was both mage-like and typical of Aaliyah. Looking into her violet eyes, Helmut momentarily sank into a heavy mood. Now Aaliyah knew almost everything. This meant that Helmut's destruction was in her hands. She could wield it lightly or heavily. Handing someone a weapon that could threaten oneself was surely not a wise move. Humans are cunning and prone to betrayal, as Darien said, and they hadn't known each other for even a year. But he trusted her. It was a steady and unshakable belief, hard to explain how it came to be. He wanted to say it. Perhaps it was because of this impulse that he had trusted her. The impulse warmed his heart intensely and fervently. Maybe he had been waiting for someone to come along and speak the truth. He had fought alone in solitude. Helmut was now transplanting his roots and growing in the new soil of the human world. Revealing the truth to Aaliyah was a change for him. Change is an adventure, and adventure comes with risks. Aaliyah looked straight at him, a boy who had lived a harsher life than one could imagine at his young age. Of course, Helmut was not a fragile and delicate boy to be pitied by Aaliyah. Nevertheless, it pained her heart. It felt like she finally understood Helmut. The questions she had held till now fell into place one by one. Aaliyah chose her words. "I also have something to tell you." She was not used to revealing secrets either. Aaliyah slowly revealed the truth about herself. She was the disciple and granddaughter of Archmage Hike, a public enemy of the temple. Hike had caused an incident in the past and was pursued by the temple, but being an archmage, if she chose to hide, the temple had no means to pursue her. The temple's pursuit reached her parents, living far from her. Only Aaliyah was left alive when Hike arrived. "I resemble Hike a lot. The temple knows Hike's granddaughter is alive. That's why I disguised myself as a boy and entered the academy. It's hard to imagine a girl attending the academy as a male student. Moreover, Baden's academy was out of the temple's reach. Did you have to enter the academy for that reason? While being pursued by the temple, I thought I needed a power they couldn't meddle with. Greta Academy's magic department is the best place to build such power. Even if I'm a legacy mage, the magic department of Greta Academy has a high reputation." Hike and the dean had a connection. "Do you plan to take revenge on the temple?" "Revenge? While I have no fond feelings unless they provoke me like this time, I don't plan to act." After finishing her words, Aaliyah asked, "What about you?" "I feel the same. If the temple starts trouble like this time, it's a different story, but otherwise he had no intention of attacking them." Helmut possessed the seed of darkness. Fighting the temple would only reaffirm his fate of being abandoned to the Forest of Roots, a path that would lead to blood and slaughter. It was not what Darien wished for. Darien hoped that Helmut, strong like a sword saint, would carry the burden of power and walk the righteous path. That was why he had abandoned the thought of revenge. Chapter 198, Part 2. I don't want to become a great villain either. He hoped to find his mother, not only her but also family members whose fate he did not know. For their sake, Helmut needed to keep a low profile. As with Aaliyah, who lost her parents due to Hike's actions, creating enemies would harm his family, and not just the temple. Eventually, a fight is inevitable. Whenever it would be, Helmut was destined to fight the temple, naturally. However, there was no need to walk that path with a spirit of revenge. Here was one person, another who would walk the same path. Aaliyah nodded, okay. Neither of them enjoyed bloodshed. They had no desire to trample others and reign supreme. Perhaps gaining the power to secure peace for themselves was their wish. After their conversation, silence fell. They sat side by side on a tree stump. Having cleared the area with her magic, Aaliyah was recuperating her magical power. She needed to use teleportation magic to leave this place. As the forest, now shrouded in darkness, became silent, Aaliyah felt somewhat awkward and fidgeted with her hand. Maybe what she felt when she met Helmut was not the fate of a mage, but that it was going to be like this. His presence had firmly wedged into her tightly closed heart. The unfamiliar throbbing of her heart would need to become familiar in time. Helmut suddenly asked, "But what do we do now that if we're together?" He understood that their relationship had changed, but what came next was unclear. Aaliyah seemed to know the answer, but she didn't know either. "Let's think about it when we return to Baden." Aaliyah put on her bracelet. As the magic took effect, Aaliyah transformed back into a boy. Her magical power had recovered enough to use teleportation. "It's time to go." Helmut looked back towards the forest. "Will this incident lead to them tracking us?" Since the high priest regularly contacts the temple, they will soon learn of this anomaly. We are far from Baden, so I hope the Greta Academy won't be suspected. A white light emanated from Aaliyah's hand. After communicating through a crystal ball, Aaliyah explained, I've erased the traces roughly, but it's not enough. I've informed Hike, so soon the traces here will be completely erased. The high priest's party will seem to have vanished from this forest. It will be clear that traces were artificially erased, but suspicion won't fall on us. The person Aaliyah had just contacted was Hike. Relying on Hike for this was not preferable, but Aaliyah's magic was not in perfect condition. No one could clear this place as definitively as Hike could. If all else fails, Hike would cover it up. After all, Aaliyah had turned against the temple because of her. Aaliyah quickly added, Hike doesn't know about you, she might guess. At most, she might think of him as a bold and thoughtless guy who fought the temple because of his girlfriend. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Aaliyah cleared her throat. Let's head back. She reached out her hand towards Helmut. Without a word, Helmut firmly grasped her hand. Their newly defined relationship felt strange. Whether it was right to involve another in such a tangled fate was unclear. Was this the right choice? That was something to be observed, but what mattered now was that it was irreversible. It felt like he had something for the first time. He did not want to let go of this hand out of fear or worry. It was his decision, and he had to accept it. Not long after Aaliyah and Helmut had disappeared, a beautiful woman with silver hair appeared. She surveyed the forest, where a faint magical aura lingered, and read the memories of the land. The Archmage's magic perfectly revived the scattered memories. A child with the seed of darkness. Hike furrowed her brow. She had sensed early on that the boy Helmut would become special to Aaliyah. She had secretly observed the festival. At that time, she had felt a strange sensation watching the boy named Helmut, but she had buried it until now. She has chosen a troublesome one, just like my granddaughter. Attaching such a person to Aaliyah might not be a good thing. Hike already had many enemies. There was no need to add another. If necessary, she won't hesitate to eliminate him for Aaliyah's sake. But that boy, he risked his identity to save Aaliyah. Hike tilted her head. In such situations, there were plenty of guys who would abandon a girl they liked and save themselves. But Helmut had not done that. Instead, he had chosen to take risks and fight. Except for the seed of darkness, he seems likable. Hike did not ponder long. As an archmage, she was almost devoid of prejudice. For now, she would observe. Well, I refused to interfere and earn hatred. Aaliyah did not consider Hike family. She had lost her parents because of her, so it was understandable. Hike accepted even Aaliyah's hatred and cold treatment. It was her fault, so expecting forgiveness was too much. Hated or not, Aaliyah was the only family Hike had left, something she must protect at all costs. No matter what kind of guy he is, as long as he doesn't harm Aaliyah. Muttering as if making a vow, Hike cast a spell. She completely erased the traces here. Even if the temple pursued her, the suspicion would fall on her. That was Hike's role.